surged toward the writhing clusters of worm creatures. Xeno's structures disintegrated under the onslaught of power weapons, their defenders utterly obliterated. Among the Morlock's terminators strode a giant wielding a warhammer, his towering form reminiscent of ancient thunder gods. Ferrus matched his pace to his son's, maintaining the spearhead formation, yet his movements were lightning-swift despite his measured advance. He was a Primarch, one of only 21 such beings in the entire galaxy, born at the apex of biological evolution, wielding power enough to shake the very stars. Forgebreaker crackled with arcing lightning. This divine weapon, crafted by a brother Primarch's hand, screamed through the air as its hammerhead carved trajectories of death. Even a cumbersome warhammer became a blur of impossible agility in a Primarch's grasp, moving faster than mortal comprehension. The charging formation was a razor's edge. Nothing could withstand its cut. Ferrus' warhammer struck with devastating force, its disintegration field pitilessly atomizing everything it touched. His speed defied belief. Space Marines possessed nanosecond neural reaction times, yet their physical movements still required milliseconds. Even they couldn't track the Primarch's hammer as it carved through enemies. To mortal eyes, Space Marines moved with blinding speed, executing a dozen lethal actions within a single heartbeat. To Space Marine eyes, the Primarch moved faster still. Their enhanced vision couldn't capture his strikes or predict his attack patterns. The gulf between them was absolute. Though bound by genetics, they were fundamentally different orders of being. Ferrus advanced steadily, his warhammer creating phantom afterimages as it swung, churning the surrounding air into miniature whirlwinds that swept through the Xeno's ranks, leaving nothing alive. Even amid this carnage, he spared attention for his left flank, where his brother led allied forces, ensuring synchronized speed to prevent fractured assaults. This wasn't arrogance. The battle's current intensity barely served as a warm-up. Though Blazkovich's assault team numbered less than half of Ferrus' force, their killing efficiency far surpassed it. The Custodes and Doom Slayers, resplendent in gleaming golden and silver power armor, moved through the battlefield with unhurried grace, displaying no hint of strain. Spears blessed by the Emperor's own hand, wielded by warriors he personally shaped, sliced effortlessly through Xeno's flesh, delivering ultimate judgment in his name. The golden-armored warriors moved so swiftly that by the time the worm's sensory nerves registered danger, death had already arrived. The Custodes' power dwarfed that of Space Marines. Legend claimed the biological alchemy that created them incorporated the Emperor's own genetic material, transforming mere humans into transcendent warriors. Space Marines could perceive the Custodes' weapon movements, yet their bodies found such speed unattainable. This was an insurmountable chasm of capability. Their battlefield performance demonstrated this supremacy. Their martial techniques were supremely elegant, precise, and lethal. Amid chaotic melee, their spears invariably found vital points, ending fights with brutal efficiency. From the worm's perspective, human warriors charged forward, struck with their weapons before neural tentacles could respond, killed their targets, and glided away. The worms experienced every moment. Their nervous systems were highly developed, yet remained helpless, their bodies incapable of resistance. 20 Custodes, led by Shield Captain Odysseus, became golden phantoms streaking through the worm guard, leaving only corpses. For these golden warriors, the silk threads the worms spat were laughably slow, easily dodged with minimal effort. The acid volleys were even more pathetic, naturally avoided during the fluid dance of slaughter. Between custodian kills, beams of light occasionally lanced past, providing continuous ranged support that punched through worm formations and shattered transparent carapaces. The Doom Slayers held the rear position. The black-armored warriors didn't advance, but instead delivered withering fire support from behind the custodian line. Their composite shoulder cannons were devastatingly effective, compact, flexible, and shockingly powerful. Various weapons fired in rotating sequence, achieving extreme firing efficiency. Powered by 3 cold fusion cores within their armor, a single Doom Slayer could unleash 20 precision shots per second, maintaining stable and devastating fire. 20 shots represented the composite cannon's cooling limit, not the capability of the superintelligence or the Marines themselves. Their dimensional spears added yet another weapon to their arsenal. With Doom Slayer fire support, worm forces before the Custodes were either ignited by melta weapons, atomized by disintegration beams, pierced by thermal rays, or bisected by dimensional energy. Watching Xenos fall like scythed wheat before him, Shield Captain Odysseus felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. The Custodes fought at the front, hacking through enemies, their shining armor splattered with insect ichor, while their allies fired from the rear, maintaining spotless armor while achieving even higher kill counts. During initial contact, after expending bolter ammunition, Custodes engaged in melee due to the absence of reload servitors, Odysseus reflected. He swept his guardian's spear through another enemy, yet his mind pondered how to acquire high-power energy weapons from the Primarchs. During the previous Battle Moon raid, the Primarch had magnanimously gifted advanced jump packs to the Custodes as reward for their combat prowess. The Shield Captain's power sword cleaved another worm into pieces, but he shook his head ruefully. "The enemy is too weak," he murmured. The Shield Captain realized he should curb his acquisitive thoughts and instead fulfill his sacred duty as a custodian, upholding the Emperor's will. "For the glory of the Emperor." His roar cast aside distracting thoughts. Gripping the Aquila battle standard in one hand and his guardian's spear in the other, he fought with renewed fury. Blazkowicz glanced at Captain Odysseus, confusion flickering across his features. Why the sudden battle cry? The engagement progressed smoothly. There was no need for morale boosting, nor was this a critical moment. Why did the Custodes' captain shout? He shook his head, unable to fathom the Emperor's custodian's logic, and refocused on the battle. "Charge with me," Blazkowicz roared, raising his shield and surging toward the broodmother. The massive insect had just completed its psychic barrier incantation and was beginning another spell, preparing to unleash further powers. He didn't fear psychic abilities, but he had to consider his allies. Ferris and the Morlocks possessed less psychic resistance than himself. Hearing the Primarch's roar, the Doom Slayers tightened formation around their Genfather and charged alongside him. "Custodes," Odysseus bellowed, urging his warriors forward. "Follow the Primarch, protect him." The black and gold teams converged instantly, forming a unified spearhead that drove toward the Xenos' leader. "Iron hands," Ferris glanced at the Broodfather before calling to his sons. "With me." For the Genfather, the Morlocks swiftly assembled around their Primarch and surged toward the massive insect. The Broodmother's composure faltered. She continued her incantation while neural tentacles along her flanks thrashed wildly, unleashing dozens of psychic lightning bolts at the advancing enemies. Crackling energy filled the air. The pale, dense lightning crashed into the charging formation, striking Custodes and Doom Slayers alike, creating a sea of electric fury. What the Broodmother witnessed next deepened her panic, forcing her to interrupt her spell and begin gathering psychic power anew. The human warriors emerged from the Thundersea unharmed, fearless, led by the sons of the Emperor. The Broodmother's limited understanding couldn't comprehend it. Why were these warriors immune to psychic lightning, walking through the electric maelstrom untouched? Psychic power was warp energy guided by will, manifested in real space. Its effectiveness depended on both caster and recipient willpower. The Custodes possessed iron wills, and their armor was forged from auramite. Auramite was a precious material, psychically inert at the atomic level, capable of resisting or even nullifying warp-based abilities. The Doom Slayers inherited Blazkowicz's power. Even without auramite armor, they could resist psychic assault. Blazkowicz was utterly unstoppable. Wreathed in crackling lightning, he charged straight to the Broodmother's face, raised his super shotgun, and fired. Boom! The muffled report echoed across the plaza. Golden light erupted from the shotgun's muzzle, punching through the broodmother's mottled carapace and blasting a gaping hole through her distended abdomen. Screams merged with shrieks. Pain and warp energy poured from her wound as her elongated body twisted and convulsed. The projectile pierced clean through, golden light corroding the wound edges and suppressing the gushing warp power. The mother worm wailed in exquisite agony, her thoughts fragmenting. Too many unexpected events had occurred. Someone had torn through her psychic barrier barehanded. Her abilities proved worthless, and now her own body was punctured by a firearm. Every psychic technique she'd mastered seemed to fail, appearing as mockery before these enemies. Blazkowicz neither knew nor cared what the creature thought. He hurled his shield, spinning it toward the Xenos. Engines screamed. The rapidly rotating saw blades, condensed from a star god's hatred, cut through the mother worm's soul shield and buried themselves in her abdominal flesh. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The shield's internal engines roared rhythmically, like monstrous laughter. The saw blades spun at lethal velocity, carving through the mother worm's body from bottom to top. The mother worm shrieked in unbearable torment. She felt sharp teeth rotating within her flesh, skin being flayed, abdominal muscles gouged away, organs and strength hemorrhaging from the wound. She endured soul-tearing pain while extending tentacles, desperately trying to extract the weapon buried deep in her body. Another agonized scream. The neural tentacles seared instantly upon touching the shield. The shield, forged from star god fragments and bearing Blazkowicz's mark, burned all malicious intent with Nyarlathotep's flames. The mother worm's body was being continuously bisected, while star god fire eroded her flesh. Only her status as an alpha-level psyker prevented complete incineration. Her summoned offspring were intercepted by custodians and doom slayers, unable to interfere in her duel with Blazkowicz. Under multiple traumas, her mind began fragmenting, unable to maintain psychic manifestations. The protective shields on the worm guard shattered instantly. The shield carved upward, sawing through the mother worm's abdomen until it completely bisected her massive form, finally erupting from beneath her lower jaw in a spray of flesh and bone before spinning skyward. Blazkowicz raised his left arm and beckoned. The shield reversed direction mid-flight, returning to its master and reattaching to his left arm guard. The mother worm's head snapped backward, abdomen split wide, organs tumbling free. Her deceptively benign face bore a shattered lower jaw, throat and tongue hanging limply from her mouthparts, swaying grotesquely. The sight was truly horrific, her raised torso swaying unsteadily. But her destroyer felt no pity. Instead, he struck again while she was utterly defenseless. Blazkowicz secured the shield to his left arm, holstered his super shotgun, and casually drew the sword hilt, igniting the dimensional blade. This hilt was identical to the Crucible sword's handle, inscribed with matching runes. Only the blade color differed. The Crucible sword's blade burned crimson, imbued with malevolent concepts and infinite rage, a god-slaying weapon surpassing even artifacts. The blade Blazkowicz now wielded was crafted by artisans of argent nur and imitation, functionally equivalent to any dimensional weapon, used for routine purposes. His form flickered, leaving afterimages and creating sonic booms as he instantly appeared before the mother worm's massive body, raising the dimensional blade for a horizontal sweep. The mother worm instinctively tried to resist, but had no time. The waist abdomen supporting her raised torso was swept by Blazkowicz's glowing blade, cleanly severing her serpentine body into two halves. In a moment of silence, the mother worm's unsupported upper body crashed down. Her 10-meter length slammed against the ground. She lay powerless before the Primarch. Through her haze, the mother worm felt coldness above her head. Opening her eyes, she saw the towering figure standing upon her skull, longsword aimed directly at her eyes. Defeat had arrived inevitably. Only now did the mother worm achieve clarity, weakly asking, "Who are you?" She'd asked this question before. She still wanted an answer. Blazkowicz disdained to respond, silently standing atop the Xeno's leader, his gaze fixed on another battlefield. He'd charged faster than his brother, dispatching the mother worm swiftly. Ferris had only just engaged the broodfather. Their duel was beginning. Ferris struck like lightning, rushing before the father worm and raising Forgebreaker to attack the Xeno's patriarch. The Primarch's guard deployed rapidly, Morlock's Terminators repelling worm defenders to secure their Gene Father's dueling space. Scum, the Primarch roared, blood surging through his veins. His silver necrodermis hands bulged with power as he struck the Xeno's father with overwhelming force. The father worm showed no weakness, lashing its massive tail to coil around Ferris. With alpha-level physical psychic enhancement, it barely matched the Primarch's speed. Ferris advanced instead of retreating. Noticing his brother had finished his battle, he needed speed, swiftly eliminating his opponent. His steps were firm and thunderous. Forgebreaker swung toward the father worm's waist while weapons on his power pack deployed behind him, all targeting the coiling tail. Rapid commands flowed. His power armor converted conscious signals into digital commands, instantly unleashing all firepower. Boom, boom, boom. Forgebreaker struck the father worm's midsection. The disintegration field dissolved Xeno's flesh, carving away half its torso and creating a gaping cavity. The power pack opened fire simultaneously, unleashing torrential firepower at the attacking tail. The energy discharge was incredibly dense. The power pack, matching Titan-class firepower, pulverized the father worm's tail into mincemeat and vaporized its lower body within fractions of a second. Ferris advanced further, reversing his grip on Forgebreaker and striking upward from below, severing the father worm's midsection and sending its upper body crashing down. Everything transpired in seconds. Both mother and father worm lasted mere moments against the Primarchs before suffering catastrophic defeat. "I don't like looking up at Xenos," Ferris said, pressing Forgebreaker against the father worm's skull, his eyes filled with contempt. "Xenos belong on the ground." He gradually increased the disintegration field's power, making the Xenos experience agonizing decomposition. The father worm trembled violently, mouthparts hissing, countless eyes across its body rolling, emanating waves of pure agony. Ferris looked toward his brother, offering Blazkowicz a slight smile, and raised 2 fingers, indicating he'd defeated the father worm with only 2 hammer strikes. Blazkowicz, confirming his brother's safety, nodded slightly and aimed his dimensional blade at the mother worm beneath his boot. "Proceed as planned." "Understood." Ferris nodded, gripping the hammer shaft with both hands and raising Forgebreaker. Simultaneously with his brother, he delivered the killing blow to the Xeno's leaders. Blazkowicz beheaded the mother worm with 1 sword stroke. Ferris obliterated the father worm's skull. Both massive creatures perished simultaneously. This was tactical doctrine thoroughly considered before battle, preventing any unforeseen circumstances. The universe held vast mysteries. For paired Xenos like these, simultaneous elimination was optimal, preventing their powers from merging into something more terrifying. With the Ghana's worm leaders fallen, the worm guard crumbled quickly and were annihilated. Ferris strode toward his brother, clasping Blazkowicz's arm. The Primarch surveyed their surroundings and released a thunderous, resonant roar. "Victory!" "Victory!" The Morlock stood in perfect ranks, raising arms and shouting Triumph's name. The Custodians and Doom Slayers didn't shout, but instead beat their weapons against the ground in rhythmic celebration. "That was truly an exhilarating assault," Ferris said, slinging Forgebreaker over his shoulder, his necrodermis hands gesturing at the 2 massive worms, marveling at how swiftly the battle concluded. Blazkowicz smiled, casually placing his shield into dimensional storage. They were dangerous, yes, but lacked combat experience. Naturally, they couldn't withstand battle-hardened warriors, especially us. Ferris nodded, agreeing with his brother's assessment. The worm leaders were indeed powerful, yet they lacked combat experience, reacting sluggishly in battles against equal-caliber opponents. "Let's move. No battles here require our attention anymore. We can leave cleanup to the mortals." Ferris finished speaking and began moving, leading his legion warriors from the engagement zone. "The fleet battle approaches." Blazkowicz nodded. Before departing, he glanced back at the giant worm remains, a disdainful smile crossing his features. He said nothing, leading his troops behind Ferris, preparing to discuss deployment for the imminent Void battle. Ground forces had breached the worm capital. Most space marines returned to orbit, leaving mortal forces to eliminate worm infectees and purify the entire world. During this period, the Shaper Union fleet returning to reinforce their homeworld finally arrived at the star system's edge, only to collide with the Imperial Navy waiting in ambush. "Brother, let the enemy navy be handled by the Iron Hands." Ferris, aboard the Iron Fist, spoke to Blazkowicz via holographic communication, his words imbued with the heroic spirit of shouldering all responsibility. "Naturally," Blazkowicz replied, nodding from his throne, expression relaxed, showing no intention of participating. To rapidly reach the Shaper Union's other worlds, all Denurian ships had been dispatched, using high-speed engines to travel into the Void and destroy Xeno's worlds. Now, within the Ghana system, the remaining fleets were entirely Iron Hands vessels. Only the Royal Majesty belonged to Argent Nur. "You may observe with pleasure, no enemy shall ever breach the Iron Hands fleet blockade." Ferris' expression turned grave. He made his vow and severed communication, departing to deploy his fleet for battle. Blazkowicz, meanwhile, gazed through the all-around bridge at the world below. He too needed to take action. The worm progenitors might be lurking in the shadows. Chapter 89 Fry. The Ghana's homeworld lay broken beneath the unforgiving void. Orbital bombardments had carved deep scars across its surface, transforming once magnificent cities into graveyards of twisted metal and shattered stone. Lance strikes had torn through the atmosphere itself, leaving it choked with ash and toxins. Where verdant gardens once bloomed, endless dunes of yellow sand now stretched across lifeless wastes. Blazkowicz's gaze descended to the ruined world below, his augmented eyes piercing through layers of debris and dust to focus on what lurked beneath. His expression remained impassive, but certainty burned within him. The Ghana's leader lived. The Xeno's consciousness had abandoned its dying flesh the instant before death, fleeing with its mate into the deep places of the world. Blazkowicz had felt their psychic signatures slip away like serpents into darkness, burrowing beyond reach of conventional weapons. He kept this knowledge locked behind his teeth. To speak of such warp-touched perceptions would invite questions he could not answer, not to Ferris, whose rationality would demand explanations that could not be given. Better to wait, better to act when the moment presented itself. Now fate had delivered that moment. The Shaper Union relief fleet had translated from the warp too late to save their client world. Instead, they had drawn Ferris and his Iron Hands into the outer system, where void combat blazed across the darkness. The Primarch of the 10th Legion would be occupied for hours yet, his attention consumed by ship-to-ship warfare. Blazkowicz reclined upon his command throne, watching through the vast observation ports as his brother's battle group accelerated toward the enemy formation. Their engine trails burned like falling stars against the black. Patience, he had learned patience over the long decades. The perfect strike came not from haste, but from timing. He activated a holographic Vox link with a gesture. An Iron Hands legionary materialized before him, immediately dropping to one knee in respect. "Relay my command to all ground forces," Blazkowicz said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. "The mortal auxiliary army will evacuate Ghana's homeworld. They have 3 Terran standard days." The legionary's bionic eye flickered as he recorded the order. "It shall be done, Lord Primarch." No hesitation, no questions. The command of a Primarch was law itself. Within minutes, Vox channels crackled with new orders, and across the poisoned surface below, Imperial forces began their withdrawal. Blazkowicz watched through auger feeds as transports lifted from staging grounds, laden with troops and equipment. Satisfied, he turned to his other companion. Gates, load atmospheric incinerator torpedoes. Target solution, planetary saturation. The Iron Man's form shifted, manipulated interfaces flowing across his mechanical appendages. Acknowledged, calculating optimal deployment parameters. 3 torpedoes required for complete atmospheric conversion. Loading now. Servo arms extended from the Iron Man's chassis, interfacing with the Royal Majesty's weapon systems. Deep in the flagship's magazines, massive ordnance was moved into launch position. Atmospheric incinerator torpedoes represented one of the Imperium's more surgical apocalyptic weapons, if such a term could apply to planetary annihilation. Unlike cyclonic warheads that shattered worlds into asteroid fields or virus bombs that left radioactive corpses, incinerators simply burned everything, completely, with terrible efficiency. "Sir," Gates interjected, his synthetic voice carefully neutral. "Logic suggests a bipolar cyclonic torpedo would achieve terminal results with greater resource efficiency." The Iron Man was correct, of course. A single cyclonic warhead would crack the planetary crust like an eggshell, exposing the mantle and eliminating any possibility of survival in the deep Warren complexes where the Xenos hid. Blazkowicz smiled, a predatory expression. "I want them to feel it coming. I want them to watch their world die, knowing there is no escape." Then more quietly, "And I need to see them face to face." Understanding flickered in Gates' optical sensors. This was not mere destruction, this was provocation. The burning world would be bait for prey that thought itself hidden. "Your strategic acumen exceeds my programming, Lord Primarch. I spoke inappropriately." "You spoke truthfully, which is your function," Blazkowicz replied, waving away the apology. "Your counsel is always valued, old friend." The Royal Majesty could end this world in a dozen different ways. The molecular disintegrator cannon mounted along its dorsal spine could trigger atomic cascades that would unravel planetary cohesion at the subatomic level, reducing continents to expanding clouds of constituent particles. But such overwhelming force would leave nothing to draw out the hidden enemy. 3 days passed like the turning of a great wheel. A hololithic projection materialized on the bridge, an Iron Hands legionary in full battle plate, one knee touching the deck in formal obedience. "Lord Primarch, final evacuation transports have cleared the gravity well. All Imperial personnel are accounted for." Blazkowicz leaned forward, his expression severe. "Confirm that statement, Legionary. I will tolerate no errors in this matter." The warrior's face remained stoic, but pride flickered in his eyes. "I have cross-referenced embarkation manifests 6 times against deployed unit rosters. Every soldier, every menial, every servitor, all are accounted for. The world below holds only Xenos and ash." "Your diligence honors the Legion," Blazkowicz acknowledged. Such thoroughness deserved recognition. It was the difference between duty and excellence. "For the Emperor and the Great Crusade," the legionary's voice rang with fervor. To receive personal commendation from a Primarch was an honor he would carry to his grave. The hologram dissolved. Blazkowicz turned to Gates once more. "Captain, release the battering ram." Atmospheric incinerator torpedoes launching, commencing exterminatus protocol. The Royal Majesty's engines flared brilliant blue as the massive flagship broke synchronous orbit, climbing away from the planet's gravity well. Its ventral launch bays cycled open, revealing the torpedo tubes within. The first weapon dropped free, its guidance systems activating immediately. For a moment it fell in silence, then its engines ignited, sending it plummeting toward the atmosphere in a controlled descent. Entry, the torpedo's ablative shielding glowed white-hot as it punched through the upper atmosphere, trailing plasma in its wake. At the pre-calculated altitude, the weapon's casing fractured along stress lines. The warhead detonated, not with explosive force, but with precise dispersal. Billions of nanoscale particles erupted outward, riding atmospheric currents across entire continents. Each particle was a marvel of Dark Age engineering, a self-replicating accelerant that would bond with any matter it touched, lowering ignition thresholds to nearly nothing. Wood, flesh, steel, stone, water, soil, all would become fuel. Meanwhile, the torpedo's penetrator section continued its descent, using gravity to drive itself deep into the bedrock. There it would wait, a buried match waiting to strike. The Royal Majesty repositioned itself with ponderous grace, firing the second and third torpedoes at calculated points along the planet's equator. Mathematical precision ensured complete saturation. Every cubic meter of atmosphere, every handful of soil, every drop of water, all would be transformed. Within hours, word of the Primarch's actions reached Ferrus Manus. The Iron Hand's Gene-Father stood upon his flagship's bridge, surrounded by tactical displays showing the ongoing void battle. His silver hands, those legendary metal replacements that gave his legion its name, clenched slowly as he read the report. An exterminatus order, against a world already broken, already conquered. Why? Ferrus was no fool. His brother was concealing something, some threat, some reason that could not be spoken openly. The timing was too precise, the execution too deliberate. For a long moment, Ferrus considered breaking off the engagement, returning to demand answers. But even as the thought formed, he understood that this was exactly what Blazkowicz had anticipated. The Shaper Union fleet had been the distraction, the opportunity. Whatever threat his brother faced, he faced it alone by choice. "Do not interfere," Ferrus commanded his subordinates. Trust was a luxury in the Great Crusade, but sometimes between brothers it was necessary. One Terran week later, the transformation completed. Across the entire surface of Ghana's homeworld, every molecule had been altered by the nanoaccelerants. The planet had become a bomb waiting for ignition. Deep below, in kilometer-deep tunnels carved through ancient stone, the Ghana's consciousness felt the change but could not comprehend its meaning. They had survived bombardment and massacre. They would survive this too, hidden in the deep dark, waiting to reclaim their world once the humans departed. They were wronged. The embedded triggers activated simultaneously at 3 equatorial points. For a single frozen instant, 3 pinpricks of light appeared on the planet's surface. Then reality caught fire. WHOOM. The sound was felt rather than heard, a deep, subsonic pulse that resonated through the planet's crust like the death cry of a world. The 3 detonation points erupted in columns of incandescent fury, pillars of flame that reached up to claw at the void itself. The atmosphere ignited. From orbital observation, it appeared almost beautiful, 3 expanding rings of orange-red fire, spreading outward with geometric precision. Where the rings met, they merged seamlessly, creating a web of flame that wrapped itself around the entire world. Everything burned. The air itself was fuel. Oceans boiled and then combusted, their surfaces transformed into sheets of liquid fire. Forests that had somehow survived the initial bombardment vanished in microseconds, consumed so completely that not even ash remained. Cities, already ruins, melted like wax, their metals achieving temperatures that turned them into incandescent rivers. The soil burned, rock burned. Even the dust in the atmosphere burned with hungry, terrible appetite. Ghana's homeworld transformed into a perfect sphere of flame. Its light blazed across the void, bright enough to cast shadows on its own moon. That dead satellite, which had reflected only pale, borrowed light for eons, now glowed orange-red, lit by the funeral pyre of the world it had orbited. At the 3 detonation points, atmospheric convection created firestorms of impossible scale. Cyclonic columns of flame, hundreds of kilometers across, rose into the upper atmosphere before being dragged back down by gravity. They spun like vast tornadoes made of fire, consuming everything in their paths, feeding on the planet itself. The flames reached beyond the atmosphere, tongues of fire licking at vacuum where no fire should exist, sustained by the sheer density of combustible material escaping the gravity well. Aboard the Royal Majesty, Blazkowicz stood before the observation ports, bathed in orange light. His face was impassive, but his eyes never left the burning world below. He felt it, deep beneath the flames, beyond the melting crust, in tunnels that were rapidly becoming ovens. He felt the Xeno's consciousness begin to understand. Panic, horror, the realization that there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And something else, something rising, coming up toward the fire. Good. In the outer system, observers aboard both Imperial and Xeno's vessels detected the new stellar object. Instruments registered thermal radiation output that momentarily exceeded several small suns. The Shaper Union fleet, seeing their world transform into an orb of fire, abandoned all tactical restraint. They threw themselves at the Iron Hands in suicidal fury, trading their ships for kills in berserk desperation. Chapter 90 UNKOWN. Ferris looked back at the new star in the void, silently adjusted his fleet, and faced the mad Shaper Union head-on. His face was more solemn than usual as he rapidly deployed troops and generals on the command terminal, using a focused attack to break through the alien fleet and suppress their frantic counterattack with the devastating firepower of lances and macro cannons. At this point in the battle, no matter what his brother intended to do, he could not turn his ships back to question him. He would silently support Blazkowicz with his actions. Even though he was full of confusion, Ferris chose to deal with the alien threat first. Regardless, Blazkowicz was his blood brother, a close family member bound by blood. Perhaps his hiding the truth and launching a secret operation was inappropriate, but this was a family matter, best resolved behind closed doors, with no need to make it public. Primarchs were sons of the Emperor, symbols of the Imperium of Man, and needed to consider their external image, preventing rifts between Primarchs from tearing the Imperium apart. Ferris deployed his forces, tearing apart the Shaper Union's front, and glanced at the astonishingly bright alien homeworld in the void, murmuring, "Blazkowicz, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation." With a sky-engulfing blaze, Blazkowicz ordered Imperial warships to pour massive amounts of oxidizer onto the world, urging the flames to consume the entire planet. The flames burned for 10 teradays, with temperatures soaring to 2,000 degrees at their peak, incinerating the entire world. After the fires died down, Ghana's homeworld's volume shrank, and its surface material was completely burned away. The once fertile, life-sustaining planet became an artificial death world, composed of lava, ash, and a vitrified surface, predominantly dark red, black, and scattered yellowish-white. The fertile land was evaporated by the flames, and the planet's surface was grim and shattered, covered with cracks and scars formed by melting and cooling. On the Royal Majesty, Blazkowicz sat on the bridge's throne, frowning, his eyes fixed on the death world, hoping for a faint response. But Ghana's homeworld had fallen into dead silence, with no further movement, and no living beings responded to his gaze. He sighed helplessly. His probing was like a stone sinking into the sea, receiving no response. The Ghana's worm intended to hide resolutely and would not appear again. Blazkowicz tapped his finger on the armrest of the throne, judging Ghana's with death. Bipolar cyclone torpedoes loading. Wait, molecular disintegrator cannons commencing charge. Let's utterly destroy Ghana's homeworld. He had originally planned to shatter Ghana's homeworld with bipolar cyclone torpedoes, but ultimately decided to use molecular disintegrator cannons. Shattering the world with bipolar cyclone torpedoes might leave larger world fragments, allowing the worm to continue surviving in the void. If the mother bug, in desperation, initiated warp travel, it might even escape to other places to multiply. Therefore, to completely kill the mother bug and father bug, the molecular disintegrator cannon was most suitable, reducing everything to molecular dust. Gates faithfully executed the throne's command, even though, in its view, the world beneath them was already lifeless and held no practical value. Under the Iron Men's control, the Royal Majesty adjusted its posture, its bow facing Ghana's homeworld. and the cannon deck slowly opened, awaiting the molecular disintegrator cannon's charge to destroy the entire world in one fell swoop. The Royal Majesty's actions astonished the Iron Hands Legion and the Imperial delegation who had come to negotiate. The Iron Hands Marine frowned, feeling that such an action was highly inappropriate and devoid of any honor. The Primarch's current actions were like a mortal consumed by rage, lashing out at the corpse of a dead enemy to vent his inner fury. Facing the Primarch, he dared not stop him or speak, silently recording everything with his bird-eye instrument to be decided by his Gene Father. On the Imperial delegation's ship, Com was drenched in cold sweat from fright. He dared not imagine the contamination this scene would bring to the son of the Emperor's glory, and a dark future of being silenced flashed before his eyes. The edge of the Royal Majesty's cannon glowed blue, and a dimensional conduit began to extend, designed to restrain and guide the molecular disintegrator cannon's particle stream. Without a restraining device, the particle stream leaving the muzzle would scatter, disintegrating everything it touched, and the process would be irreversible. Blazkowicz did not care to know or understand what others thought. He only wanted to destroy the world beneath him and make the alien threat disappear completely. Fire energy reached its peak, and Blazkowicz's eyes held no mercy, his cold tone terrifyingly resolute. Whoosh tilde. As the warship trembled slightly, Gates controlled the ship to fire its main cannon. A bright white particle stream shot out from the main cannon at light speed, constrained by the dimensional conduit, rushing towards the alien homeworld. The particle stream, like a pouring galaxy, infused the dark red scorched earth of Ghana, instantly triggering a chain reaction. An orange-red dot spread out. The particle stream's chain reaction began with no sound. Matter was shattered at the molecular chain level in dead silence. In high orbit, Imperial personnel watched in silence, mourning the true death of a planet. If it were an ordinary life-sustaining planet, subjected to atmospheric incineration torpedoes or virus bombs, although the surface biosphere would be destroyed, traces of life would still remain in the deeper layers. After countless ages, the world would gradually recover, and eventually it might even move towards another kind of prosperity. But now the alien homeworld would be utterly destroyed, with no chance of recovery whatsoever. Damn humans, why do you relentlessly pursue us? Just as the Imperial forces were lamenting, a woman's shrill scream echoed in their minds, issuing a sorrowful question. Why? Why our race no longer wishes to be your enemy? Why must you exterminate us? This psychic impact was so strong that some mortals or auxiliary army members with weak wills committed suicide in shame. Alpha Plus level psychic fluctuation detected. The ship's cogitator matrix's face was contorted in pain, blood tears flowing from its eyes, as it coldly repeated, "Recommend evacuation, recommend evacuation, recommend evacuation." "Steady your minds," the Iron Hands Marine roared through the comms channel, telling his Legion brothers to calm the ship's commotion. "Resist the psychic transmission with your will." At this moment, the Marine finally understood why the Primarch continued to attack Ghana's homeworld. The worms were not dead, they were just hiding. The next scene further horrified the Imperial fleet. Fleet communications even experienced a brief halt. The area attacked by the particle stream was enveloped by a faint purple barrier, temporarily preventing the chain reaction from spreading. A landmass the size of the Australian continent was slowly lifted by psychic power, peeled from the planet's surface, and hurled into the void at supersonic speed. Beneath the deep space continent, countless hollow conduits were exposed. From their depth and density, it appeared the entire world had been riddled by worms. On the Royal Majesty, a court attendant knelt on the bridge, respectfully relaying the psychic communication to King Noak. Most of the combat personnel on the ship were not sensitive to psychic energy, so they needed to learn from the mortal attendant what the mother bug had specifically said. HMPH, Knowing the thoughts transmitted by the psychic fluctuation, Blazkowicz sneered disdainfully, as if he had heard a joke. Relentlessly pursuing, unwilling to be enemies. When they massacred dozens of generations of humans, the aliens never considered today's outcome. After suffering defeat on the battlefield, they claimed they didn't want to be enemies. On the command terminal's holographic image, a continent was rapidly ascending, carried by psychic energy and being thrown towards the royal majesty. Without waiting for the commander's order, Gates, as the captain, controlled the turrets, unleashing a volley of fire at the continent's weak points, shattering the landmass into harmless small fragments. All psychers, listen up. Blazkowicz's face was stern. He quickly opened the holographic map, drew a circle where the continent disappeared, and commanded, "Form a psychic barrier, cut off all external visibility, prevent psychic leakage, and protect friendly forces from psychic attacks." With that, Blazkowicz rose from the throne, growling, "Sophia, are the Doom Slayers, Custodes, and Sentinels all ready?" Even before the molecular disintegrator cannon was fired, he had ordered the army to be on standby at all times, ready for a decisive battle with the enemy. "My lord," Sophia appeared out of thin air. Her beautiful face was neat and serious. After a simple salute, she reported, "All Custodes and non-essential Doom Slayers, as well as the Sentinels, are waiting at the teleportation array, fully equipped and ready for combat at any moment." Blazkowicz nodded and said, "Relay the order to the Imperial forces. Argent Nur will be in full charge of this battle. They need not participate." "As you command." The messenger faithfully followed the order, quickly relaying the message to friendly forces. Blazkowicz rose from the command throne, retrieved a shield from dimensional space, and flexed his right hand. A few seconds later, a warp rift appeared on the bridge, and the hilt of the crucible sword fell into its master's hand. To achieve a swift victory, the Godslayer had retrieved the God-slaying weapon to erase the aliens at a conceptual level. A few seconds later, teleportation light glowed in the planet's deep crater. 1,000 Custodes warriors, 100 Doomslayers, and 2,000 Sentinels once again set foot on Ghana's homeworld. Finally, Blazkowicz, wearing his combat helmet, teleported into the arena. Blazkowicz, wearing his battle helmet, teleported in, followed by stone artisans and iron men machines. This assault targeted a sprawling underground labyrinth of interconnected tunnels and passages. The true danger wasn't the enemies within, but the confusing, chaotic routes. Without scientific instruments, even superhuman warriors would be separated by the branching paths and trapped in endless corridors. As he stepped into the giant land crater, Blazkowicz felt a faint tremor. The entire planet was shaking. The artisans behind him quickly deployed their detection instruments. A super-large yield nuclear bomb simultaneously detonated on the other side of the planet. Its shockwave would travel across the globe, reflecting within the worm tunnels and causing unstable vibrations. The stone artisans used their instruments to collect seismic waves, creating a model of the underground passages to guide the assault force. "My lord, vibration measurements are complete." Victor, a stone artisan, finished organizing the data and projected the planet's internal structure with his mechanical appendages. The planet's interior resembled an anthill, with roads crisscrossing in all directions. The worm had spent 1,000 years building an underground kingdom in the mantle layer. "Thank you for your hard work." Blazkowicz nodded in acknowledgement, his left hand sweeping across the holographic image to download the data. Sophia's consciousness within his arm quickly distributed the data to the assault force, providing each member with a data map. "It is my honor to serve you." Victor bowed slightly, then nodded and smiled. Transmission light illuminated beneath the stone men's feet. "I wish you a triumphant return." After delivering their blessing, the stone artisans vanished, their work complete, returning to the royal majesty. Just after the stone men left, a psychic barrier rose, a faint purple membrane enveloping the entire world, blocking any prying eyes. "My lord," Sophia's petite figure projected from Blazkovich's left arm, reporting the latest situation. Interference devices have been deployed, blocking friendly Auspex scans. Blazkovich raised his arm to check his gauntlet. The optimal route to the heart chamber of the tunnels had been planned. He looked up. The warriors were ready, awaiting his command. Automated machine soldiers begin deployment. Blazkovich immediately ordered, initiating the first wave of deep penetration. At the commander's order, the teleportation light instantly illuminated half the sky as automated machine soldiers teleported in en masse. Automated machine soldiers' sweep mode activated, Sophia continued to report. They will spread throughout the tunnels, eliminating all non-friendly targets. As she spoke, the automated machines received their orders, lifted combat restrictions, and driving on 4 legs entered the tunnels. The teleportation lights continued to flash. 2 million automated machine soldiers were transmitted in batches. The steel torrent surged forward, dispersing through the tunnels to clear out the enemy's living forces. The sounds of engagement soon echoed from the front, as the worm let out weak roars, mercilessly crushed by the automated machines. 2 hours later, the teleportation lights ceased, and all automated machine soldiers had entered the planet's interior, beginning their push deeper. "Iron men take the lead, follow the route," Blazkovich roared, his powerful voice resounding in everyone's ears, signaling the start of the assault. The heavy armored iron men engaged their treads, driving their steel bodies into the tunnel sections, advancing towards the alien leader's location. Shield Captain Odysseus followed closely, leading the custodes. The golden-armored warriors followed the iron men's tread marks, moving towards the objective. Next were the Doom Slayers and finally the Sentinels. They followed the Emperor's personal guard, their steps without a hint of hesitation. Blazkovich also strode in, moving alongside the assault force heading deep underground. This would be a long and dangerous journey. The force delved into the chasm, following the tunnels ever downward, needing to grope through thousands of kilometers in the dark. It was an unseen test for the warriors' will, the reliability of their weapons, and the durability of their equipment. Only superhuman warriors could undertake such an assault tactic. Most mortals would be unable to overcome their instincts and would break down in the endless twists and turns. And the worm, hiding in the shadows, would launch attacks at any moment, which mortals would be utterly unable to react to. The assault force moved swiftly, advancing rapidly through the wide passages, eventually overtaking the automated machine soldiers. Blazkovich, even more so, led the charge, running at 80 kilometers per hour, crushing all enemies in his path. In the darkness, his vision was unimpeded. He could see through the darkness to the hidden enemies. His battle helmet had a visual targeting scope that followed Blazkovich's gaze, marking enemies and sharing the information with the Iron Men machines. In the next millisecond, a barrage of firepower engulfed the worm. The Custodes and Doom Slayers in the middle of the formation closely followed the Primarch's steps, constantly eliminating enemies emerging from the sides of the main passage, ensuring the team's safety. At the rear were the Sentinels, who continuously detached in small teams to guard critical junctions, securing the retreat route. Even with everyone carrying teleportation grappling hooks, ensuring a safe retreat route remained a fundamental military principle. The team advanced in silence, the sound of power armor rubbing against itself, accompanied by the explosions of bolter rounds and the hum of energy beams, echoing through the tunnels. At the front were the Iron Men with their heavy firepower. They were unstoppable. Their tank track lower bodies were as solid as rock, while their upper bodies boasted unparalleled heavy weaponry. Deep within enemy territory, where there was no supply of live ammunition, energy weapons like composite supercharged lasers, multi-barreled meltas, and disintegration rays provided immense endurance. Facing humanity's irresistible deep penetration, the worm tried to destroy the passages, attempting to bury the enemy human forces with earth and sand. However, this attempt did not succeed. The gravity traction claws, equipped by the Iron Men, could effectively control gravity, clearing such roadblocks with ease. Even before the team departed, the Iron Men had simulated combat over 100 million times, preparing countermeasures for various scenarios and swapping to backup weapons. Along the way, the assault force encountered various traps, including lava diversions, flooded passages, and ground traps, but the assault force neutralized them all. Although the assault force's armor was covered in dust and they looked somewhat disheveled, their fighting spirit remained undiminished, even growing stronger. There's no need to elaborate on the Emperor's custodes. They were personally forged by the Emperor. Even if the universe reached heat death, their will would not waver in the slightest. The Doom Slayers were expressionless beneath their helmets. The souls of these extraordinary warriors had long transcended the ordinary, reaching another spiritual plane, surpassing even the custodes. The Iron Men's minds contained only cold logic, calculating how to kill enemies. There was no confusion or fatigue in their underlying logic. Efficiency and tireless effort were their hallmarks. Such a force was the nightmare of the enemies of mankind. Their will was irresistible, their steps would not retreat, and completing their mission was their destiny. The breeding benevolent mother and father bug hid in the heart chamber, no longer creating life, but instead lying on the ground, sensing the enemy's positions through silk threads, constantly sending out offspring to resist humanity. But all was in vain. Their bodies trembled as humanity drew ever closer, their footsteps becoming increasingly clear, their neural tendrils twitching uneasily. They couldn't understand. Why were the Imperial humans so powerful? Even after controlling human society for 1,000 years and knowing of human technological advancement, the worm had never discovered such powerful warriors among humans. Their species on their home ground had exhausted every means, yet still couldn't resist the increasingly close humans. They advanced with burning hatred, vowing to slaughter the worm species to extinction, to avenge their kin. Great benevolent father, breeding benevolent mother. Inside the chasm's heart chamber, a governor still in human form knelt on the ground, worshipping his parents. His beautiful face was filled with reverence, but his heart pounded uneasily. Humanity's sharpness far exceeded expectations. The dormant plan had been seen through, and a resurgence was no longer possible. Now, the worm species was on the brink of true danger. The governor's heart was desolate. He had intended to keep this perfect body as a backup, to interact with the next wave of human colonists and redisperse the worm infection. But now it seemed merely a one-sided fantasy. In this heart chamber, symbolizing the worm's origin, the governor saw fear, a fear stemming from the very roots of his existence, trembling under the trampling footsteps of humanity. Father, benevolent mother. He knelt on the ground, his voice still elegant but lacking its usual composure. You must leave, get out of here. As long as you exist, our species still has hope. The father and benevolent mother possessed supreme power, and with some special means, they should be able to escape this deadly place. Child, we will not leave. The benevolent mother's voice was still loving, incredibly gentle, yet slightly trembling and resolute. We will defeat the enemy and live or die with you. Her words were righteous and awe-inspiring, seemingly transcending instinct to display fearlessness, but only she knew the true reason. Humanity's great psychers had collectively activated a psychic barrier, sealing off the warp. They couldn't escape. Now it was a fight to the death. To comfort the governor, the benevolent mother pulled on silk threads, causing dozens of cocoons to descend from the ceiling, and said softly, "We still have trump cards, the outcome is yet unknown." Dozens of inverted worm cocoons quietly descended, forming a solid barrier that instantly dispelled the governor's fear, causing him to let out a sigh of relief. They were the silkworm race's accumulated reserves over 1,000 years, saved only for unforeseen circumstances, and today they finally proved useful. Not just the governor, but father and benevolent mother also felt much more relaxed. They understood even better what was inside the cocoons, enough to turn the tide. The benevolent mother pulled a silk thread, summoning psychically gifted clan members to set up a magic array in advance, guiding the power of the warp to descend. She was now filled with great anxiety, her doubts towering higher than the sky. Just after the humans entered the planet's interior, the benevolent mother seized the opportune moment, immediately using her psychic abilities to try and crush them within the passage. However, the feedback was bizarre. After the willpower, powerful enough to shake the planet, descended, there was not the slightest ripple, and it vanished into thin air. She tried multiple times, but all her attempts were in vain. Ultimately, she could only watch helplessly as the human army advanced, launching this war of reckoning amidst endless self-doubt. However, the looming sense of crisis from the approaching humans pricked at her, startling the momentarily relaxed benevolent mother. She knew she couldn't sit idly by in confusion. She had to use every means to resist the human assault troops. Soon, at the benevolent mother's summons, worms with psychic talent, their bodies wreathed in shimmering energy, appeared one after another. They crawled from between the silk webs into the heart chamber, respectfully prostrating themselves on the ground, listening to the benevolent mother's teachings. "Form a psychic array," the neural tendrils transmitted the command, and the benevolent mother wriggled her body, moving to the center of the heart chamber. "Pour your consciousness into me." The worms immediately spun silk. Their fine threads glowed, outlining the magic array on the ground, encircling the benevolent mother. A variegated purple light illuminated the heart chamber, and the benevolent mother raised her body, her mouth parts hissing, her human-like face uttering obscure languages, chanting incantations and spells. She stood in the center of the array, feeling the continuous influx of psychic energy into her body, and her consciousness, after converging, felt incredibly clear. Her soul felt ethereal, and the benevolent mother felt that at this moment, she had broken free from mortal constraints and ascended to another realm. Her nascent consciousness opened its eyes and saw a vibrant, colorful sea surging with infinite energy. The warp. The breeding benevolent mother's consciousness broke through the real universe's dimension and arrived at the Sea of Souls, a place she had longed for her entire life. In this transcendent realm, power was inexhaustible. She felt as if her consciousness was being filled every moment. The benevolent mother's soul trembled, not hiding her excitement, greedily absorbing the power of the warp. 1,000 years ago, she was still primitive and ignorant, when a mysterious creation squeezed out of the real universe and descended upon two breeding worms, and their path of destiny began to diverge. Two low-level, fragile, primitive worms gained enlightenment from the divine object and became intelligent beings. It wasn't until they hosted humans that they learned of the warp's existence and the origin of their enlightenment. After knowing their origin, the worms never stopped exploring the warp, yet they could never roam freely within it. Because although the worms gained enlightenment, their souls remained primitive, making it difficult to break through the real universe's constraints and use their souls to glimpse its mysteries. To some extent, the benevolent mother envied, even resented humans. Their souls were naturally sensitive. Human psychers could easily glimpse the warp and gain divine power from it. Due to their covetousness of human talent, Father and benevolent mother promoted racial integration, attempting to replace humans with worms and steal that innate talent. But it failed. Although worms could replicate all physiological structures, even mimic human genes, they could not replace human souls. For the knowledge-seeking worms, this was incredibly despairing, a predetermined upper limit. Father and benevolent mother were unwilling to accept failure and embarked on another path of inquiry. They injected psychic seeds into embryos, cultivating worm psychers, which led to their current achievement. This path was correct. The benevolent mother's soul was incredibly excited. After 1,000 years and countless experiments, she finally, with the assistance of her kin, left the mortal world and arrived at the warp. She greedily bathed in the Sea of Souls, frantically absorbing its energy, yet she did not notice an incredibly terrifying shadow quietly descending behind her. In this vast and boundless warp, it seemed that every wisp of energy had long been branded with some terrifying mark. A mere insect daring to run wild in my domain. Rumbles. This voice boomed like a great bell, shaking the energy sea of the warp, indicating that its master was far greater than ordinary. The benevolent mother was startled awake, her consciousness returning to clarity in a panic. She realized she had intruded upon the domain of a great being. Looking up, a cold, iron-colored hand descended from the sky, vast and overwhelming, as if with a slight squeeze it could destroy stars. The tiny worm consciousness wanted to resist, wanted to send a signal to its kin to stop the array's operation, so it could escape the warp. But all was in vain. Her soul now felt frozen solid, her consciousness stagnant, unable to react in any way. That great being picked up the weak soul, and the benevolent mother felt the world spin, and then an eye the size of a star was staring intently at her. She dared not act rashly, nor could she think. Driven by instinct, she tightened her body, making herself appear harmless. "So it's a mongrel," the figure sneered, its voice rumbling like primordial thunder, mocking the variegated colors of the soul in its hand. A low-level species, having devoured countless human souls, had also taken on the color of human souls, gaining psychic power. The benevolent mother trembled in silence. This being saw through her origins at a glance, knowing all her past, so she needed no words. She did not understand what kind of being stood before her. Her soul consciousness could only glimpse a part of his body, unable to perceive his full form even with all her might. "Interesting, truly interesting." The being's voice gradually grew excited, and he shook the benevolent mother's soul as if he had encountered something that thrilled him. "You came from the real universe, seeking the power of the highest heavens to defeat your enemies, and I shall bestow upon you a boon." A divine light shot from the iron-blue giant's eyes, imprinting itself upon the benevolent mother's soul, etching his own mark deep into the humble insect's soul. The benevolent mother's soft body trembled, and countless pieces of knowledge about the warp flooded her mind. In just an instant, it was billions of times what she had diligently researched. At the same time, she also learned the identity of the magnificent being before her, Demon Prince Belakar. Within the warp, he was the unhindered eternal overlord, the supremely noble first prince, whose status was second only to the four gods. Before she could think further, the demon prince cast her consciousness out of the warp, and his instructions came from the Sea of Souls. "My servant, quickly offer sacrifices and welcome my demonic army to descend upon the real universe to defeat your powerful enemies." In the real universe, the benevolent mother's soul returned to her body, her neural tendrils twitching, awakening from her unconscious state. "The experiment succeeded. It seems you gained quite a lot." Father, who was guarding nearby, was incredibly excited, ignoring the offspring on the ground whose souls had been drained. He sensed that his mate's soul had greatly strengthened. It was an essential sublimation, not the false strength gained by devouring humans. This change indicated that the experiment was successful. The death of mere offspring was insignificant. Countless more could be born to support warp exploration until they transformed into supreme beings. This journey has been fruitful. The benevolent mother slowly raised her body, speaking with immense honor in a posture that lorded over Father. "I have gained the appreciation of a great being and have become his servant who walks the world. Humans are no longer a concern. Receive the descent of my Lord's great power, and he will defeat all enemies." Father saw his mate's departure from an equal stance and showed no dissatisfaction. Instead, he lowered himself, accepting her superiority. Worms never escaped their low-level nature. The weak unconditionally obeyed the strong. The benevolent mother was very pleased with Father's posture. Her body was already branded with the prince's mark, and she would serve her master for life in the future. How could a humble being be worthy of touching her? She slowly extended her neural tendrils, using them as a pen and psychic energy as ink, to carve a demonic array on the ground, summoning the demon prince to the mortal world. All the worm cocoons in the heart chamber descended. After the silk threads were withdrawn, they revealed motionless humans with crossed arms. Although their faces were blank, a purple glow shimmered beneath their pale skin, and eerie psychic energy flowed through their bloodlines, constantly demonstrating their power. With a flick of the benevolent mother's tendril, she placed the humans in the appropriate positions within the demonic array, as offerings to the master. These were the great psychers, at least alpha level, whom she had collected among humans over 1,000 years, treasured as a fallback. Normally, alpha-level psychers would be very dangerous and not easily captured. But the worms, coexisting with the psychers, had devoured their frontal lobes, naturally rendering them unable to resist. Having received the prince's boon, the benevolent mother had full confidence in defeating the humans and no longer needed any fallback. The great human psychers were the best gift for Lord Bellacker, the ladder and cornerstone for him to enter reality. The benevolent mother wriggled her colorful body, coiling around the edge of the psychic array, her tentacles inscribing demonic text from her mind, summoning the shadow master to descend upon the humble mortal world. The incantations from her mouth were no longer obscure and difficult to chant. Their very tone and rhythm transformed into a beacon guiding the warp, calling out to the demon Prince Bellacker. As the incantations were recited within the warp, Bellacker felt a stirring. In his vast and shadowy domain, an array burning with black flames lit up. Bellacker smiled. That lowly bug had done it, pointing the way for the demon army. With a gate and a confirmed coordinate, the next step required a bridge to connect the two different realms. In the mantle of planet Ghana in the real universe, the benevolent mother calmly prepared to throw the human great psychers into the array, offering them as sacrifices to the Shadow Master. "You need to hurry," the father urged, wriggling his body and going to support his offspring in battle. The human attack was too fast. In just 24 hours, they had fought from the surface to the mantle, their advance never ceasing. In front of those superhuman warriors, worms, about 5 meters long with their front halves raised 2 meters high, were no different from bugs crawling on the ground. They all died with a single touch. Every moment since the human attack began, the father sensed the endless wails of his offspring through his neural tendrils, their despair utterly defenseless. In the intricate tunnels, humans once again used bioagents, even more lethal than on the planet's surface, leaving the worm warriors nowhere to escape. There were also human automated weapons, deployed in every tunnel, clearing every corner, ensuring no one survived. In 20 hours by the human homeworld's time, 10 billion worms were annihilated. The father could feel the pain of his offspring. Their hateful souls lingered, unwilling to depart. The father's bloated body wriggled forward, taking one last look at his partner who was currently casting spells. They had spent 1,000 years together. It was time to say goodbye. On the face at the head of his bug body, there was no hesitation, his majestic countenance utterly resolute, as he moved towards the sound of gunfire to block the humans. Seeing her partner leave, the benevolent mother accelerated her spell casting. The summoning array on the ground emitted shadowy black smoke, burning with a heatless fire. With a flick of her neural tendril, she threw the human great psyker into the array, and the black flames immediately enveloped him, incinerating the psyker's psychic energy. Even without intelligence, the psychers could still feel pain. They instinctively struggled within the black flames, trying to escape the source of their agony. There was no mercy on the benevolent mother's benevolent face. Threads sliced through the air, severing the psyker's limbs to prevent him from straying from the center of the array. "Shadow Master, King of Torment!" The benevolent mother raised her head high, her voice rising from a murmur to a crescendo, announcing the one who would emerge from the shadows. She called out her master's titles, "Ever-chosen, exalted one." As her poetic chant continued, the black fire of the array burned even more fiercely, devouring the psyker's powerful psychic energy. and the shadow cast by the benevolent mother's body twisted and contorted within the array, performing a fervent, ecstatic dance, as if welcoming her king. Her colorful body gradually lost its brilliance, returning to its original transparency, yet then slowly darkening as pure shadow consumed her shell from within. At this moment, the benevolent mother was no longer a unifier, who pursued the concept of the warp and believed in the warp itself. The great powers of the warp infused their followers with strength, claiming ownership. The worm benevolent mother, after 1,000 years of searching, had become a servant of the demon prince. Please descend from the shadows, stepping upon my spine, wielding boundless power, bringing destruction upon the enemies of your humble servant. The benevolent mother prostrated herself, displaying the utmost submission, willing to use her own body as a carpet to offer her devotion to the demon prince. First cursed one, pioneer bearer, finally, with words of humble devotion, she uttered the name of that existence. The first demon prince Belakar. Boom! As the call ended, the sound of thunder echoed from the heart chamber. The darkness of the demon array devoured everything, and pitch-black lightning flashed into existence. The Psyker's soul was completely consumed by the black fire. From behind the curtain, Belakar licked his lips, narrowing his eyes to savor the soul. HMPH? Yet he let out a dissatisfied snort, startling the demons beneath his throne, who folded their wings, unsure why their king was angered. Belakar raised his jaw, his pair of spiraling colossal horns, symbols of authority, fell back. Rage burned in his glowing golden eyes. The lowly bug had offered a sacrifice that seemed like a delicacy, but was in fact tasteless wax. This soul possessed great power, but within it was only confusion and emptiness, devoid of any waves of pain or ecstasy. This lowly insect dared to pass off inferior goods as superior, desecrating Belakar's majesty. Suppressing the anger in his chest, Belakar extended an arm. The humble soul of a worm appeared in his palm. He spoke in a drawn-out voice to his servant. "It's not enough." Not enough. The demon prince never concealed his greed. The Psyker's soul was powerful. Even for Belakar, it was a potent tonic, worth him fulfilling his promise to his servant. But it wasn't enough, because when Belakar twitched his nostrils, he caught a scent of something utterly delicious. Anxiety, fear, pain, resentment. Countless tiny souls emitted these emotions, tantalizing his taste buds like exquisite delicacies, making the demon prince unable to stop. So he made a demand, an incredibly greedy demand. Not enough. Belakar's will cross the boundary, resounding deep within his servant's soul, not concealing its implied meaning. The benevolent mother, of course, knew that the master desired souls filled with emotion, the souls of her offspring, those she had birthed, who were now rapidly perishing. The mother bug hesitated for half a second. Belakar also saw this hesitation. From behind the curtain, he stretched out his tongue, savoring the painful emotions arising from the choice. But the demon prince was in no hurry. He knew his servant's sole mission, to obey her master. "I should offer everything to you?" After half a second of hesitation, the benevolent mother made her decision. She would offer everything in pursuit of eternity. It was time to bid farewell to the past. The benevolent mother coiled her long tail, and a thread flashed, severing the ovipositor from the rear of her body and placing it in the center of the array. She cast a spell again, her chant incredibly gentle, calling wandering souls to return. The mother bug sacrificed her own concept of mother to summon the souls of her offspring, who had died tragically at human hands, back to her. Wanderers would eventually return home, back to the benevolent mother's side. The incantation was long and peaceful, transmitted along every silk thread, echoing through every tunnel. For humans, it was merely an unusual vibration of the silk threads, but for the worms, it was a call to return. Countless points of light, invisible to mortals, appeared, tinged with negative emotions, heading towards the direction of their mother's summons. They were utterly confused, following the warm guidance in their souls, returning to the warm embrace of the breeding benevolent mother. The points of light converged into a brilliant stream, gathering within the dark array, flowing towards the connected warp passage. Behind the curtain, Bellaker tilted his head back and opened his mouth wide, enjoying this rare feast under the greedy gazes of the surrounding demons. It was so exhilarating. Bellaker's ox-like tail swayed left and right, reflecting his master's comfortable mood at that moment. 10 billion souls, ravaged by war, which should have gone beneath Khorne's skull throne, were instead stolen by Bellaker, who drank deeply of what the chaos god would have enjoyed. The demon prince groaned in contentment. The souls nourished his colossal demonic body, and the power within him continuously grew. Having devoured 10 billion worm souls, Bellaker lightly clenched his hand. Raw power crackled, and he felt a strength he had never known. He rose from his throne, pulled out the longsword stuck at the foot of the throne, pointed its tip at the ever-growing demon array, and let out a thunderous roar. Shadow demons march upon the mortal world. Whoosh! Witnessing Bellaker's consumption of souls, the demons beneath his throne had long been unable to restrain themselves. Hearing the command from the throne, they eagerly rushed into the array to go to reality and reap mortal souls. When the warp rift appeared, Blazkovich, who was advancing in the tunnels, immediately sensed it. The crucible sword in his hand extended its blade, eager to drink demon blood. Speed up and keep moving forward. He let out a low roar, his voice overcoming the roar of gunfire, reaching the ears of every warrior. After a long-distance assault and leaving personnel behind, Blazkovich was accompanied only by the Imperial Guard, Doom Slayers, 400 sentinels, and 6 heavily armored Iron Men. At this moment, the Iron Men's cold alert sounded. Warning! Alpha plus level psychic fluctuations detected approaching. Beware of psychic impact, Blazkovich instructed, raising his crucible sword and charging out. He had detected the change in psychic energy. A great psyker had appeared. The temperature in the tunnel rapidly dropped. Water molecules began to condense, clinging to the surrounding cocoons, then forming strings of ice beads. Around the corner of the tunnel, a colorful sawbug dragging its bloated body appeared. It was the Father Bug, one of the leaders of the Ghana's worms. An Alpha plus level Great Psyker, whose power was at the pinnacle of the material realm, the limit of warp energy a living being could withstand, capable of plucking stars and embracing the moon with a mere gesture. Psykers of this level could not be judged by ordinary standards. Their existence was no different from the gods in the minds of mortals. Chapter 91 Demons. Mortals merely witnessing its existence would, at best, go insane, and at worst, their heads would explode. Only warriors with unyielding wills could remain calm when facing it. And the warriors led by Blazkovich, their wills were incredibly firm, daring to confront true gods. The assault team's steps didn't falter. Instead, they sped up. Blazkovich was at the very front of the team, charging forward without any hesitation. Boots landed, their steps devoid of hesitation or doubt, and a clanging sound echoed in the passage, like the beating of war drums. The warrior's target was clear. It was that filthy thing crawling in the pitch-black passage, emitting a kaleidoscopic glow. The father also discovered the son of the Emperor and the human warriors behind him. It was these people who had destroyed his home. No more words were needed at this moment. Both sides meeting their enemies were filled with rage. Killing the other was far more effective than words. The great benevolent father launched the first attack, millions of eyes on his body opening, shooting out streams of psychic lasers and lightning, engulfing the humans. He unleashed his full power from the start, holding nothing back. The passage instantly became as bright as day. Lasers rained down like a dense storm, lightning rumbled and flames crackled. The power of a great psyker was evident. The moment killing intent appeared, psychic attacks poured forth. The father transformed into a mortal god, bringing down ultimate judgment upon the rebellious with fire and thunder. This terrifying display of power was merely the beginning. The father's face was grim, and annihilating light shot from his eyes. Time began to congeal, and the law of gravity was warped by psychic energy. Alpha-plus level psychers had transcended psychic categories. Various spells came naturally to them, no longer constrained by type. Facing such power, Blazkovich's expression remained indifferent, his handsome face showing no fluctuation, and his charging steps did not stop. His nervous system reacted in the picoseconds before the laser beams traveled half a meter, and in the next picosecond, he made his decision. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and his movements were extremely fast, transcending time. The star god round shield was raised to his chest. He had to act quickly and eliminate the dog blocking his path. After making his move, Blazkovich charged into the ocean of spells as if he hadn't dodged at all. Before the father could even laugh, the scene captured by his sensory nerves made his steady consciousness tremble, leaving him bewildered and at a loss. That human was engulfed by lightning and flames, yet he was completely unaffected, his face solemn, his steps firm, and he was charging straight towards him. He shattered the stagnant time field with a single step, broke through the distorted gravitational restraints, and charged forward unstoppably. "What are you?" The father let out a terrified shriek, asking the same question as the benevolent mother, and he finally understood his partner's past loss of composure. Only when truly facing him did one comprehend the fear that accompanied this strange human. Blazkovich was unstoppable. His steps traversed time, passing through fire and ice. His mental will and physical existence were unyielding. To protect his allies behind him, Blazkovich activated his shield, scattering a force field. The power of the star god reflected all energy, and all psychic lasers that touched the force field returned along their original path. Crackling, lightning struck his body, flames scorched his skin, ice froze his bodily fluids, and annihilation beams pierced his side. The father was harmed by his own spells. He didn't have time to scream. He quickly focused his consciousness, once again mobilizing psychic energy to heal his wounds and strengthen his body, preparing for the upcoming battle. "I am your death knell." Suddenly, perceiving a low growl, the father discovered in terror that Blazkovich, in the instant he was distracted, was already within arm's reach. "Run!" Biological instinct screamed wildly, every cell shrieking, coalescing into an escape signal, urging the father to flee from the person in front of him, but he couldn't make any movement at all. Blazkovich leaped high, gripping the crucible sword with both hands. Killing intent firmly locked the father in place, to receive the judgment brought down by humanity. The will to survive spurred instinct. In the instant he knew he couldn't escape, the father's consciousness transcended time, laying down layers of psychic shields for himself. Slash. The crimson blade of the crucible sword descended. The psychic shields were fragile, offering no resistance like ordinary air. The father despaired. A bitter sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart, gnawing at his confidence and pride, as if mocking all his efforts as futile. The crucible sword struck the father's human face. The worm leader's physical body was split in half. His soul vanished into thin air, and his conceptual existence was completely erased. When the father died by the crucible sword, the benevolent mother in the heart chamber trembled. She sensed that something was wrong with her memories. She should have had a partner, but at this critical juncture, she didn't know where he was. It wasn't just the benevolent mother. The conceptual erasure had far-reaching effects. All impressions and memories related to the father completely vanished from the real universe and the warp. The memories of the Adeptus Custodes and the Sentinels also ceased to exist. They knew Blazkovich had killed a worm leader, but who exactly had he killed? What kind of enemy was it? When they tried to recall, they drew a blank. The silkworm race was the same. The father vanished from their memories, and the race had only one leader, the benevolent mother. Only Blazkovich and the Doom Slayer knew of the father's specific existence. They were the last to remember. Blazkovich stood before the father's corpse, watching his body turn to dust and dissipate, along with the concept of his existence. This was one of the reasons he placed the crucible sword in the warp. Killed by a godslayer weapon, the victim's concept would be erased, removing all traces of their existence. This annihilating characteristic was too cruel. It was just right for dealing with demons, but ordinary enemies or xeno races did not deserve such a fate. "Keep moving." Blazkowicz retracted the blade of the crucible's sword, called out softly, and continued to walk forward. The warriors, who were organizing their thoughts, were startled awake and hurriedly followed the Primarch. They sensed that there was a problem with their thoughts, but they didn't know the specific reason. Now, with the battle at hand, they had to temporarily abandon thinking. Blazkowicz hurried his steps, leading his troops towards the heart chamber. At the end of the pitch-black passage, he saw a dark light emerging from the darkness. The ambient temperature continued to drop, dark energy spread like sand, space twisted eerily, and the Sentinels' veterans gripped their spears tightly. They knew what this meant. The abominations of the warp had appeared. The Adeptus Custodes also knew what lay beyond the darkness, humanity's eternal enemy. Just as captain of the Adeptus Custodes Odysseus worried that without the Sisters of Silence present, dealing with demons would lack a certain restraint, he saw the dark power recede like melting snow in front of the Primarch. It wasn't just the Primarch. Around the Doom Slayer, shadowy tentacles halted, retracting into the darkness, not daring to show themselves. Odysseus immediately made tactical arrangements. Divide into squads with the Doom Slayer as the core, prepare to eradicate the demons. The Sentinels did the same. They skillfully dispersed around the Doom Slayer. The two had already undergone secret training specifically for demons. Under Blazkowicz's leadership, the assault team was like a bright sword, piercing through the whispering darkness. As the team entered the heart chamber, the power of the warp surged, shadows descended in the darkness, tearing the boundary between reality and illusion. Only an impassioned female scream was heard. "Shadow Master, your humble servants offer your descent into the mortal realm." Boom! In an instant, the heart chamber space rapidly expanded. The ground stretched like dough, quickly spreading outwards. A black sun spewed from the magic circle, eerily illuminating the space. Wherever the dark radiance reached, there were twisted shadows. The Adeptus Custodes wanted to step forward to stop everything that was about to happen, but they were held back by the Doom Slayer beside them. Blazkowicz stood at the very front of the team. He made no moves, allowing the shadow ritual to complete, quietly waiting for the demon to arrive in the real universe. The heart chamber was deep in the mantle, far from the surface. There were no mortals here, making it a good place to ambush demons. Darkness spread, and countless demons coalesced from the shadows. Their skin was pale blue, and they had two wings on their backs, constantly emitting hideous laughter. Blazkowicz nodded silently. The Shadow Master was not to be underestimated. A demon army with self-characteristics was also a giant in the warp. Shadow Master Bellaker. The Old Ones had spoken of him, and Blazkowicz naturally kept it in mind. He's going to enjoy this. The Shadow Demon army grinned, preparing to attack the enemies of their mortal servants, when the demons' clamor suddenly ceased. They saw a demigod standing there, wearing a helmet, holding a Godslayer blade in his hand, and a crimson mark of destruction on his chest. Doom Slayer, Godslayer, enemy of the gods. When they clearly saw the person, the restless demons called out his name, and the demon army instantly fell silent, standing still, not daring to make any movement. The demons turned their gaze to the humble worm, their crimson eyes filled with malicious curses and hatred. "You want us to fight the Godslayer? Is this reasonable?" Just as the shadow demons hesitated, the summoning circle reached its climax. A pale blue giant hand reached out from within, slapping the edge of the array, and the Shadow Master finally descended. Ha tilde, ha tilde, ha tilde. Bellaker let out a thunderous laugh. He had finally arrived in the real universe, and could freely feast on the souls of the material realm. But he was a little puzzled. It was too quiet around him, and he didn't hear the joyous laughter of his demon imps feasting. The demon prince looked up, his pupils suddenly contracting. Challenger. A demonic body forged from dark iron crawled out of the dark magic circle, holding a demonic sword, its demonic horns enormous, like a mighty crown displaying its glory. Belakar. Once the chosen champion of the four gods, created by the gods, he had enjoyed their supreme favor and held the most exalted position, as the first demon under the four gods, elevated to the first demon prince. His demonic body was forged from darkness and terror, his hooves bent backward, a rusted chainmail hung from his groin, and his bat wings spread, exuding monstrous power. Skulls hung from the bones of his wing membranes. Those were the mortal champions Belakar had killed. But at this moment, shock instantly consumed Belakar's ferocious face. The demon prince even showed a hint of bewilderment. Challenger. The demon prince blurted out, his voice rough and hoarse. He recognized the runic mark on the demigod's chest. It was the eternal brand of the Godslayer, symbolizing an unyielding backbone. Belakar waved his hand, and the shadow demon army stealthily moved into the shadows, drawing closer to the Shadow Master. When he said, "Challenger," Belakar's expression, though solemn, inherently carried a hint of disdain. It was a derogatory term from a superior to an inferior. Challenger. Blazkovich took off his helmet, his black eyes reflecting the darkness before him, his tone long and playful. The demons tensed, instinctively gripping their weapons. The coldness on the Godslayer's face was spreading, little by little freezing their souls. "I have never been a challenger, you filthy demons. You have never been worth challenging." Blazkovich shook his head. The blade of the crucible sword sprang out. He raised the sword with one hand, pointing it at the demon army, and the demons trembled where the blade pointed. The fire of vengeance burned in his eyes, his voice deep and full of hatred. "I am your end." Who? A synchronized battle roar rang out, shouted with the fervent souls of warriors. The Doom Slayers ignited their dimensional blades and stepped forward, standing behind the Gene Father. "Blood for blood," the Doom Slayers roared in unison. The Doom Slayers and the Primarch were of one mind. They felt the Gene Father's hatred, his absolute resolve to kill the demons. The first warriors, through their psychic link, had felt the Gene Father's sorrow, and hidden guilt resided within them. Because at that time they had not stood beside the Primarch, facing the enemy with him. Now, with the blood-feud enemy right before them, how could the Doom Slayers not be enraged? The Shadow Demon army was silent as cicadas in winter. Their initial arrogance and wantonness upon entering reality were gone. They trembled at the warriors' battle roar, that pure fire of anger seemingly scorching their souls little by little. The benevolent mother cowered on the ground, the triumphant expression on her benevolent face frozen. When the monstrously powerful Shadow Demon army appeared, she thought victory was assured, that the Shadow Master would sweep away all enemies. She was horrified to discover that the Shadow Demon army was trembling under human pressure. "Godslayer?" Belakar realized something was amiss and immediately changed his address, performing a demonic gesture to show his respect. He did not want to clash with the Godslayer. The Godslayer, the fated enemy of the gods, possessing the authority to slay gods, an unprecedented great enemy to the divine. Compared to his apprehension, Belakar admired the Godslayer more. If possible, he even wanted to befriend him and jointly oppose the gods. Belakar had once been showered with favor, above all demons beneath the four gods. The gods had bestowed unimaginable grace upon him so that he would stand by their side. Yet the demon prince did not want to pledge allegiance to any one god. He only wanted to gain power from the four gods to achieve his own godhood plan. Finally, the four gods saw through his wavering, the wildness hidden beneath his reverence. Realizing they had been fooled, the gods abandoned their attempts to win over Belakar, withdrew their blessings, and instead cultivated their own greater demons and demon princes. He was expelled from the domain of the four gods, ordered never to set foot there again for eternity. To humiliate Belakar, the four gods placed a curse upon his body, forcing the demon prince to crown new chaos champions. The once exalted ever-chosen became a laughingstock of the warp, the never-chosen whispered among demons. Since then, hatred for the four gods arose in his heart. He carved out a shadow demonic realm outside the four gods' domain, formed the shadow demon army, and constantly plotted revenge against the four gods. Belakar used practical actions to repay the four gods with humiliation. He hunted countless chaos champions, piling their skulls into towers to mock the gods for their blindness, for choosing weak and pathetic champions. He had expected the four gods to be enraged, to lower themselves and personally punish his defiance, but the gods merely mocked Belakar with smiles. The gods were aloof. They laughed, applauding the demon prince, thanking him for the spectacular performance he had presented. Belakar's mockery froze on his face. He finally understood that after losing their favor, he was nothing more than a clown in the eyes of the gods, and his hatred for the gods intensified. He fantasized about one day dragging the gods from their thrones, trampling their backs, and utterly humiliating them, and he constantly plotted for that day. Years passed, and the four gods remained supreme. Belakar's plan was, after all, an impractical fantasy. Until one day, a major error occurred in one of the gods' plans, and the consequences manifested in the warp. That man's, the most valued existence to the gods, his destiny deviated from the path arranged by the gods, and a furious fire stirred up monstrous waves in the warp. Under the gaze of the great powers of the warp, Blazkowicz Novik made a vow, drawing forth and accepting the concept of god-slaying. Belakar was ecstatic. The enemy of his enemy was his friend, and the warp had sent him a natural ally. It was just that the meeting with this ally seemed a little unpleasant. "Godslayer, we should talk." Belakar reigned in his demonic power, his words sincere, extending a hand to Blazkowicz standing in the distance. "We have a common enemy. Our cooperation would be more beneficial. The existence of the gods is like a cancerous growth, oppressing the denizens of the warp, wantonly destroying reality. I have long wanted to end this chaos and make the gods pay the price for their capriciousness." He spoke with genuine emotion, and the shadow demon army clattered to their knees before Blazkowicz, willing to submit to the Godslayer. The demons secretly admired Belakar. If they could use the pretext of opposing the four gods to draw the Godslayer into the Shadow Realm, who else could claim to be the fifth great power of the warp? In the human camp, Odysseus instinctively turned his head, looking at the Primarch's back, desperately trying to hide the doubt in his eyes. Fear gnawed at him, fearing that the Primarch, for the sake of revenge, would make the irrational decision to cooperate with a demon. "Ha, Blazkowicz sneered, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling demons, his face sinking as he sternly commanded in a low voice, "Kill them." For any demon, he would kill them without hesitation. There was no possibility of communication. Inhumane, filthy creatures, hiding behind the veil of reality, cowardly and despicable, bullying the weak. Compared to demons, Xenos seemed harmless. What right did these inherently lowly, evil creatures have to discuss cooperation with him? He held the crucible sword, his eyes locked on Belakar, and led the Doom Slayers to charge towards the shadow demon army, vowing to slay all the demons. "In the name of the Emperor, let the demons be slain." The Adeptus Custodes never stood behind anyone. Odysseus raised his battle standard, stepped forward to stand beside the Primarch, and shouted the Emperor's name. Hearing the Primarch decisively reject the demon, the captain of the Adeptus Custodes let out a long sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he had been preparing to flee. "Demons, get back to the warp!" The sentinels roared, igniting their dimensional blades, fearlessly charging into the demon army. Demons owed Argent Nur a sea of blood debts, which could not be repaid even if they died 1,000, 10,000 times. Now they would collect some interest. The turn of events happened too quickly, exceeding Bellacker's expectations. He believed that even if negotiations failed, a courteous greeting should precede combat. Form up, resist the human attack. Bellacker gripped his demonic weapon, roaring as he urged his subordinates to form ranks. He was slightly dazed. Never before had demons needed to form ranks to resist an attack, as it was always demons who attacked humans. The shadow demons vanished into the shadows, using shadow walking and formed ranks at the demon prince's urging. In the spatially extended chamber, humans roared, demons shrieked, and both sides brandished their weapons as the two battle lines crashed together. Filth, the Doom Slayers, filled with anger, wielded their dimensional lances. A single sweep could clear the path ahead. The Doom Slayers stood 3 meters tall, holding 3-meter spear shafts, and their dimensional blades were also 3 meters long. Wielded in anger, they were irresistible to demons. The demons were terrified, raising their weapons to block, but their weapons were instantly severed and their demonic bodies cut in half. With every swing of their weapons, several demons were cut in half, turning into ashes and completely disappearing from the real universe and the warp. The evil essence of the demons transformed into pure power, entering the bodies of the Doom Slayers, constantly enhancing their strength. In just a moment of close combat, the Doom Slayers delivered dozens of slashes within a second, each killing 1,000 demons. They grew stronger with every kill, their power increasing constantly, making the slaughter of demons even more effortless. The Doom Slayers knew this was a legacy from the Gene Father, the unique talent of plundering demonic power. They were destined to be the enemies of demons. "We fight side by side." The custodian guard charged forward, wielding his guardian spear and impaling a demon. The custodian guard's weapons were personally bestowed by the Emperor, imbued with the Emperor's blessing, and were demon-slaying artifacts born from light. They fought alongside the Doom Slayer, continuously striking down demons that leaped from the shadows. The demons could have hidden in the shadows, stealthily approaching the custodian guard, and then launching a sudden attack, catching the custodian guard off guard. Next to the Doom Slayer, the warp's power was suppressed, and the shadow demons found it difficult to maintain their invisibility, forcing them to emerge from the protection of darkness and attack head-on. At this moment, the custodian guard fought with full strength. Beside them were powerful warriors, not silent sisters who needed to be protected. The custodian guard had never imagined that in the Imperium of Man, there could be warriors whose combat prowess rivaled their own. The custodian guard knew the Doom Slayer was formidable, but they hadn't expected his combat power to be so exceptional, slaying demons like cutting grass, his blade dance growing swifter without a hint of hesitation. The black and gold armor mixed together, displaying ultimate coordination during their battle with the demons, as if they had practiced thousands of times. Behind them, a brilliant blue ray lit up. The sentinels perfectly seized the moment to fire, passing through the gaps in their allies' weapons and piercing through large numbers of demons. Facing a common hated enemy, 3 different types of warriors collaborated, rapidly harvesting the shadow demon army. The demons were also terrified. Before them were the Imperium of Man's most elite warriors, whose sharpness they found utterly impossible to resist. Their transcendent bodies were suppressed by the real universe, and the demons' eyes couldn't discern their enemies' movements. By the time they reacted, their heads were already separated from their bodies. They sank into the shadows, then reappeared from them, roaring as they launched a sudden close-range attack. This tactic had always worked. Shadow demons, relying on shadow assaults, had carved out domains in the chaotic warp, which proved how insidious they were. Unfortunately, this was the real universe, and the Doom Slayer was present. The shadows were difficult to approach, and close-quarters assaults devolved into short sprints. Seeing the blade of light slashing towards it, the demon, knowing it couldn't escape death, dodged with all its might, narrowly avoiding the light blade, only to collide with a guardian spear. The demon closed its eyes contentedly. Although its consciousness was damaged, it would eventually return to the warp, to lie dormant and be reborn through endless ages. As the demon's physical body died and its consciousness left the real universe, it watched its bewildered comrades and shook its head, scoffing at their youth. To die at the hands of the Imperium of man's custodian guard was merely a journey with minor losses, but to be slain by the Doom Slayer. The shadow demon watched its comrades constantly annihilated, slain and absorbed as power by the Doom Slayer. It couldn't understand why the four gods had created this monster. In its final glance, it focused on the center of the battlefield, watching the battle between two powerful entities. The center of the battlefield was devoid of humans or demons. Violent forces clashed, carving out a vacuum zone. "You harlot!" Bellaker parried Blazkovich's attack, letting out an angry roar. "Continue to empower the array, summon my grand army." The benevolent mother's curled body trembled violently, startled awake by her master's roar, and continued to pour psychic energy, expanding the summoning array to release more demons. The shadow demons were dense, their shadowy veil layering into black oil, continuously gushing out from the array. "Your army is weak and incompetent." Blazkovich landed a heavy hook to Bellaker's abdomen. The latter was carried by the force of the punch, doubling over as he flew backward. He was not at all worried about the vast demon army. With the Gene Father's descendants and the custodian guard working together, any number of demons would be futile. Blazkovich's eyes burned with anger. He held the crucible sword in his right hand, and with his left hand forming a sword finger, he pointed at Bellaker, who coexisted with the dark sun in the sky. "Come down, face me with your so-called courage." Bellaker, momentarily disengaged and airborne, seized the opportunity. He spread his sky-darkening demonic wings, casting a huge shadow over Blazkovich, and immediately unleashed his shadow power. Faced with the provocation, Bellaker remained silent, flying in the air and looking down at Blazkovich. The demon's left arm reached upwards, its shadow authority touching the shadows. A warning sign flashed in Blazkovich's mind. Two shadowy arms emerged from his shadow behind him, reaching out to grasp him. He ducked low, spinning and swinging his sword in a circle, cutting through the shadows like tearing cloth. The demon arms immediately vanished. "HMPH," Bellaker snorted. He was the Shadow Master, all darkness was his to command. The demonic shadow enveloping Blazkovich shifted, the shadows writhing and transforming into a quagmire that swallowed his body, attempting to drag him into the shadow realm. In a flash, countless arms emerged from the shadows, pressing down on his shoulders, gripping his waist, and continuously pulling Blazkovich downwards. "Quick, save the Primarch!" Seeing this, Odysseus shouted anxiously, ordering the Blade Champion to leave the squad and support the Primarch. The Sentinel's attention was drawn by the custodian guard, causing a brief disruption in their firing, but they immediately adjusted. "No need to panic." A low growl shattered the anxiety. Obelisk brandished his spear, slaying a horde of demons, and signaled the custodian guard not to worry. The Doom Slayer and Blazkovich were connected in spirit, knowing that the Gene Father was not in danger. Odysseus' mind settled slightly, and indeed he heard the Primarch's sarcastic voice. "Bellaker, is that all you've got?" A roar from the center of the battlefield. Blazkovich's mighty body shook, and as he swung his arms, he shattered the shadows, calmly stepping out of the quagmire. Bellaker hovered, flapping his wings. His left arm, shattered by the backlash of his authority, gushed dark blood from the wound, which ignited into shadow flames upon hitting the ground. Shadows could not harm Blazkovich. The Godslayer was too strong. The shadow prison that easily trapped the great demon could not hold him. Close quarters combat offered no advantage, and shadow power was ineffective. Bellaker couldn't fathom how he could defeat Blazkovich. He glanced at the slaughter. The massacred shadow demon army and the Doom Slayer, who inherited the Godslayer's plundering power, growing ever stronger. Bellaker lowered his head again. The wound on his arm was slowly healing. After several comparisons, he held no advantage in any aspect. His golden eyes flickered several times, as if he had made some decision. Shadow Demon. Bellaker prepared to leave to escape the invincible enemy before him. I've heard an ancient legend, Blazkowicz suddenly spoke, interrupting the demon prince, his eyes filled with contempt as he recounted a past event. About a warp-stray dog. It wandered between the four gods, wagging its tail, fawning over the deities to gain favor, and then the four gods discovered that their chosen champion was a fence-sitter, and eventually it was kicked out. You'd best shut your mouth. Bellaker's face was rigid to the extreme, letting out a warning growl, his hoarse voice suppressing his anger. It was a past too painful to recall. How pathetic, Blazkowicz ignored the threat, instead shouting loudly. The so-called first demon prince is nothing but a plaything of chaos, a discarded dog to be wantonly abused. Seeing Bellaker's hesitant and cowering movements, Blazkowicz knew he wanted to escape, so he preemptively struck at his core pain point. I told you to shut up. How could Bellaker endure such humiliation? He roared fiercely, his rage burning away his reason, and with a flap of his bat-like wings, he swooped down, sword in hand. The prince's wrath caused the earth to shake and the sky to tremble. Like a black lightning bolt, he descended with heavenly might, vowing to destroy the enemy who had shamed him. Seeing his furious charge, Blazkowicz neither dodged nor evaded. He bent his knees, coiling his power like a fully drawn bow, and with both hands raising the crucible sword, he soared upwards to meet him. Boom! The roar of thunder could not compare to the sound of their collision. The battle between two demigods transcended all comprehension. The Godslayer rose from the ground, directly clashing with the diving demon prince. Both carried immense power, as if heaven and earth were colliding. Blazkowicz swung his sword with both hands, an upward slash aiming to cleave Bellaker in two. The demon prince brought down his demonic sword, intending to split the disrespectful one alive. Sword met sword, fury against fury. There were no elaborate sword techniques, only the raw clash of power. Their four eyes met, human eyes against demonic eyes, showing no intention of backing down. Killing intent and hatred erupted like flames. We once had a chance to fight side by side. During their struggle, Bellaker, disregarding his shattered arms, continued to press down his demonic sword, his words flowing like a venomous curse. But you ruined that future. The four gods will eventually perish. Blazkowicz continued to exert force with both hands, his face contorted with hatred, spitting out words of fury. I will personally wring their heads off. No need for you to be concerned about their fate when yours ends today. He spat, his spittle landing on Bellaker's face, contemptuously reviling the demon prince. Why would I ever need to cooperate with a filthy thing like you? Crack! The sound of shattering metal interrupted Bellaker's retort. His demonic sword, clashing with the crucible sword, could not withstand the combined force and let out a wail of unbearable strain. Blazkowicz's eyes were resolute. He seized the opportunity and exerted force again. The crucible sword shattered the shadow demonic sword, its momentum undiminished, and slashed upwards towards Bellaker's throat. No! In the nick of time, Bellaker flapped his wings forward, stopping his downward fall, and awkwardly dodged the god-slaying weapon by twisting his body. Ugh! Another scream. The victor had been decided in the center of the battlefield. Bellaker had turned his head to avoid a fatal blow, but the demon's grotesque face was pierced by a wound. The horn on the hilt of the crucible sword had grazed his cheek, blinding his right eye. Don't you worry, Bellaker, I'll take my time with you. Chapter 92 Warp. Crucible sword rode the momentum, and Bellaker tilted his head to dodge a vital spot, but the sword still cut his face, blinding the demon prince's right eye, and even his horn was severed at the root. Roar! Bellaker was furious, letting out a roar mixed with pain and anger that shook the battlefield. Demon horns symbolize a demon's power and authority. Such a monstrous humiliation was like a man being castrated. The shadow demons fighting the army heard the ominous roar from the center of the battlefield. knew that the outcome was decided, and instantly lost all will to fight. Sensing that the battle was going awry, the cunning demons vanished into the shadows, hiding behind their comrades, and slipped through a reverse summoning array, hoping to seize the opportunity to escape before a full retreat began. Demons are insidious and treacherous, devoid of honor. Survival and destruction are their instincts. If the battle is favorable, they slaughter wantonly. If there's even a slight disadvantage, they immediately flee. Bellaker was no different. He had lost an eye and a horn, and his roar was deafening, yet he had no thoughts of revenge. His right eye had lost its vision, and the wound, which should have healed quickly, showed no signs of self-regeneration. Black blood continuously flowed out. His left eye darted around, and in the instant they passed each other, Bellaker stared intently at the Godslayer weapon in the Godslayer's hand. That cursed blade, a weapon scorned by the gods, had severed his very concept. His right eye and his right horn had vanished from his body forever. Even if the wound could heal, the concept erased by the Godslayer weapon would not reappear. In other words, Bellaker's right eye was blind, and no matter the method, it would be difficult to restore his right eye's vision. Bellaker had existed for endless years. He did not want to lose his life in an invasion. He yearned for revenge, to make the Godslayer pay the price for injuring the great Bellaker, but not now. "Filthy demon, this is your end," Blazkowicz roared, terrifying the demons, and was about to deliver a killing blow to Bellaker. He exerted force with a backhand, preparing to bring down the raised crucible sword again, poised to cleave the first demon prince in two. Godslayer, facing the incoming killing blow, Bellaker responded with hateful curses, yet showed no panic, instead dropping a threat. "We will meet again." Blazkowicz knew something was wrong. Bellaker was already preparing to escape. Sure enough, the moment they passed each other, Bellaker, instead of retreating, charged forward, flapping his bat-like wings towards Blazkowicz, embracing him. He truly was the first demon prince. Bellaker instantly made an incredibly correct and wise decision, ensuring his survival. He tightened his arms, using his body to completely restrict the Godslayer's movements, desperately seeking a chance to live. A strong force came, and Blazkowicz was pulled into Bellaker's embrace, his waist encircled by the demon's arm. Seeing that he couldn't break free immediately, he tried to stab back with his sword, only to find that his armpit was pinned by Bellaker's shoulder, making it difficult to swing downwards. Catching a glimpse with his peripheral vision, Bellaker flew towards the rapidly approaching summoning array, intending to escape the real universe. Blazkowicz also heard the demon prince's triumphant growl. "I have roamed the warp for endless ages, encountered countless powerful foes, even challenged gods, and still live to this day." Seeing his opponent's movements restricted and unable to exert his strength, with the array getting closer, Bellaker needed to make a mark. Blazkowicz said nothing. His left hand's 5 fingers spread, and star god flames surged from the palm of his raised gauntlet. In a thousandth of a second, he slapped his backhand, pressing his gauntlet onto Bellaker's back. "Ah!" Another scream, and Bellaker spat out black demonic blood, as if he felt a star suddenly pierce through his body. "The power of physical laws!" His voice gradually weakened as he recognized the source of the scorching heat. Blazkowicz, bathed in demonic blood, met the demon's gaze with his dark eyes, pressing his left hand deeper and deeper. The star god flames incinerated Bellaker's flesh, running rampant within his body. Fire. From ancient legends, it has burned demons with high temperatures, purifying the unclean. The star god, the burning one, Nyadrazatha, he is fire itself, the embodiment of destructive will, symbolizing undying heat. Star god flames can burn everything in the world, and conceptually they can also destroy demons. In just half a second, Bellaker's demonic power on his back dissipated, crumbling like dust, and a large portion of his torso turned to ash and vanished. Despite this, he held on even tighter, letting the flames burn his body, knowing clearly that if he let go, it would only lead to death. 2 transcendent beings, entangled in the air, fell towards the summoning array, trailing flames and thick smoke. "Follow me, go help our father." Obelisk roared through the psychic link, his tall figure leading 9 brothers, forming a small squad and charging towards the summoning array. The 10 warriors swung their weapons, tearing through the demon formation, their figures turning into black lightning as their weapons continuously fired. Dimensional rays struck, continuously slicing through his body. Bellaker's demonic wing membranes were torn, his spine was shattered, and his lower limbs scattered into the air. He still didn't let go. His will to survive had now reached its peak, and the summoning array was within reach. Blazkovich's left arm had burned through Belaker's right chest, revealing the constantly beating demonic heart that powered his body. He showed no mercy, turning his palm into a claw, tearing out the demonic heart and crushing it in his hand. With the source of his power gone, Belaker once again vomited black blood. His body was riddled with wounds, his heart exploded. He was utterly weak, unable to even groan. Cough, cough! The demon prince's mouth and nose bled, his remaining left eye glazed over, but a smile appeared on his distorted face as he weakly said, "It seems I can escape." They spun, falling from the sky, aiming directly for the burning demonic array. Blazkovich's eyes were cold, his tone 1,000 times colder than his gaze. He backhanded, grabbing Belaker's black spine and ripping off the demon's lower body. Wretched fiend! Belaker's consciousness was fading. Before his mind plunged into chaos, he gave his final command to the mother worm, "Close the portal, then self-destruct." However, the mother worm did not move. She did not want to carry out a suicide command. For victory, she obeyed the great power of destruction. For victory, she sacrificed billions of offspring. For victory, she surrendered her dignity. All of this was for victory. To escape the fate of death, how could she willingly become a discarded pawn in the great power of destruction's escape? Perhaps sensing her disloyalty, Belaker decisively used his superior authority to forcibly control his followers' will. "Quick, secure a chance for me to live." Facing the demands of her superior, the benevolent mother, whose heart and soul worshipped the Shadow Master, had no power to resist. Her body responded to Belaker's command and began to close the demonic array. Her body, filled with shadow power, began to swell, and the soul of an Alpha Plus Psyker began to self-annihilate. If she wasn't stopped, the warp power, unrestrained by a soul, would sweep across the entire battlefield with unstoppable force. "Begin retreat," Blazkovich ordered through the psychic link, telling the troops to leave the battlefield immediately. Retreat. The Doomslayer in battle roared, relaying the Primarch's will to his allies, then activated the traditional lasso. The Custodes and Sentinels did the same, activating their traditional lassos and covering each other's retreat upon receiving the order. Watching the human forces gradually disappear as white light, the shadow demons breathed a sigh of relief, then fell into disarray. They scrambled to escape, swarming towards the demonic array, not wanting to stay in the real universe for another moment. Blazkovich saw the portal within reach, temporarily unable to break free from his restraints, and spoke through the psychic link. "There is a way to deal with it beneath the throne. Give it to Ferris. This concerns the current campaign, so please ensure he handles it according to my method. Fleet command is transferred to Autumn. If the Iron Hands Primarch disagrees, we will handle the follow-up ourselves. I will return soon." Leaving his final message, he was dragged by Belaker into the demonic array, disappearing from the real universe. Obelisk's squad did not leave. Their steps were unceasing. No demon dared to stop them. They rushed to the array, leaped in, and followed the Gene Father into the warp. The array immediately closed, leaving behind a dark mass of shadow demons, who watched helplessly as the benevolent mother's body swelled into a sphere, about to detonate the psychic energy within her. They no longer stirred, quietly waiting for their physical bodies to be destroyed, and for the moment they would return to the warp. Thump tilde after the Denurian army and the Imperial Custodes withdrew, Ghana's homeworld trembled violently, and intense warp energy erupted, then began to collapse inward. Deep beneath the planet's surface, the benevolent mother's self-detonation tore open a warp rift, which swallowed the entire planet like a black hole, pulling debris, demons, and millions of automaton soldiers into the warp. In just 3 minutes, the planet completely vanished from its original orbit, leaving no trace, as if it had never existed. Autumn immediately took over fleet command, contacted the Iron Hands Primarch, and relayed the Primarch's message. The war with the Shaper Union was not over. Destroying the alien homeworld was merely a phase victory. The father and benevolent mother are both dead, and their homeworld is utterly destroyed, a heavy blow to the Shaper Union. The fleet engaged with the Iron Hands turned its ships around and began to withdraw. The fleet had suffered heavy losses, and its target for support had vanished. There was no need to continue fighting. They would preserve their forces and plan their next move. Ferris ordered his forces to split and pursue, to latch onto the retreating remnants of the Union fleet. prevent them from reinforcing other worlds, and attack Argent Nur's scattered ships. He himself boarded the Iron Fist to rendezvous with the Royal Majesty and ask his brother for the specific reasons. Too many doubts plagued his heart like a dark cloud, and he wouldn't find peace until he understood. Ferrus sat on the Iron Fist's bridge, his face stern as he looked straight ahead, awaiting Argent Nur's envoy. When the bridge opened, 5 custodians and 5 sentinels entered, following behind the envoy's representative, majestic and solemn. Seeing the members of the party, Ferrus' brow furrowed slightly. A hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a few more considerations. The appearance of the custodes carried a completely different meaning, signaling authority and obedience. "Greetings, Primarch." The leading representative bowed slightly, a polite smile on his lean face, expressing respect for the son of the Emperor. "Autumn." Ferrus spoke his name, a son of the Emperor and ground commander of the Rangdan campaign. "Why is my brother being so formal, sending a messenger to invite me?" he said, rising from his throne, preparing to head to the Royal Majesty. "It is not an invitation." Autumn was extremely polite, looking up at the Primarch and saying, "The Gene Father encountered an emergency and left on another ship. He left a message for me to convey to you." Bang! A violent crash rang out as golden armor collided with the ship's structure, producing a clanging sound. After the people on the bridge reacted, they looked in the direction of the sound. Autumn was pressed against Ferrus' chest, embedded in the steel. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The custodians aimed their weapons at Ferrus, while the sentinels and Morlock's guards aimed at each other. Ferrus narrowed his eyes, lifted the Doom Slayer by his golden armor, and held him before him, saying with immense pressure, "You dare to lie in front of me? I may not delve into why Blazkowicz left, but you cannot placate me with lies. No need to be tense." Autumn's expression remained unchanged, and he raised a hand to his side with a polite smile, first preventing the conflict from escalating. "Everyone, lower your weapons." The custodians and sentinels sheathed their weapons. Ferrus turned and gestured for his sons to lower theirs. "A benevolent lie used to conceal a truth that cannot be revealed to you. There was no intention to deceive or placate." Autumn was composed and maintained a polite smile, unfazed by the pressure. He admitted to lying and calmly explained to the Primarch, "There truly are circumstances." "HMPH?" Ferrus snorted, pulled Autumn from the wall and released him, looking down at the son of the Emperor. He keenly noticed that, though Autumn's appearance was normal, his aura had grown deeper since they last met. This was not an illusion. It was the Primarch's keen intuition for living beings, which would never be wrong. Based on this intuition, he could conclude that, apart from himself, no one on the Iron Fist's bridge could subdue the seemingly polite Autumn. "Speak." Ferrus returned to his throne, looking down at the envoy from above, and said in a low voice, "What does my brother have to say?" He did not pursue where his brother had gone or when he had left. As Autumn said, some secrets he could not know, and they needed to be concealed with a benevolent lie. The custodian's presence indicated that the Emperor's bodyguards knew the truth and agreed with this course of action. Given the authorization from his father and brother, Ferrus knew that if he pressed further, not only would the Doom Slayer reveal nothing, but it would also sour relations between them. "Please look at this." Autumn took a projection device from his belt buckle, placed it on the ground, and projected a battle plan. "The Gene Father asked me to present this to you before he left. He requests that you continue to execute this plan." Ferrus did not reply, but carefully examined the holographic projection, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. After finishing, his stern face was tightly strained, and his sharp eyes looked directly at Autumn. He asked in a heavy voice, "Do you know the cost of doing this?" "I do." Autumn nodded, without hesitation in his brows, "and I know the cost within it." He had already seen the Gene Father's lingering plan, an extermination order to destroy all worm worlds. Not merely surface extermination, but the use of various extinction weapons to destroy hundreds of worlds. Ferrus slowly leaned back in his throne, his silver-gray bionic arm tapping lightly, making a clicking sound against the cold steel. He was thinking, why did his brother specifically leave him a message before leaving to completely destroy the worm worlds? This would not only require vast resources, but also face accountability from many sides, and be misunderstood by the soldiers. The extermination order would not only blow up worlds, but also the metals of the Space Marines and the auxiliary army. They had spread bioagents, eliminated the Xenos entrenched on them, and reclaimed habitable worlds for the Imperium. If the fleet then used an extermination order to blow up those worlds, how could the army accept it? After deep thought, Ferris slowly spoke, his voice hoarse from immense pressure. I need a reason not to convince everyone, but only to convince me personally. Thank you. Autumn's face was serious as he bowed to the Primarch. A reason to convince the Primarch, proving that the Primarch of the Iron Hands was willing to bear all accusations and rumors for a suitable reason. Ferris showed no reaction, quietly waiting for the Doomed Slayer to speak, waiting for that reason that approached the truth. The source. Autumn pondered for 2 seconds, thinking of a suitable explanation. Everything has a source. Like a clear spring in the mountains, if its source is corrupted by defilement that cannot be cleansed, it spreads like a curse throughout the entire spring. As Autumn spoke, he looked at the Primarch, and seeing him lost in thought, he said somewhat presumptuously, though it may be somewhat offensive, I will use a similar analogy. Like a Primarch and his legion, like the Emperor and humanity, if the source is polluted, the curse will spread to everything of the race. After speaking, Autumn fell silent, deeply aware that his words were sacrilegious. But there was no other way. The existence of chaos could not be revealed to the Primarch. He could only use such severe words to make the Primarch understand the gravity of the situation. The symbol of the worm, the benevolent mother, had defected to a warped demon, becoming a servant of the shadows. Although she perished, the mark of the curse had already been branded upon the silkworm race, integrated into their bloodline, establishing a connection between demons and the worm. The Ghana's worms were different from humans. Although their racial thoughts were independent, they were closely connected, and contamination by the warp spread extremely quickly. Furthermore, the worms lived deep underground, and even a slight oversight in cleansing could lead to a resurgence. At that time, humanity would face not only the worms, but also the shadow demons closely connected to them. After hearing Autumn's example, Ferris' face changed drastically, startled by his boldness. He subtly glanced at the custodians and roared, "Audacious!" The Primarch's roar drowned out the Doom Slayer's blasphemous words, interrupting the uproar of the Legion warriors and instantly silencing the bridge. Ferris straightened up, his gaze fixed on the son of the Emperor, knowing in his heart the seriousness of the matter. His outburst was not a scolding, but rather a form of protection. "If my legion does not cooperate, what will you do?" The Primarch did not pursue the blasphemous words, lightly shifting the topic. Autumn replied firmly, "We will execute the Gene Father's command to utterly destroy all worm worlds." "You may leave." Ferris nodded and waved, signaling for his brother's envoy to depart. "My legion will proceed with the extermination plan as scheduled." He merely sighed. "It is truly regrettable that I must personally destroy the merits of my soldiers and turn prosperous star bays into shattered star clusters. To prevent crisis." Autumn bowed, performing the warrior's salute, and slowly exited the Iron Fist's bridge. He heard a deep voice from the throne. "Tell my brother he owes me the truth, and he owes my legion an explanation. The moment the Gene Father returns, I will convey your message." Autumn nodded solemnly, then turned and left. Seeing the son of the Emperor depart, Ferris' eyes drifted as if in thought, and he murmured, "The first moment?" Worry showed in his eyes. Such an answer was unexpected, indicating that the Doom Slayer also did not know when Blazkowicz would return to the fleet, only that he would surely return. Ferris shook off his conjectures and roared, "Orderly! Send orders to the Legion fleet, eliminate the Xenos fleet, and utterly shatter all enemy planets. Your will shall be conveyed." Meanwhile, in the warp, Blazkowicz led a squad of sons, walking across the deformed continent. The Shadow Realm, the domain of the first demon prince, Belakar, is a permanent fixture amidst the endless changes of the warp. The warp emphasizes symbolism, and the Shadow Realm exists in nothingness, symbolizing Belakar's inherent eternal kingship. Demons born in the Shadow Realm are tainted by shadow, becoming Belakar's subordinates and dedicating everything to his conquests. In a sense, although Belakar is a demon prince, he possesses the authority of a demigod, making him one of the undisputed overlords beneath the four gods. "I have returned!" The declaration thundered across the shadow plane like the breaking of worlds, jolting awake the kingdom that slumbered beneath eternal darkness. From the shadows of crumbling city-states, countless shadow demons materialized, their burning eyes fixed upon the blazing magical array above. Their master, Belakar, had come home. "You've chosen this place as your tomb? Demon?" Another voice erupted, fierce as lightning striking steel, its raw power matching Bellakar's own yet burning with righteous fury. The assembled demons craned their necks skyward to witness Bellakar plummeting through the magical array, locked in combat with a mortal warrior as they tumbled from the portal linking real space. Upon touching the warp's essence, darkness rushed toward Bellakar like a faithful servant, knitting his wounds while infinite power flooded back through his veins. He hurled Blazkowicz aside with renewed strength. Here in the warp, the demon prince shed all mortal constraints as churning shadows reforged his dark iron form. Boom! The demon prince's hooves shattered the ground beneath him, his body swelling to rival the titans of legend while his wings unfurled, drowning countless worlds in shadow. Yet despite his imposing presence, the Shadow Master bore the scars of battle, fractures spiderwebbed across his cheek, his right eye remained sealed shut, and his crown lay broken, leaving him a wounded cyclops. Before him, a crimson meteor blazed through the darkness, its light banishing shadows as it crashed into the shadow plane trailing scarlet fire. "Face me." The figure raised his crimson longsword toward the mountain-sized demon prince and snarled, "You ran from reality to cower here, now there's nowhere left to hide." Challenging the Shadow Master within his own realm drew mocking laughter from countless demons, until recognition dawned and their amusement curdled into terror. The Godslayer. He had pursued them from reality itself, bringing endless wrath to the shadow plane. Blazkowicz dragged his gauntlet across his face, smearing away demonic ichor as his crucible sword remained steady, aimed at Bellakar, unflinching even within the warp's twisted heart. "My tomb!" Bellakar's laughter rolled like thunder, spawning cyclones of warp energy. Without shame, he declared, "I never planned to duel you, I'm withdrawing with my entire domain. There's no escape." Blazkowicz surged forward with righteous hatred, but halted as 10 armored figures plummeted through the closing void array, impacting the Shadow Realm's ancient flagstones. His brow furrowed. His gene children had breached the veil between reality and madness, following their father's trail into hell. Throughout the decrepit city, shadows coalesced in every corner, birthing demonic forms from pure darkness. The demons materialized in their native realm, fangs gleaming and talons extended as they encircled the intruders. The Doomslayers reacted instantly, erupting from their craters with weapons ready, rallying to their gene father to form an unbreakable defensive ring. Bellakar loomed above them all, his single eye cold and pitiless as he gestured dismissively, unleashing his legions upon the invaders. "Why did you follow? This realm's dangers exceed your comprehension." Blazkowicz's voice carried an edge of anger. He had explicitly ordered their withdrawal before entering the warp. Here, freed from physical law's constraints, demons could shatter cities with casual gestures while archdemons possessed power to crack stars. Obelisk faced the demon horde, weapon gripped tight, his voice carrying absolute conviction. "We refuse to let you stand alone." The others echoed his sentiment, pressing their backs against their gene fathers as they completed their defensive circle. Confronting the advancing wall of fangs and claws, they showed no fear. Pride resonated through their helmet vox grills as they roared together. "Surrounded by demons is exactly where we belong. Come then, Hellspawn." Alistair's double-headed greatsword erupted into flames as he beckoned the horde forward. "Taste our fury." Beyond the Doomslayer's perimeter, demons crashed forward like a black ocean, yet the Marines stood unmoved, weapons ready in silent determination. Blazkowicz nodded slowly, recognizing each fearless warrior, Junior, Obelisk, Alistair, Tal Rasha. They had known what awaited beyond the portal, yet followed him without hesitation into hell itself. Surveying the battlefield while dismissing the demons as beneath notice, he bellowed, "Since you've come, we'll paint this realm red. Let demon blood flood the earth and their terror crown our victory. Let demon blood flood the earth and their terror crown our victory." The warriors' unified roar made the warp itself shudder, their battle cry freezing demon hearts with dread. "Slaughter them! A mighty warrior's soul will elevate us beyond measure." The demons shrieked their hunger, raising cursed weapons as they charged forward on beating wings. "Hold them!" Bellakar commanded his forces forward while retreating himself, weaving teleportation incantations. Steel met steel in explosive cacophony as dimensional weapons crashed against demonic blades. The demons fought at peak prowess within their native realm, their weapons moving faster than lightning, each strike carrying mountain-shattering force. The Doomslayers answered violence with violence, Being outnumbered meant nothing when their trials had forged them through far worse odds. Once, they had possessed no power yet carved escape routes through sheer determination. Now, with fury burning in their veins, how could they possibly falter? Within a heartbeat's fraction, the first demon lost its head, body dissolving instantly into scattered ash. In the next imperceptible instant, 100 demons outside their perimeter fell as the Doom Slayer's weapons accelerated beyond mortal comprehension. Blazkovich commanded the circle's center, his left palm unleashing flame rays that carved through demon ranks like divine judgment. His right hand drew the super shotgun, targeting the thickest demon clusters before squeezing the trigger without mercy. Bang! The Emperor's gift manifested as golden lightning, detonating through the horde like celestial fireworks, instantly vaporizing 1,000 demons. Every second stretched into eternity. Demons surged forward like tsunamis only to break and recede. Shoulder cannons, dimensional blades, the Slayer's might, and Star God weaponry formed an impenetrable killing field. The demons couldn't pierce their formation. The Doom Slayers stood immovable as mountains, their weapons dancing with lightning speed, channeling pure murder into demon flesh. Following their Gene Father's example, retreat never entered their minds, only total annihilation. Ichor painted the air. A brilliant azure dimensional blade swept upward, disemboweling one demon before plunging down to bisect another. The 3-meter energy blade moved with deadly grace in the Doom Slayer's hands, weaving intricate patterns of death. Yet the demons seemed infinite. 1,000 died each second only for 10,000 more to surge forward. Slaughter, kill, R.I.P. and tear. The Doom Slayers' hearts remained granite hard, purged of doubt as their weapons accelerated further, their focused while treating the endless tide as mere practice. Across the Shadow Realm, mountain-sized Belliker chanted desperately, gathering vast warp energies. His appearance suggested confidence, but panic gnawed within as he frantically sought to escape. As the realm's master, Belliker felt his shadow demons evaporating beneath the Godslayer's assault, his domain no longer growing but steadily shrinking. If this continued, the Shadow Realm would vanish forever from the warp's tapestry. Belliker wove his spell faster, manipulating reality to relocate his entire domain. Within the ancient plaza, the demon tide crashed endlessly against the invaders, desperately buying their master time. Tal Rasha! Through the demon cacophony, Blazkovich recognized the stalemate. Though his warriors slaughtered magnificently, they remained pinned. He called to his Gene Child, "Speak the Old One's words." Breaking this deadlock required unconventional weapons. With his Gene Father's permission, Tal Rasha calmly removed his helmet one-handed, revealing his noble features. Securing the helmet at his waist, he drew deep breaths, preparing throat and jaw for the ancient pronunciation. Tal Rasha faced the demon tide directly, his vocal cords resonating with syllables barely possible for human anatomy, speaking a single concept: annihilation, unmake. As the Old One's language commanded reality, laws bent to its will, space warped, warp energy screamed, the demon tide froze as shadow demons lifted skyward, their forms bloating grotesquely before erupting into obsidian fireworks. Words of creation! The demons shrieked in primal terror, refusing to advance, cowering beyond the devastation wrought by that single utterance. Chapter 93 Ruin. The primordial language. It is the tongue, known across the cosmos by countless names. Incantations of the Old Ones, the dark words, Enochian, the cryptic language, the tongue of Babel. All languages, inspirations, and writings of intelligent races are said to have originated in its impossible geometry. With a history stretching back to a time even before the birth of the demons, it is now little more than a whisper of fleeting legend. Some legends claim the Old Ones forged it, others that it always existed and they merely discovered its terror. Regardless of its origin, the primordial language is not a conduit for power. It is power itself. No psychic ability, no incantation or ritual is needed. A mortal, by merely mimicking its true syllables, can directly command the laws of reality to achieve the word's expressed purpose. Its power is infinite, allowing a mere mortal to fight on equal footing against a greater demon, though the price extracted is heavy. Tal Rasha let out a ragged, scorching breath. Each gasp was laced with the smell of ozone, a fire that burned his throat and lungs, the immediate cost of speaking the Old One's terrible tongue. Yet it was a price his enhanced physiology already worked to repair. Beside him, Blazkowicz watched, grimly impressed. The sheer destructive force had been a shock, confirming every caution issued by the Life Forger Primal. The tongue of the Old Ones, or the primordial language as the demons knew it, was indeed terrifying. Just 2 syllables had been a cataclysm, a word-shaped hammer blow that vaporized tens of thousands of demons, peeling the raw reality of the Shadow Realm into a silent, smoking vacuum. "Follow me." Taking advantage of the instantaneous clearing, Blazkowicz roared, shedding the defensive perimeter, and surged like a thunderbolt towards Bellaker. The Doom Slayers snapped into motion, instantly adjusting their formation. Their Gene Father was the spearhead of their charge, and they became the surging tide rushing toward the Demon Prince. "Fire!" Obelisk whispered the next primordial word. The obstructing demons closest to the charging line were instantly consumed by an internal conflagration, burning from the inside out. Obelisk coughed, the act racking his armored body before relaying a message of safety through the psychic link. He was spent, unable to risk further casting for a critical duration. "Lightning!" Tal Rasha roared, pushing through the searing pain. A bolt of raw, celestial fury descended from the false sky, blasting the area ahead into a crackling, deafening inferno. Having witnessed such power, the Doom Slayers fought with renewed frenzy, eager to master the lethal syllables themselves. Tal Rasha, his voice closest to the ancient, impossible pronunciation, commanded the greatest power among his brothers. Accompanied by the terrifying devastation of the primordial language, the warriors charged even faster, crushing demon bodies beneath their advance as they closed in on the spellcasting demon prince. "All your efforts are in vain, Slayer." Bellaker showed no hint of panic. He lifted his massive, cloven hoof and stomped down, sending a vast, dark magic circle extending from beneath him and sinking into the Shadow Realm's core. "I have ruled this fractured plane for countless years, leaving behind numerous contingencies. I only need to activate them." "Ha, ha, ha!" He burst into a thunderous, triumphant laughter filled with the certain joy of victory. His colossal form pointed toward Blazkowicz. "Godslayer, we shall meet again." "A simple teleportation array cannot shake me," Blazkowicz countered. His steps did not falter. He instantly accelerated into a blur, breaking away from his sons and rushing toward the smug demon prince. He had no worries for his offspring. Having slaughtered a large number of demons, their combined strength and experience had grown exponentially. "Shake you?" Bellaker shook his horned head, his left eye widening into a vast, golden star. "I never thought I could defeat you. Bringing you into the warp is merely part of my comprehensive retreat plan." "Plan? Retreat? Stop bluffing, you never had a plan." Blazkowicz casually cleaved a demon in two and laughed, the sound dry. "The shamelessness of demons always exceeds my imagination. To speak of fleeing so grandiosely is a novel low even for you, Bellaker." But even as he mocked, the Primarch came to an abrupt, skidding stop. The ground began to tremble, not beneath their feet, but deep within the fabric of reality. Bellaker was not teleporting himself. He was teleporting the entire Shadow Realm. The gargantuan subterranean array was activated, and the entire continent was about to rip itself away, plunging into the deepest, darkest pockets of the warp to hide. Bellaker shook his head sadly. "No matter how you spin it, I won this battle. I achieved my strategic objective, and you failed to deliver the final blow." He raised his arm and caressed the raw, dark scar running across his cheek, past his eye and down his jawline. Hatred dripped from his voice. "I will remember this wound, curse you in the depths of the warp, and gather strength for my vengeance." As his words fell, the edges of the Shadow Realm began to dissolve into black starlight. The full weight of the realm was now being transferred. "I await your revenge." Blazkowicz's tone was utterly calm. He raised his crucible sword, tearing open a jagged warp rift in the dissolving air. He turned to his sons. "This place will collapse upon itself. We need to leave quickly." "Heh heh heh." Bellaker's pleasure was palpable, his voice ecstatic. "The four gods never rest. They have prepared a grand plan to entertain you. Oh, it will be glorious, heh heh heh." Blazkowicz looked back at the fading demon prince. "Tell them to hurry up. I have a score to settle with them." HMPH. Seeing Blazkowicz unmoved even in defeat, Bellaker snorted softly, and his colossal body finally vanished into the dark, swirling light. At the final possible moment, Blazkowicz stepped into the rift, followed instantly by his Doom Slayers, abandoning the former site of the Shadow Realm. The warp fell silent, a featureless void where a demon realm had just been. Warp creatures, drawn by the psychic turbulence, paused, staring into the emptiness, lost in confusion. Blazkowicz and the Doom Slayers passed through the rift, emerging into a bizarre, unknown region of the Immaterium. They stepped onto a vast, distorted continent, a living landscape of pulsating flesh and stone, with massive, wet eyes and writhing tentacles. Above them, shattered worlds floated, and in the far distance, a colorful sun with a single, colossal eyeball emitted a sickly, faint glow. Their journey was strangely peaceful. Occasionally, a warp creature would attempt to close, only to flee instantly, as if sensing an insurmountable dread. Blazkowicz was not aimless. His Cetan arm guard had begun to react upon arrival, vibrating with waves of profound disgust, pointing him toward a fixed direction. Whatever could so repulse a star god fragment must be a relic of ancient and terrible power, and he intended to find its source. "This is it," Blazkowicz declared, stopping at the edge of the pulsating continent and gesturing for his offspring to follow. Below them floated a monstrous ruin, a silent, static iron sea urchin formed from the welded wreckage of countless starships, suspended perfectly still in the void. It was impossible, even with the Primarch's superhuman sight, to identify the vessels. The warp had long ago corroded every trace of their identity, leaving only the grim certainty that they were human-made. "Lord, how do we cross?" Tal Rasha scanned the void. "We have no void propulsion. The distances are too great." In the warp, where physical laws are fluid, gravity can exist, but momentum fades quickly in the vast, empty gulf between floating masses. Without continuous propulsion, they risked becoming stranded. "Indeed, a problem," Blazkowicz crouched, his brow furrowed. He hadn't used his crucible sword to instantly teleport for this exact reason. Blind jumps in the warp were suicidal, risking emergence inside a star or a planet's mantle. "Sophia," he tapped his temple, calling the AI. "Any suggestions?" Sophia's miniature figure appeared, shaking her head regretfully. "Lord, this is the warp. Although everything is usable, the chaos makes offering reliable advice difficult." "Thank you for the effort," Blazkowicz said calmly, accepting the limitation of logic in the face of unreasoning chaos. He remained silent, gazing down at the massive, kilometers-wide ruins. His armed guard's hatred pulsed strongly. To be so close to the object of his inner revulsion, only to surrender, a sense of primal unwillingness surged within him. This was the Immaterium. To miss this opportunity was to miss it forever. The chance of encountering this relic again was smaller than the 4 chaos gods declaring peace. As he concentrated, observing the ruins, a tiny fragment floating nearby caught his attention. "Snap!" Blazkowicz slapped his armored forehead, cursing his own warp-centric thinking. The Doom Slayers stared at their Gene Father, their helmets tilted in confusion. "This is the warp. It encompasses everything, including the natural laws of physics," Blazkowicz explained, a wry smile spreading across his face. "Look there." He pointed to the small fragment which was slowly, inexorably being drawn toward the ruin. "The wreckage has considerable mass. Its gravity is attracting surrounding objects. We just need an initial velocity to enter the ruin's gravitational field, then wait for capture." "Feasible," Sophia's phantom confirmed, plotting a route. "Without interference, the trajectory is stable." Blazkowicz committed the route to memory, then clapped Obelisk on the shoulder. "Ready, boy?" Obelisk, understanding his Gene Father's intent, tensed up. "Please don't miss, Father." Blazkowicz flashed a confident, brilliant smile, patted his chest with his right gauntlet, and held up 3 fingers with his left. 30,000 times, his squad remained puzzled. 30,000 throws. "That's how many times I hurled Harlan Ogilvy onto the sky pillar of the Nur Ring," Blazkowicz boasted, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes, Harlan's echoed cries still faintly audible in his recollection. "There wasn't a single error in throwing or receiving." The Doom Slayers' scalps tingled. They knew the champion swordsman had embellished that tale of life-and-death struggle to secure the Argent Nur. Hearing the Primarch's account, the reality was far more terrifying than the legend. "We never doubted you, Lord Father," Obelisk said, his tall frame stepping forward to shield his brothers. His voice was deep and steady. "We can start any time." "Let's go." Blazkowicz lowered his stance. With one hand, he gripped the ceramite armor seam behind Obelisk's neck, and with the other, he seized his lower leg, hoisting his son above his head as if he were a toy. He took a deep breath, veins bulging on his arms, and roared, "Go!" Bang. The snap of air displacement was deafening as Obelisk rocketed from his grip, a black comet of ceramite screaming toward the ruins, breaking the sound barrier in the momentary atmosphere of the pulsating continent. Ra immediately stepped up. Blazkowicz quickly seized him, hurling him toward the warp ruins using the same terrifyingly precise method. Junior, eager to try, was next. "Hold for a moment." Blazkowicz signaled a pause. "Let them land safely." After sending 3 warriors across, he decided to wait. 3 men formed a capable tactical squad, ready to handle immediate dangers and confirm the stability of the landing zone. Obelisk felt like a shell casing, explosively ejected from a cannon barrel and moving at supersonic speed through the void. His helmet readings confirmed his velocity had reached the second cosmic escape velocity. The Primarch's control was absolute. His trajectory had 0 deviation from the calculated path. Estimated arrival in 10 minutes, the superintelligent chip in his helmet reported. Current orbit is safe, no debris interference. 6 minutes later, the steel ruins rushed toward him. Obelisk sent a neural signal. Activate gravity chutes. 4 gravity generator panels deployed from his armor, instantly engaging anti-gravity fields for massive deceleration. Thud. With a muted impact, Obelisk landed in a half-crouch, his speed dropping from near-supersonic to absolute 0 in a second. He immediately calculated his brother's landing spots to avoid collision. 10 seconds later, Ra and Junior slammed down beside him. "I thought there would be howling winds," Junior muttered, clearly disappointed. "Gravity but no atmosphere," Ra explained, then moved to stand. Obelisk's hand clamped down on his shoulder. "I'll inform them," Obelisk whispered. "Formulate a plan." Junior looked confused. "Why, the Primarch is coming." "We need a plan, or at least well-thought-out suggestions," Obelisk insisted. He looked at his brothers. "Didn't you notice?" Ra signaled for him to continue. "In large-scale battles, our Gene Father is a cautious strategist, cherishing every life. But in personal assault missions where he leads the charge, he rarely overthinks or plans at all. His rage simply consumes him." Ra shook his head, his voice hissing through his mask. "Lord Father doesn't need to think. No one can defeat him in a direct confrontation." Ra's superhuman reflexes allowed him to process the argument in less than a second. The Primarch's tactical ability was great, but his combat ability was peerless. Invincible in direct combat, he had no reason to overthink preparation. "Precisely," Obelisk agreed. "Because of his nigh invincibility, we must think for him. We must offer suggestions." He pointed to a half-open gate in the rusty battleship deck. "Just like now, we advise him, preventing him from doing anything too outrageous." He placed a hand on Ra's shoulder. "We are not Harlan Ogilvy. The champion swordsman is his guard, but they are 2 of a kind. A tap on the shoulder and a mischievous, crazy idea is born. We must seize this opportunity to gently correct the Primarch before they reunite." Ra nodded silently, agreeing. Obelisk had guarded the bridge for years, observing the Gene Father meticulously. "You notify the Primarch to proceed," Ra decided, taking a reconnaissance device from his belt. "I will scout first and assemble a provisional plan." Obelisk sighed, relieved that Ra hadn't misinterpreted his intentions as ambitious. He turned to Junior, expecting confusion, but his berserker brother only spoke with a flippant air. "You haven't wasted your years on the bridge, brother." Obelisk's eyes narrowed. Every Doomslayer possessed both will and wisdom. He sent the all-clear signal. "This area is safe. The main force can depart." Junior then stepped forward. "I'll protect Ra. You lead the main force when they arrive." He stomped his foot. "I can feel it. This pile of ruins is not peaceful. Dangerous creatures lurk within, awakened by our arrival." "I understand," Obelisk replied, never doubting the berserker's instinct. Once the all-clear was given, Blazkowicz propelled himself off the edge of the continent, leaping across the kilometers of void toward the wreckage. A few minutes later, he landed silently atop the ruins. He observed the steel behemoths up close. Macro cannons and lance arrays stood majestic, surrounded by smaller, unrecognizable artillery. Despite the rust and time, an inviolable majesty still emanated from the sheer scale of the derelict fleet. At the stern, above an engine that hadn't yet been fully absorbed into the ruins, stood a strange structure resembling a church. Blazkowicz despised religious faith. It was too often linked to chaos, and a primal aversion rose within him, though he dismissed it as absurd. Who builds a church on a battleship? It must be a functional building disguised by the warp's influence. "Sir, Ra and Junior have gone to scout and will return soon," Obelisk spoke first, before the Primarch could choose a random entry point, asserting the tactical objective. All right. Blazkowicz tapped the derelict ship's armor. Tell them to be careful. Something is crawling inside the ruins, slithering through the pipes and cramped spaces. Junior warned me. He went specifically to cover Ra, Obelisk confirmed. A flicker of pride touched Blazkowicz's eyes. His offspring could sense danger and operate independently. He stood silently at the edge of the immense steel cliff, gazing into the distance. The warp's true domain was a realm of absurdity, where inanimate objects grew eyes and tentacles, and everything existed between the material and the immaterial. The sight was peaceful, but Blazkowicz felt a keen regret. This trip to the warp was dull. The four gods must have known he was here, yet they refused to show themselves, failing in their duty as hosts and violating the warp's bizarre hospitality. He waited, counting the seconds for the reconnaissance report. "Sir." A few minutes later, Ra returned, accompanied by Junior. Blazkowicz turned. "What's the situation?" "More complex than we imagined." Ra shook his helmeted head, the red plume swaying. He projected a holographic image. "This is a resting place formed by ships that sank in the warp. The internal environment is intricate, forming a deformed ecosystem." He regretted the limits of his gear. "Our portable equipment cannot scan the ruins accurately." Blazkowicz stroked his chin. His original plan to blast a hole with a dimensional weapon and dig straight for the source of his arm guard's disgust was suddenly less appealing. "But," Ra paused, a hint of hesitation in his voice, "speak freely." "I have a plan." Ra projected a blue schematic. "What we can confirm is that this is an Imperial battleship. I found some equipment inside that is still operational. We can enter the ship, and utilizing the similar architecture across Imperial vessels, find the ship's scanning bay. If we restart or repair the large auspex, we can map the entire ruins." Blazkowicz nodded deeply. Ra's plan was convincing. He strode toward the largest hatch, signaling his sons to follow. He very much wanted to know the origin of this battleship and the purpose of its strange, church-like structure. Ra and Obelisk exchanged imperceptible sighs of relief before quickly following. Bang! Blazkowicz kicked open the alloy hatch, tearing it from its hinges, and stepped inside the echoing darkness. The Doom Slayers threw floating reconnaissance spheres deep into the corridor for route mapping. Images were instantly projected onto their helmets and the Primarch's armed guard. "Based on existing Imperial battleship designs, we are on the lowest deck," Sophia's Phantom offered. "We should take the left passage." The left passage was pitch black, a throat of a giant beast with only a few dim emergency lights flickering like anglerfish lures. Blazkowicz narrowed his eyes, and the darkness dissipated in his vision. He could see perfectly. "Follow me." He led them into the gloom. Alistair walked behind the Primarch, his head tilted up. In the dark corners, something was watching them. "Prepare for close-quarters combat," he warned his brothers over the comms, his voice low and languid. The Slayers silently retracted their spears, equipping their electrified, three-dimensional claws for combat in narrow spaces. They maintained optimum readiness as they moved. The creatures watching from the shadows did not attack, allowing the humans to pass through the derelict ship, waiting for the opportune moment. As they proceeded, they made novel, unsettling discoveries. In the admonition hall on the training deck, Blazkowicz found a statue of Robot Gilliman. "Quite stylish," he observed, seeing his brother crowned with a laurel wreath, his gaze profound. Only the raised arm was broken, obscuring the weapon he might have held. Further in, the relaxed expression left Blazkowicz's face. Traces of fierce, past battles were everywhere. Bolter shells had pierced walls, Melta had melted alloy. Analyzing the marks, both combatants were Astartes. "Sir, you need to see this," Junior called from ahead. Blazkowicz covered the distance in a few strides. Lying on the ground was the desiccated corpse of a space marine and a broken servoskull. The Primarch slowly squatted down. Despite the heavy rust, he was certain he had never seen a similar power armor pattern. The corpse leaned against the corridor, helmet missing, its shriveled head bowed and covered in thick dust. "He is from the future," Blazkowicz said slowly, his voice deep as he brushed dust from the shoulder pad. "Or rather, this battleship is from the future. Time in the warp is not fixed. During the Rangdan campaign, I arrived in the Morse solar system ahead of schedule, which allowed me to rescue the First Legion in time." The shoulder pad was revealed, a winged sword emblem, sharp, noble, and majestic. "No records," Tal Rasha shook his head, having searched Legion data. "Don't dwell on it," Blazkowicz commanded. He placed his hand on the left shoulder pad, feeling an uneven texture. "It's probably a Legion from the future." The shoulder pad was black with a bright metallic outline and engraved with a textual relief. In the center was something resembling the Roman numeral I. With a faded skull carving in the middle section of the eye, Blazkovich's gaze swept back and forth, comparing the two different markings, and found that they were completely different, with no cultural connection. He muttered to himself, two different insignias appearing on one warrior. The information revealed was very complex. Among existing legions, a Space Marine's left shoulder would bear the legion's insignia, indicating which legions he belonged to. The right shoulder would be emblazoned with the primary insignia of the Grand Company or Battalion, plus specific company markings, forming a detailed identity. This contained the inheritance of Legion culture, and there was some connection between the symbols. The situation before them would never occur. Two different insignias indicated that this Space Marine had served in two different legions, and both legions recognized his identity. Are the legions of the future so harmonious? Blazkovich stroked his chin, unable to imagine a scene of brotherly respect. Leaving others aside, barbarism would be hard to accept. Handing the servo skull to Tal Rasha, he took a deep breath and blew it towards the corpse with a whoosh. When the dust receded, the corroded power armor was fully revealed, and everyone saw the full appearance of the fallen warrior. This Space Marine of unknown identity had many shallow and deep scars on his power sword, but only one fatal wound. 3 claw marks ran downwards from his neck, tearing open his chest, ripping through his bone plates to extract his internal organs, and finally severing the Space Marine's hip bone, causing him to lose balance and fall, dying from organ failure. Blazkovich's hand traced the corpse's neck, following the wound downwards, feeling the swiftness of the claw marks. Quick, without the slightest hesitation, it instantly dispatched this Space Marine, then withdrew and departed. His extraordinary brain immediately built a model, using the available information to reconstruct what had happened inside this battleship. A conflict erupted among the Space Marines, leading to the battleship's fall and its loss in the cold universe. The mummified corpse before them boarded the battleship with a mission, but encountered aliens who had gotten there first and ultimately died by their claws. For unknown reasons, the battleship entered the warp, traveling through time to the present. Having roughly understood the sequence of events, Blazkovich slowly stood up and sighed. The warp truly is a wondrous place. He smiled and said to his Gene sons, "Here in the present, we can actually touch the future, glimpsing a corner of the elusive future." "Father," Junior said excitedly, having confirmed the ship was from the future. "If this ship is from the future, wouldn't it be very advanced?" Blazkovich's smile had not faded. Instead, Junior's comment made it even wider, and he burst out laughing. He lightly patted Junior's shoulder pad, saying with a smile, "Normally, your thinking isn't wrong, but reality is absurd." In our impression, technology is always developing, constantly updating and iterating, and the future is always stronger than the present. Alas, Blazkovich shook his head, a hint of regret in his eyes. Technology can experience large-scale discontinuities for certain reasons, leading to a future that might not be as advanced as the present. From the moment he entered the battleship, Blazkovich had observed its interior and found no advanced designs. In some aspects, it was even inferior to current Imperium battleships. Junior raised his hand to scratch his head but hit his helmet. To cover his embarrassment, he asked, "Then what could have caused the technological discontinuity in the future?" This question instantly stifled the cheerful atmosphere. The Gene Father's laughter ceased, replaced by a serious expression. Blazkovich's smile gradually receded, his hand sliding from Junior's shoulder. A contemplative look appeared on his heroic face, and he murmured, "Good question." In the current galaxy, the Imperium of Man was like the morning sun, rising majestically from the horizon of decline. Under the Emperor's leadership, humanity had rediscovered technology, resisted the 4 gods with reason, and established an unprecedented unified government. No matter how one looked at it, the human race was bound to rise, and wielding control of the galaxy was only a matter of time. So why? In a future that seemed so bright, why would technology experience such a large-scale discontinuity? The ship had structures similar to a cathedral. Blazkovich disliked cathedrals. They were symbols of human ignorance, while a spaceship was synonymous with enterprising spirit and adventurous exploration. Why would two completely opposing existences become intertwined? "Do not attempt to peer into the future," he sighed, unable to answer Junior's question, and offered a thought. The future is fleeting. Doing our best in the present and striving for a better future is the correct path. Silence fell within the derelict ship. The heavy topic that the Primarch found difficult to answer seemed to stifle the very air. Drip. Just then, an electronic mechanical sound broke the deadly silence, drawing the attention of the superhuman warriors. After Tal Rasha's efforts, the damaged servoskull rebooted, its remaining single eye glowing red in its socket. As the machine restarted, the anti-gravity system came online, and the servoskull stumbled and lifted off from the palm of his hand. Retrieving. The skull's lower jaw opened and closed, its internal sound array system speaking in a cold, hoarse voice, beginning to retrieve information. After a few seconds, it hung motionless in the air, and a green light projected from the base of its spine. This was the posture of awaiting authorization. The servoskull needed to confirm authorization before proceeding with further communication. Everyone stood still, looking at each other around the servoskull. Of everyone present, besides the corpse on the ground who had the authority to restart the servoskull. But that unknown warrior had been dead for who knew how long, his corpse weathered into a mummy. "Never give up hope," Blazkowicz said with a relaxed expression, his arm guard ejecting an identification code, which he placed beneath the servoskull. Beep beep, the skull's scanning beam swept over it, remained silent for a long time, then the green light flashed red, indicating the identification code was invalid. He wasn't disheartened and gestured for his Gene sons to step forward and display their identification codes to the skull. One after another, as time passed, a strange atmosphere enveloped the squad, the warriors staring at the servoskull with disdain. They thought the skull was broken, believing it impossible for themselves to disappear from Imperial records, to vanish into the long river of history without a trace. Until the second-to-last person, Alistair, who stepped forward with a nonchalant expression and displayed his identification code. Beep beep, it was still the scanning prompt. The warriors were unenthusiastic. The same sound had appeared 10 times, but not once had it succeeded. Ding, a different sound from before rang out, striking the Doomslayer's nerves. Their movements were incredibly fast as they stared intently at Junior. Before they could react, the servoskull's mechanical voice sounded again. "Authorization confirmed, Blazkowicz, Space Marine, Jr. Retrieving mission record." Under the murderous gazes of his brothers, Junior passed the authorization, causing the servoskull to stutteringly begin its work. They couldn't understand why they couldn't, but Junior could activate the servoskull. While waiting for the servoskull to retrieve data, Blazkowicz's voice carried pity as he said to Junior, "Your future may encounter some hardships." Only then did everyone realize, looking down at the corpse leaning against the wall, then back at their brother, understanding why the Primarch felt pity. Their brother belonged to the Legion, yet his personal identification code could pass the servoskull's verification, indicating that Junior had left the Legion. A fate of leaving one's brothers indeed held a touch of desolation. "Whatever," Junior shrugged, nonchalant, his tone as relaxed as ever, not at all worried about his future. Just then the servoskull flew in front of him and began to report information. "Mission record retrieval successful. Death Watch, ordered to recover record deleted, encountered tyrannids resulting in total annihilation." Blazkowicz gestured for Tal Rasha to silence the relic. Its internal data had been scoured, leaving only this grim, final conclusion. The future Imperium's emphasis on information security was extreme. These Deathwatch warriors had used their last breaths to delete all critical data, preventing intelligence leaks. This action successfully guarded their secrets, but it left a chilling fog of mystery and zero warnings for those who came after. "Tyrannids," Blazkowicz murmured, then his head snapped up. The Doom Slayer's internal sensors and primal instinct also locked onto the threat. In the absolute darkness of the passage ahead, a black, flickering silhouette rapidly disappeared into a ventilation pipe. It was only a fleeting glimpse, but the superhuman warriors clearly identified the creature. A bipedal Xeno encased in dark biological chitin, its head deformed and heavily armored. Judging by its sudden, panicked retreat, it hadn't expected its presence to be instantly detected. Ignoring the skulking Xenos attempting to instill fear, the Doom Slayers had no desire to pursue them into their warren. They would not chase an unknown enemy on its own turf, preferring to keep their true strength concealed and their foes wary. Yet the threat was undeniable. Faint rustling, clicking sounds, barely perceptible even to an Astartes' enhanced hearing, emanated from within the warship's twisted pipes, indicating they were gathering for an ambush. Blazkowicz retracted his gaze. His left hand opened, and with a flare of intense heat, the silver armor plate erupted with star god flames. The ethereal fire instantly enveloped the Deathwatch warrior, consuming his corroded power armor and mummified corpse until nothing remained but a wisp of ash. He glanced at the heavily scarred bulkhead, riddled with monomolecular claw marks and bolter impacts, and instructed his sons, "Follow the combat traces and search for other warriors' bodies." In this desolate pocket of the warp, Blazkowicz's keenest interest was now the Deathwatch's mission objective. What was so vital that its recovery justified the annihilation of 9 space marines? The group moved out, following the chaotic signs of the last battle. Junior, usually at the forefront, paused, staring down at the swirling ashes of his future counterpart for a long moment. He knelt, his gaze shifting to a weapon concealed beneath the dust, a heavy bolter. Ever since arriving, Junior had keenly sensed a faint, resilient consciousness emanating from the weapon. His gene father had surely noticed it too, but the Primarch paid such mundane relics no heed. Suddenly, Junior's left arm blurred. He snapped it up and instantly retracted it in 1/100th of a second, his dimensional claw flashing like a silver streak against the pervasive gloom. Behind the black-armored warrior, red, viscous blood poured down. A head crashed silently to the steel deck. The Xeno, which had been hanging upside down from the ceiling, poised for a lightning-fast ambush, was decapitated mid-crouch. Its massive, chitinous body twitched, the brain's final command never executed. Junior slowly rose, shaking the dust from the salvaged bolter. He tied a thin, braided string to its grip, a simple memento of his journey through the warp. He then grabbed the Xeno's tail, dragging the monstrous, still spasming carcass behind him, and swiftly caught up with the main group. Blazkowicz led the team deeper, finding more bodies scattered along the ruined corridors. As the count grew, his initial confusion diminished. There were a total of 9 space marines in this squad. Their left shoulder pads bore the unified, embossed skull insignia, the Deathwatch symbol, while their right shoulders displayed a perplexing variety of distinct Legion insignias. None were familiar to Blazkowicz. He now strongly suspected the Emperor had created new legions in the future. "This thing is pretty cool." While Blazkowicz was contemplating this dramatic future, Obelisk, crouched beside the latest casualty, pulled a strip of white, parchment-like cloth sealed with thick, vibrant red wax from a Deathwatch shoulder pad. The strip bore black, tadpole-like markings, writing that remained legible. It was baffling. Under the warp's ravages, steel had disintegrated and flesh had mummified, yet the temperature-sensitive wax and the simple cloth strip had survived. Obelisk, unfazed, used the melt-a-gun muzzle of his shoulder cannon to heat the wax, restoring its original aggressive scarlet luster. He pressed the seal and the cloth strip onto his own pauldron, then coolly pressed the hilt of his sword against the wax to imprint his Doom Legion mark. Blazkowicz tilted his head, observing Obelisk's new armor decoration. The black, gleaming gold armor, adorned with the splash of vibrant red wax and white cloth, created a stark aesthetic contrast. "Your aesthetic is quite good," he said, genuinely approving the coolness. The somber son with the pale, withered hair and unique demeanor possessed an unexpected eye for beauty. Obelisk, embarrassed by the rare praise, aimed his shoulder cannon at the fallen space marine. The disintegrator weapon fired, and the final Deathwatch warrior dissolved into a fleeting mist of atomic starlight. While the team paused, Junior arrived, dragging the grotesque Xeno. He threw the Xeno at his gene father's feet. "Father, please look at this." Blazkowicz's combat boot flipped the corpse over. His gaze fell upon the twin pairs of arms. The primary pair, extending from the shoulders, was long and thick, with human-like joint mobility and 3 sharp claws reflecting a paint-black monofilament sheen. He lifted his boot and pressed down on the Xeno's arm. The claws effortlessly sank into the steel deck as if cutting through soft clay. Monofilament biological structure. Blazkowicz's magnetic voice was filled with genuine surprise. This Xeno's biological strength, possessing claws that could easily tear through steel, exceeded the weapon capabilities of normal carbon-based organisms. This pair of claws had slaughtered the Deathwatch. They were capable of piercing space marine power armor without resistance. Even in the future, the galaxy's enemies were only stronger, not weaker. Keep moving. Blazkowicz moved the Xeno aside and resumed their rapid advance. Their final destination, the bridge, was just a few bulkheads away. The Doom Slayers followed, their footsteps heavy and powerful. Now, however, all their dimensional claws were extended, and their composite shoulder cannons were frequently aimed at dark corners. In the light-devouring darkness, clicking and hissing sounds intensified, the Xenos crawling in the shadows, their chitinous exoskeletons rustling in anticipation. Had they been mortals, their minds would have shattered under the relentless pressure of the lurking specters. But these Xenos had chosen the wrong targets. They strode forward. There were no more Deathwatch bodies. Under their Gene-Father's leadership, they no longer lingered. The team advanced toward the derelict ship's bridge, seeking the Auspex array to map the entire warp ruin. Passing through a final, relatively narrow pipe, their vision suddenly opened up into the vast bridge. The Xenos' escort had delivered them. "What a perfect place for an ambush," Blazkowicz remarked, surveying the scene. Around the bridge's main consoles and across the iron walls of the ceiling were numerous iron burrows, clawed-out nests from which hidden hunters could swarm out at any moment. Intense, desperate combat had clearly occurred here. Judging by the signs, another unit must have entered and taken something from the bridge. "It's up to you," Blazkowicz instructed Ra, and then led his sons to form an impenetrable defensive formation to shield the Tech Marine. Ra nodded silently, his movements quick and decisive. He rushed to the Auspex array, and with a single light swing of his dimensional longsword, he sliced open the protective casing and pulled out the internal cables. "I hope this method works." He reached back and retrieved a cold fusion core from his power armor. He had planned this many times. Now he was merely executing the decided plan. As he worked, the Xenos could wait no longer. Their hunched bodies spilled out of the iron burrows. "Don't let them get close," Blazkowicz roared, drawing his crucible sword from his waist and igniting the god-slaying blade. The Doom Slayers pulled their spears from their backs. In the spacious environment, long weapons could unleash their full power. Their shoulder-mounted composite cannons aimed upwards, locking onto the swarm crawling from the ceiling. The Genestealers shrieked, their abominable crimson tongues whipping from their fanged mouths. Their faces were horrifying. Honeycomb-like bone plates covered their foreheads, and their limbs were covered in dark green chitin. Their digitigrade hind legs bunched for an explosive charge. "Fire!" Before the Xenos could launch their charge, Blazkowicz roared, giving the order to attack the oncoming swarm. Chapter 94 Fate. The Slayer roared, initiating the battle between humanity and the aliens. The Doom Slayers grunted, their eyes steady and resolute behind their tactical visors. The battle began in nanoseconds, time plunging into a viscous mire, sinking amidst the ruins of the bridge. The Tyranids' roars stalled, their voices drawn out by the slowed time, every movement of the aliens clearly visible in the Doom Slayers' eyes. Their flailing limbs, saliva splattering from their mouths, the reflections in their vitreous eyes, every muscle twitch for each movement, all were seen with crystal clarity. In the almost still war painting, a tall figure moved, his left arm guard firing a flame ray that precisely hit an alien's gaping maw. As if a long time had passed, the internal timer in the power armor ticked 1,000th of a second, and the Doom Slayers reacted. Their composite shoulder cannons aimed at the ceiling, muzzles blossoming with disintegrating sparks, the sound creating a faint shockwave that slowly diffused in the frozen time. The black-armored warrior slowly raised his arm, braced the spear in his hand, and fired a dimensional ray at the Tyranid. Silence. There was no fervent clash in the battle, only an icy silence. The rays traveled through the air at the speed of light, and the Doom Slayers could clearly track their trajectory, knowing which enemy they had hit. Crash. As the timer completed 1 second, sounds erupted instantly, and various noises filled the quiet bridge. The aliens' roars and the firing of the composite shoulder cannons intertwined into a symphony of death and destruction, like a volcano erupting after accumulating power. In 1 second, blood rained down from the ceiling, Tyranid body parts constantly falling, and the bridge fell silent once more. According to the counter, in a negligible 1 second, 427 aliens were killed, and the first wave of attack, before it could even fully form, was already rooted. In the brief engagement, the Tyranids hadn't even had time to crawl out of their iron holes. Merely showing their heads led to their demise, their bodies rolling back into the tunnels. Hiss! A roar came from the depths of the darkness, and the aliens, originally eager to launch another attack, cautiously retreated back into the shadows. The bridge became quiet again, the warriors forming a defensive formation, ready to meet the next wave of attack. Ra knelt before the augur array's pedestal, removing his auric gauntlets to allow his fingers more flexibility. Those complex cables, hanging like human intestines, were painstakingly sorted by him with intelligent assistance to identify their specific functions, quickly connecting them together. Deep within the ship, the Tyranid activity reached its peak. They gathered in a large hall, planning their next attack. On a throne in the hall, a giant beast squatted. Its appearance was not much different from a common Tyranid, but it was taller, larger, and stronger. It was the patriarch of the Broodlord, a high-ranking entity that had bred the entire lineage. The Broodlord was very annoyed now, its crimson eyes like two lanterns, constantly sweeping over its descendants, emanating a chilling majesty. Awakened by the foreign humans, it sensed too many things were amiss. Since arriving at this new feeding ground, the local creatures, humans, had been very unwelcoming to the brood's arrival. They even gave the brood a name, the Great Devourer Tyrant. There was no specific meaning. It was just that after the brood's fleet arrived in the galaxy, the world designated as an appetizer was called Tyrant. As the brood's vanguard, the Broodlord had been separated from the tendril fleet for a long time, infecting several worlds with its own genes, then delivering them into the hungry mouths of the fleet. It had fought many humans, understood the strengths and weaknesses of the local species, and used these to contend with them. After descending upon another world, humans discovered the tyrant infection, assembled forces to eliminate the newly established brood, and the Broodlord also embarked on a ship, beginning its exile. However, it was lucky. After multiple transfers in the human world, it eventually boarded a ship laden with slaves. For the Tyranids, a ship full of slaves was a buffet. Soon, it infected most of the ship's population, establishing a new brood, but an accident also occurred. Before the ship reached its destination, the human captain discovered slaves with mutated foreheads, realized the ship was infected, and desperately steered the ship into the warp. Eventually, the Broodlord, along with its brood, was carried by warp currents to a ship graveyard. After clearing and occupying the derelict fleet, it entered a long period of hibernation. During this time, it awoke several times. The derelict ships would occasionally drift into the real universe, attracting humans or other species to board and search for things. With the advantage of timing and location, the brood easily eliminated them, not even requiring its intervention. Then the ships would re-enter the warp, repeating this cycle, appearing at random points throughout the galaxy. Now it had awakened again, and the situation it faced was somewhat different. Those humans were a bit different, taller than ordinary space marines, and their leader was even taller, looking very dangerous. Most critically, after the appearance of the black-armored humans, the species' communication, which humans called psionics, seemed severely disrupted, making it difficult to transmit commands. In the Broodlord's plan, before the humans reached the bridge, attacks should have been continuously launched to wear down the human warriors' patience and stamina. But due to the communication difficulties, it could only use primitive roars to slowly command the brood, barely managing to launch one encirclement. Unfortunately, the attack failed before it even began. Those black-armored warriors were indeed more troublesome than space marines. Its hidden self could barely discern their movements, but its physical reactions were far inferior. Especially that leader, his attack movements were incredibly fast. Nerve signal transmission speed couldn't keep up with his physical actions. The Broodlord had a premonition that if it faced him, it would be cut into several pieces in less than a second. Being cut into how many pieces would entirely depend on his whim. Squatting on the high platform, the broodlord felt it had changed. Having been in human society for too long, its thoughts had become tinged with a bit of humor. Its dark, sharp claws gently scratched its cheek, recalling the black-armored warriors calling that person a Primarch. Primarch, in human society, it usually refers to a kind of legend, an existence revered by mortals, a Gene Father. They were the transcendent beings created by the human God-Emperor, the Gene Fathers of the Space Marines, charismatic leaders and strategists. Although the broodlord did not understand human history, it remembered the legends of the Gene Fathers by heart. Thinking to this point, the broodlord's mind became even more perplexed. With the end of the Great Crusade, the Gene Fathers had successively disappeared. Why had it encountered a suspected one in the warp? Could it be that it had hibernated for too long, and humanity's Primarchs had returned? At this moment, the broodlord's thoughts were more conflicted than ever before. Its underlying genetic coding instructed it to seize the opportunity, hunt a Gene Father, and unravel his genetic code, which would allow the brood's strength to soar. The autonomy granted by the hive mind, however, suggested that there was no need for further conflict. The opponent's strength was too great, and its current forces attempting to hunt a Primarch would be akin to throwing eggs at a rock. It would be more beneficial for the hive mind's strategic deployment to quietly submit, wait for the opportunity to return to the real universe, and transmit this information. The broodlord raised a claw to scratch its head, its consciousness torn between two instincts, unsure how to choose. Hum. As it was agonizing, a faint hum emanated from the warship, indicating that the humans had succeeded, and certain functions within the derelict ship were restarting. Hiss! The broodlord rose from the high platform, raised its head, and roared loudly, ordering its brood to attack. Opportunity knocks but once. Ultimately, the hive mind's greedy instinct triumphed over reason. It decided to awaken all its descendants, to gamble on a tiny probability, and kill the human Primarch. With the broodlord's roar, the entire ruin echoed with roars, one after another transmitting its will. All tyrannids were awakened and launched an attack on the humans. Blazkovich naturally heard the roars from the darkness. He understood that after the aliens' probing, a fierce attack was imminent. "Father," Ra murmured, as data from the auger array scrolled before him. After calculation, he reported to the Primarch. "The auger array is operational, but it is old and in disrepair, and its scanning power has decreased. It will take half an hour to complete the scan." "No matter." Blazkovich raised his hand, giving his sons a reassuring smile. "Half an hour is nothing. I only fear the aliens won't be enough for us to kill." Hearing their Gene Father say this, the Doom Slayers laughed, their hearty laughter devoid of any worry. Large biological signatures detected approaching. The cogitator integrated into the auger array terminal reported, its voice cold and urgent. Blazkovich raised his left arm and saw the slowly forming holographic map, densely packed with red markers, converging on the bridge from all directions. He glanced at the data, 19,735. The number was still rising, estimated to reach 120,000. He shook his head, then let out a cold snort and dismissively shook his head. "A mere 100,000 aliens. We can still rest for a while before the scan is complete." As soon as the Primarch finished speaking, the Doom Slayer's shoulder cannon opened fire, instantly killing thousands of aliens whose bodies slowly slid down the wall. Tal Rasha double-checked the obelisk array, and after confirming the equipment was running stably, he donned his gear and joined the defensive line, eliminating the aliens alongside his brothers. "Formation change. Firing order remains the same." Blazkovich immediately adjusted, allowing Tal Rasha to integrate into the defensive line but not participate in the shooting. He took out a fusion core to power the obelisk array, which limited the power armor's energy distribution, preventing full firepower output. Instead of accommodating Tal Rasha's insufficient firepower, it was better for him not to participate in shooting, but to serve as a flexible fire support unit for the front line. Though the warriors disdained the Xenos, they remained vigilant in actual combat, ready to counter the enemy's assault. Hiss tilde tilde tilde. In the dark passages and the steel nest, hissing sounds arose, as if they were communicating. Blazkovich's gaze dropped slightly. The dust on the floor was trembling, and dense footsteps caused vibrations, indicating a large number of enemies were approaching. The Broodlord in the shadows coldly observed the battle, employing the most traditional attrition tactic, driving low-level units to assault in waves, and then personally harvesting once the humans were exhausted. In an instant, the bridge became a bloody slaughterhouse. Tyranids surged from the iron tunnels, walls, and ceiling, bearing their fangs and claws to attack. And what greeted them was a network of firepower composed of composite shoulder cannons. Above, verbal communication could easily miss a tactical opportunity. The warning was rapidly conveyed through the psychic link. Within the real universe, the warrior's mind immediately acted. The mental signal was captured by the neural interface and compiled into digital commands by the intelligent chip. The customized composite shoulder cannon responded quickly. Upon receiving the signal, the mechanical base reacted in microseconds. The muzzle lifted upwards, and aiming and firing were completed simultaneously. The Broodlord understood humans well, knowing the blind spots in human warriors' vision, and the ceiling was an excellent breakthrough point. 10 composite shoulder cannons unleashed a firepower density comparable to 10 companies of mortals. Cannon fire rained upwards like a reverse meteor shower, and Tyranid bodies constantly crashed down, falling limply within the defensive perimeter, piling up into a mountain of corpses. In the shadows, the Broodlord's mouth curved into a human-like smile. This was exactly the effect it wanted. From the beginning of the battle, it knew its offspring would not achieve results. Without the cover of long-range firepower, any number of them would only be sent to their deaths. But it wanted them to die. The bridge was wide enough to accommodate hundreds of people working, yet it was also narrow. 10,000 corpses could fill it. The Broodlord sent its offspring to their deaths, using their bodies to fill the space, compress the advantage of long-range firepower, and drown the humans in blood. Its plan was successful. In just 30 seconds, bodies had piled up into a bloody ramp along the wall. Bodies from the ceiling continuously fell, and although they did not harm the humans, they accumulated into small mountains, obstructing the humans' vision. Junior fired his spear, launching dozens of shots per second, preventing the aliens from getting close. As he turned his body to adjust his firing arc, he felt a slippery sensation underfoot. He lowered and then immediately raised his head, completing the entire motion in microseconds, understanding the source of the slippery sensation. Blood, thick and viscous red blood, flowed from the pile of alien corpses, gradually covering the entire bridge. Tal Rasha, Junior called out to his brother through the psychic link, concisely prompting, "Deal with the blood." "Understood," Tal Rasha responded quickly, aiming his composite shoulder cannon at the floor in front of the line and continuously firing dimensional rays, cutting several holes to drain the blood. He chose a good location, in front of the circular line, under their control, which would prevent alien bodies from blocking the holes. Watching the Doomslayers handle the situation in an orderly manner, Blazkovich nodded silently. 1 minute into the battle, he stood in the middle of the circular defensive perimeter, having not yet made a move, allowing his sons to perform freely. As more and more bodies accumulated on the bridge, Blazkovich understood the alien commander's thinking. It wanted to use the bodies to compress space and amplify the Xeno's agility advantage. "Burn the bodies with fire." Obelisk spoke, his deep voice very recognizable. He, too, understood what the aliens intended. "Fire. Wait." Tal Rasha had just opened his mouth, preparing to cast an Old One spell when Obelisk interrupted him. "Do not use fire. It's too narrow here. The bodies will burn rapidly, causing temperatures to skyrocket. The cooling systems cannot withstand prolonged scorching. Our power armor will become branding irons, scalding us to death." Hearing Obelisk's words, Blazkowicz smiled imperceptibly. The tall man had a meticulous mind and exceptional observational skills. After hearing his brother's explanation of the consequences, Tal Rasha was secretly alarmed, realizing he had almost fallen for the alien's ploy. He quickly scanned his surroundings, cleared his throat with a slight cough, and mimicking the Old One's manner of speech, uttered an Old One spell. Annihilation. As the spell was spoken, Tal Rasha abruptly removed his helmet, spitting out semi-coagulated blood clots. He took several deep breaths, his lungs making violent gasping sounds. The Old One spell was successfully cast, resulting in a bizarre and terrifying sight. The bodies and blood gradually faded, like an uncolored, abrupt patch in a mottled painting. Then their forms collapsed, and the faded matter was forcibly erased, as if by magic, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Within the bridge, everything related to the aliens vanished, as if they had never existed. Blazkowicz supported Tal Rasha, gently patting his back, and said solemnly, "Powerful spells involving the old words should be used sparingly in the future. The cost required may be too high to bear." Feeling his Gene Father's concern, Tal Rasha was flattered, gasping, "Annihilating inanimate objects is much simpler. I'm just not very proficient." He straightened his back and stood tall, putting his helmet back on, and shook his head, saying, "You don't need to worry. My self-healing ability is repairing the injuries. I'll recover full bodily functions in 30 seconds. While a scene of filial piety played out on the defensive line, the broodlord in the shadows was stunned, drool dripping from its mouth, clearly shaken. In all its accumulated wisdom, it had never witnessed such a sight. Its mind suffered a violent impact, and its body stiffened, unable to make any movement. A meticulously planned strategy erased by a strange-sounding phrase. The bodies of its offspring vanished completely. What kind of place was this? Was it still the Milky Way? Not only were human primarchs present, but there was also some powerful force that, when spoken by humans, could forcibly twist reality. The broodlord squatted on the high platform, lost in thought. A few seconds later, it leaped from the high platform, its crimson eyes flashing with dangerous light, and it hissed as it ran towards the bridge. No matter what, it would risk its life, and use every means to eliminate this squad of humans. If this small squad left and carried that power back to the real universe, it would be a huge obstacle to the hive's feeding. Hiss tilde tilde tilde. The broodlord let out a serpentine hiss, issuing its final command for its offspring to launch a desperate charge. And it, too, would join the fight against the humans. The tyrannids attacked even more fiercely, fighting without regard for their lives, pushing the front line with their bodies. The firepower of the circular defensive perimeter also weakened. Under continuous high-intensity firing, the composite shoulder cannon's barrels emitted high heat, and the cooling systems operated at full capacity. As firepower diminished, the aliens broke through the fire blockade, reaching the edge of the line, and were then swiftly eliminated. Obelisk, like an unyielding city wall, wielded his spear, fighting alongside his Gene Father. From the corner of his eye, red light occasionally flashed, indicating the Primarch was wielding his crucible sword to slay enemies. While steadily cutting down aliens, Obelisk's heart was not calm. He had slain hordes of demons and absorbed demonic power, easily defeating his former self, yet he still couldn't clearly see the Gene Father's sword-wielding movements. A flash of red light, and the alien was decapitated. The Primarch's movements remained effortless and unhurried. On Ghana's homeworld, he had also witnessed the might of the Iron Hands Primarch, Ferrus Manus. That Primarch was also very strong. But when the two were compared, there were still differences between Primarchs. Obelisk had once believed that the Gene Father, compared to other Primarchs, might be like a Doom Slayer compared to a Space Marine. The facts proved he had thought too little. Blazkovich's power far exceeded imagination, and the Primarch had never fully displayed his strength. Obelisk was deeply anxious, fearing that one day, when the Gene Father needed to fight with all his might, he and his blood brothers would struggle to keep up with the Primarch's pace. "What's wrong with you?" A question tinged with concern pulled Obelisk's thoughts back to reality, instantly jolting him. "No problem," he heard the Primarch's inquiry, knowing he had been somewhat distracted, and to avoid further complications, he quickly found an excuse. "There was an issue with the power armor data, but it's fixed now." "That's good. Don't get distracted in combat." Blazkovich nodded, withdrew his gaze, and pointed towards the bridge's main door, saying, "The mastermind has appeared." A colossal beast emerged from the darkness, 6 meters tall with heavy footsteps, its eyes 3 shades redder than blood. Blazkovich did not know the Broodlord, nor did he know where the tyrant came from. There was no light of inquiry in his eyes, only an enemy appearing before him. He shook his arm, vibrating the crucible sword to shake off the blood clinging to its blade, preparing to kill the enemy leader and end this battle. "My lord," Obelisk broke from the formation, blocking the Gene Father's path, his deep voice filled with expectation. "Please let me finish it." Blazkovich stopped, looking down at Obelisk, his tallest son, his mind rapidly organizing his words. He had, of course, caught the expectation in that request, and tried to understand his son's heart. As the Gene Father of the Doom Slayer, Blazkovich cherished every warrior. His legion's size was not as prosperous as his brother legions. Due to the scarcity of personnel, Blazkovich equipped his sons with the best gear, hoping to protect them on the battlefield. Hearing Obelisk's request to fight, he hesitated for a moment, even having the thought of refusing. Blazkovich was about to speak but stopped, and Obelisk had already removed his helmet, a gleam flashing in his tiger-like eyes. Blazkovich suddenly remembered how he had killed the Orc Commando kid in front of Noek, proving his strength. Time had passed, and now, when his Gene son stood before him, just as he had done back then, hoping for an opportunity, how should he respond to this expectation? After a brief thought, he looked up at the Xeno and said to Obelisk, "Leave it alive." Blazkovich did not offer encouragement or warn Obelisk to be careful. Both encouragement and warning were external manifestations of distrust. He was concise, issuing his command, deeply confident that his son would achieve it. The affirmation from the Gene Father, those words of complete trust, gave Obelisk supreme encouragement. He performed a warrior's salute and turned to charge at the alien leader. His shining golden boots clanged, and the Doom Slayer's speed reached its peak, like a black lightning bolt streaking through the darkness. The Broodlord's crimson eyes narrowed into slits, its beastly intuition screamed in alarm, and its survival instinct howled, urging it to flee this place quickly. It realized it had underestimated the human warrior's strength. He was taller than a space marine, faster, and charged with the might of thunder. In 1/100th of a second, the Broodlord tensed every nerve in its body, unleashing all its physical functions to catch the human warrior's ghostly figure. Unfortunately, the feedback in its eyes was a series of incomplete images. The hive mind, a collection of thousands of biological genes, hatched it to act as a vanguard for solo missions, yet it couldn't react to the human speed. The Broodlord, whose dynamic vision was extraordinary and could track bullet trajectories, now saw the human charging at it like a low-frame camera, in fits and starts. It clearly recognized the disparity in strength, and the thought of retreat arose in its mind, but its body struggled to react. As an extension of the hive mind, Tyranids were adept at lurking behind enemy lines. They excelled at sensing and exploiting the emotional changes of intelligent beings. But now, as the Broodlord of its kin, it could not sense the emotional changes of the person so close to it. He was like a towering mountain, silently crushing towards it without joy or pity nor anger. Only pure, cold killing intent, firmly locked onto it, unstoppable, irresistible. In the blink of an eye, the human warrior seemed to teleport, covering 100 meters in half a second, and by the time it reacted, he had already swung down the long spear's energy blade. Out of an instinctive response to crisis, the primal urge for survival etched into its genes, the broodlord subconsciously raised its sharp claws to parry the enemy's blade. No, it couldn't block it. By the time its conscious mind reacted, it was too late to make any movement. The indestructible, single-molecule claws, capable of withstanding disintegrating weapons, touched the energy blade without any resistance, slicing through the chitinous armor that formed the biological claw as easily as a blade entering water. Obelisk brought down his spear, and in just one encounter he severed the tyrannid broodlord's two left arms. The broodlord was horrified. Before the blood from its severed arms could gush out, it swung its right arms in retaliation. Its two right arms flickered with tiny electric sparks, activating a biological disintegration field. Pale blue lightning illuminated the darkness, also reflecting the human warrior's subtle movements. Obelisk's shoulder cannon adjusted its angle, its muzzle aimed at the alien's two right arms, and a brilliant blue cutting beam erupted. The broodlord's eyes widened. In that brief moment, before the pain could even reach its brain, all four of its arms lost sensory connection, and it had lost its crucial means of attack. Run! A stinging pain shot through its arms. The broodlord ignored the pain of its severed limbs, its eyes filled with terror, only one thought in its mind: get away from here. Fear is a primal biological instinct. Because of fear, creatures understand danger and make the correct choices when facing crises to ensure their survival. The broodlord let fear overwhelm its reason. In this flash of lightning, only embracing fear could trigger the urge to survive and drive its legs to flee from the human's blade. Obelisk remained silent, his gaze sharper than an eagle's, catching the strip-like muscles between the alien's chitinous armor joints, gradually tensing. The alien wanted to escape. The keen warrior deduced the alien's next move from the angle of its muscle exertion. It was too late to swing the spear back now. The alien only needed one back jump to escape his attack range. His thoughts flashed like lightning. Obelisk released the spear with his left hand and swung downwards with reverse force. To the broodlord's astonished eyes, 3 4-foot-long light claws sprang out, without a distinct edge or back, diagonally slicing its hip bone from right to left. In the silent battle, it felt its muscles being severed one by one, taut ligaments snapping back, and bones dislocating and sliding as the energy blade passed through. Shriek tilde tilde tilde. The broodlord let out a piercing shriek. This was the first sound of the battle, and it also signaled the battle's end. Its 6-meter-tall body crashed down, all 4 arms were severed, and 3 claw marks split its crotch. Only one intact leg fiercely pushed against the floor, sliding its body backward. Obelisk was still silent. He exerted force with his left hand again, swinging upwards, his iron fist smashing into the alien's mouth. Crunch! The broodlord's shriek abruptly ceased. An iron hand had shattered its front teeth and shoved them into its throat, seizing the base of its long tongue. Its sensitive tongue was gripped, and it let out a painful gurgle. Out of biological instinct and basic structure, turbid tears flowed from its crimson eyes. Obelisk grunted, gripping the alien's throat and tongue, the veins in his arm bulging, and he pulled back with force. A completely long tongue was pulled from deep within the alien's throat. That slender tongue, like a red serpent, coiled upwards, constricting the shining golden gauntlet. Crunch, crunch! The broodlord wanted to roar, but no sound of pain could escape. Gushing blood blocked its throat. It was powerless to struggle, lying supine on the floor, its head turned to one side, eyes vacant and foul-smelling blood flowing from its mouth. Obelisk raised his hand. After the long tongue left its body, it was still unconsciously coiling. He observed closely, detecting an anomaly. The crimson tongue had astonishing flexibility, and beneath its tip was a fleshy pore, the whole connected to the base of the tongue, with 2 sack-like pendulous bodies. He squeezed his hand. and the sacs immediately ruptured, releasing a large number of tiny, tadpole-like alien larvae. Recalling the alien's name from the data, Genestealer, he immediately understood that the tongue was its important organ for spreading infection. Frowning, Obelisk stomped on the alien's only remaining good leg, then stomped on its abdomen again, forcing it to sit up and open its mouth. He exerted force with his left arm again, stuffing it into the alien's mouth to help stop the bleeding, and also returning the long tongue to its body. To prevent the Xeno from opening its mouth and causing the tongue to fall out again, he casually tore off a piece of steel, inserted it from the lower jaw, and threaded it out through the nostrils, sealing its mouth forever. Blazkowicz watched everything Obelisk did. He nodded slightly, his eyes filled with joy and approval. The Broodlord fell. Without its leader and high-ranking leadership, the Tyranids scattered, fleeing into the pipes for their lives. "My lord, I have not failed your trust." Obelisk dragged the alien, now like a human torso with limbs, before his gene father, standing ramrod straight. "You did very well." Blazkowicz showed a gentle smile, reaching out to support his shoulder, his affection evident. Although the battle process only lasted 2 seconds, he witnessed the entire process without missing any detail. Obelisk was steady and brave, his martial skills outstanding and extraordinary. Every decision was perfectly executed, demonstrating extremely high combat prowess. He might not be the strongest fighter, but his combat intelligence surpassed that of many of his gene brothers. "You did very well," for Obelisk. This was an extremely high recognition, causing him to involuntarily puff out his chest and raise his head, striking his chest with his fist in a warrior's salute. Gene father and gene son, seeking recognition and giving recognition. 5 words could convey and clarify everything. "Rest for a bit. Once the auger completes its scan, we'll set off again." The group hurried, following the holographic map's guidance towards an unknown destination. Blazkowicz was at the front of the team, constantly holding up his left arm, watching the holographic map while tracing the source of his armguard's disgust. There were no more obstacles along the way. The Tyranids dared not attack again because their broodlord had been captured. Obelisk personally guarded him, cutting materials from the warship's steel plates, piercing the Xeno's body, locking its points of exertion, and then welding the cage into one piece with a thermal gun. For convenience of transport, a simple flatbed cart was specially built to drag him forward with chains. At the very rear of the team, Alistair was responsible for covering their retreat, observing the bolter in his hand repeatedly, his face beneath the helmet full of confusion. He clearly felt unconsciousness within the gun, but he could never pinpoint its whereabouts. In desperation, Junior gripped the bolter, turned to aim at the dark pipe behind him, and pulled the trigger to test if the firing mechanism was normal. Bang! The characteristic sound of the bolter rang out, and the entire squad paused. All the warriors, within milliseconds, illuminated their weapons and entered combat stance. Blazkowicz walked at the very front of the team. His sons could not see the Primarch's face. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, then quickly receded as he suppressed a laugh. He had long noticed something was off with that weapon, and Junior, after fiddling with it for a long time, eventually caused an incident. Aside from Blazkowicz, the squad members aimed their weapons and shoulder cannons at potential enemy positions, standing ready, awaiting the enemy's appearance. 2 seconds later, the surroundings were dead silent, and no enemies appeared in their perception. Their eyes were full of suspicion as they all turned to look at Alistair at the end of the line. "Damn it!" Junior cursed angrily, and under the suspicious gazes of his brothers, he pointed at the bolter in his hand and roared, "This gun! There's something dirty in this gun. I've checked many times just now. There are no bullets in the magazine or the chamber." Under the bewildered gazes of his brothers, Junior was protesting, but he himself felt his protest was somewhat weak. No bullets, yet the gun fired. Such an extraordinary event could only be achieved by psychic powers. and the Doom Slayers had a suppressing effect on psychic abilities. Moreover, with the Gene Father present, no demon would dare to make a move, rushing to their deaths. Indeed, Junior despairingly realized that his brothers, though wearing helmets, conveyed a look of, "This is your absurd reason déjà vu." Seeing that they didn't believe him, Junior grew anxious and quickly pulled open the bolter's ammunition compartment, removed the magazine, and showed that there were no bullets. Seeing his earnest demeanor, the squad put away their weapons, ready to watch their brother perform, adding a bit of fun to their journey. Blazkowicz also nodded, signaling his son to demonstrate the trick of firing without bullets. Junior didn't hesitate. With the Primarch's approval and his brother's anticipation, he aimed at an empty space and pulled the trigger again. Click tilde. The sound of the firing pin was very clear, echoing in the quiet passage, and Junior's face immediately turned green. He looked up. His brothers stood silently, seemingly believing that his earlier shot was a prank to lighten the mood during their long journey. "You bastard," Junior cursed, his grip tightening. The bolter creaked under the immense pressure. He removed his helmet, revealing a handsome and rugged face, now contorted with rage. "I'm giving you one more chance. If you dare to play tricks, I will definitely drag you out and flay you alive." Junior's gritted teeth and fierce threats commanded the Doom Slayers' respect, but arguing with a gun was indeed a bit much. Someone was about to go up and advise him, but he held them back with a raised hand. "Remember, you only get one chance." Junior's eyes widened in anger. He raised the gun again, aimed down the passage, and fiercely pulled the trigger. Bang tilde. This time the gun fired. The bolter spat fire, launching a fusion warhead that exploded violently at the end of the passage. Junior's expression softened slightly. He raised the bolter, a triumphant look on his face, and said, "You all saw that, right? There's something dirty in this gun, and it's a stubborn one." The Doom Slayers exchanged glances. The scene that had just unfolded indeed had a touch of fantasy. A bolter confirmed to have no bullets after a verbal threat, fired a fusion bullet. Everyone believed that Junior could not, under their watchful eyes, quickly load a bullet into the gun. In plain sight, he couldn't do that. Moreover, Doom Slayers never carried bolter rounds. And their brother's angry expression, upon closer thought, didn't seem feigned. He truly felt provoked. Seeing that his brothers believed him, Junior smiled, triumphantly flipping the bolter as if he had acquired a new toy. "You're smart enough," he patted the bolter, his tone considerably gentler but still full of menace. "I'll let you off for now. After we get out of here, I'll deal with you slowly." Blazkowicz saw the minor interlude conclude and said in a low voice, "Continue advancing. We are very close to our target." He saw through the surface. A mischievous consciousness resided within the bolter, trembling under Junior's threat. That future technology could imbue weapons with souls was truly astonishing. How exactly to use it, he would leave Junior to discover. As his son didn't ask him, Blazkowicz didn't want to explain too much. Some things needed to be understood personally to satisfy curiosity. Junior hung the bolter at his waist and rejoined the team, continuing his duty of covering the rear and keeping watch. Within the team, the powerless broodlord was filled with doubt. Why are these people so ignorant of machine spirits? For such high-level combatants, machine spirits shouldn't be unfamiliar. Machine spirits possessed a unique fantastical quality. They were a special consciousness generated by the Adeptus Mechanicus worship of weapons. Why didn't they know? A myriad of questions surged within the tyrannid broodlord's mind. He couldn't understand what faction these humans around him belonged to. The team advanced steadily, and after months of travel, they finally emerged from the winding labyrinth of ruins, arriving at the core of the wasteland. Maintain vigilance. The armguard's sense of abhorrence reached its peak. Blazkowicz ordered his sons through the psychic link to be ready for battle at all times. An existence that disgusted a Citan was bound to be extremely dangerous, allowing no room for carelessness. He waved his hand, signaling the Primarch to come forward and cut the damaged ship's hatch, while he himself gripped the crucible sword, protecting the team's safety. La pulled the hilt from his waist, ignited the power blade, and began to work, cutting an opening large enough for the Primarch to pass through. After doing all that, he carefully retreated to the side, gripping his weapon ready for battle. Blazkowicz stood at the very front of the team, shield in one hand and sword in the other, enough to protect his son's safety, then gathered his strength and kicked open the steel hatch. Banged! The hatch was kicked open, and intense light poured down, causing Blazkowicz to squint slightly. In the sunless ruins, the sudden appearance of light, an abnormal phenomenon, was not a good omen. He led the charge out of the ruins, but the sight before him surpassed all imagination. This was a circular, steel-enclosed cavern, with an artificial mini-star hanging high above, providing illumination. His team stood on the edge of a circular platform. And in the center of the steel cavern was a giant scythe, entangled by holy chains emanating a soft glow, suspended in midair. The giant scythe was ancient and unadorned, without any ornate decoration, its overall appearance a cold, leaden color, stark and cruel. Blazkowicz raised his left arm, pointing his arm guard at the scythe. Intense disgust and annoyance pulsed within it. As the arm guard was raised, the giant scythe also reacted, trembling slightly within its chain confinement, seemingly responding to the Citan's fragment. Hutilda Blazkowicz let out a long breath. After confirmation, he knew the scythe's true identity. It was truly the scythe of the Nightbringer. The life-shaper Prima had once recounted the ancient war in heaven, a conflict that spanned the galaxy and profoundly impacted the warp. Ultimately, the root cause of the war in heaven was the owner of the scythe of the Nightbringer Azagorod. He was the embodiment of primal fear, imprinting the image of death, cloaked in black, scythe in hand, into the consciousness of all sentient beings. Azagorod, Nightbringer, was the most powerful Citan. He parasitized the Necron homeworld sun, feeding on stellar energy, causing the light emitted by the star to be tainted with radiation and curses, making him the culprit for the Necrons' short lifespans. Due to their extremely short lives, the Necrons implored the Old Ones for methods of longevity, but were rejected by them, harboring resentment ever since. Prima revealed that the Old Ones knew the cause of the Necrons' short lives, and had no way to extend their race's lifespan. The refusal was due to powerlessness, not indifference. The Citans were gods of physical laws. They were born great. The curse imprinted on their genes by a god was something the Old Ones had no solution for. The ultimate result was the war in heaven. At the climax of the war, the Nightbringer's scythe was struck down by an Eldari deity and lost to the warp. After the war, he prepared to retrieve his weapon, but then the Necrons betrayed the Citans. A war that spanned eons ended in betrayal, leading to the devastation of the galaxy. The Nightbringer was shattered by the Necron, his body imprisoned and enslaved, never to find release. The scythe of the Nightbringer, the iconic symbol of the Grim Reaper, was forever lost in the warp, unable to return to its master to harvest the souls of organic life in the galaxy. Blazkowicz never expected that, by a stroke of luck, he would encounter the Citan's weapon in the warp. It was over 1,000 meters long, its scythe blade like a crescent moon suspended in the air, emitting a chilling glow, and threads of coldness pierced the soul. Legend has it that a fully formed Nightbringer Azagorod, wielding the scythe of the Nightbringer, could harvest the population of an entire world with a single strike. Those innocent victims would only feel a cold gust of wind pass by before their souls were drawn from their bodies, entering the mouth of the avatar of death, becoming sustenance for its god. Upon seeing the scythe of the Nightbringer, Blazkowicz understood the origin of the Armguard's hatred. All hatred and aversion ultimately had their reasons. During the Citan Civil War, the Nightbringer was ferociously powerful, harvesting the lives of other Citans and shattering several of his brethren. Coupled with the Burning One, Atha being the most cruel, hating all living things, including his divine brethren, the reaction was naturally intense. With the full story known, the problem solved itself, and Blazkovich's mind cleared. But there was still one thing he didn't understand. Why was this infamous, yet infinitely powerful weapon imprisoned here? Cetans are the embodiment of physical laws, representing the absolute will of the real universe. They are difficult to truly destroy. And the weapons they use are products of the extension of divine concepts and will, possessing a certain self-awareness, longing to return to their masters. Cetan weapons, even if lost in the warp, would never stay in one place for long enough to generate a gravitational field that attracts debris to accumulate into ruins. Blazkovich lowered his shield and walked along the circular platform with the crucible sword, observing the chains that imprisoned the scythe of the Nightbringer from multiple angles. That power was sacred and ancient. The pure chains had no end, rooted in the void, continuously drawing power from the warp to contend with the Cetan's weapon, preventing it from breaking free. His gaze, filled with inquiry, gradually moved away from the scythe and chains, landing in the distance, where a small house stood opposite the circular platform. "Follow me and be careful of your surroundings," Blazkovich issued the command through the psychic link, telling his sons to follow him, adding a final instruction. "Watch your step, don't touch anything else." This place, built upon psychic energy, was originally designed to imprison the Cetan's weapon, yet it suppressed the psychic abilities of the intruding Doom Slayers and Blazkovich, requiring caution to avoid triggering environmental anomalies. After all, they had just entered, and without deliberate targeting, the psychic chains had dimmed considerably, and the scythe of the Nightbringer's activity had increased significantly. The group's footsteps were light, yet they couldn't mask the echoes. The sound of their steps rose and fell within the steel cavern, like drumbeats of varying rhythms. Arriving at the door of the house, Blazkovich reached out and handed his shield to Obelisk. He was the tallest, and even if an accident occurred, he could use the shield to protect his brothers. He then raised his hand, forming a fist, and politely knocked gently on the iron door. Bang, bang, bang. After waiting 10 seconds, there was no response from inside the house, so Blazkovich knocked on the door again and waited another 10 seconds. Buzz! The crucible sword flashed red and then disappeared, cutting the iron door's seal. Blazkovich held the falling iron door, carefully placing it aside, striving to minimize damage to the scene. He gestured, indicating for the relatively shorter junior to go in and explore. He himself was too tall to enter the small house. Junior bent halfway, entered the house, and shared everything he saw with his brothers and the Gene Father. The room was very simple. A bed was placed at the end of the wall by the door, and opposite the bed was a display cabinet with unique, different-colored minerals in small compartments. Next to the cabinet was a forge, with unknown fuel emitting high temperatures, and forging tools neatly arranged on an anvil nearby. To the left of the hot forge was a complete set of exquisite kitchenware, with half a cup of water still remaining. Having surveyed the interior of the house at a glance, Junior slowly exited the room, waiting for the Gene Father to decide on the next course of action. All signs indicated that someone lived here, but had left before their arrival. Blazkovich lowered his left arm. He could tell that the house's owner had left not long ago, and in a hurry, likely knowing of their impending arrival. "We mean no harm, and did not intentionally trespass here." Blazkovich put away the crucible sword, signaling his sons to lower their weapons, reducing their aggressiveness to show they had no ill intent. Only his sincere voice echoed in the empty space. After waiting a few minutes, there was still no response. "Stand back," he spoke again, telling the Doom Slayer to move away from the house, making a significant concession once more. "We come from the real universe." After his sons had moved further away, Blazkovich explained their origin, raising his left arm to display his gauntlet. "Guided by this weapon, we arrived here." His voice was gentle enough to soothe a frightened heart, and held enough sincerity to build trust. releasing goodwill and stating his purpose. As an intruder, Blazkowicz was very polite without any excessive overstepping. Unfortunately, the hidden entity still refused to show itself and respond to this goodwill. The warriors, having moved away from the Primarch, stood in the distance, their eyes narrowing beneath their black armor, staring intently at the steel-built house. The Gene Father's attitude was sincere, his words even containing a hint of a plea, yet the person in the shadows still wouldn't reveal themselves, which was somewhat unappreciative. Blazkowicz could naturally sense the malice emanating from his sons' hearts towards the owner of this place, born of their reverence for him. Yet he remained calm, raising a hand to soothe his sons, then facing the house and bowing slightly in salute, slowly retreating. Retreat another 100 meters, then rest in place. The group moved further away from the house again. Blazkowicz had his sons rest in place, while he himself paced along the circular platform, carefully observing the scythe of the Nightbringer and the psychic chains. Time passed minute by minute. He walked 4 full circles, examining every detail within the steel cavern, fully confirming his earlier suspicions. After completing the last circle, Blazkowicz returned to the front of the house, speaking a name he had never revealed, not even to his sons. The Life Shaper Prima. As the Old One's name was spoken, footsteps echoed inside the room, and a figure emerged from the iron house. Blazkowicz's eyes flickered with pleasant surprise. His conclusion, drawn from observation, was correct. This was the secluded dwelling of an ancient saint. Only they could cleanse the warp's filth and sublimate that pure power. Where did you learn that name? The figure was short and stout, wearing brass armor carved with cosmic stars as a base, a stellar relief on its chest, and auxiliary weapon carvings. Its left hand held an ancient flintlock pistol, and its right hand clutched a square, short hammer. It stood cautiously at the doorway, pointing the flintlock pistol at Blazkowicz, its 2 large yellow eyes on top of its head occasionally glancing at the Doom Slayer. What race do you belong to, and who are you? Its questioning voice echoed hollowly, its chin's eardrums trembling, containing a hint of excitement. Greetings, Elder. Blazkowicz revealed a friendly smile, bowing to the figure with the utmost respect. He truly hadn't expected to encounter the scythe of the Nightbringer in an unknown part of the warp, and also an ancient saint living in seclusion here. The Life Shaper Prima was right. There were no Old Ones in the real universe, but there was one in the warp. Elder Prima lives in seclusion on my homeworld, and has formed an eternal bond with my ancestors, the Noix. It has witnessed the rise and fall of my race. Blazkowicz spoke in a calm voice, fearing to disturb the ancient saint, introducing his race and himself. My race is called humanity, once enlightened by the Old Ones, and I am the one who challenges the gods. The ancient saint carefully scrutinized the species before him, pondering the information in his words, and after some hesitation, finally put away the flintlock. It hung the hammer and pistol at its waist, took off its helmet to reveal a toad-like face, and courteously introduced itself. The Starmelder Flamehammer Cintara. Only then did Blazkowicz see that the Old One standing before him looked very different from Prima. The fine scales on the Cintara's body were flame-red, like fire, and the tips of the fine scales shimmered like rubies. Blazkowicz Novik. Cintara nodded, then with its webbed 4-fingered hand, grabbed a handful of dust from a pocket at its waist, and aimed it at the hole Blazkowicz had made when entering. Whoosh tilde tilde tilde, it puffed out its cheeks and blew a long breath, the rising dust shimmering like stardust. The dust transformed into a cloud of stardust, drifting like mist towards the cavern. Then ancient saint runes appeared and subsequently vanished into nothingness. You are very strange, Cintara said faintly. Without using any other means, you entered here by smashing through my barrier with your physical bodies. You know Prima, so you should understand my race's history. Whether in the warp or the real universe, we are hunted. If I don't repair the barrier, the enslavers will sense the ancient saint's psychic energy, then come knocking to devour my soul. Speaking of the enslavers, a look of fear appeared on Sintara's wide red face, her scales slightly parting, her terror evident. Blazkowicz also showed regret. Whenever that war was mentioned, the regrettable outcome made him sigh with dismay. It was not only the failure of the Old One, but also represented an imbalance, the complete loss of control over the warp, and the terrifying beginning of its dominance over the real universe. The Cetan allied forces drove the Old Ones back repeatedly. The Burning One melted through the webway, allowing the Necrons to slaughter freely. In the warp, many demons and monsters were born, and the enslavers were among them. They are extremely sensitive to psychic power, able to perceive soul fluctuations, lock onto victims from the mental world, gradually absorb their psychic energy, and enslave their minds and wills. The powerful psychic Old Ones were naturally their first choice, the most perfect spiritual food. When it rains, it pours. The enslavers and warp demons added fuel to the already widespread war. In the later stages of the war in heaven, the Old Ones were besieged by multiple forces, with even some gods secretly intervening and fanning the flames to ensure their demise. How many years have passed since that war? Sintara walked to the door of the small house, leaned against the doorframe and sat down, her large eyes filled with sorrow. Blazkowicz sat cross-legged and said in a deep voice, 6 million years have passed since the war in heaven. Sintara's body stiffened, staring at the scythe for a long time in a daze, and whispered, "In the late war in heaven, I foresaw that defeat was inevitable, and then I left the webway and hid in the warp. I heard the wails of my kin as they died, but I couldn't do anything, just barely clinging to life. In my daze," she raised her hand and pointed at the scythe, "a Cetan weapon fell beside me. It carried a powerful physical concept, dispelling the power of the warp and opening up a stable domain." "It's laughable," Sintara scoffed. "I've relied on an enemy's weapon to hide safely until today, but these safe days will also end. It is about to leave and fulfill its destiny." The Old One was dejected, recalling her past experiences. 6 million years flashed by. The last time I understood the outside world, the Eldari Empire still had a chance for redemption, and then in the blink of an eye, Slaanesh awoke. Sintara's large eye on her head showed a hint of excitement, and she asked anxiously, "Is Prima doing well?" Learning that 6 million years had passed, and that her kin still existed in the real universe, the ancient Old One could not suppress her inner joy. "He is doing well." Hearing her eager question, Blazkowicz naturally answered truthfully. "He is hidden in an infinite dimension constructed from dimensional crystals, making him difficult for the Old One's enemies to find." "He certainly found a good place," Sintara snorted. "It also aligns with his path and character, standing behind the scenes, constantly observing and guiding intelligent beings." "Are you the race enlightened by Prima? Humans?" She carefully scrutinized Blazkowicz, her gaze sweeping behind him, then falling on the Doom Slayer. After looking back and forth many times, Sintara finally shook her head and said, "Although I don't understand how my kin enlighten life, I feel that you and those people have violated the original intention of my race. You don't seem like a normal species." Sintara observed these humans. As an Old One, she could naturally tell that these people, who called themselves humans, only self-identified as human. Being able to build technological armor and weapons, and even enter the warp, humans could naturally colonize the universe. If they could colonize the universe, their population base would naturally be substantial. Otherwise, it would be difficult to drive technological development. If the human race, every individual, were like these people before her, the warp gods and their servants would have long since vanished. "We are very special," Blazkowicz began to explain. There was no need to hide these matters. "The Emperor created us to conquer the galaxy for him and protect the humans he loves." Hearing this explanation, Sintara nodded her large head. "That's more like it. I can see your strength, capable of bearing the heavy responsibility of protecting your race." She raised her hand and pointed at Blazkowicz, saying in a deep voice, "Especially you, Blazkowicz." Your destiny is ethereal, like a black hole, attracting and disrupting the fate trajectories of others. Blazkovich nodded silently, listening to the Sinatara's words, a polite smile always on his face, not refuting her. Everything she said was true. His own destiny was elusive. Prima, the Emperor, Malkador, and other great psychics had all spoken of this. I am very grateful, he smiled easily. Fate no longer constrains me. Everything I do no longer leads to that inevitable outcome. Fateless, Sintara's voice suddenly rose, her large eyes wide, nearly screaming. Are you saying it abandoned you? The old one shook her head, and taking advantage of the gradually familiar atmosphere, she earnestly said, Blazkovich Novik, fate loves you so much. You should be grateful for it, not take it for granted. Freedom and choice are proof of fate's favoritism towards you. Even the gods are still bound by fate, heading towards the end of their respective destinies. The demise of the old ones was also predestined, an unstoppable annihilation. Resisting fate will ultimately only hasten the fated outcome. Just as I came here, safely escaping my enemy's pursuit, that too was fate's compassion. As she spoke, Sintara's tone was full of emotion, sighing at the capriciousness of fate, yet also perceiving all things. It was as if a floodgate had opened, or perhaps she had been alone for too long. Once she started talking, there was no end to her words, releasing the worries accumulated over millions of years. Blazkovich just listened quietly. He knew deeply that ancient races possessed extraordinary insight, and even in casual conversation, the information revealed was incredibly profound. Sintara recounted ancient secrets, and Blazkovich explained the present to the old one. The two sat cross-legged, chatting for a very long time. I never thought, Sintara sighed, re-examining the young man before her with compassionate eyes. Your childhood experienced some hardships. But this was also inevitable. The Chaos Gods, despite all their schemes, pushed you to oppose them, personally forging their enemy. She was filled with emotion, a hint of relief emerging from her sorrow. I finally understand why you could come here. Blazkovich's thick brows furrowed. From his perspective, he had come to dwelling by chance, guided by the Citan's hatred. Could there be some other reason? Child, Sintara rumbled softly, straightening her back, and asked Blazkovich. In the past, I lived in seclusion here, and I also wanted to do something great. She pulled a pipe from her lower back, lit it with a flame from her fingertips, and began to puff on it. When Blazkovich saw the pipe, he paused for a moment, then shook his head helplessly, not understanding why the old one liked to smoke. This unknown pleasure seemed popular among their race. Perhaps sensing Blazkovich's confusion, Sintara took a delightful puff, and with a hazy expression explained, Spirit-cleansing tobacco, symbiotic with my race, helps us think. She half-closed her eyes, exhaled colored smoke, then inhaled it through her nostrils, her whole body suddenly trembling as she groaned in comfort. MMM. I am not a member of the Life faction, so I don't cultivate spirit-cleansing tobacco. I've cherished this one for a long time. It was originally for my own funeral. At this point, Sintara suddenly opened her eyes, her tone abruptly changing. But Prima, he certainly enjoyed it, taking a puff now and then. Recalling the old one's unconcerned demeanor when they met, Blazkovich's expression was solemn, and he nodded sadly. GZDFZSZGSDZ. Sintara's throat gurgled, uttering an inarticulate, non-human sound, her face full of indignation. Blazkovich didn't understand, but seeing the old one's displeased expression, it was likely something unpleasant. Let's not talk about these sad things. Sintara held the pipe in the corner of her mouth, took down the square forging hammer hanging at her waist, and said with a solemn expression, I am the old one, molten star, hammer of blazing fire, Sintara, the forging master. I forged countless divine weapons, designed fortresses to fight the Citans, and also wished to slay the gods. Molten Star raised her forging hammer, pointing it at the Citan weapon, and described her plan in a deep voice. The Scythe of the Reaper, the Nightbringer's weapon, possesses a powerful characteristic. It can directly attack the soul. Among the many Cetans, the Nightbringer is one of the few entities capable of clashing with the Chaos Gods. I have been living in seclusion here to smelt its weapon, to forge a god-slaying weapon, but I have always been unable to reshape the concept of the Cetan weapon. This is almost impossible. After careful consideration, Blazkowicz affirmed, reshaping a Cetan weapon is equivalent to reshaping the laws of physics beyond human capability. Yes, Sintara sighed regretfully, her tone filled with helplessness. The old ones fell. How can I alone reshape the laws of physics? Her eyes shifted, the pipe at the corner of her mouth tilting as she spoke, a playful expression on her face. But you came, guided by fate, you came here. The old one stood up from the doorway, raised the forging hammer in his hand, chanted a spell, and smashed it down. The hammer struck the iron plate, erupting in a violent clang. Instantly, sparks flew, and countless embers hung suspended in the air, like the blazing stars at the universe's birth. Seeing this scene, Blazkowicz was greatly shocked. The old one's title was now materialized. To conceal myself, I rarely learned about outside matters, Sintara slowly began, the myriad star sparks shifting with his narration, forming a series of scrolls. But I would prophesy about myself or certain things. He raised his hand, gesturing for Blazkowicz to look at one of the scrolls, where a fiery red starlit sky converged into the future. That abstract scroll foretold the scythe of the Nightbringer breaking free from its shackles, leaving the warp, returning to the real universe, and finally gaining freedom. Approximately 10,000 years from now, the Cetan weapon will depart, fulfilling its own destiny. And I. The star sparks changed again. Enslavers floated, breaking through the old one's barrier and arriving at the warp ruins. A hint of a smile appeared on Sintara's face, his eyes half closed, reflecting relief. Will also embrace death, having my spirit drained by the enslavers. Having been trapped for countless ages, death was its ultimate destination. Finally, it would be freed from the pain of losing everything. But you came, you changed it, the old one smiled, flicked a finger, and launched a miniature singularity into the fiery star cluster. The starry sky immediately collapsed, vanishing without a trace. Interfered with it by your chaotic destiny, everything mentioned above might not happen. It certainly won't happen, Blazkowicz promised, his voice low and resonant. I am indebted to Prima. As his kin, I will surely take you from here and reunite you with him under the stars. Prima saved Blazkowicz, and he always felt indebted. The virtue originating from old Terra, kindness repaid with kindness, let alone a life-saving grace. The old one also helped Argent Nur, solving the problem of genetic degradation among Argent Nur's people, a kindness difficult to repay. Prima was not mistaken about you. Sintara grinned with satisfaction, seeing the young man's vigor and gratitude. From his resolute words, it was clear that he was determined to act on his promises. His heart was filled with comfort. He had once been utterly despondent, calmly awaiting death. Now, by the grace of fate, he had hope of returning to the real universe and reuniting with his lost kin. I believe you can do it. Sintara's voice became ethereal as he stared at Blazkowicz and slowly said, your unrestrained destiny might change the outcome. Elder, Blazkowicz, keenly sensing the hidden meaning in the old one's words, quickly asked. No need to ask. Sintara shook his head, taking a puff of tobacco to interrupt the inquiry. Everything has its fixed course, but you are unrestrained. The future for you is not fixed. Wherever you wish to go, the path lies there. When faced with difficult choices, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just make the choice you think is best. When the dust settles, death and an end will provide the answer. Blazkowicz closed his mouth, no longer inquiring about the future. Old ones were sometimes enigmatic. They would offer hints but not deeply interfere with personal choices. Your arrival has changed the fixed course. Sintara looked up at the scythe of the Nightbringer. Its destiny is also in your hands. I have a handy weapon now. Blazkovich swept aside his cloak, revealing the crucible sword and super shotgun at his waist, as well as the arm guard on his left arm. Ha ha ha, Sintara burst into laughter. That's why I say destiny is unpredictable. It came here, and it will eventually gain something. He took small, short steps, his stout body waddling as he walked to Blazkovich, gesturing for him to bend down and offer his left arm. Blazkovich, though puzzled, did as she requested, extending his left arm before him. The burner Nyadrasa. Sintara caressed the arm guard with both hands, a joyful expression on his face. Its flames smelt Cetan weapons, reshaping physical laws. Unfortunately, he sensed carefully for a moment, and regret dispelled his joy. This fragment is a little too small, and the concepts it contains are incomplete. Otherwise, he stepped back a few paces, scrutinizing the giant before him, his gaze sweeping over his various weapons, finally locking onto his mighty physique. I could forge you a custom-fitted armor. It will be indestructible, relentless, and sufficient to accompany you in your god-slaying feat. God-slaying armor? Blazkovich's eyes lit up, and he began to consider some possibilities. He didn't like his half-naked body. It was simply due to limited resources, making it difficult to create suitable power armor for himself. Which man could refuse a powerful suit of power armor? But the practical problem was that custom-made power armor, incorporating Argent Nur's cutting-edge technology, was destroyed in repeated tests. Blazkovich's movements were as swift as lightning. His sword swings took mere microseconds. Although the power armor was crafted with Argent Nur's cutting-edge technology, it struggled to withstand high speeds. Operating at full power for just 10 seconds, the joints and servo systems would collapse due to overload. In desperation, he had no choice but to wear unpowered half-armor, fighting bare-chested from the waist up, as there was simply no solution. Elder, Blazkovich raised his hand to stroke his chin, an idea coming to him. What if other Cetans helped? Could Cetan weapons be melted down? He remembered very clearly that upon returning to Terra, after coercing Mars into signing the Denurian Accords, the Emperor had privately told him not to undertake similar dangerous actions in the future. Beneath the Martian Eternal Night Labyrinth, there was a Cetan, the Void Dragon, personally imprisoned by the Emperor. If Mars encountered problems and the Void Dragon escaped, his 10,000 years of resentment from imprisonment would be unleashed upon the human race. Other Cetans? Sintara's voice was puzzled. Could it be that the human boy had Cetan fragments on him? He rolled his big eyes, thought for a moment, then nodded and said, if it's a powerful Cetan, then naturally it's feasible. Weak Cetans won't do. The Nightbringer is the strongest Cetan. Ordinary physical laws cannot twist its concepts. It requires a large fragment from a top-tier Cetan. Sintara stared intently at Blazkovich, hoping this young man could surprise him again. Receiving an affirmative answer, Blazkovich's face lit up with joy, and he blurted out, will a nearly complete Void Dragon work? A nearly complete Void Dragon? Sintara exclaimed, clutching the forging master and leaping backward, clearly startled. Seeing his startled reaction, Blazkovich quickly raised his arm to reassure him. It's not on me, it's in the real universe. The Void Dragon, the embodiment of technology and knowledge in the real universe. He granted technology to the Necron, making them invincible. Because of his blessing, during the war in heaven, the Necron's technology exploded without limit, standing at the pinnacle of the physical universe. Those inconceivable technologies even rivaled the Old One's magic, and later races simply couldn't comprehend them. It was precisely because of his existence that the Old One's physical technological means were difficult to employ, leading them to indiscriminately use the power of the warp to resist the Cetan alliance, causing a series of terrible consequences. Sintara gently patted his chest, calming his little heart. He had almost been scared to death just now. A nearly complete Void Dragon. Just hearing such a description, the timid Old One, who had suffered greatly from him, almost had his heart jump out of his throat. If the void dragon helps, the problem will naturally be solved, but will he cooperate willingly? The forging master still harbored reservations. The void dragon was a Citan. A lofty god would not show mercy because of a request. Hearing Sinatara's question, Blazkovich's expression was calm, as if this matter was nothing to worry about. He had conquered the stars for the Emperor, compromising on the Webway project. It was time for the Emperor to do his part. He is very willing to cooperate. Don't worry. Blazkovich pulled out the crucible sword, illuminating its god-slaying blade. Reflected in the crimson hardness, his heroic face took on a hint of gloom. His fingertip lightly traced the blade, emphasizing the word willing with great weight, as if cold iron were clashing. Sintara's body trembled, and he shivered involuntarily. Then he suddenly remembered that the young man before him, seemingly gentle, harbored an eternal fury within. And judging by his confident demeanor, the void dragon seemed to be fixed in a certain place, requiring no great effort to find. Making a Citan stay was almost impossible. Sintara's eyes darted to the scythe of the Nightbringer, and he understood. The void dragon's destiny was the same as the scythe of the Nightbringers. He was imprisoned somewhere. Having figured out the key point, Sintara's mouth curved into an unrestrained arc. The real universe had undergone vast changes, seemingly different from 60 million years ago. Now there's only one problem left. He pointed at the scythe of the Nightbringer and said, "How do we take it?" Blazkovich stood up from the ground, looking up at the Citan weapon, his brows furrowed. This was indeed a problem. A weapon nearly 1,000 meters long, how to take it down and bring it back to the real universe. After much thought, Blazkovich turned his head and asked the Old One, "Does it understand human speech?" Yes, Citan weapons are imbued with divinity and possess their own will. Then it's simple. Chapter 95 Terra. Old Ones once said that all things have spirits. With the development of human technology, a more specific term emerged, consciousness or soul. In the turbulent galaxy, besides the commonly known living beings, some inanimate objects can also, for various reasons, spark consciousness and develop self-awareness. It is not surprising that the scythe of the death god, an extraordinary artifact beyond comprehension, possesses its own will. If it were an inanimate object, Blazkovich would have no good way to take it away, but with consciousness, it is entirely different. The first thought that arises in the soul of any being with self-awareness is to survive. Blazkovich raised his head and puffed out his chest, stepping off the platform into the void. Below, steel plates rose to form a staircase, bringing him closer to the scythe. Step by step, undeterred by the chilling aura emanating from the scythe, he approached the Citan weapon. He raised his hand, pointing at the end of the scythe's handle, and declared majestically, "You only have two choices now." With no room for negotiation, Blazkovich extended a finger. "First, leave here with me." After stating the first choice, he rotated his right wrist, and the crucible sword danced in a flourish. His authoritative voice took on a cold, murderous intent. Second, be utterly erased from the existence of the universe and the memory of time. Blazkovich pressed the blade of the crucible sword against the handle of the scythe of the death god. As the two touched, cold sparks erupted. In a dimension beyond cognition, various concepts clashed and eroded each other. Slaughter, erasure, plunder, destruction, everything the crucible sword symbolized gnawed at the personification of the concept of death. The final result was reflected in the real universe. Where the crucible sword touched, the cold leaden color turned crimson. The handle of the scythe of the death god, neither metal nor silver nor steel, melted into magma, dripping like tiny shooting stars and vanishing into the void. Its concept was rapidly eroding. The kilometer-long scythe gradually shrank, struggling within the psychic chains, attempting to escape. "My patience is limited. You only get one chance." Blazkovich's expression was arrogant. The crucible sword did not stop, continuously carving away at death. Screech, screech. The sound of dripping lava was like the lament of the Cetan weapon, its physical existence gradually disappearing from the universe. In the nightmares of countless lives, the hooded image of the death god appeared, but the scythe in its hand was somewhat ethereal and uncertain. What weapon does the death god wield? Is it a scythe or something else? Sintara, on the platform, watched the lava-like molten metal drip like tears, feeling it was a colossal waste of a supreme creation. The scythe was not melting at this moment. Its concept was disappearing. One of the most powerful weapons in the martial universe, it howled in agony, awaiting death. Seeing the time was ripe, Blazkowicz sheathed the crucible sword at his waist. He raised his hand, preparing to touch the Cetan weapon, and issued a final warning. You only have one chance, annihilation or obedience. Choose for yourself. With that, his gaze sharpened. His unguarded right hand pressed against the power of the death god, grasping that penetrating chill. An extremely sinister, soul-targeting power surged along his right hand and into Blazkowicz's body. In the depths of his consciousness, Blazkowicz felt a suction from the scythe of the death god, pulling at his soul. The suction was terrifying, but to him it was merely a gentle breeze, a slight chill that could not shake a soul as scorching as a star. HMPH. With a low grunt, Blazkowicz's hand ignited with flames, transforming his palm into a claw. His cold fury burned eternally, manifesting as crimson flames. His palm pressed into the scythe like melting wax. Clatter, clatter. The chains contracted. The Cetan weapon rapidly shrank in size, settling into Blazkowicz's hand, its size and length perfectly suited to his physique. Smart move. With the scythe in hand, Blazkowicz let out a low growl. With a slight exertion of his right hand, he snapped the restraining chains. It's not very practical, he said, swinging the scythe a few times before shaking his head disdainfully. He then asked, bewildered, why would the Nightbringer use a scythe as a weapon? For ordinary people, a scythe is indeed not practical. Its single, inward-curving blade severely limits offensive maneuvers. Besides its terrifying appearance, there is no other reason for a warrior to use a scythe as a weapon. Everything Blazkowicz did was witnessed by the Old One below the platform, filling their hearts with profound shock. This demigod, clad in human skin, was truly immensely powerful, subduing a Cetan weapon and casually snapping the restraining chains they had set up. No wonder he dared to challenge the four gods. With such strength in the real universe and the warp, only the four gods could be his match. Lady Sintara, let's leave here first. While the Old One was still in a daze, Blazkowicz had already stepped off the platform, his voice now gentle, showing clear respect. He lightly raised the scythe, gesturing for the Old One to look at the ground. Having lost its gravitational core, the entire ruin trembled violently, and disintegration had already begun. Hurry, Sintara awoke from her shock, rushing back into the room to collect furniture using the Old One's secret methods, then flashing back out. Let's go. The Old One's crimson face showed unconcealed excitement. They could finally leave this place. Sintara took a pinch of dust from a pouch at her waist, blew it out, and it scattered onto the ground, forming a glowing magic circle. Quick, the shaking grew more intense. She urged everyone, enter the teleportation array, quickly leave here. Please wait a moment. Blazkowicz stepped into the teleportation array, asking the Old One not to activate the teleportation yet. He raised his left arm and said to Sophia, generate a dimensional bubble. Due to his immunity to psychic energy, a psychic teleportation array could not transport him normally, requiring special means. By using a dimensional bubble to enclose himself within another dimension, he could then be normally transported by psychic energy. Simply put, Blazkowicz placed himself inside his arm armor. When the teleportation array transported the equipment, it carried him, who was inside its internal space. The Doomslayers successively entered the array, all enveloped in dimensional bubbles, and amidst the collapsing world, vanished as white light within the steel cavern. In the depths of the warp, creatures of various forms roamed the warped land, scavenging for souls in the wasteland. Compared to the chaotic domains of the four gods and the demigod domains, the boundless warp was largely dominated by desolation and disorder. A flash of light caught the attention of the lesser demons. Their faces were ferocious, their twisted expressions full of greed. The desolate lands of the warp often saw intruders, who were then torn apart by hordes of demons and devoured completely. As the teleportation light faded, a group of black-armored warriors and a tall figure emerged. Before the lesser demons could cheer, their bodies dissipated without a trace. In the mental domain, will is a weapon. The Doomslayer's gaze swept across. His immortal will, simply by looking, could make demons of weak will vanish into thin air. Seeing the crimson mark of destruction clearly, the lesser demon's eyes cleared and they fled in terror, scrambling away from the dangerous place. Sintara sat cross-legged, floating on Blazkovich's shoulder. Seeing the demons flee so quickly, she couldn't help but laugh. I never thought demons would have a day where they'd flee in disarray. As she spoke, the old one stretched languidly, leaning back in the void with her hands behind her head, enjoying the bizarre sights of the warp. One day they will have nowhere to run. Blazkovich's tone was sharp. As the dimensional bubble descended, he stepped onto the warped continent. The corruption receded as if meeting its nemesis, revealing a broken floor. He glanced down, guessing this must be the wreckage of some world, swallowed by a warp storm. I look forward to that day. Sintara gazed into the distance, her voice full of nostalgia and melancholy. In most of my memories, the Sea of Souls was calm and blue, with countless souls resting peacefully here. Blazkovich did not respond, simply picking a direction and starting the next leg of their journey. The group set off again, this time with a bit more amusement. Sintara chattered incessantly, recounting the glorious past of the Old One and boasting about her forging skills. Meanwhile, in the real universe, time surged forward, writing one epic and legend after another. In the Ghana system, the Denurian fleet and the Iron Hands Legion joined forces, taking 5 years to completely destroy the worms. Hundreds of worlds were shattered. What were once prosperous lands became fragmented star clusters under the Exterminatus order. Such cruel methods spread throughout the Imperium of Man through various channels. The High Command had reservations about the Exterminatus, hoping for a reasonable explanation. To the surprise of the Imperium of Man's War Council, Argent Nur and the Iron Hands offered no explanation and declared themselves responsible for the Exterminatus. With the Argent Nur fleet and the Iron Hands remaining silent, the War Council found itself in an awkward position, and the matter was eventually dropped. With the Exterminatus concluded, the two fleets went their separate ways. The Iron Hands Legion divided their forces and returned to the Great Crusade from multiple directions, conquering the void with extreme efficiency. The Denurian fleet roamed the void, continuing to execute King Noak's orders, searching for traces of the great enemy, Rangdan. At the heart of the Imperium of Man, the solar system's Pluto Gate, a colossal vessel emerged from the warp, sailing towards Terra. The warship was 20 kilometers long, its outer armor devoid of gun ports. Its deck reflected golden light under the sun's brilliance, flanked by gladiolus symbols. The Argent Nur Third Fleet's flagship, the Blade of Champions, carrying her master, arrived to visit Terra. After the Gene Father entered the warp, Autumn took command of the First Fleet and executed the extermination plan. He immediately sent a message via astropath to Argent Nur. The Primarch had entered the warp, but would return one day. Argent Nur did not panic upon receiving the news. They had full confidence in King Noak. However, as years passed and the king never returned, the champion swordsman Harlan Ogilvy grew anxious. After deliberation, he entrusted his fleet to Blazkovich and boarded his flagship to Terra to demand his master from the Emperor. The champion's blade entered Terra's orbit, sailed into Lion's Gate spaceport, and docked at Argent Nur's exclusive port. The ancient warship, shimmering with light, its colossal silhouette docking in the spaceport, naturally caused quite a stir. Amidst the ongoing construction of the imperial palace, the crowd stirred. A giant who was conversing with a construction foreman looked up and noticed the colossal ship overhead. His neat short hair was slightly pale. His face was stern, his eyes shone brightly, and his brows conveyed an air of unwavering resolve. He wore golden power armor, with the imperial aquila on his chest and gilded aquila-winged bas-reliefs on his shoulder pads, their beaks hooked and eyes adorned with jewels, a blend of splendor and power. A standing aquila sculpture also adorned the back of his neck, its posture erect and wings spread. Undoubtedly, the golden-armored giant was a son of the emperor, possessing the extraordinary aura bestowed by the emperor. Simply by standing there, he appeared like an unyielding fortress wall, forever steadfast. The Primarch looked up, watched the warship dock securely, and recognized the warship's gladiolus emblem. "A warship from the Nur Stars," Rogel Dorn murmured softly, his amber eyes narrowing, his white, snowy brows slowly rising as if from the clang of colliding rocks, revealing the identity of the newcomer. Rogel Dorn, Lord of the 7th Legion, a lost son whom the Emperor had found in the frost world of Inwit, in the Storm Nebula. The Primarch's amniotic pod landed on Inwit, a world that had ceased its rotation, plunging into eternal night and eternal day. On Inwit's surface, a small portion experienced eternal day with extremely high surface temperatures, while the majority was in eternal night, with ice sheets covering the continent. Yet beneath the ice sheets, the resilient Inwit people had built cities and survived in the harsh, cold environment. The Primarch's amniotic pod crashed through the ice sheet and was found by an old one of the Dorn clan, who named him Rogel Dorn. The Primarch grew rapidly. Under his grandfather's tutelage, Dorn acquired knowledge and established his own values. Perhaps it was innate, or perhaps forged by Inwit's harsh cold and storms, but Dorn developed a resilient character. Every action he took had a clear and precise goal, unswayed by external factors. Driven by pure will, the Primarch, upon reaching adulthood, became the emperor of the Dorn clan. He studied war philosophies, led the Dorn clan warriors in widespread campaigns, and began the conquest of Inwit. Just as the meaning embedded in his name, the Imperial Fist, Rogel Dorn struck down enemies like a pair of iron fists. Inwit was quickly conquered. In a very short time, the Primarch unified the ice world, uniting the Inwit cities beneath the ice sheet, and together they prospered. Unifying humanity and ending division, Dorn integrated resources, armed forces, eradicated giant beasts lurking in ice caves, and opened up more living space. He constructed numerous fortresses to defend against monster invasions, and built spacecraft to search for resources in neighboring worlds. Clearing beasts, expanding living spaces, and gradually exploring the stars, under the Primarch's wise rule, Inwit flourished, and its people grew increasingly prosperous. To explore more distant star systems, Dorn boarded the colossal relic warship, the Phalanx, which was suspended in Inwit's orbit. The Phalanx, whose builders were unknown, had been suspended in Inwit's orbit for thousands of years. In ancient legends, it was said that because the Phalanx hovered in orbit, its unknown technology caused Inwit's core to stop rotating, slowly killing the world humanity depended on for survival. Regardless of the legends, Dorn, adhering to pragmatism, began to repair the Phalanx in pursuit of deep space exploration. Through his unremitting efforts, decades of diligent work paid off. Amidst the cheers of the Inwit people, the Phalanx's dormant engines were finally awakened. Meanwhile, the Primarch's grandfather passed away peacefully in his sleep, amidst the Primarch's visions for the future, leaving him a blanket. Dorn was silent as a rock, his resolute face showing no sorrow. He merely clutched the blanket, sitting by his grandfather's side for a long time. The long-range Inwit exploration fleet encountered a golden warship in the void, the Bucephalus, carrying the Emperor. From the Inwit people, the Emperor heard of a legend, a man who unified the world with extraordinary wisdom and strength. He immediately realized that the Emperor of Inwit was his son. The Emperor, accompanied by his custodians, descended upon Inwit, and amidst the kneeling and praise of mortals, met with Rogel Dorn. At the first sight of the radiant man, Dorn was moved by his extraordinary demeanor, seeing an unshakable resilience and a sincere heart. Following the stirrings of his blood, the Primarch recognized the newcomer as his father. He knelt on one knee and swore allegiance to the Emperor. To commemorate their father-son reunion and his oath of loyalty, Dorn gestured towards the phalanx, presenting the magnificent warship to his father. He believed that only such a great warship was worthy of his great father. The Emperor gladly accepted the gift. He helped Dorn to his feet, took his son's arm, and walked into the room where he had lived for decades. The two sat by the fireplace and talked at length. For most of the time, Dorn was the listener, hearing his father recount the past, the Imperium of Man, and the Imperial truth. Upon learning of the Imperial truth, Dorn fully agreed, believing that only the Imperial truth could allow humanity to rise again. The Emperor was immensely pleased. Among his many returning sons, only Dorn fully endorsed the Imperial truth without questioning his efforts. In his joy, the Emperor returned the phalanx to his son, hoping it would be put to better use in expanding the Imperium's territory. After their meeting, Rogel Dorn followed the Emperor from Inwit and returned to Terra. He took command of the 7th Legion from his father and renamed it the Imperial Fists. Dorn hoped the Legion would become the sharpest fist, striking down the Imperium's enemies and destroying obstacles in humanity's path to resurgence. The name Imperial Fists also, in another way, mirrored the meaning of Rogel Dorn's name, Imperial Fist, complementing each other. As a reward for his son, the Emperor granted the Imperial Fists permission to recruit on Terra, injecting Terra's blood into the Imperial Fists and striking enemies with humanity's fury. During the 5 years after his return, Dorn was not in a hurry to join the Great Crusade. He remained on Terra to recruit, during which he reunited with several brothers and witnessed the return of another brother. In his leisure time, he always enjoyed coming to the edge of the Imperial Palace, guiding and overseeing its construction. Seeing Argent Nur's warship arrive, Dorn raised a hand, dismissing the construction foreman. His gaze shifted from the warship to the corner of the outer wall, where a soup kitchen was set up. Impoverished people, dressed in ragged clothes and looking sallow and emaciated, formed a long queue outside the soup kitchen, holding ceramic bowls, waiting for the staff to dispense porridge. On the wall behind the soup kitchen hung 2 flags, one with the imperial double-headed eagle, the other with Argent Nur's gladiolus. Every 3 months, Argent Nur's rogue traders' fleet arrived on Terra, bringing large quantities of food and various luxury goods. The food was given free to the Imperium, personally overseen by Malcador the Regent, and distributed to Terra's impoverished population, saving many from famine. The exquisite luxury goods were sold at Argent Nur's space station near Mars, targeting the nobles residing on Terra. Terra's nobles were countless. Each arrival of Argent Nur's goods caused a frenzy among major factions, repeatedly setting new price records. Proceeds from luxury sales were used for fleet fuel resupply, converted into resources sent back to Argent Nur, and the rogue traders also profited handsomely from it. Dorn withdrew his gaze, turned, and descended from the city wall, his footsteps steady and powerful, leaving the construction site. In his heart, he had a very good impression of Argent Nur, due to their benevolent acts of providing food and using the wealth from the upper class to support the lower class, which fed many impoverished people. Many of the Gene's sons recruited from the slums had, to some extent, received food from Argent Nur, helping them through the most difficult days. As the saying goes, "Love me, love my dog." With the reputation of his sons, Dorn's impression of Argent Nur was very good, filtered through a lens of goodwill. However, no matter how good the impression, he still regarded any regime independent of the Imperium, and not fully adhering to the imperial truth as a hidden danger. With a complex feeling, Dorn decided to go and meet the Lord of the Stars, Blazkovich Novik, and see his extraordinary brother. He walked faster and faster, like a gust of wind through the palace corridors, heading towards Lion's Gate spaceport. In his mind, he quickly retrieved data, reviewing once again the records about his brother from Imperial archives. When they met, he would compare the legends with reality, specifically analyzing any differences. Lion's Gate spaceport led directly to the Imperial Palace. Imperial personnel were already at the landing point, welcoming the visitor with the highest honors. Chapter 96 Harlan. Approaching the landing zone, Dorn found the scene far from the welcoming ceremony he had imagined. There were many Imperial personnel to greet him, and the welcoming ceremony was grand and solemn, but it lacked a certain something. The Primarch withdrew his outstretched foot, turned and walked into the room, making a silencing gesture to the excited, kneeling staff, and closing the door behind him. He walked to the window, drew the curtains to conceal himself, and only parted them with a finger, observing the situation at the landing zone through the gap. At the landing zone, a Denurian shuttle landed, and out stepped sentinels and an iron men. The newcomer wore white power armor, carried a black-bladed spear, and had a giant orc skull hanging from his waist. He had a tall and straight posture, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and piercing, bright tiger eyes. Scars on his cheeks added a touch of cruelty and ferocity. "Champion swordsman Harlan Ogilvy," Dorn murmured, speaking the newcomer's name. He was his brother's sworn protector. The Primarch's perception was keen. From the champion swordsman, Dorn saw a lingering, pervasive aura. That aura was extremely violent, enveloping Harlan. Dorn didn't think much of it. Within the Imperial Palace, evil things would be dispersed by the light of the Emperor's disk drive. He simply regarded it as some special talent. Seeing no one else emerge from the shuttle, and no new shuttles landing in the sky, Dorn glanced at the iron men, then left with a furrowed brow. If his brother had arrived, even if his name wasn't on the welcome list, he would have appeared to greet him. His brother's protector alone was not worth him going to greet. Their statuses were vastly different, especially in a diplomatic setting where respect for hierarchy and etiquette was necessary. Rogel Dorn came and went even faster, moving through corridors and shadows without attracting much attention. He paid little attention to political events, instead heading to the Imperial Fist's stronghold to instruct his new recruits in training, preparing to join the Great Crusade and deliver a heavy iron fist against the enemies of mankind. As Harlan stepped out of the shuttle, he felt a gaze flash and disappear. Before he could locate its source, Imperial officials came forward to greet him. "Welcome, esteemed guest." The diplomatic official bowed, performing a warrior's salute, and welcomed the Argent Nur visitor in melodious high Gothic. Feeling the gaze disappear, Harlan stopped searching and said to the diplomat in front of him, "I need to see the Imperial Chancellor." His tone was steady, concealing his inner anxiety. Blazkovich had left the real universe many years ago and had not yet returned. In desperation, he could only come to the Imperium to ask the Emperor if he had any solutions. "Lord Malkador is awaiting your arrival." The diplomat nodded, raising a hand to usher the entourage into the inner court, heading to the Department of the Interior. Harlan nodded, taking the iron men touring to the Department of the Interior. In reality, he wanted to see the Emperor directly and reach the celestial hearing earlier, but circumstances did not allow it. The Emperor himself was very busy, sometimes personally participating in the Great Crusade, providing strategic command, and also searching for his sons across the galaxy, while also maintaining the Astronomicon to provide navigation. As the Great Crusade progressed, the Emperor became reclusive when he returned to Terra. Unless absolutely necessary, he rarely appeared before the populace as he once did. Previously, Astartes Legion commanders or captains could meet the Emperor if needed, but now it was very difficult to see him. The imperial administrative structure gradually matured, taking over many powers from the Emperor. Matters that once required his personal decision were now handled by specialized agencies. Harlan didn't know why, but he always had a feeling. The Emperor himself was consciously weakening his influence over the imperium of man's government. He strode forward, accompanied by his Iron Men brothers and escorted by the Custodes, towards the Imperial Chancellor's residence. Amidst the accompanying retinue, Harlan's gaze scanned back and forth, searching for the intensely oppressive gaze he had felt earlier. His search yielded nothing, and he eventually shifted his attention to observe the scenery of the Imperial Palace. Compared to his first visit to Terra, the inner court of the Imperial Palace was even more heavily guarded, and the crowds of people entering and exiting for work were dozens of times larger than before. Space orbit was even busier. Not to mention other areas, the Lion's Gate spaceport alone, which received important guests from other worlds, had shuttles more densely packed than data points. Most striking was the colossal, polygonal spaceship, shaped like a mace head, hovering directly above the Imperial Palace. "What is that?" Harlan raised a hand to the sky, asking the reception personnel. The diplomat smiled, proudly introducing the shadow that obscured the star. "The mountain array, the 7th Legion, the Imperial Fist's operational base." He puffed out his chest, and as he walked alongside the Argent Nur swordsman, the corner of his eye caught the expression on Harlan's face. Previously, the Void Wanderer, the flagship of the Lord of the Stars, was officially recognized by the Imperium as humanity's largest and strongest warship. The strongest human warship, yet not belonging to the Imperium of Man, naturally evoked both love and hatred. With the return of the mountain array, discussions about the strongest warship became popular on Terra, comparing it to the Void Wanderer. In terms of size, the polygonal mountain array was a full circle larger than the rectangular-hulled Void Wanderer. However, in terms of firepower, it was hard to say. A single shot, drawing power from a star and capable of destroying Mars, left a deep impression on the people of the Imperium. It forced the Adeptus Mechanicus of Mars to the negotiating table, where they signed the Denurian Accords. "The mountain array," Harlan nodded softly, his face as calm as still water, which greatly disappointed the diplomat. He raised his head, carefully observing the warship, which was larger than a space fortress. The hull of the mountain array was covered with undulating metallic structures like mountains, along with towering bridges and weapon turrets like peaks, full of vertical lines, spires, arches, and massive flying buttresses. Macro cannon arrays, laser turrets, and torpedo tubes were densely distributed on every flat and side surface of the hull, as numerous as trees in a forest. These weapon platforms themselves resembled small fortresses. Harlan had seen this enormous space vessel when the Champion's blade docked at Lion's Gate, initially mistaking it for a fortress or an orbital defense platform. Then, seeing it activate its engines and adjust its posture in high orbit, he was startled to realize it was a magnificent warship. On the mountain array's dome, which pointed directly to the stars, there was a circular window the size of a capital ship, with a yellow glazed base, and within the circular window was a clenched black fist. The Imperial Fists. Harlan silently noted the mountain array and the legion that possessed it, then said no more and proceeded to the Malcador's residence. Along the way, the escorts changed repeatedly, their authority levels increasing, until the final escort duty was handed over to the Legio Custodes. "It's getting more and more tedious," the Iron Man Turing spoke, complaining impatiently. "Since we landed, we've switched vehicles and walked, covering hundreds of kilometers with a total of 400 overt and covert security checkpoints and 1,300 hidden sentries." Turing turned to the Custodes, "And finally, we need you all to accompany us." The Custodes turned his head to glance at the Iron Men, surprised internally that the number of overt and covert sentries it mentioned was not far from the actual count. He couldn't help but wonder if the Iron Men had revealed this information intentionally or unintentionally. The Iron Men seemed to be complaining about the excessive security, but it was actually hinting at a fact. It could calculate defensive vulnerabilities. The Custodes looked straight ahead and said slowly, "Every existence has its necessity. What seems unreasonable has all been tested in real combat." Whoosh, tilde, tilde, tilde. Turing blew a cold whistle. Just as he was about to speak further, a rear sensor detected an attack warning and his body staggered forward. Harlan kicked him in the rear, warning, "Don't cause trouble. The Custodes are also warriors who uphold their duties. You must respect them." Regarding his Iron Men brother, Harlan found one thing very perplexing. Turing's attitude towards Denurian citizens and Imperial ones was vastly different. For the same matter, he had completely different attitudes. After reprimanding Turing, Harlan turned to the Custodes and explained, "He's not good with words. What he means to express is that there might be some vulnerabilities in the security." The golden-armored warrior nodded, tightening his grip on his weapon. "There is no flawless defense. We are also improving security to better protect the Emperor." The group fell silent again. The Iron Men's heavy footsteps clanked, cracking several floor tiles. Harlan kicked him again, warning him with his eyes before he finally behaved. By the time they reached the Chancellor's residence under Custodes' escort, it was already late evening, and the escorts had changed from Custodes to inner attendants. Harlan walked into the inner garden and saw a stooped figure. His expression changed, and he raised his eyebrows, growling, "Hey, old man." Under the pavilion, Malkador's body trembled. He felt the shout was particularly harsh, and his withered hand gripped his staff tightly. His mouth twitched, and he narrowed his eyes at Harlan, retorting with even harsher sarcasm. "This dinner I prepared, if it goes into your foul mouth, it would be better to give it to the common folk." Harlan was equally impolite, sitting down opposite Malkador with a grand flourish, and taking a shallow bite of steak, he quipped, "Terra's food is truly awful. It was sent by Argent Nur. Then it's absolutely delicious." Malkador's fists gradually clenched beneath his robes. The composure on his aged face disappeared, and he pursed his wrinkled lips, feeling an urge to hit someone. The two formed a profound friendship over the phrase, "Terra is inferior to Argent Nur." Seeing Malkador's face darken, Harlan felt it was about time. He sized up the fake old man, his expression quite serious. "You look younger." As an immortal, there is no such thing as aging or becoming younger. External appearance depends on their inner state. Deep within the Imperial Chancellor's heart, many dark secrets were sealed, and he had to govern the Imperium of man. Numerous pressures, heavy as lead, weighed on Malkador's heart, making it difficult for him to relax even for a moment, and wearing down his physical functions. His external appearance reflected his truest psychological state, aged, heavy, with wrinkles on his cheeks expressing fatigue. "Really?" Hearing the rare compliment, a flicker of light passed through Malkador's cloudy old eyes. He conjured a mirror with a wave of his hand, reflecting his old face. "Hey, Harlan grinned. "Of course not." Crack tilde. The mirror shattered into several pieces and vanished. Malkador closed his eyes and took a deep breath, wondering how he had ever provoked Harlan Ogilvy, this rogue whose mouth was more devious than his martial arts. The champion swordsman was unique. Not only was his tongue venomous, but he was also very vengeful. During the signing of the Denurian Accords, every time the two met, there was an inevitable war of words. Malkador had a long lifespan and a peaceful mindset. He had worked with the human high-ranking officials and now navigated among the nobles. However, his words were not very sharp, and he was no match for Harlan's unscrupulous tactics. Seeing the Imperial Chancellor's breathing quicken slightly and his grip on the scepter suggesting a move to fight, Harlan quickly composed himself, pulled over the Iron Men brother and said, "You requested maintenance personnel, and I've brought it." Having gotten the upper hand verbally, he knew when to stop and didn't provoke Malkador further. Knowing Harlan was changing the subject, Malkador didn't pursue it either and called for a servant to take the Iron Men away. No matter how unlikable his words were, Harlan was always reliable in his actions and never equivocated on serious matters. As the Imperium expanded, too many basic documents needed to be processed. The office machines gifted by Blazkowicz had their lifespan greatly reduced, and their components rapidly aged. For such basic machines, the Imperium and the Adeptus Mechanicus had relevant technical reserves. Out of respect and political considerations, Malkador still notified Argent Nur. Harlan's visit to Terra this time, besides meeting the Emperor, had another purpose. Transporting new document robots, having Turing maintain the machines, inquiring about Blazkowicz's specific information. A massive amount of basic documents was very suitable for machine processing. Having tasted the benefits, Malkador ordered a batch of document robots. Harlan saying his wrinkles had lessened was not just a jest. There was some truth to it. The document robots handled many basic files, effectively alleviating the pressure on the Department of the Interior, and the Imperial Chancellor naturally felt a bit more relaxed. After Turing left, Harlan's expression became serious, and he asked in a voice like rubbing sand, "When can I meet the Emperor?" Blazkowicz left the real universe 5 years ago. The Emperor should have known about this long ago, so why has he not acted? Malkador picked up his teacup, blew on it lightly, and unhurriedly drank the fragrant tea. The Emperor will have free time in an hour. Regarding your master's matter, the Emperor naturally knows and has ample reasons not to interfere. An hour, Harlan nodded and let out a long breath. With a confirmed time, the stone in his heart also fell. He rose from the stone table and sat on the pavilion railing, leaning against a stone pillar to rest with his eyes closed. "Aren't you going to ask?" Malkador put down his teacup and asked Harlan, who was holding a long spear, "On what grounds did the Emperor not help Blazkowicz?" "No interest," Harlan replied very directly, opening one eye and saying to the old man by the stone table, "I won't satisfy your desire to confide, old man." Creak tilde. The teacup in Malkador's hand creaked, and he felt a lump in his chest, wanting to vent his frustration on the person in front of him with his fists. He took a deep breath and drank tea to calm the anger stifled in his chest. The champion swordsman always managed to hit people in unexpected ways, with a very ordinary tone, making them very uncomfortable. Harlan Ogilvy, Malkador called him by his full name, asking very seriously, "Has no one ever told you that your mouth is very annoying?" "Yes," Harlan straightened his back and replied with a smug expression, "but they couldn't beat me." "What, do you want to fight?" He lowered his leg from the railing, tightened his grip on the dark light, and a glint flashed in his eyes. "When it comes to martial arts, I'm not afraid of you." "Heh heh." Malkador's lips curled, then he fell silent, and then he laughed aloud. He, who governed trillions of citizens of the Imperium, was made to laugh by a young man in his own mansion garden. "You are a bit too arrogant." "A bit, but not overly so. My strength is decent. It can support a little arrogance. If I could also live for tens of thousands of years, the galaxy would be named Ogilvy." Evidently, Malkador once again underestimated Harlan's thick skin and was so exasperated that he kept shaking his head. A hint of relief even welled up in his heart, glad that Blazkowicz had not been led astray by this charlatan. Otherwise, he and the Emperor might have been angered to an early grave. "May you rest in peace." Malkador murmured a blessing, once again thanking King Noak and Queen Elise. The two bickered in the garden, exchanging verbal jabs and greetings, creating a strangely peculiar atmosphere, like an old couple teasing each other. Malkador occasionally shook his head, his old face changing expressions, sometimes angry, sometimes laughing, which indeed released a lot of pressure. Time passed quickly, and the atmosphere in the garden was relaxed and pleasant. If not for a timely reminder from a servant, they would have almost missed their meeting with the Emperor. "Stay close," Malkador called out, shook his burlap robe, and left, leaning on his Aquila scepter. A sigh came from behind again, and sharp words, like a club swung at his knees, almost made him stumble. "Don't you have any other clothes?" How many years has it been, and still this tattered robe? Is it because you don't have money to buy new ones? Did the Emperor not pay you? If it's really not possible, I'll bring you one next time. An imperial chancellor should dress appropriately. Various blasphemous remarks poured out, making the servants sweat profusely, praying in their hearts for this lord to leave quickly. Malcador, however, smiled after hearing them, his old face's wrinkles scrunching up like a chrysanthemum. He turned back and said, "All right, it's rare for you to have such respect for me. I am deeply gratified." Harlan's expression changed slightly. He had spoken too carelessly just now, revealing a weakness in his words, which the old man seized to turn the tables. He patted his chest, his expression proud and confident. What respect! Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a Denurian virtue. Unlike the Imperium, his tone shifted again, his eyes downcast and brows tinged with sorrow. An old man who has lived for millennia toils with all his might, yet cannot even earn a robe to cover himself. The servant's knees went weak, about to fall to the ground, but was pulled up by a hand encased in white power armor. Just as Harlan was proudly gaining an advantage, he saw Malcador raise his hand in front, his fingertips tracing a fiery red psychic rune mark. "Why don't you dare to fight me with real blades?" He cursed angrily, gently released the servant, and before closing his mouth, squeezed out a phrase through gritted teeth. "Playing with psychic powers is no real skill." "HMPH," Malcador snorted. "Runes were developed by me, so why shouldn't I use my skill?" Whoosh, tilde, 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 whoosh, tilde, tilde, tilde. Harlan whistled, everything unspoken. He looked up, admiring the starry sky, the plasma engine lights of thousands of warships illuminating Terra's night sky. Hearing the silence behind him, Malcador suddenly felt peace, but also lost much of his amusement. Due to work requirements, the Chancellor's residence was not far from the Emperor's palace. It could be reached in 5 minutes by anti-gravity vehicle. Harlan followed Malcador into the Emperor's bedchamber, seeing the Emperor again after many years. He wore a laurel wreath and casual clothes, seated on the bedchamber throne. The aura and psychic radiance he emitted were many times more powerful than when the two first met. "Emperor," Harlan lowered his head and eyes, averting his gaze from the Emperor, resisting the psychic power as he performed the warrior's salute. "Harlan Ogilvy." The Emperor's majestic voice held a hint of softness, reaching Harlan's ears, much like the late King Noak. The Emperor's gaze was surprisingly gentle, lingering between Harlan and Malcador. He knew everything that had happened in the Chancellor's garden. Perhaps he really should get some new clothes for his old friend. He thought this to himself, his golden glowing eyes falling upon the champion swordsman. "Khorne favors you as always." The Emperor's eyes saw through to the essence, observing the many blessings Khorne had bestowed upon Harlan. The blessings of the Chaos God were so abundant that if the champion swordsman wished, he needed only to utter blood for the blood god to become a demon prince. "A coward's gaze," Harlan scornfully spat at the Chaos God. "All that he gives is a mirage, ethereal and illusory, unable to shake my will." Chapter 97 Return. Because Blazkowicz was immune to psychic powers, he disdained the gods, and Khorne's blessings were difficult to bestow. However, the Oathguard was brave and skilled in battle, and out of affection, the blood god bestowed his blessings upon him. Harlan could not resist the blessing of the Chaos God, yet he inwardly disdained the blood god and scorned the favors granted by the divine. "I will always despise Khorne. He prides himself on courage and glory, but he merely hides behind the warp, manipulates the fates of the weak, and incites mortals to kill. He is a deceiver." Turning his head away, Harlan tried not to look at the Emperor, openly displaying his contempt for the Chaos God. Tilde. On the throne, the Emperor's shoulders shook, and his majestic and hearty laughter echoed through the bedchamber. He did not mind his son's guard lowering his head or looking away. He was in a very joyful mood. As the laughter faded, the Emperor sat upright on the throne, his face showing appreciation and delight. It is precisely for this reason that Khorne likes you. He likes true warriors, eternally unyielding, unmatched in bravery, but true warriors will not submit. Submit, Harlan snorted, his hoarse voice suppressing his anger. He owes Argent Nur a blood debt, and it will surely be repaid in blood. Blood for blood. If an ordinary person said they would make a god repay a blood debt, it might be the ignorant boasting of someone unaware of the divine. But Harlan was different. He knew that gods truly existed, had even seen them with his own eyes, yet still dared to remember the blood feud. This obsession and courage were rare among ordinary people. The Emperor nodded in approval. The warrior's immortal resolve was deeply embedded in his chest, pulsating with his heart until death. I know why you have come. After a brief greeting, the Emperor shifted the topic to business. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Harlan wanted to raise his head and ask, but stopped himself, keeping his head averted as he waited for the Emperor to finish speaking. I knew of Blazkovich's departure long ago. The reason I did not guide him back was because I harbored hesitation. A majestic voice came from the throne, detailing the reasons clearly. A long time ago, I wanted to bring him back, but after much thought, I gave up. Your master is very special. I cannot deeply interfere with his trajectory. It is best to let nature take its course. Hearing the Emperor's explanation, Harlan furrowed his brow and asked in confusion, Are you saying that the time for my lord's return has not yet come? No, the Emperor rose from the throne, his robe trailing on the floor, and looked down at the champion swordsman. Your arrival indicates that the time has come. You are the closest person to him. Your destinies have been intertwined from the beginning. You made a choice and sought me out, drawing me into your affairs. You have the intention, and I have the ability. Things will naturally fall into place. Harlan's lowered head swayed slightly. He understood very little about mysticism and never believed in the concept of destiny. Everything is ready, Malkador spoke, a smile creasing his wrinkled face, his aged voice saying leisurely, You are the awaited east wind. As he spoke, the Emperor walked to the center of the bedchamber, stopping in the middle of the red carpet. Harlan raised his head, his gaze extending along the floor, and only then did he see a circle of psychic runes embroidered around the Emperor's feet on the red carpet. His pupils contracted. He was startled to realize that before his arrival, the Emperor had already made arrangements, waiting for an east wind to arrive. Standing at the head of the runic circle, the Emperor slowly squatted down, closed his eyes, and with a thought, a golden light flashed, cutting his palm. A drop of crimson blood flowed out, dripping onto the center of the Physic circle. Instantly, the runes embroidered with golden threads erupted in golden radiance. Return, return. Blood dripped continuously, the red carpet gradually deepening in color, and the Emperor whispered softly, the golden psychic energy illuminating the bedchamber in a magnificent golden glow. Harlan instinctively retreated a few steps, moving away from the edge of the magic circle, ensuring his safety and not disturbing the casting. The Emperor's eyes were tightly closed. He pressed his blood-stained finger to his forehead, outlining a vertical eye with the blood. As the psychic power intensified, the blood eye seemed to move slightly, and golden light leaked through the gaps, reflecting onto the psychic circle. The Emperor used the bloodline connection to delve his consciousness into the Sea of Souls, beginning to search for Blazkovich's whereabouts. In the vast and boundless warp, Blazkovich and his companions advanced aimlessly, slaying demons and monsters in the desolation to pass the time, searching for a way to leave the warp. Suddenly, the Old One sitting on his shoulder trembled, his gaze fixed on the distance, and he cried out in terror, Something is coming. The Doomslayers immediately surrounded their Gene Father, forming a defensive perimeter and quickly taking up battle positions, their speed astonishing. In the real universe, the Emperor revealed a faint smile. Relying on his bloodline connection, he had found Blazkovich in the warp. I found him. Upon receiving confirmation, Harlan let out a long breath, his tense face visibly relaxing. As the Doom Slayers stood ready, a sudden change occurred at the front of the team. Psychic energy shimmered with golden light, imprinting itself on the continent, dispelling the warp's corruption and outlining a teleportation array. Seeing this, the warriors' taut nerves relaxed slightly. The golden psychic energy was highly recognizable, and with the dissipation of the warp's power, it was obvious who was using the psychic energy. "Huh!" Sintara exclaimed, jumping off Blazkovich's shoulder and hopping to the edge of the magic array to study its specific function. Very strange psychic characteristics. It stroked the magic array with its webbed hand, closing its eyes to analyze its qualities. Powerful, pure, restraining warp corruption, it's a cross-dimensional teleportation array. Blazkovich led his sons closer, let out a long breath, and said with a smile, "We can go home." The long journey through the warp, after the initial novelty wore off, was an endless monotony. The old one's surprise did not diminish. He looked up and asked the young man, "Do you know the owner of this psychic power?" Blazkovich nodded in silence, 2 words escaping his lips. "I know him." "Oh my," Sintara exclaimed. "Incredible, this person's psychic power far exceeds imagination. The owner of this psychic power is an extraordinary individual. Even in ancient times, my compatriots who focused on psychic abilities did not possess such powerful existences. To have such pure psychic energy in today's defiled sea of souls is truly inconceivable. You must get closer to him." The old one's expression was serious, his large eyes filled with surprise. "With his help, your chances of defeating the 4 gods have increased significantly." Blazkovich nodded solemnly, saying in a deep voice, "He and I have a good relationship." "Indeed," Sintara nodded in satisfaction. "He crossed the real universe and the warp to find you, so your relationship must naturally be good." "It's time to go back." Blazkovich sighed, looking up at the distant warp, preparing to step onto the teleportation array. Just then, beside the Emperor's teleportation array, new light began to flash. Pale blue, elegant runes descended, outlining a complex magic array on the ground. The runes shimmered, flowing with respect and invitation. Blazkovich withdrew his foot from the teleportation array and walked towards the pale blue array, his eyes filled with an inquisitive look. "Eldar runes?" Sintara was uninterested in the new Fikik array, even covering its mouth with a yawn. As a mentor, it was too familiar with its mentee. 2 large eyes reflected the 2 arrays. The old one's eyeballs rolled, and he then resumed a serious expression, saying, "Now 2 paths lie before you. How will you choose?" Blazkovich did not respond. He circled the Eldar array, shaking his head in confusion. "How did they find me?" Blazkovich was not surprised that the Emperor could find him in the vast warp. There was a bloodline connection between them. However, the Eldar, who had never had any dealings with him, risked being discovered by Slaanesh to construct a teleportation array for him. What reason supported this action? The Eldar have fallen, but they were strong for 60 million years. It's not unreasonable for them to have more tricks. "As for you," Sintara asked again, "the key point is you. How will you choose your destination?" "Fate is generous. It does not force you to go anywhere. It places choices before you for you to pick." Blazkovich's gaze retracted from the Eldar array. Without hesitation, he turned and walked towards the teleportation array built by the Emperor, saying in a low voice, "I am human." He had no past dealings with the Eldar, and there was no need to contact them now. The Doom Slayers operated their arm gauntlets, projecting dimensional bubbles, ready for teleportation. Sintara hopped on 2 legs, dragging the Broodlord's cage into the teleportation array, a look of joy on its face. After 60 million years, he could return to the real universe and even reunite with his own kind. He had not even dared to dream of such a thing. When no one else was sensed, the golden light of the teleportation array flared brightly, then vanished, leaving behind swirling golden particles. In the vast void of the real universe, an Eldar craft world, graceful in form and reflecting starlight, slowly advanced. Within the star system it passed through, there was a feral world. On the primitive continent of the feral world, the soulstone teleportation array dimmed, and no one emerged from it. The Eldar Farseer withdrew her psychic energy and sighed sadly. The time is not yet ripe. The Slayer has not responded to our invitation. Chapter 98 Gift. The golden light gradually faded, and Blazkowicz stepped from the warp back into reality, appearing in the Emperor's private chambers. Before he could speak, his expression changed drastically, and he darted like lightning to the prisoner cart, tearing the steel apart with his bare hands and seizing the Genestealer by the throat. "What did you do?" Blazkowicz's keen senses detected that the alien's eyes were glazed over, clearly disoriented. What did it do? Naturally, it deleted its own memories. In the warp, the Broodlord cautiously observed, attempting to piece together the origins of these humans. Its objective was not fully achieved, but it gained much. It learned that the Toad was an old one, a survivor of a super-ancient civilization, and also came to know about the war in heaven, the Cetan, the Necron, the Warp, and the Chaos gods. It could be said that since leaving the hive mind and acting independently, the information the Broodlord understood was limited to human hive cities and historical fragments. It had never viewed this new feeding ground from a macroscopic perspective. As the Old One recounted, a magnificent historical panorama unfolded before the Broodlord's eyes. It realized that this galaxy was far more chaotic than it had imagined. And most importantly, there were gods in the universe, true deities. During its imprisonment, the Broodlord fearfully gathered information, constantly plotting an escape to report these findings to the hive mind. Unfortunately, the human guards were too vigilant, leaving no opportunity to escape. After following the humans through the teleportation array and returning to the real universe, the Broodlord understood everything. It had traveled through time, from the human calendar's 40K era back to the 30K era, and this golden glowing man with a laurel crown was the best proof. He was still walking among men, not yet seated on the golden throne, guarding humanity as legend foretold. The Broodlord made a decisive move, stimulating hormones to digest its brain and destroy the future memories it carried. If the future were to be altered because of itself, the Broodlord did not know if, in the future, the hive mind would still be able to perceive the flash and pinpoint this galaxy's location. To ensure the future remained unchanged, it had to destroy its memories, preventing humans from acquiring any critical information. As the memories in its brain dissolved, the Broodlord, though gripped by the throat, still let out a human-like, terrifying laugh. Meanwhile, on the other side, the moment Sintara saw the Emperor, her two toad-like legs pushed hard, leaping to the edge of the chambers, pressing her back against the wall, tears streaming down her face. After 60 million years, returning to the universe, the first human she saw was he truly a human. In the Old One's vision, beneath that human skin and dazzling radiance, lurked a pitch-black core, constantly spewing destruction and hatred. Sintara was certain that what she saw, while not yet a god, was absolutely not a human. If Blazkowicz were not still there, she would have fled immediately. The scene instantly became somewhat chaotic. An alien gripped by a Primarch, an alien in ancient armor, and a fleeing toad-like alien. In the heart of the Imperium, Terra, within the Emperor's chambers, there were even two kinds of aliens. Truly a great sacrilege. The golden-armored custodes guarding the chambers were furious, brandishing their guardian spears, activating their disintegration fields, and charging towards the toad-like alien. "Stand down," a majestic voice rang out, strictly halting the custodes' movements. "Do not startle our esteemed guest." Glancing at the unknown alien in Blazkowicz's hand, the Emperor adjusted his robes and walked towards Sintara, kneeling down. "Esteemed Elder," the Emperor said with a gentle smile, his soft voice full of respect, "I apologize, my servant startled you." To show his apology, the Emperor extended his right hand, wanting to pull the Old One from the corner to his side. "They didn't startle me," Sintara said, stiffening her neck. After confirming that the human before her bore no ill will, she let out a long sigh of relief. You startled me. The old one mumbled inwardly, her stiff hand returning the gun to her waist, and she stuck out her tongue to lick the sweat from her face, calming her thumping heart. She indicated that it was fine, pushed away the broad hand extended by the person before it, and walked back to Blazkovich's side on shaky legs. Another big toad. Harlan clearly saw the figure emerging from the shadow in the corner. Her skin color was different from Prima's, but he was certain they were of the same species. Malkador quickly ordered the custodians to leave, then rushed towards the old one, taking 3 steps at once, soothing her with a gentle voice. I apologize for startling you. His gentle, soothing voice barely concealed his excitement. I truly never imagined that in the universe of today, I would have the good fortune to meet an old one of the universe. No, Tilda, Sintara quickly raised her hand, stopping the human's flattery. The glory of the past is long gone. Though she said this, the corners of her mouth curved slightly. The respect and flattery from a junior were still somewhat pleasing. Her mood brightened slightly, and she looked at the human in the hempen robe, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. A perpetual, I never thought you would have such good fortune. The old one's eyes pierced through to the essence, naturally recognizing Malkador as an immortal. It is both a blessing and a curse. Malkador's smile vanished, his wrinkled face filled with respect and gentleness. The Imperial Chancellor's heart could not hide her joy. He had not been this excited since the end of the age of technology. A living old one, rarely seen in the mortal world, was a supreme treasure walking the universe. The Emperor realized it, and the Chancellor realized it too. If they could gain the help of this ancient race, why would the Grand Webway project not succeed? Humanity's chances of escaping the warp would increase by several folds. Sintara nodded, her short legs running faster, hopping and skipping towards Blazkovich, seeking a sense of security. She felt greedy gazes, wanting to devour her whole, to crush her and wring her dry with their greed. Seeing that goodwill was not working, the Emperor did not get discouraged. He exchanged glances with Malkador, a hint of connivance passing between them. The two approached Blazkovich, without disturbing the old one, their gaze fixed on the alien he held by the throat. What is this? The Emperor's golden light dissipated, and he quietly inquired about the origin of the ugly monster. Blazkovich threw the genestealer to the ground. It's from the future, it's called a genestealer. Golden lightning shot from the Emperor's eyes, pouring into the alien's eyes, attempting to read its mind with psychic power to gain some information about the future. Blazkovich allowed the Emperor to use his psychic abilities. Although the alien had tampered with its memories, he sensed residual information. In this room, he sensed a familiar aura. Harlan quickly stepped forward, a genuine smile on his handsome, fierce face. He had completed his mission and found the Lord of Oaths. He punched Blazkovich's arm, and the two exchanged a smile, everything understood without words. Such was deep friendship. No need for tearful, intense hugs upon meeting, just a glance, a gesture, and they understood each other. Let me see your weapon. The reunion of brothers was interrupted by a muffled voice. The old one at Blazkovich's feet raised both hands to Harlan, gesturing for him to hand over his weapon to look at it. Receiving a reassuring look from Blazkovich, Harlan was not stingy and handed the dark light to the old one. My treasure Tilda with the weapon in hand, Sintara's expression changed. She rubbed its face against the dark light, even licking the gun's grip with her tongue. Seeing her expression, Harlan's mouth twitched, but he couldn't snatch the weapon back. Malkador, on the other hand, looked thoughtful. Harlan found the old one too calm, even a bit impatient, without the curiosity one might expect upon first encountering an unknown species. That weapon was also of unknown origin. Harlan always kept it in his hand, never letting anyone admire it. The old one's attitude towards the weapon and Harlan's attitude towards the old one indicated a deep connection between them. Perhaps he had even encountered an old one before. Malkador's gaze swept over Blazkovich's back, not daring to linger too long. He had discovered his little secret. "Oh, Tilda, oh, Tilda." The old one twitched her nostrils, greedily inhaling the scent of the dark light, its tone somewhat melancholic. "It was forged by me, and before I even had time to bestow a blessing upon it, it was hastily thrown into battle. My proudest creation, it's so good to see you again." Sintara spoke, her voice tinged with a slight choke, and tears streamed from her large eyes, leaving several dark spots on the red carpet. Just as Harlan felt disgusted, the old one held up the dark light and said to him, "You have drunk the primordial essence. You are worthy to wield it. Do not let my creation be shamed." She kissed the gun's grip, murmuring in the old one language, her voice transforming into flying runes that merged into the gun's body as she chanted. Blazkovich understood the obscure blessing. "Molten star forged, hammer of blazing fire, awakens you from slumber, carrying the forge's wrath. Before this blade all things shall yield. May the wielder of this blade be victorious in all battles." Harlan retrieved his weapon. He didn't understand the old one language, but he felt it was very powerful, and the weapon in his hand seemed a little different. The Emperor withdrew his psychic power. He had not obtained any information about the future. The hateful alien had irreversibly dissolved its brain in an instant, preventing information leakage. However, without future news, he did learn quite a bit about alien habits. Just then, a squad of custodes appeared at the entrance of the chambers. They wore black armor, but the armor's decorations and reliefs were golden. Chapter 99 Void. These warriors in black and gold armor are the Shadow Guards, the Shadow Wardens. As the Dark Guardians of the Imperium, they guard the underground prison of the Imperial Palace, specifically responsible for imprisoning and overseeing terrifying entities and forbidden secrets from the old night. The prison mostly holds beings of immense evil that are difficult to destroy completely. The people or things within are the dark past of the Imperium and the deep nightmare of humanity. Terrifying entities from the old night, various peculiar artifacts, warlords from the age of strife, and demons of unspeakable sin. The responsibility of the Shadow Wardens is to guard these terrifying entities until the end of time, the day the Imperium collapses. They are the most resilient warriors. Every newly appointed Shadow Warden must pass the mental trials of the 4 greater demons in the prison. Not succumbing to the blood god's ferocity, resisting the Dark Prince's temptations, enduring Nurgle's toxic gases, and ignoring the inspirations bestowed by the Lord of Change. Imperial guards who pass the trials will have their shining golden armor re-dyed to black and gold, signifying their official induction as members of the Shadow Guards. It also means they abandon shallow honors, reside eternally in darkness, and protect the Imperium's deeply rooted foundations in unknown, hidden corners. The newcomer was the Warden, who, following the Emperor's summons, arrived with 10 Shadow Guards to apprehend the future enemy of humanity. A golden light shot from the Emperor's eyes, piercing the Warden's armor, giving the servant an epiphany and explaining the alien's danger. The Genestealer is an extended tendril of a unified will, infiltrating the societies of other species and spreading genetic infection. Its highly flexible proboscis can directly pierce a human's mouth, implanting its genetic material and stimulating the infected's desire to reproduce. Stimulated by the desire to reproduce, the infected become insatiably hungry, mating with the opposite sex to produce deformed offspring, and under psychic hypnosis, the parents unconditionally dote on the deformed child. Then the infection spreads rapidly through generations of hybridization, eventually overthrowing the entire world. The Warden bowed to the Emperor and the Primarch, motioned for his subordinates to capture the Genestealer, and silently led the alien away. Once in the dark dungeon, the alien would be interrogated by psyker masters and dissected by biological experts. All data would be compiled and archived, to be retrieved at an opportune moment to deal with future crises. The shadow guards left, and the Emperor nodded, asking Blazkowicz, "What are you carrying on your back?" "The spoils of my journey." Blazkowicz took the scythe of death from his back, swung it twice in his hand, and said without hesitation, "I need your help." "Oh, my help." The Emperor's eyebrows raised, and a flicker of interest appeared on his tanned face. He sensed a powerful force from the scythe. The lead-colored scythe's crescent blade traveled in higher dimensions, capable of stripping away souls. "The Citan Nightbringer Azagorod." Blazkowicz mentioned a name, his hand stroking the blade as he explained the weapon's origin. "The death we envision, this is its weapon lost in the warp." The scythe blade cut through the void, and a chilling cold light emanated, causing Malkador, standing nearby, to frown slightly and retreat a few steps with a tense face. He felt an unease, his soul unstable within his body, sensing true death from the scythe. Nightbringer Azagorod. When the Emperor thought of him, the image of a grim reaper in a black hood, wielding a soul-stripping scythe, involuntarily appeared in his mind. He instilled the fear of death into the souls of all living beings. He is the personification of death. "What do you intend to do with it?" The Emperor stepped forward, grasped the scythe of death, sensing the will of death within it. "How can I help you?" He felt a chilling coldness. The perpetual trait within his body recoiled. This scythe of death could truly kill immortals. "I want to reforge the Citan weapon and forge a set of armor." Blazkowicz looked at the Emperor's slightly fatigued face, first stating his need, then outlining the specific plan. "Reforging a Citan weapon is impossible by ordinary means." He spread his left hand, and Citan flames lit up in his palm. "Only a Citan can fight a Citan, so you need the Void Dragon's help." The Emperor released the scythe, dispelling the bone-chilling cold, guessing Blazkowicz's plan. "Yes," Blazkowicz nodded, not denying his idea. "Will the Old One participate?" The Emperor neither agreed nor refused, instead lowering his gaze to the Old One, asking an unrelated question. "I am the Master Smith." Centaura's eyes gleamed as if she saw a divine artifact, rubbing her hands impatiently. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, the Emperor's face darkened, his brows furrowed with a hint of indecision. He had no reason to refuse Blazkowicz's request, but since it involved the Old One, there were many more things to consider. The Void Dragon was not a benevolent being, not at all. He had been imprisoned on Mars for 30,000 years, filled with resentment and fury, and would not easily help humanity. Most crucially, the Old One and the Citan were eternal enemies. The scene of the two meeting would be explosive just thinking about it. If anything happened to the Old One, there would be no going back. The Webway was the top priority. The Emperor cherished any factor beneficial to the Webway project, let alone a living Old One. The Old One doesn't understand the Webway. Perhaps seeing the reason for the Emperor's hesitation, Blazkowicz smiled brightly, his voice slightly regretful but unable to suppress his amusement. "The Star Meltor, Flame Hammer, Centaura." He bent down, picked up the Old One, placed him on his shoulder, and spoke the cruel truth. "She is not a master builder. She specializes in weapon forging and design." Hearing this explanation, the Emperor was somewhat flustered, his body trembling slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even the Chancellor Malkador fixed his gaze on the Old One, demanding an answer. "That is correct," Centaura nodded, sitting cross-legged in the void with her arms crossed. "Our race's technology is too profound. Even our long lifespans make it difficult to comprehend it all. To deeply understand the mysteries of the universe, our society has highly specialized divisions of labor. Each member of our race chooses only one skill and then devotes their entire life to studying and exploring it. The Webway is a treasure of the universe, built by master builders working together. Although I provided them with many tools, I have always struggled to grasp its mysteries." Upon receiving the Old One's direct answer, a hint of bitterness welled up in the Emperor's eyes. Fate favored Blazkowicz but did not consider the Imperium of man. It played a joke, teasing with hope through the old one, then pouring cold water on it with its own hands. A sigh came, and Malkador exchanged glances with his old friend, both their eyes filled with helpless bitterness. Humanity still had to rely on itself. After a brief disappointment, the Emperor shook his head and exhaled, the disappointment not bringing him excessive strike or frustration. If such a setback could affect his inner conviction, he would not be the Emperor. His gaze left the old one, and the Emperor regained his composure, immediately making a decision. We depart in 2 hours for Mars. You, I, he? He lowered his fingers, pointing to Blazkowicz himself and the old one. This journey is very dangerous. Others will not be useful. The Emperor then turned to Malkador, his voice carrying a sense of entrustment. Old friend, during my absence, the heavy burden falls upon you once again. It is my duty. Malkador did not refuse, smiling as he accepted everything. Old one, Blazkowicz bowed to Malkador, expressing apology and respect. I trouble you. But I have one more request. The Emperor spoke again, but to the old one. I hope, old one, that you can forge some tools for me that were once used for the webway. As the Emperor, he constantly thought of humanity. He keenly observed that the old one had once forged tools for the webway. Certainly, Sintara patted her chest, generously agreeing, this is a very good deal. As a forging master, forging some tools was effortless, and as a condition for forging a divine artifact, it was an excellent deal. Hearing this, a hint of satisfaction finally appeared on the Emperor's face, and he nodded slightly. With the tools for building the webway from the old one, the safety of the webway project would be greatly enhanced. Harlan Ogilvy. Blazkowicz called Harlan, who puffed out his chest and stepped forward, awaiting his master's command. Obelisk, he called his offspring again, outlining the deployment. Take the Doom Slayers and the newly born brothers and follow the champion swordsman to Argent Nur. We obey your command. One black, one white, the responses of 2 powerful figures were firm and resonant, accepting the mission they were given. Blazkowicz smiled slightly. In his telepathic sense, there were exactly 1,000 offspring, and the Legion had a rudimentary form. They would all go to Argent Nur to receive formal training, awaiting his return after completing his errands. The Legion had a preliminary size and needed more formalized management. As the numbers increased, the current skirmisher model was no longer applicable, and Legion reform was imminent. The Emperor also gave some important instructions, donned his true 1 armor with his personal red sword at his waist, fully armed and ready to depart. An hour later, the golden shuttle rose from the ground and headed straight for Mars. Inside the shuttle cabin, Blazkowicz saw an unexpected person, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Konstantin Valdor. Valdor held the Spear of Helios, donned his eagle-emblazoned golden armor, and sat at the tail of the shuttle. Though he didn't smile, the look of ease in his eyes was exceptionally clear. You're in a good mood. Blazkowicz offered a slight smile to the commander of the Imperial Guard, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, and politely greeted him first. Naturally, I'm in a good mood when I'm relaxed. Valdor's lips curved slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Not having to face officials and nobles makes my ears much quieter. Suddenly, he sighed, and the relaxed expression on his face completely vanished. Officials form cliques, vying for all political resources, and nobles engage in alliances and maneuvers, beginning to use intermarriage and bloodlines to maintain their interests. In just a few short decades, with the remnants of the old knight still fresh in memory, people have forgotten their lessons, and extravagance and debauchery are gradually emerging. My subordinates often report that nobles send anonymous gifts, attempting to get the Imperial Guard to accept them. Officials are no less active. The visiting card at the entrance of my residence have been burned, cart after cart. Valdor shook his head, looking weary. Facing these trivial matters all day long, it's truly hard to be in a good mood. Blazkowicz found it hard to empathize, merely shrugging his shoulders and comforting him. After society stabilizes, these things are unavoidable and are an important part of the functioning of human society. Before he finished speaking, his gaze had already swept towards the Emperor, who was whispering with Sintara, but he saw that the Emperor's expression was as usual, as if he hadn't heard anything. My master has witnessed human history. He has long been accustomed to it. Valdor did not hide the darkness of the Empire and continued. I don't blame mortals either. They are driven by fear to seize all survival resources for themselves and their families. I just find it very irritating to have to deal with these people. There's one more thing. The commander of the Imperial Guard's expression became solemn. He sat in his seat, right fist against his chest, performing a warrior's salute. Thank you for the provisions you sent. According to my statistics, the food sent from Argent Nur has saved at least 200 billion lives. No need for this. Blazkowicz quickly waved his hand, telling him, this is what I should do. Food is not a valuable item. It saves lives, Valdor said with great emotion. I often send the Imperial Guard to inspect food distribution to prevent this good intention from being tainted by greed. Such a thing still happens. Blazkowicz's thick brows furrowed, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. How dare they? There's nothing they don't dare. Valdor shook his head helplessly. Terra is enveloped in the Emperor's radiance, but beneath his light, darkness has never dispersed. Blazkowicz held his head, deeply aware that he had underestimated human greed. With Malkador and Valdor jointly supervising, there were still people who dared to reach out with greedy hands, attempting to embezzle life-saving food. His mind raced, recalling how the Nurse Stars dealt with corruption, wanting to offer Valdor some help. Gentlemen, we are about to enter the Martian sphere. The ship's announcement interrupted Blazkowicz's thoughts. The Imperial Guard reported the flight status, having already reached the Mars alert zone. The Imperial Guard shuttle was extremely fast, and Mars' current orbit was at its closest point to Terra in its 26-month cycle. While the two were talking, the shuttle had already reached the edge of Mars. Be careful. Valdor growled a command, stood up, and walked to the cockpit to personally direct the ship. The Emperor, armored, raised his right hand, and psychic energy made the ship invisible, facilitating a quiet infiltration of Mars. Blazkowicz naturally understood this act of espionage. If the Adeptus Mechanicus knew that the Void Dragon, representing technology and knowledge, was imprisoned in the Martian labyrinth, they would try everything, even risking the Emperor's wrath, to make contact with the Cetan. The Void Dragon subtly influenced Mars. Its existence was indispensable for Mars to become the cradle of human technology and give birth to countless advanced technologies. Sintara leaned against the wall with one hand, closing her eyes and chanting an old one spell, invisibility. Feeling the ship completely disappear from reality, the Emperor's eyes lit up, staring at Sintara's rapidly moving eyeballs, wondering what she was plotting again. Only he himself knew that after the Tower of Babel was destroyed by his friend, the language of creation mastered by humanity had completely lost its inheritance. The Emperor gazed at Sintara as if facing a dust-covered treasure trove, waiting only for the key to unlock all its precious contents. Blazkowicz smiled. Sintara was too timid, too afraid of the Emperor, and needed to show some things to prove her value, to avoid being silenced like a toad afterward. Actually, there was no need for this. He was fully capable of protecting her. However, he also didn't stop her. How much could be gained from the red toad depended entirely on the Emperor's methods. The shuttle, like a golden ghost, entered the outer reaches of Mars, passing through countless dense sensors. As the Adeptus Mechanicus homeworld, Mars' defense system was densely packed to an outrageous degree. One ring interlocking with another, one layer overlapping another. Countless sensors were spread throughout the void. Even an object the size of an egg could not escape detection by the augur in the vast universe. With the Emperor's psychic blessing and Sintara's spell protection, its stealth was extremely strong. The shuttle elegantly avoided the sensors, continuously approaching Mars. This was also Blazkovich's first close-up observation of Mars. This crimson star, once a human space base, ushered in the Great Colonization era. Above Mars' steel rings, large numbers of warships, either under construction or awaiting delivery, were docked. Steel behemoths awaited awakening to join the glorious Great Crusade. Closer still, one could see the matrix factories built by the Adeptus Mechanicus, based on science on its crimson body. Molten fires burned ceaselessly, manufacturing military equipment for the Great Crusade. Thin atmosphere filled with industrial toxins, factory chimneys billowing thick smoke, toxic fog and sandstorms converging into bone-gnawing tempests. The shuttle landed in a canyon, quickly ascending after dropping off its passengers to avoid detection by patrolling Skitarii. The group walked in the canyon's shadows. Valdor put on his helmet, isolating himself from the toxins and sandstorms, and led the way with his spear. Blazkovich flared his nostrils, inhaling the Martian air, his expression unchanged. Air that could poison a mortal in mere seconds was, to him, merely unpleasant with no physiological effect. The Emperor retracted his golden light, casting a psychic barrier to protect himself and Sintara. They evaded dense scans, following the canyon's fissures, battling the swirling sandstorms, and advancing towards the sealed land. Although Mars was shrouded in toxic gas, there were also benefits. The entire population resided in matrix cities, sheltered beneath sand-proof shields and air purification equipment. The wasteland was a forbidden zone for life. Absolutely no one could survive there. Precisely because the wasteland was a deadly place where ordinary people could not survive, it reduced the risk of the group's whereabouts being exposed. This is it. Valdor crouched down, his gleaming golden gauntlet brushing away the red sand, and pulled open the gate hidden beneath the rock wall. It's very dangerous inside, the Emperor warned, then stepped forward and leaped down into the pit. Old One, please hold on to me. Blazkovich picked up Sintara and placed her on his shoulder, following closely behind the Emperor into the pit. Valdor followed immediately, swinging his spear of Helios to embed it into the pit wall as a decelerator, preventing injury from a high fall. Clang! As the gate closed, cutting off the last sliver of light, the entire tunnel plunged into darkness. With the sound of landing, golden light illuminated the tunnel. The Emperor's radiance dispelled the darkness and lit up the path ahead. Blazkovich casually threw away the corpse of a spider-like, half-mechanical creature that had attacked him, clinging to the tunnel wall. He shook his hand, flicking off the viscous mixture of oil and blood, then drew his dimensional longsword from his waist, illuminating it to survey his surroundings. The four stood at a starting point. Ahead was a smooth, new mechanical tunnel, 8 meters high and 8 meters wide, extending into the dark depths. Sintara perched on his shoulder, his arm clutching Blazkovich's cloak tightly, terrified of being left alone in this gloomy place. Eternal Night Labyrinth, the Emperor's tone held a hint of nostalgia. I haven't been here in a long time. He walked to the smooth mechanical wall, reached out, and operated an exposed panel with lightning speed, a crucial part of the decryption process. Beep, beep. A holographic projection popped from the ceiling, green light, forming a panoramic view of the labyrinth for entrance to reference the route. Countless square rooms changed and combined in the projection, never stopping for a moment, then formed various elements. In the glorious past, I personally designed the Eternal Night Labyrinth. The Emperor continuously operated, his deep voice carrying a hint of pride. This self-repairing, mobile labyrinth has yet to be cracked by anyone. And our target, he pointed to a grid in the projection, the Cetan Void Dragon is right there. We need to follow the route for one cycle to avoid getting lost and reach our final destination. Blazkovich nodded, seeing the room in the center of the labyrinth, walked to the edge, tapped the steel wall. You said it can self-repair. Yes, the Emperor had a very bad premonition. Then do you clearly remember the route? Blazkovich grinned. I do. Then it's easy. Space shattered. Blazkowicz pulled out his shield saw and held it in front of him, then turned to the Emperor and said, "Just point the way." Blazkowicz held his shield across his chest with his right hand, the saw blade edges spinning rapidly, reaching maximum speed amidst the buzzing whine of the motor. The saw blades projected fiery light blades, and at high-speed rotation, Blazkowicz seemed to be holding a sun in his hand. His left palm was directly facing his chest, and cetan flames condensed into a high-temperature ray, erupting from the center of his 5 fingers. The mechanical wall instantly melted, mechanical structures and rock solution mixing together, turning into molten crimson magma that dripped down. "Follow me closely," he roared, his body straightening like a sharp sword, and with a powerful push from his legs, he shot forward with the old one on his back. Bang! With a loud crash, the outer tunnels of the labyrinth trembled, the mechanical walls groaned, rocks shattered, and a passage was forcibly broken through the wall. Blazkowicz channeled all his divine power, pushing through the steel mechanical wall with an unstoppable force, creating a circular pit. At this moment, Invincible was personified. Scorching iron wash over his body, splashing rocks fled in panic. The tunnel echo like war drums. What could stop him? Sintara's face was filled with shock. One hand gripped Blazkowicz's shoulder armor, while the other cast a psychic spell on herself to resist the impact's shockwave. The Emperor's body emitted a soft glow, his 8-meter height shrinking just enough to pass through the tunnel. He flicked a golden light from his finger, sending it into Valdor's forehead, inputting the calculated route into his mind. The journey ahead was a race against the labyrinth's changes, requiring urgent communication of directions. Knowing that his own speech was too slow to adapt to the environment, the Emperor entrusted this important task to his most trusted servant. "Follow him," the Emperor instructed, his figure flashing into a golden lightning bolt, following closely behind Blazkowicz. Valdor took a deep breath, watched the several figures ahead, each displaying their divine abilities, and quickly moved his legs to catch up, lest he fall behind and be lost forever in the labyrinth. Left. The first 8-meter wall was penetrated in the blink of an eye, and Valdor immediately reported the next intersection. Blazkowicz's body let out a muffled thud as his explosive power technique allowed him to make a sharp right-angle turn at the intersection, astonishing everyone. The old one was thrown dizzy, its tongue dragging long behind it, its hands clutching Blazkowicz's shoulder armor tightly, not daring to relax in the slightest. Valdor lowered his body, his gleaming golden magnetic boots sparking as they scraped, and he slid to dissipate momentum, catching up to the Primarch's pace, and promptly reported the next intersection. The Emperor flew in the air, looking back at the labyrinth he had designed. The tunnel they had just passed through reconstructed itself the next second. The self-repair protocol had activated, and soon the labyrinth would be restored to its original state. He breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the self-repair protocol, the Eternal Night Labyrinth would be unusable after this. If the cage was damaged, they would need to find another place of confinement. Thankfully, the Emperor felt a sense of relief. When building the Eternal Night Labyrinth, how wise it was of him to override all objections and greatly increase the redundant design. Straight. Valdor's heavy voice sounded again, with an almost irrepressible excitement. The violent factor slumbering in human genes was activated by the witnessed destruction, and the commander of the Imperial Guard's breathing inevitably quickened a few beats. Banged. As the sound faded, a crash followed. Another high wall of the labyrinth was breached, yet their footsteps never paused, magnetic shoes crackling. Seeing his sons and servants engrossed in destruction, the Emperor shook his head helplessly. Blazkowicz, like a juggernaut, smashed everything in his path. The thick walls, composed of mechanical structures mixed with rock, were fragile before him, collapsing at a touch like old Terra cheese. Blazkowicz, using sheer brute force, conquered the outer reaches of the Eternal Night Labyrinth, leading them deeper. At the very front of the team, Blazkovich's right hand was as solid as iron, resisting the recoil from the shield saw's force field. Paving the way seemed easy, merely using brute force to smash a path, but it was not. It actually involved wisdom, combining technology and strength. The key to moving mountains and stones was the built-in reflection force field, which allowed the shield saw to rebound impact forces. When the shield saw collided with the wall, an impact wave erupted at the point of collision, and the reflection force field bounced the impact back, applying it again to the mechanical wall. The distance was too close, so the wall rebounded the force again, which was then bounced back by the force field. This cycle of impact force could repeat tens of thousands of times in a second, creating high-frequency vibrations. It seemed as if Blazkovich was smashing through the wall with brute force, but in reality, it was as if he was holding a high-frequency hole puncher, combined with the shield saw's energy blade, drilling through the labyrinth wall. Right. A report came to his ear, and Blazkovich turned again, following Valdor's guidance, raising his shield and charging towards the wall. Up! Blazkovich frowned but did not hesitate, stepping forward decisively. The world spun, gravity was no longer uniform but segmented, and the labyrinth detached from a single plane, becoming a three-dimensional structure. The labyrinth, personally designed by the Emperor, began to display its extraordinary qualities. Up, down, left, right. Up, down, left, right. Through a cycle of guiding voices, in just a few hours, the team exited the outer labyrinth and reached the central area. They stopped. Ahead, there were no longer fixed walls and passages. We are 1,000 kilometers deep beneath Mars. The Emperor took a step forward, pointing his index finger skyward, emitting a golden light. Psychic radiance erupted, and their vision suddenly cleared. Before them was a moving wall that reached impossibly high. They were in a colossal cavern and looking up in all directions, up, down, left, and right. There were numerous labyrinth exits. In the center of the air, a massive brown cube floated, emitting a tremendous roar. It was a creation of rock and technology, floating and rotating, each side a colossal wall. Countless cubic boxes floated and shifted on its surface, the walls constantly rearranged and combined, never pausing. Oh! Sintara's eyes lit up, and she leaped off Blazkovich's shoulder, bouncing towards the floating wall, seemingly having discovered something new and exciting. Valdor followed behind her. The Emperor's order was for the commander of the Imperial Guard to protect the Old One's safety. The Emperor slowly began to explain. Ahead is the middle layer of the labyrinth, a constantly moving Rubik's Cube labyrinth. Each of its faces is composed of 1,000,000 square rooms, driven by ancient random technology, completely without pattern. The Rubik's Cube's random engine is truly random, with no patterns or solutions. A prison of half-reflected architecture, dark unending prisms. Intruders who take the wrong path will face countless traps and teleportation devices. A slight misstep could undo all their efforts. At this point, the Emperor glanced at the tattered Blazkovich, his tone deep and pointed. Without the key, no one can enter. Violence cannot solve this problem. Blazkovich brushed the dust from his body, tore off his tattered cloak, and his eyes were filled with deep suspicion. Don't tell me you forgot to bring the key. He clenched his fists, his suspicion towards the Emperor gradually turning dangerous. Violence can't solve the problem, but it's very useful. In your impression, am I very unreliable in my dealings? Unjustly suspected, the Emperor narrowed his eyes, somewhat indignant. Blazkovich nodded deeply, his expression calm and serious. Sigh tilde tilde tilde. The old father sighed with a touch of sadness, walked to the Rubik's Cube labyrinth, and when a giant corner rotated to its peak, he reached out and pressed his hand on the floating wall. Click, the originally roaring, constantly moving wall paused, then detached from randomness, and began to rapidly combine in a regular pattern. The key will not be forgotten. The Emperor stepped back a few paces, extending his arms to embrace the giant Rubik's Cube. "Because I am the key." No sooner had he spoken than, with the roaring arrangement and combination, the floating Rubik's Cube slowly descended to the ground, and a passage slowly formed on the wall before the Emperor. Blazkowicz stomped his foot, kicking up the shield saw placed on the ground, caught it steadily with his hand and strode inside. The three quickly followed, fearing the team would separate within the labyrinth. With the Emperor himself present, the Rubik's Cube was calm and uneventful. The group encountered no surprises and reached the core area in just 2 hours. The core of the Rubik's Cube was not large. It was a smooth cubic room, and in the center of the room was a sapphire blue cube, emitting a faint blue light. Here, Blazkowicz finally saw the holographic projection image the Emperor had pointed out when they entered the Eternal Night Labyrinth. Inside the blue cube, hundreds of thousands of miniature cubes slid chaotically, arranging themselves into various combinations. Only one fixed cube, emitting a green light, remained in the center of the cube. "What trick is this now?" Blazkowicz asked with interest. He felt like he was in a game, almost ready to claim the winning treasure. "Hyperdimension." The Old One's characteristic mumbling voice sounded, and Sintara grinned, exclaiming, "Humans are truly remarkable. In just tens of thousands of years, technology has developed to this extent." "Your praise is too much, Elder," the Emperor humbly replied out of politeness, yet his lips curled into a smile, unable to hide a hint of pride. Humans had touched upon the mysteries of the universe in just tens of thousands of years. This unique advantage was indeed something to be proud of. "What do we do next?" Valdor lightly tapped the hyperdimensional wall, producing a tapping sound like glass. This hyperdimensional space, as vast as a world, was the most draining in terms of effort and time, the Emperor said, holding a psychic light that conjured images, vividly illustrating the dangers. Once inside the hyperdimensional space, everything except the spatial cubes will be invisible. We need to tread through the void, following a hidden path, step by step, towards the dimensional core. There aren't many dangers along the way, but the journey itself is the greatest danger. The psychic light outlined an invisible path, a direct route to the core. The Emperor's face was more serious than ever, his gaze sweeping over the three, issuing a stern warning. "One wrong step, and you fall into a bottomless abyss." Cracks will immediately appear in the hyperdimensional space, swallowing the misstepper and exiling them to an unknown space. He shook his head and sighed. "One wrong step is irreversible. Beyond the dimension you can see but not touch. You'll never know how many layers of space separate you from your goal, lost beyond time and space, never to return." The Emperor's somber tone made the atmosphere in the room heavy. Even the usually nonchalant Blazkowicz frowned deeply. This journey, seemingly easy, was in fact extremely perilous. Without the Emperor, its designer, to guide the way, ordinary people would never be able to reach this place. Valdor also fell silent. The dangers they now faced were beyond what a superhuman body could withstand. His master, the Emperor, also wore a solemn expression when confronted with these perils, his dark brown face etched with apprehension. Sintara pulled a few golden rings from a pouch at her waist, breaking the heavy gloom. "It's not that dangerous after all." The Old One's words drew their gazes. The three tall humans all looked down at the short toad. She hopped around, distributing the rings to everyone, explaining their function. "These are dimensional anchors. When constructing the webway, I designed them to prevent our people from being swallowed by chaotic space. The anchors create reality anchor points, so even if swallowed by a dimensional rift, you can return to the anchored space." Blazkowicz quickly took one and slipped it onto his arm. The ring glowed with a white light, forming a light nail that pierced into reality. Such a clever little tool, the Emperor naturally wouldn't refuse. Even if he didn't need it himself, it would be excellent for research and collection. Valdor fastened the ring to his waist belt. Wearing it on his arm would hinder his weapon swings. With all preparations made, the Emperor led them to a hidden corner and found a teleportation platform. The teleportation light flashed and vanished. The platform, which required countless deciphering and searching, transported them into the hyperdimensional space under the designer's authority. As the white teleportation light descended, a brilliant blue filled Blazkovich's vision, a sight vastly different from what he had seen outside. This was a blue sea of light, with shimmering glows in the void, like circuit board traces, constantly illuminating to maintain the dimensional space's operation. From outside space, those 1 cubic centimeter cubes now appeared to be hundreds of cubic meters in size. They floated in the air, continuously submerging into the blue sea and shifting their positions. It was then that Blazkovich realized those dimensional spaces were individual cages, holding the prisoners the Emperor had captured. "Keep up." As he observed the strange sights, the Emperor's call came to his ear. He had already found the route to the core. The Emperor stepped off the platform, firmly treading in the void. His tense face instantly relaxed, and he let out a long sigh. The first step was correct, so the rest naturally won't be wrong. Blazkovich shook his head silently, feeling an extremely unreliable, gambling-like vibe of it should be here. "Follow my footsteps closely, walk where I have walked." The group followed the Emperor's steps, precisely treading where he had, moving through the void towards the core of the hyperdimensional space. After a few steps, Blazkovich looked at the cube-shaped cages suspended in the air and asked, "Can they escape?" "Yes," the Emperor replied without turning back, still moving forward step by step. "They can die faster." He raised his hand and pointed to the high sky, indicating the cubes equipped with ancient weapons. "Not only is the journey within this space perilous, but there are also various offensive weapons. No outsider has ever traversed this labyrinth, nor has anyone ever left. There are no loopholes. The hyperdimensional space is a self-contained entity. Its internal rules have been rewritten. Prisoners entering it are not allowed to act by the rules. Their consciousness still exists, and their brains can issue neural commands to their bodies, but their bodies will not move, atoning in eternal stillness." After receiving the answer, Blazkovich asked no more questions, following step by step, admiring the fantastical prison crafted by technology. The group chatted idly, led by the Emperor, as they headed towards the prison holding the Void Dragon. Due to the rules, they had to walk on solid ground. After 2 weeks, they finally reached the green glowing cage and stepped onto a fixed platform. How was he imprisoned here? At the entrance of the cell, the team stopped to adjust their condition, and the old one also asked the question that had bothered him for a long time. Even through the cube-shaped cage and under the suppression of the all-still rule, he could still sense the Citan's power. He was still active. The Void Dragon's condition was excellent, far exceeding Sintara's expectations. He should be about 70% intact, and the power he radiated alone was heart-stopping. The Emperor took his sword from his waist and recounted the ancient tale. That is an ancient legend. In the 3rd century of human reckoning, a dragon descended from the stars to Earth, wreaking havoc and initiating slaughter. Humanity was powerless to resist him, scattering and fleeing under his tyranny. He nested in the city of Cyrene in Libya, demanding tribute from the humans who submitted to his rule. After the overview, the Emperor couldn't help but puff out his chest, continuing in an admiring tone. A hero named St. George happened to pass by. Upon learning of the evil dragon from the local princess, he decided to eradicate the evil. He wore golden armor, rode a horse, and holding a massive lance against his chest, charged at the evil dragon. The battle lasted a long time, accompanied by heavy rain and thunder. St. George defeated the evil dragon, but he did not kill it. The hero St. George imprisoned the dragon and paraded him before the people, dispelling the long-standing gloom and fear, and accepted the princess, Love. Valdor listened with keen interest. He clearly realized that St. George was the Emperor. At that time on Earth, besides the Emperor himself, there was no other powerhouse capable of defeating the Void Dragon. The Old One listened carefully to the story, then scratched the back of her head, feeling his scalp tingle. She hadn't expected that there were still strong individuals among humans who had defeated the descending void dragon. To defeat the Cetans back then, the Necrons had used every means possible, activating god-slaying weapons to shatter them into pieces. The price they paid was a significant loss of strength for the Necrons, rendering them unable to control the galaxy, and the entire race fell into slumber. Unbelievable. Among the human race, talents emerged one after another. With just a horse and a spear, someone had managed to defeat and imprison the void dragon. "St. George is you, isn't he?" Blazkowicz, standing nearby, couldn't stand the Emperor's smug expression and exposed his pretense. "Indeed," the Emperor declared proudly, "that dragon-slaying hero was I. After defeating the evil dragon, I learned he was a Cetan, the void dragon, and imprisoned him by my side. Later, as human technology advanced, I built the Eternal Night Labyrinth to seal him. And I haven't seen him since." The Old One's gaze left the Emperor's face, a look of understanding dawning on him. That made sense. This individual before him, indeed, possessed the strength to defeat and seal the void dragon. The Emperor's expression sobered and became serious. He walked to the cube's door, reached out to touch the bars, and input psychic energy to open the door. Blazkowicz stood tall in front of the Old One and Valdor, his left hand holding a shield, his right gripping a super shotgun. A Cetan was a formidable foe. Treating him with seriousness was the greatest respect. Valdor held his spear of Helios horizontally, blocking in front of the Old One, ready to protect the Old One's safety even with his body in the most dangerous moment. Click! The cube's four-petaled door opened inwards, and a fluorescent green light surged out like a tide, casting distorted cross shadows on the platform. A trace of Cetan aura leaked from the door crack, and the metal seams of Blazkowicz's shoulder plates and leg armor immediately glowed green, emitting a faint hum. Unblessed technological creations, tainted by the Cetan's aura, were about to become an extension of his will. His eyes narrowed, and he lunged forward, kicking the slowly opening door. Thump! Green light exploded. Blazkowicz pierced through the light curtain, his gaze fixed on the depths of the cell. There, a lead-gray humanoid figure sat majestically on a golden throne, its naked body gleaming with a metallic cold light. Inwardly curved metal wings embraced a cluster of condensed green light like a cage, and a segmented tail coiled around the base. The Cetan's faceless obsidian skull was tilted, as if gazing through the dimension at the intruders. Chapter 100 Dragon. This Cetan. In the legends of intelligent beings, it is known as the Void Dragon, the Great Dragon, and is one of the most powerful individuals among the Cetan. Legend has it that among the Great Cetan, the Nightbringer and the Void Dragon are on par, though it is still unknown which is stronger. They represent different domains. The former is the embodiment of death and fear, while the latter symbolizes destruction, wanton devastation, and restlessness. As the master of the material realm, the Legion under the Void Dragon is invincible. But its true terror lies not in its martial power, but in its endless creativity, the ability to infinitely boost technological productivity and escalate the intensity of war without limit. In the descriptions of the Old Ones, their attitude towards the Nightbringer was one of apprehension, but when discussing the Void Dragon, they would become even more terrified. Towards the end of the war in heaven, due to the Void Dragon's unrestrained generosity, the Necrons' technological level ascended to the pinnacle of the material universe. To completely sever the connection between the Old Ones and the Warp, the Void Dragon created Blackstone, a construct that utterly isolated the realms of reality and illusion. Without the power of the Warp, the Old Ones found it difficult to contend with the god of physical laws. Their defeat was foreseeable. And with the Old Ones' defeat, the Cetan, having lost their external great enemy, began to fragment and engage in civil war, incited by schemers. Towards the end of the Civil War, the weary Citan were betrayed, and the Necrons shattered their former masters. Interestingly, in a conversation between Prima and Blazkowicz, an Old One remnant mentioned a perspective. It believed that the Necrons' war against the Citan was a continuation of the war between the Citan themselves. The Citan are absolute existences in the material realm. How could the Necrons, as their servants, defeat them in the physical universe? What allowed the Necrons to triumph was the technology granted by the Void Dragon. Perhaps even the gods did not anticipate that their humble servants would dare to betray them, and then use the very power they had bestowed to turn against them. In the later stages of the god-slaying war, the physical forms of the Citan were shattered and cruelly sealed by the Necrons. Some Citan, seeing that defeat was inevitable, left the battlefield early. The gods lost their dignity, hiding like rats from the pursuit of their former servants, concealed in the universe, awaiting the opportune moment to return. The figure Blazkowicz saw, shrouded in green light and seated on the forbidden throne, was precisely a fragment of the Void Dragon, adrift in the universe and sealed by the Emperor. His lead-gray body, forged by the Necrons, was meant to house the will of the god, allowing its great power to descend upon the mortal world. However, on the god's broad chest, there were lattice-like wounds resembling data corruption, indicating that it was still incomplete, no longer a whole god. A long sigh echoed in the void. The god on the throne stirred, turning its seated body to face everyone. It straightened its slightly bowed head, as if its sleep had been disturbed, awakening from slumber to scrutinize the uninvited guests. Blazkowicz felt himself pierced by a gaze. From high dimension to low dimension, from the macroscopic panorama of the human race to the microscopic world constructed by cells, there was nowhere to hide. Everything, absolutely everything, was laid bare before the god's gaze. Humans, old ones. The god's ethereal voice resonated, dull and rigid, so cold it seemed to freeze the air, so illusory it threatened to drift away. St. George, you are now called the Emperor, Radroth's stiff voice echoed within the cube. How interesting, you have established an empire. The Emperor remained unmoved, instead sheathing his sword and silently observing the Citan on the throne. Blazkowicz Novik, your created son, the warrior king, a destiny without fixed abode. Blazkowicz's brows furrowed. He had no idea how the Void Dragon had obtained his information. Konstantin Valdor, you forged him to be indestructible, placing great hopes in him. The Imperial Guard commander remained silent, gripping his spear of Helios tightly, his resolute gaze unwavering. Sintara, he paused, seemingly a little surprised. An old one, a remnant of the old world, yet dares to appear before me. Sintara flinched in fear, quickly shrinking behind the Emperor before daring to peek out with half her face to observe the Citan. The dragon, seemingly half asleep, half awake, turned its head, its gaze sweeping over each person, speaking their names and origins. Blazkowicz was deeply surprised. He had not expected the Void Dragon to be devoid of anger and madness, but rather to be remarkably calm. The god withdrew its gaze, its attention returning to Blazkowicz, and spoke two names, Nyadrasatha Azagorod. Fragments of the Mad One, the scythe of the embodiment of death. How interesting. It sighed, its massive body stretching, causing the space to tremble. Even under the constraints of hyperdimensional space, it could move freely. Its seemingly ordinary movements possessed the power to shake the world. The Citan's ability to see through everything, its rationality and coldness, deeply surprised Blazkowicz. This confrontation with the god was beyond his imagination. He felt that the Citan should be furious, its dignity shattered, its imprisonment humiliating. Upon seeing its captor, the god should unleash its rage without hesitation. A voice echoed in the void, filled with disdainful, icy contempt. I am not like my other brothers, constantly venting emotions. My way of perceiving the world is different. Blazkowicz's expression grew solemn, and he silently raised his shield saw. He intensely disliked the feeling of being seen through, of having no secrets or privacy. No need to be tense, the Void Dragon, its hand bound to the throne, pointed at Blazkowicz. I know your origins and intentions from the steel memories of your armor, not by seeing through your heart. Do not define us gods with human-like thinking. I have never felt anger or hatred, only a slight boredom. To me, you are but fleeting moments in the eternal universe. Why should I use eternal time to remember ephemeral hatred? The Void Dragon was high above, expounding on the world from a god's perspective, its slightly raised chin conveying its disdain for life and civilization. In the cosmic sea, even the long-lived old ones would eventually meet their end. Only the Cetan and the universe are eternal. Humanity's mere tens of thousands of years of history, the Emperor's imprisonment, were, in the Void Dragon's view, merely a rest stop on a long journey and an alternative experience of the universe for a god. Since you know our intentions, Blazkowicz stepped forward, confronting the Void Dragon's avatar directly, his gaze sharp, his tone even colder than the gods. Then do you agree? He had never had a good impression of any god, so naturally he wouldn't show a pleasant demeanor. HMPH. The god's avatar snorted, shaking its head without answering, and waved its index finger, signaling them to wait a moment. With a movement of its chain-wrapped gray finger, Blazkowicz's two shoulder plates peeled off, reflecting a sickly green light. Blazkowicz tried to stop it, but was restrained by the Emperor's raised arm. He nodded slightly, signaling him to remain calm. The shoulder plates hung in the void, trembling like living things, dissolving in the green light, their atoms reshaped, turning into a mercury-like liquid, and finally reforming into a naked humanoid figure. The silver-gray humanoid had delicate features, an elegant appearance. Its form was like that of a normal human, and it looked at everyone with a stiff smile. Young man, don't be so impatient. I will first greet an old friend, then consider whether or not to help you. A mechanical smile was frozen on the silver-gray humanoid's lips. Its voice was no longer grand, but carried the grating sound of metal rubbing. Under Blazkowicz's hostile gaze, its silver-gray eyes shifted, and it walked directly in front of the Emperor, its face showing scorn and mockery, its liquid metal roar hissing. I never would have thought that the man who was once cheerful, lively, optimistic, and positive is now utterly exhausted, looking like he carries a deep grudge. Humanity is suffering all kinds of hardships, and you have no choice but to step forward and bear the responsibility. You no longer play the hero or the guide, but choose to become a dictator. The Emperor's face was rigid, his tall figure looking down at the Cetan avatar, squeezing 4 words through gritted teeth. None of your business. PFFD tilde PFFD tilde PFFD tilde. Of course, it's none of my business. It clicked its tongue and shook its head, a mocking smile always on its face. I am merely curious, how much longer can your sacrifice of everything prolong the human race's existence? Perhaps when this cage collapses, and I am freed, I will only be able to stand on the ashes of humanity and recall your suffering. Humanity is immortal. The Emperor's knuckles were white, his power gauntlet hummed, and in his dark brown face, only his eyes burned with cold fire. If he hadn't needed something from the Void Dragon, he would have long since swung his fist and struck at such cursed words. Nothing is immortal except for us. The silver-gray avatar's eyes contemptuously swept over the commander of the Imperial Guard, then lowered its finger, pointing at the small old one at the Emperor's feet, including them. What gibberish are you spouting? Blazkowicz finally couldn't stand the Cetan's arrogance. With a low growl before anyone could react, he kicked the god's avatar away. Then he turned to face the throne, raised his left hand, pointed directly at the Void Dragon, and fiercely demanded, "Help or not? Give an answer already." Chapter 101 DRAGUNSLAYR. The others were stunned. They only felt a flash before their eyes, and by the time the furious roar reached their ears, the Cetan avatar had already crashed into the cube wall, revealing golden psychic runes. Great. Blazkovich's kick filled everyone's hearts with satisfaction. If not for their apprehension about the Citan's attitude, they would have already been unable to restrain themselves. He is merely a prisoner. We came with a request and can tolerate some conditions, but we will not abandon all dignity to achieve our goal. Don't push your luck, Blazkovich roared, taking the scythe of death wrapped in cloth from his waist and pointing it directly at the void dragon. The Emperor drew his sword, psychic sparks flickering in his eyes. Valdor activated his disintegration field, standing ready. Sintara took out her flintlock, showing some fear but making her stance clear. On the throne, the void dragon's body shuddered, its slender tail sliding on the ground, and a disdainful laugh entered everyone's ears. Since you are so impatient, let us expedite the process and get straight to the point. Blazkovich Novik, what conditions will you offer to convince me to help you smelt my brother's weapon? Azagorod is my kin, my brother. I once fought alongside him and witnessed his supreme power. You need to provide a reason, one compelling enough to move me and make me unafraid of offending my brother. At this moment, the Emperor stepped forward, asking a sharp question. You want to leave here? The void dragon sat on the throne, its faceless visage showing no expression, nor any body language, entirely in a non-committal posture. In the silence, the Emperor made a concession. If you swear an oath that after leaving, you will not, in any form or by assisting any species, attack humanity, I can consider letting you go. Blazkovich turned his face. He hadn't expected that for his armor, the Emperor would make such a huge compromise. The very existence of a Citan is the most terrifying disaster. Once freed, the entire galaxy would tremble under its shadow. The void dragon's heart trembled, its gaze sweeping over Blazkovich. It hadn't imagined the Emperor would go to such lengths for his son. I have said imprisonment is merely a respite, a ripple in endless time. I have never thought of leaving here. He shook his head gently, his words full of regret. Unfortunately, this condition does not move me. Magladros sat calmly, knowing full well Blazkovich's importance in the Emperor's heart, naturally holding the chips firmly. Then what do you want? As expected, the Emperor asked, handing the initiative to the Citan. Since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly speak. The void dragon's consciousness trembled, its ethereal voice even a little shaky. I need to establish my faith within the Imperium of man. Finally, the Citan revealed its ugly face, opening its greedy maw, attempting to poison humanity. In recent centuries, the dragon, imprisoned in the labyrinth, had felt a mysterious power lingering around him. Though very weak, it was undeniably real. The Omnissiah. He unraveled the mystery, discovering the source of power was the spiritual energy born from faith. After much thought and calculation, a crazy idea flashed in his mind. Perhaps he could take another step forward, transcend the physical universe, and become the one true God coexisting in reality and the warp. Faith, this ethereal yet real power within human souls, was a pure and devout spark, birthed by consciousness. Upon realizing this, he even resented the Necrons of old. They lacked psychic talent and could not provide faith support. But there was also a hint of glee. Now only he knew the new possibilities contained within the power of faith, allowing for bold experimentation. Impossible! 3 voices rang out simultaneously, sternly rejecting the Citan's condition. Blazkovich, the Emperor, and Sintara, all 3 knew how terrifying the power of faith was. Fearing that faith would manifest physically in the warp, the Emperor performed a miracle on Mars, drawing and dividing the Omnissiah, taking on the Adeptus Mechanicus faith himself. To prevent the proliferation of faith, he ordered the 17th Legion to tear down temples and burn scriptures. All his efforts were to prevent the emergence of any gods related to humanity. Sintara also breathed a sigh of relief. This Old One Elder was genuinely worried that the Emperor and Blazkovich would agree to this, thereby giving rise to an existence even more terrifying than the chaos gods of the warp. Blazkowicz said nothing, his chest rising and falling faster. He had already lost his patience. "Then, gentlemen, please leave." The void dragon seemed uninterested. He curled his tail, making a waving motion in place of a hand, signaling for everyone to depart. Boom! Heavy footsteps sounded as Blazkowicz stepped forward, glaring at the imprisoned throne, his eyes burning with fury. "We were willing to negotiate, but you missed your chance." Sintara exclaimed, her voice laced with pleading. "Don't do anything foolish. Think of Landugger." Landugger, the Flayer, was the only Citan confirmed to have been killed by the Necrons, but the consequences were severe. The dynasty that killed him was cursed, entering the Great Sleep prematurely, and the curse had the potential to spread to the entire race. Landugger, the Void Dragon, was puzzled, then burst into laughter. "You want to kill me?" Its metallic long tail pointed at Sintara, laughing even more maniacally. "You think he can kill me?" Its voice was as venomous as poison, and its angry roar whipped up a storm. "I am Magladroth, the most powerful Citan, not that useless Landugger." The divine body struggled, trying to rise from the throne, but the golden runes on the base transformed into golden chains, pulling it back to the throne, bound. "Curse this broken body." Amidst the creaking of chains, the god cursed and hated his current self, so powerless. "Release him." A low growl sounded, subduing the storm and quieting the cubic cage. The Citan gave up struggling, its omnipresent gaze like it was looking at an idiot. He dared to challenge a god. The Void Dragon investigated again, discovering that the so-called Primarch had no psychic powers, only a powerful physical body. Mere brute strength could not defeat a god. "Ridiculous," he sneered, settling back on the throne, believing the Emperor would not let his son die and would certainly not release the seal. Blazkowicz stood before the divine throne, his face expressionless as he turned back to Sintara. "I won't kill him, I just want to give him an offer he can't refuse." Hearing this, Sintara nodded heavily, reaching to touch her chest to calm her inner turmoil. The Emperor said nothing, knowing he couldn't stop Blazkowicz, so he squatted down, hands on the ground, using his extraordinary psychic power to reinforce the cage. Seeing this, Sintara, realizing a great battle was inevitable, pressed his hands to the floor, reinforcing the cage once more. "Are you really going to let me go?" The Void Dragon was extremely surprised, not understanding why the Emperor had such confidence. It noticed Blazkowicz holding his brother's weapon and scoffed disdainfully. "A weapon of death can wound me, but it absolutely cannot kill me. The flames of Nyadrazatha, if he were complete, I would give him 3 parts, but now." "Enough talk." Blazkowicz interrupted the god's words, removed his arm gauntlet, and threw it along with the scythe of death to Valdur. He had originally intended to teach the Void Dragon a lesson, but because of this contempt, he decided to make the lesson even more profound. "Arrogant." The Void Dragon said no more, intending to settle the matter with action. With the cage reinforced, the Emperor chanted a spell. As golden runes emerged from his mouth, the chains binding the throne transformed into golden starlight and vanished. The Void Dragon let out a low howl, rising from the throne and moving away, feeling a moment of unreality. But the ceaseless power surging from its body brought it back to reality. All of this was real. "Heh, tilde heh, heh." Raising his hand to grasp, a silver-gray spear appeared in his hand. Magladroth grinned ferociously. "I will make your death a quick one." With the weapon in hand, the green glow in his wing rings became even more dazzling. The Citan's body began to revive, and a terrifying aura rapidly grew. He floated in the air, green lightning flashing around him, and swung the spear in a circle, its tip pointing directly at the arrogant one. Blazkowicz showed no fear, extending his right hand to grasp the air. A warp rift appeared, and the crucible sword pierced through the veil. Seeing that a great battle was imminent, the Emperor and the others retreated to a corner, setting up a psychic barrier to protect themselves, awaiting the outcome of the divine battle. "I will give you an offer you cannot refuse." The crucible sword entered his hand, dancing a crimson moon in his grasp. It sensed divinity, eager to drink the blood of a god. The void hung in the void, looking down at Blazkowicz, yet straightened its back. He felt the approach of multiple powerful concepts, and a never-before-felt chill named fear arose in the depths of his consciousness. It was as if he had encountered a natural predator. He lowered his head, his gaze cast from a higher dimension, yet he could not clearly see the weapon in Blazkowicz's hand. It was an amalgamation of endless fury and malicious concepts. Man and sword became one, and the danger level increased exponentially. An alarm rang in Magladroth's heart. An unprecedented piercing sensation of life-threatening emerged. The moment the crimson light emerged, the empty shell forged from Magladroth alloy pulsed as if a heart had been born within it, each throb emanating an awe-inspiring pressure that made even divine bones tremble. The crucible sword pierced through the warp, and Sintara's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, an expression of disbelief flickering within his gaze. He could not imagine that the sword hilt Blazkowicz once wore at his waist was the god-slaying weapon he had yearned for. When the longsword was dormant, it was as plain as a stone carving. When it revealed its edge, even the gods were terrified. With just a clash of wills, the battle between god and man began. The void dragon held a spear, its body suspended proudly in the air, the god looking down with eyes like a decree of death. Blazkowicz, with the crucible sword in his hand, unsheathed its blade, challenging the god with human defiance. God and man, both transformed into streams of light transcending time and space, entangled in battle within the dimensional rift. An extraordinary battle unfolded within the cube-shaped cage. The Magladroth spear descended, a bloody divine weapon that had swept through countless worlds and slaughtered billions of lives, hurled from the god's hand. It flickered with ghastly green lightning, emitting a terrifying aura tearing through space and time, carrying the god's judgment upon the blasphemer. The crucible sword swung, and tens of thousands of crimson thunderbolts erupted from its blade, licking the cube space and piercing through the psychic defenses. Sword and spear clashed with a thunderous roar. Crimson thunder and green lightning exploded into a net of annihilation, devouring every inch of the cubic space. Crash! Green and red lightning exploded where they met, rendering the entire space into a lightning domain, ushering in the prelude to the God-Man battle. Two different forces collided savagely, power against power. Magladroth, the embodiment of physical laws, a natural god, capable of destroying heaven and earth with a casual strike. Blazkowicz, infused with the essence of a great existence, possessed endless rage, one of the most powerful entities in the physical universe. When these two transcendent beings clashed, the power they unleashed was enough to shake stars, warp spacetime, and shock multiple dimensions of reality and the warp. At the point where sword and spear met, hyperdimensional space was torn, shattering like a mirror. In the struggle of the first clash, the Void Dragon's inner state drastically changed, from contempt to shock. A colossal force, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, making worlds tremble, emanated from the spear, numbing the god's hand. Witnessing such divine power, he naturally dared not be negligent. He clenched his left hand, and space fragments, commanded by the master of the material realm, condensed into an invisible blade, striking down at Blazkowicz. The spatial blade was formless and invisible, traveling between dimensions, cutting through even space itself wherever it passed. Its speed was terrifyingly fast, aiming to strike in a barely perceptible moment, intending to cleave Blazkowicz in two. Blazkowicz detected the invisible blade. His senses were frighteningly keen, capturing any subtle change and comprehending the entire battlefield environment. The slight grinding sound of the Magladroth alloy when the god's hand clenched, and the unusual distortion of space in front of him, were all perceived by him. In a microsecond of vibration, he had already acted, neither dodging nor evading, extending his left hand to grasp the spatial blade. This action was incredible, audacious, even utterly arrogant. The void dragon, suspended in midair, tilted its head back. Its laughter transmitted through spatial tremors, mocking the human's arrogance and overestimation of himself. But the sneering abruptly ceased as Blazkovich's palm grasped the invisible thing. He stared intently at the lofty god, his eyes bloodshot with fury, endless rage materializing into flames that warped physical laws. The invisible became tangible in his palm, his left hand continuously squeezed, and space was crushed with a creaking sound. Magladroth was horrified. He had never seen an existence that could warp physical laws without using psychic power, relying solely on personal will. Even more terrifying things followed. In the god's omnipresent gaze, Blazkovich, carrying his longsword, stepped on the warp and charged towards his true body. Physical laws were warped. Under a powerful will, the warp condensed into steps, sending a man to slaughter a god. If the void dragon could sweat, he would be drenched now. What he saw exceeded the god's comprehension. He hastily retracted his spear, gripping the weapon with both hands. Infinite power surged within his Magladroth alloy body, smashing down heavily upon the approaching non-human entity. Bang! A loud noise erupted, followed by a violent explosion. The impact swept through the cubic space, continuously expanding within the Magladroth prison. If not for the Emperor and Centaura having fortified the battle space in advance before the fight began, this cube would have long since shattered. The two forces collided and stalemated within it, spear blade and sword blade gnashing, lightning and fury intertwining, physical laws and concepts crushing each other. Blazkovich's arms were torn, flesh and blood splattering, the flying droplets even piercing through the warp ripples. He stepped on invisible steps, using his sword as a wedge to forcefully withstand Magladroth's world-ending strike. His eyes were crimson with rage, yet his black pupils were as calm as stagnant water, fixed on his enemy. The void dragon was also not faring well. The weapon in his hand wailed, cracks appeared in the skin of his leaden arms, and the alloy muscles embedded within them snapped inch by inch. Green sparks constantly overflowed from the muscle fissures, indicating his body had reached its limit. His obsidian head was bowed. He no longer dared to underestimate the warrior king. Through the green sparks and red blood, the god saw a pair of eyes. A pair of angry, cold eyes, focused on their target, driven by pure will, a clear-purposed and unyielding soul. In his eyes there was no lofty god, only an enemy blocking his path. "What are you? No, what are you?" The god's interrogation thundered through the dimensions. In the clash between god and man, the god for the first time put aside his arrogance, confirming with a voice of fearful majesty what creature this being before him truly was. A human. Blazkovich remained unmoving, his gaze piercing through the crimson blade's flames, locking onto every subtle energy flow of Magladroth. HMPH. The void dragon sneered, having no interest in refuting or delving deeper. He could not believe that this creature in human skin was a human. Rather than exploring identity, winning the current battle was the most crucial task. He cast aside all contempt and pride, no longer questioning, and with a swift movement, he retracted his weapon, beginning the second round of battle. Lightning! The god let out a long cry, sweeping his spear horizontally, and a ghastly green lightning bolt shot out from the green light above his head. The green lightning was the manifestation of Magladroth's authority, representing the destructive power of physical laws. When the lightning struck, the blasphemer would ultimately pay the price. Blazkovich did not delay. He concentrated his mind and uttered two words in the language of creation. Lightning. Boom! Crimson thunder erupted from his mouth. Having learned the language of creation from the Old Ones, this was the first time he had used it against an enemy, other than teaching his descendants. The destructive power of physical laws and the primordial power of the warp, two supreme mighty forces, collided, causing the entire cube to quake. Tens of thousands of red and green lightning bolts intertwined, forming a dazzling lightning dragon. It roared with distortion, shaking space-time. The Emperor and Centaura remained silent, simply continuously inputting psychic energy to strengthen the psychic barrier. Ultimately, the crimson lightning dispersed the green lightning. The mental lightning, forged from will, shattered the pure physical laws. The void dragon had no time to dodge. The divine radiance above his head was struck, and the crimson lightning immediately spread down his body. Just as Blazkowicz was about to press his advantage, an alarm blared in his mind, and a sharp blade cut through space, stabbing back towards his waist muscles. He released his left hand, which had been holding the sword in a stalemate, and no longer exerted force with his sword-wielding right hand, letting it tilt 45 degrees downwards, sliding away from Magladroth's spear. Accompanied by a harsh grinding sound, Blazkowicz's left hand grabbed sideways, taking advantage of the void dragon's momentary pause while raising his spear. He backhanded and seized the incoming metallic long tail, which was originally the void dragon's hidden killing intent from another dimension. The battle changed in an instant. In that brief moment, the void dragon's spear thrust forward, aimed directly at Blazkowicz's throat. With this strike, Blazkowicz had no time to defend. The Emperor, the only one in the field who could clearly see the battle, subconsciously raised his arm, wanting to intervene for the warrior. Another instant passed, and he lowered his arm. Blazkowicz exerted force furiously, the veins in his left arm bulging, pulling the god's metallic long tail and flinging it outwards. An irreversible dragging force came from the tail, making it impossible for his feet to advance another inch. The void dragon's divine body was flung away, smashing against the golden wall of the prison. Ripples spread through the warp. Blazkowicz's pursuit arrived again. The void dragon lifted his spear and swept it horizontally, and the two once again became entangled in battle. God and man, transcendent and transcendent. The two most powerful individuals in the physical universe no longer exchanged any words, continuously releasing power, desperately wanting to kill each other. Magladroth's power was infinite, and Blazkowicz's rage was ceaseless. They were endless warriors, fists colliding, compressing space, weapons passing through time, no longer describable by speed. Lightning and fury intertwined, physical and spiritual colliding. Reality clashing with spiritual will, a casual strike exceeding mortal comprehension, fighting with full might, making the entire hyperdimensional space tremble. The grueling battle was endless. Thousands of slashes intertwined every microsecond, divine blood splattering and furious flames roaring, melting into a hymn of destruction. Constantin Valdor stood at the outer edge of the corner, with only a torrent of light raging before his eyes, making it difficult to directly observe the battle. He stood tall, using his imposing physique as a shield, firmly protecting the Emperor behind him. He counted the seconds in his mind, timing it with a primitive method, as the timer inside his armor had long lost its accuracy due to the chaotic temporal interference caused by the battle. The battle had raged for 72 tera-hours. The combatants seemed to possess inexhaustible stamina, their attacks growing stronger with each strike, unleashing their fury and divine power. Having overused her psychic abilities to reinforce the cage, Centaura looked weary. She pulled out a blanket from somewhere, covered herself, and fell asleep. The Emperor sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, continuously releasing psychic energy to contain the battlefield. If not for his psychic protection, the battle would have long since torn through hyperdimensional space, destroyed the eternal night labyrinth, and even affected the entirety of Mars. The Emperor himself was not faring well. His dark brown face was pale. The excessive use of psychic energy had already begun to affect the outside world. The most noticeable change was that navigators aboard ships traveling in the warp observed that the light of the Terra Astronomicon had steadily dimmed and weakened over the past 48 hours. Maintaining the Astronomicon's navigation, and containing the battlefield was no small burden for the Emperor. Each of Blazkovich's fierce assaults was enough to tear the psychic seal, forcing the Emperor to constantly expend energy to reconstruct it. This cyclical process, naturally, consumed even more power. A shrill scream echoed, causing the Emperor and Valdor to open their eyes and startling the sleeping Old One awake. They cast their gaze upon the battlefield, craning their necks to watch the momentarily paused combat. Two comet-like figures decelerated from extreme speed and halted at the center of the cube. The void dragon wailed piteously, its divine body uncontrollably tumbling and plummeting into the abyss. Green energy fluid splattered like blood, and a gruesome wound from its right armpit to its left chest was a horrifying sight. It wailed as it fell, feeling genuine pain, a sensation it had never experienced before. During the war in heaven, the Necrons betrayed the gods, shattering them with Slayer weapons. But at that time, although its authority was fragmented, it felt no pain, only a sense of detachment and a hint of emptiness. Now the void dragon truly felt pain, spreading along its necrodermis shell like a million needles, stinging the cold consciousness of the god. It shrieked and wailed, its proud demeanor shattered, falling helplessly to the ground. As the master of the material realm was injured, the domain it represented also experienced problems. From the Crimson Mars to the vast void, all Adeptus Mechanicus personnel who worshipped the god of machines experienced a dulling of their thoughts. Their ceaseless flow of inspiration abruptly ceased, as if they had lost their source. Their minds were filled with garbled code, and their mechanical brain circuits suffered data imbalances. In the deeper cosmos, within the Necrons' dynasties slumbering beneath the ground, the void dragon fragments imprisoned in hyperdimensional cubes suddenly awoke. Lacking complete consciousness, they only felt pain, frantically unleashing energy, desperate to escape their cages and merge with other fragments. Alas, all was in vain. Without complete authority, the Cetan fragments, despite possessing endless energy, still struggled to break free from their restraints. The fragments unleashed power, shattering the hyperdimensional cube's mechanical structure, only for it to repair itself moments later. The hyperdimensional cube absorbed the Cetan's energy, using it instead to repair its outer walls, a cyclical process that perpetually kept the prisoner from escaping. The damage suffered by the void dragon affected the entire universe, and the physical laws it represented were momentarily unbalanced, causing countless scientific achievements to become erroneous. Amidst its pain, it also discovered a terrifying fact: its body could not regenerate. It was known that the Cetan's physical vessel originated from the Necrons' living metal. This metal, far beyond normal comprehension, once solidified from a liquid state, would rapidly revert to its initial form when its shape was damaged. And the living metal used to construct the Cetan's body was necrodermis, a Cetan alloy refined by the Necrons using Cetan technology. Its repair speed, energy utilization, and toughness were elevated to an incredible degree, reaching the limits of the physical universe. Not to mention ordinary swords, even battleship cannons could barely leave a trace. If by chance a Cetan's shell was grazed, it could reconstruct itself within milliseconds. But now a problem had arisen. Not only could the wound not reconstruct, but something even more terrifying followed. The Cetan void dragon, Magladroth, discovered that its own authority, or what mortals understood as divinity, had diminished somewhat as the blade struck its body. Bang! Before it could ponder further, with the clang of a boot hitting the ground, Blazkovich, wielding that malevolent sword, charged forward again with a menacing aura. Disregarding everything else, the void dragon's heart was filled with terror. It shamelessly kicked the ground, propelling itself backward, haphazardly raising its spear to meet the attack. Blazkovich looked down from above, his eyes devoid of mercy. He placed both hands on the hilt of the crucible's sword, and the slayer weapon, at his will, transformed into a greatsword. The red blade left a trail of light, carving a crimson moon in the void, and once again struck the Citan's spear. The void dragon propped up its hands, blocking the descent of the cursed weapon, but felt its arms trembling. It suddenly realized that it was somewhat out of its depth. With each piece of authority it lost, it weakened a corresponding amount. This ebb and flow instantly shattered the fragile balance, and the scales of victory tipped towards the other side. Crack tilde. The spear emitted a sudden, weary sound of unbearable stress. The weapon that had accompanied it in battle let out a painful wail, and a crack appeared in it during the clash. In shock, the Citan's weapon shattered. There was no longer any obstruction beneath the crucible's sword, which cleaved directly towards the god. No. Another soul-rending pain. At the last moment, the void dragon dodged a direct blow to the head, but its left shoulder was tragically torn. The crucible cleaved down from its left shoulder, tearing through the Citan's shell, directly reaching deep into its heart. The void dragon let out an unwilling wail, its long tail coiling up to launch a desperate counterattack, striking Blazkowicz in the abdomen and sending him flying. Blazkowicz made no sound, flipping his body in the air to adjust his posture. As he landed, his boots scraped sparks from the ground, and one hand slammed into the floor, carving a furrow before he finally halted his backward momentum. His abdomen was horizontally sliced open, revealing his internal organs, and blood continuously flowed out. He stood up, pointed the crucible's sword at the Citan, completely disregarding his injuries, and charged forward again. "Don't come any closer." The void dragon shrieked, sickly green energy fluid flowing from its wound. It propped itself up with one hand, continuously dragging itself backward. Blazkowicz's footsteps did not falter. His dark eyes held an unshakable resolve, vowing not to stop until his goal was achieved. The metallic long tail struck again. He leaped high, severing the Citan's tail with a single sword stroke, and deftly caught the tail barb, sharp as a blade. With the crucible sword reversed in his right hand and the Citan's tail barb in his left, the void dragon was utterly terrified. It dragged its body backward, raised a hand, and said, "Wait a moment." Too late. Blazkowicz descended like thunder, pressing the tail barb to shatter the obsidian face and plunging it into the void dragon's brain. The crucible sword then severed its arm, and with a twist, plunged into its chest, pinning it firmly to the ground. Its body suffered a horrific impact, its divine form arching violently, trembling intensely like a dying star. He slowly rose, stepping on the god's broad chest, expressionless, looking down at the void dragon's shattered face. Beneath the obsidian was a void, with twinkling starlight like a magnificent, deep universe. The battle concluded. The Emperor let out a long sigh, allowing Valdor to help him up. Together they looked at the broad back, walking from the corner towards Blazkowicz. Godslayer. This magnificent feat, a legend in countless civilizations, existing in imagination, symbolizing the indomitable spirit of life, had actually unfolded before their eyes. If not witnessed firsthand, how could anyone believe it? Although the Citan was not yet dead, it had completely lost all resistance. The high and mighty god had been reduced to a lamb awaiting slaughter. A legendary event like a dream had appeared. Blazkowicz took several deep breaths, calming the rage in his heart and allowing the surging, restless blood to settle. Just now, he had almost wanted to completely end the void dragon, to utterly finish the god right there. As for the curse of a god's death, let it come. He would bear it alone. An incredible feat. The Old One pushed off with her legs, hopping to the supine body of the void dragon. He cautiously poked the divine body with her hand, then turned to Blazkowicz and praised, "Such a formidable warrior, the title of Slayer is well-deserved." Valdor, supporting the Emperor, rubbed the ground with his gleaming golden boots, wanting to see how the god's blood differed from that of ordinary people. As they drew closer, the Emperor refused his attendant's support. He had mostly recovered, and his golden psychic light flared brightly once more. On the ground lay the dying void dragon. He stepped on the god's green blood, his gaze at Blazkowicz filled with satisfaction and pride. The Emperor had 1,000 words he wanted to say, wanting to use the most effusive praises accumulated over tens of thousands of years to commend the Slayer's feat. The Emperor spoke 2 syllables in the ancient Terran tongue, the highest salute a human warrior could give for a great achievement. Magnificent. The Emperor, whose existence spanned history and who had heard countless praises and eulogies about himself, finally uttered these 2 words. Without a doubt, single-handedly confronting the void dragon, a Citan, was a rare feat in the history of humanity and indeed the universe. Blazkowicz leaped down from the void dragon's chest. The Citan's body trembled violently, its life force chaotic like corrupted code, with data streams flickering erratically from the wound. At the heart where the crucible sword had pierced, destructive power spread, consuming the god's strength and consciousness, slowly killing it. Now the dust had settled, and the god had fallen to immortal. The 4 stood around the immortal body, looking down from above, no longer gazing up, but rather observing the god from a superior position. This immense contrast showed that the gap between humans and gods was no longer vast. Their statuses were now equal. The longsword pinned the Citan to the ground, sealing its divine power and life force. The void dragon's torso appeared dead, with only its limbs twitching. Sintara meticulously examined the crucible sword, wanting to touch it but instinctively recoiling, scratching its head and cheeks, filled with anxiety. It wanted to observe the god-slaying weapon, but ultimately couldn't touch it, pacing frantically in place. The Emperor was filled with emotion, recalling past battles. Back then, he wasn't as powerful as he was now. It had taken immense effort and focus to barely defeat and capture the void dragon. Now, someone with just 1 person and 1 sword had brought down the god's body, crushing its arrogance and contempt. Unlike the 2 who merely observed, Valdor poked the void dragon's body with the spear of Helios, wanting to test if his weapon could penetrate the god's defenses. The result was somewhat disappointing. The spear tip only pierced the surface of the Citan's lead-colored skin, unable to penetrate deeper into the divine body. After the spear was withdrawn, the wound immediately healed as if new. Shaking his head, Valdor disappointedly accepted this outcome. It wasn't that the spear of Helios was ineffective, but rather that his own abilities were limited. Within a few breaths, Blazkowicz's abdominal wound scabbed over and fell off. His powerful regenerative ability healed the wound, leaving behind a strip of tender skin. He walked to the void dragon's shattered head, lowered his gaze, and said expressionlessly, "I told you I would give you an offer you couldn't refuse. Are you willing to listen now?" "Lothir." Magladroth's weakness was visible to the naked eye. It was no longer a high and mighty Citan, but had become a lamb to be slaughtered. Knowing its fate, it used all its strength to establish a faint connection with its finger, lightly tapping the ground. Seeing that a method of communication had been found, Blazkowicz nodded in satisfaction, his deep voice still cold. "Choose to obey or perish here. I believe you can make a wise choice." His tone held no fluctuations, yet his words grew colder and colder like sharp, icy thorns, pricking the void dragon's consciousness. It had no choice. The path of life or death was never chosen by the vanquished. Tap, tap, tap. Its finger tapped the cage floor, the rhythm forming syllables that clearly conveyed its meaning. Gods are eternal. It did not wish to perish here. Its finger tapped out a rhythm, representing the abandonment of its dignity and the humiliating acceptance of human command. HMPH, Blazkowicz snorted, having received a satisfactory answer, and raised his hand to pull out the crucible sword. As the blade left its body, the unparalleled suppressive force vanished. The void dragon's divine body trembled violently, its tensed torso relaxed, and it lay supine on the floor, waiting for its chaotic body to recover. Its left shoulder was split open, its chest horizontally torn, and its long tail and left arm were missing. This body would be eternally incomplete. It supported itself with one arm and rose from the ground under everyone's gaze. It did not float in the void, but for the first time stood with its feet on the ground. Its alloy shoulders, capable of bearing stars, rose and fell like a mortal's, its gaze sweeping over the cursed blade, an indelible dread imprinted in its consciousness. It was a terrifying sensation, its consciousness slowly devoured by stillness and nothingness, lingering on the brink of extinction, personally experiencing the sensation of its soul being finely ground. Under the threat of death, the void dragon had no choice but to immediately agree to the demand. The majestic divine body slowly stood up, its obsidian face began to reconfigure, and green energy continuously flowed from the wounds of its damaged body. But there was indeed no longer any threat to its life. Although its body would be eternally incomplete, for a Citan with infinite energy, it was merely superficial damage, nothing to worry about. Speak, the void dragon stood on the ground, its magnificent voice emanating from all directions, tired and weak. What do you need me to do? The cursed blade had caused many irreversible damages to its consciousness that could no longer be repaired. After understanding the situation, whether it wanted to or not, there was only one path it could take. It now only wanted to send the plague god away, to avoid its sharp edge, and after countless ages, when the hyperdimensional space collapsed, it would seek revenge on the one who dared to injure it. By then, he would be utterly defenseless. It would stand before his tomb, using unimaginable cruel methods to thoroughly humiliate his remains. A Citan had infinite time to wait for everything to settle, and when the immortal became mere bones, it would freely enjoy its revenge. Blazkovich nodded in acknowledgement, then stepped aside. Professional matters were for professionals, his work was done. The old sage received the scythe of death from the commander of the Imperial Guard, unwrapping the sealed cloth strips around it, her excitement palpable. Modify its form, return to its primordial state. I want to use it to forge a suit of armor for Blazkovich. The void dragon's right hand made a grasping motion, and the scythe floated up, hovering before its obsidian face. The obsidian was smooth as a mirror, with physical logic and analytical power shimmering within it, projecting a green light that formed a bubble around the scythe of the Nightbringer. Not quite right. After a long analysis, the void dragon looked down at the highly expectant old one and shook its head. Your idea is very good, but it violates fundamental principles. At the void dragon's words, everyone looked up at it, and Blazkovich also frowned, hoping for an explanation. The warp is chaotic and disorderly. Imagination is existence, the void dragon hastily explained under their piercing gazes. This is also why we dislike the warp. It spread its palm to the crowd, explaining eloquently. Building a universe with numbers, but the real universe is different. Everything is built upon physical laws with its own framework. Whether it's scientific thought or life and death, it needs to follow rules. The basic framework determines everything. The warp is idealistic, the real universe is materialistic. Idealism only cares about emotions. Extreme emotions can turn things around. Materialism is different. 1 is 1, 2 is 2, basic logic is eternal and unchanging. Blazkovich gripped the crucible sword, asking steadily, "What does this have to do with forging armor?" Seeing that he looked ready to charge again, the void dragon took a step back, no longer speaking in grand narratives, and pointed out the key. Attack, defense. This scythe is the Nightbringer's sharpest will. Its basic framework is attack, and its concept is the most incisive. It's best suited for forging weapons. Reforging it into armor violates physical laws, and its power would be less than 1/10. Are you sure you want to do this? After receiving the explanation, Blazkovich turned his gaze to Sintara, hoping for professional confirmation. Even Citan have to obey physical laws. Sintara exclaimed in surprise. Clearly, the answer was beyond her expectation. HMPH, the void dragon snorted. We are gods of reality, masters of physical laws, and will not violate our own laws. We are not like those scoundrels in the warp. full of wild ideas that contradict their own existence. With that, it returned the scythe to Sintara and stood aside, saying nothing more. Although it fell silent, the void dragon was secretly pleased. It had known everything all along and had no desire to help humanity. Its initial silence was to leave itself an out, to reasonably decline humanity's request based on facts. The plan had deviated slightly, as the one who acted was not the Emperor, but ultimately the situation was still under control. Sintara scratched her head in annoyance, her wide mouth grimacing with chagrin. She looked at the scythe in her hand, then at Blazkovich, her brow furrowed with the guilt of coming up empty-handed. "What are you struggling with?" A deep, questioning voice rang out, filled with profound doubt. As Valdor spoke, he drew all eyes. He casually raised his hand, pointing to the severed limb immersed in divine blood. "Isn't there suitable material there? If it's truly not enough." He smoothly extended his arm, pointing to the Citan's tall body, and what he said sent a chill down the god's spine. "Isn't there plenty here?" "Constantin Valdor," the void dragon gnashed its teeth, its fury echoing through space. In the depths of its will, Blazkovich was no longer the most hated person. Constantin Valdor had surpassed him to become the primary object of its hatred. To forge armor from a Citan's body was an immense humiliation, and to do it in front of the victim, even requiring the victim's help in the forging, was beyond insult. If not for Blazkovich and the Emperor by his side, Valdor would have been torn to shreds as punishment for his blasphemy. Amidst the Citan's surging fury, the Emperor beckoned with his finger. Golden psychic energy enveloped the Citan's arm and tail spike, drawing them before him. "Then let us begin." The Emperor removed his true armor, his inner robe tied around his waist, revealing a lean but muscular upper body. Ignoring the god's humiliated fury, the Old One took out an iron anvil and a furnace from her dimensional pocket, placing its arm into the furnace. "What are you waiting for?" Sintara gestured to the void dragon, pointing at the furnace opening and saying, "Release your power, melt the Citan fragments as we agreed." Magladroth's body trembled, overwhelming humiliation surged, and it looked at the furnace, not moving for a long time. When did a mere Old One dare to command it? Buzz tilde. Then it glimpsed the cold gleam of the blade, took a few deep breaths, swallowing the immense humiliation and hatred. If it disobeyed now, what lay in the furnace would not just be a severed arm, but its own completely annihilated corpse. The god trembled, beckoning for the burner's gauntlet, using its power to awaken its brother's fragments, and releasing Citan flames towards the furnace opening. Stimulated by the Citan, the 5 fingers of the armguard spread, and the dormant power within them gradually awakened, releasing a scorching heat equivalent to 1/10 of the Planck temperature. Planck temperature is the physical universe's temperature limit, a terrifying high temperature that can only erupt at the instant of the Big Bang. At such high temperatures, all existence would cease. The 1/10 temperature released by the gauntlet was the limit of the burner's fragments, and also the point where physical laws became ineffective, just enough to melt the Citan fragments into a quark-gluon plasma, reshaping its physical laws. Under the extreme heat, the Citan alloy lost its activity, beginning to peel away layer by layer, exposing the Citan fragments contained within. When Blazkovich severed the arm, he cut off the concepts within it as well, separating the Citan fragments. Watching its own arm begin to dissolve, the void dragon was heartbroken but helpless. The situation was stronger than the god, so it could only silently endure this humiliation. The Emperor, without hesitation, threw the god's severed spear and tail barb into the furnace, further weakening the Citan's power. His actions were witnessed by the god, causing it immense pain. Its power was continuously stripped away, turning into raw quark-gluon plasma, and its heart bled and wailed. "I have a good idea." In extreme anger, the void dragon let out a low growl, throwing the scythe of death into the furnace, and said resentfully, Add some extra armaments. It hated Azagoth to death. If not for this weapon, why would it suffer such humiliation and torment? Since it wasn't having a good time, the culprit shouldn't either. The Emperor raised an eyebrow, nodding slightly without speaking, a brilliant idea forming in his mind. The scythe and the body heated together, physical laws slowly melting in the furnace, bright, hot quark-gluon plasma drifting down, converging into a stream of intensely hot fluid in the furnace. The old one's furnace could not only withstand high temperatures, but also protected physical laws from dissipating, preventing material waste. Sintara wore goggles and a blacksmith's leather apron, intently watching the physical changes of the Cetan fragments. She pulled the bellows, beginning the forging ritual, chanting Old One prayers, using the cosmic truth to protect the furnace from collapsing under the high temperature. The smelting process was incredibly slow. The furnace fire burned ceaselessly, and the prayers continued without pause. Only the most outstanding forging master could concentrate so intently, watching every subtle change in the raw materials. And the infinite energy input from the Cetan, ensuring the stability of the furnace fire, was the top priority of the refining process. Neither could be absent. They cooperated fully to create a cosmic treasure. The Emperor sat cross-legged beside the furnace, intently watching the changes in the Cetan and the furnace fire. The reddish flames illuminated his dark brown face in a deep red. He constantly rubbed his fingers, his face full of anticipation and eagerness. The Emperor, while proficient in biotechnology, was also a forging master. Many divine weapons and sharp tools in human history originated from his hands. Seeing such precious materials, he naturally felt an irresistible urge to personally forge them. Blazkowicz and Valdor, meanwhile, stood aside. Lacking forging talent, their initial novelty wore off, and they went to exchange martial arts instead. Time passed quickly. It took a full Terran year of Sintara and the Emperor working in shifts to melt the physical laws into a plasma. Let me. When the physical laws were completely melted, the Old One hastily came forward with a frame, performing the sacred vessel blessing, pouring the bright, scorching quark-gluon plasma into it. Blazkowicz Novik, she cried out, summoning the future owner of the artifact. Blazkowicz heard the call and arrived almost instantly. Valdor hadn't even reacted before the person he was sparring with vanished. Blood's your blood. Sintara was extremely urgent, her voice trembling with excitement as she held the frame high. An indestructible armor was about to be born in its hands. It couldn't remain calm. The Emperor beside it also rose. At such a critical moment, no forging master could remain calm. Blazkowicz did not hesitate or question. The crucible sword sliced across his palm, and red blood flowed out. Inject the soul, the Old One hummed softly, and holy light emanated from her mouth, enveloping Blazkowicz's blood. As the incantation was recited, the blood disappeared, transforming into a pure energy that fell into the quark-gluon plasma. A mental imprint was branded within it, emerging from the plasma, a vivid crimson, identical to the imprint on Blazkowicz's chest. Hurry and get out of the way, you're not needed for now. After completing the ritual, Sintara impatiently urged Blazkowicz to leave, then carried the frame to the anvil, beginning the next crucial step. What are you still waiting for? The Emperor growled, seeing the Void Dragon's reluctant expression, his voice full of temptation. The future is already set. Blazkowicz will face the Chaos Gods, which means you'll have a part in it too. The Void Dragon suddenly lowered its head, looked at the Emperor, and then no longer hesitated, injecting concepts into the plasma. Immortality, this object shall be indestructible. Its angry roar echoed, and green lightning condensed above its head, striking into the cast iron pot, engraving physical law concepts. Eternity, this object shall exist forever. Insight, this object shall perceive all. 3 conceptual thunderbolts fell, and the quark-gluon plasma roiled, reaching the limit of what it could bear. The Void Dragon nodded contentedly, reigning in its power, controlling the furnace fire more precisely, and throwing itself enthusiastically into the work. After the Emperor's guidance, it suddenly saw the light, feeling the world expand in an instant. If I'm not having a good time, I'll make sure you have an even worse time. Thinking about the future, its iron fist, inscribed with conceptual laws, striking the faces of chaos gods or other Citan, the void dragon almost laughed out loud in its secret glee. The old one quickly moved, taking out the plasma and placing it on the anvil. The Emperor immediately stepped forward, ready to forge the armor together. The two forge masters exchanged glances, standing on either side of the anvil, their hands enveloped in psychic energy, shaping the rough mold of the armor. Once the rough mold was formed, it was time for the final forging stage. Soul forging method, Sintara spoke, demonstrating the old one's forging technique to the Emperor. We only need to hammer blessings, and the raw material will take the most suitable form according to the owner's imprint. The Emperor's dark eyes lit up. Come on, he let out a low growl, slowly pulling his clasped hands apart, a psychic energy-condensed forging hammer in his hands. The old one took pure holy water from its dimensional pocket and poured it onto the armor's rough mold. No steam rose. The water merged into it, and the temperature began to drop rapidly. Seizing the moment, they swung their arms, wielding their forging hammers and striking down on the rough mold. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew between the anvil and the hammers. The forging hammers fell continuously, forging the raw material, shaping it into its unique form. The Emperor's psychic forging hammer fell, chanting psychic blessings, injecting his own will into it, restraining all demons and evil spirits. The old one chanted softly, infusing the armor with soul in an ancient language. My hammer rises, truth blazes through steel's veins. Your hammer crashes, will fractures into bone. Hammersong shatters the twilight of dying gods. The Slayer's fury ignites with every thunderous strike. The armor we forge burns with the power to defy all gods, a crucible of wrath, forged for the one true Slayer. With each call and strike, psychic blessings were inscribed into every atom, and molecules gradually gathered and took shape. The Emperor's long hair was tied back, and he swung the iron hammer, sweating profusely. Hot beads of sweat rolled down, his dark brown skin gleaming in the firelight. The old one's fiery red scales burst open, her mouth stretched wide, exhaling scorching breath, tirelessly striking down with her hammer. They sweated profusely, yet felt no fatigue, the excitement in their eyes growing ever stronger, watching the Slayer armament take shape bit by bit under their hammers. The sound of hammers echoed for 2 full years. When the final hammer fell, the last component of the armor was forged, lying quietly on the anvil. Under the old one's encouraging gaze, the Emperor took it down and attached it to the armor's left shoulder, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The armor was identical to what he had envisioned, perfectly suited for Blazkowicz, born for him. Forged from Citan fragments with a sci-fi appearance, it also bore the psychic blessings of the Old One and himself, blending savagery and violence, a flawless transcendent creation. The Praetor suit. The Emperor reached out and caressed the armor, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. The reflection of a great existence was cast into this desperate universe. Chapter 102 Arms. This is a remarkable creation, Sintara said, gazing at the armor, her large eyes carefully examining the immortal battle armor she had forged. From ancient times to the present, nothing has ever been able to compare to it. The old one shook her head, a low growl rumbling in her throat, and reached out to caress the edge of the greave, feeling the cold, powerful energy. Blazkowicz walked over to the armor stand, his face unable to hide his joy. Such powerful armor was precisely what every warrior dreamed of. Though silent, every one of his gazes and movements was filled with affection. From ancient times to the present, it is truly unique, the Emperor murmured, nodding repeatedly. The armor indeed deserved such praise. He turned his gaze to the shoulder armor, a slight smile playing on his lips. It's just missing a few things. Missing what? The Old One looked up at the Emperor, a hint of displeasure on his face. He believed that perfect armor couldn't have any flaws. Valdor was also puzzled. Such powerful battle armor already defied common understanding. What more could it be lacking? The Emperor smiled without a word. Amidst everyone's confused gazes, he walked back to the anvil and took out the last piece of quark colloid from the furnace. This quark colloid was refined from the scythe of death. Although unsuitable for making armor, it had other wondrous uses. The Old One quickly hopped over, ready to assist the Emperor in forging, but the latter raised his hand to stop her. "I've long had inspiration for this piece. Please allow me to complete it alone." Sintara put down her raised forging hammer. Though a little regretful, she did not force her participation, so as not to disrupt another master's inspiration. She merely stepped aside, watching the Emperor's movements, full of anticipation for his inspired creation. The Emperor divided the quark colloid into two without violating its physical laws, and gestured for the void dragon to bring over the gauntlet. "Blood," he demanded again, asking Blazkovich to bleed to replicate the Old One's soul forging technique. Bright blood dripped. Sintara understood immediately and cast a spell to integrate it into the quark colloid. How can such formidable battle armor lack some offensive capabilities? The Emperor's words made the Old One's eyes light up, and she suddenly understood, then sighed with regret, wondering why she hadn't thought of additional armaments. Protecting his hands with psychic energy, the Emperor shaped the rough blank and roared, "Water!" A stream of extremely clear water splashed over, transforming into its original essence and merging into the quark colloid. The psychic forging hammer was swung again, and the sound of striking echoed. With each descent, the object being hammered solidified a bit more. Swinging the psychic hammer with both hands, the Emperor chanted a spell, which transformed into countless golden threads that fell, engraving technological circuits within the object being shaped. "How interesting!" The void dragon stepped forward, his majestic voice echoing through space, expressing an unexpected admiration. "Your inspiration is indeed good." As the master of the material realm and the embodiment of technology and knowledge, he was naturally most sensitive to technology, and he understood the truth of what the Emperor was forging. But something is not quite right here. With just a glance, he saw through the essence, pointing out a few remaining flaws in the human's supreme wisdom. The energy recycling efficiency is not high. The Emperor ignored him, the hammering sounds clanging as he stubbornly continued to engrave the circuits. Seeing him like this, the void dragon anxiously rubbed his fingers. As the personification of scientific technology, seeing a technological flaw, an itch welled up inside him. Not correcting it made him extremely uncomfortable. However, he didn't see the hint of a successful scheme on the Emperor's face as he lowered his head and swung the hammer. Green lightning struck. The void dragon could not suppress his instinct and activated his Cetan power, modifying the imperfections in the etched circuits. Without needing to change the physical laws, merely reshaping their form, the forging process was greatly shortened. In just 1 week, the two weapons were shaped. And as the weapons took shape, the scythe of death disappeared, its influence projected into the real universe. The nightmare in the hearts of intelligent beings, the image of death holding a scythe, representing death and fear, found its scythe gone, leaving only a hooded death, and dark red solid short blade and a solid shoulder cannon. The Emperor retrieved the burner's gauntlet, installed the short blade beneath the arm, and motioned for Blazkovich to put on the gauntlet and test the power of the additional armaments. As he put on the gauntlet, Blazkovich's thoughts stirred, and the short blade's internal telescopic structure extended section by section, forming a sharp, retractable blade. He swung his arm to test it, nodding with great satisfaction. His left arm's melee capabilities had increased significantly. Seeing Blazkovich's satisfied expression, the Emperor nodded and said, "The Nightbringer concept still exists with immense lethality against souls and demonic entities. As for this shoulder cannon is extraordinary," the void dragon said, a little smug as a part of the credit was his. The Emperor closed his mouth, saying no more. He was not good with words and nodded, signaling the void dragon to continue. "The Emperor still has some brains." The void dragon spoke, offering one of his few approvals. A green light projected from above his head, and the shoulder cannon slowly floated up from the Emperor's hand, coming before his obsidian face. "The very existence of this weapon is a trampling of life and souls. It inherits the Nightbringer's characteristics, reaping lives and souls, and has 2 attack modes." The first is a death ray, which ignores armor defense and directly kills the victim's soul. The second is much cruder. The Void Dragon's words carried a sneer at life. And it's the one I like. The muzzle will reap souls, convert them into psychic energy, and then fire them out. Then, with a bang, they explode, causing enemies to shatter in spirit and flee in all directions. He smiled mysteriously. What I've told you is just the principle. You will experience the specific power when you use it. After speaking, the Void Dragon slowly lowered the shoulder cannon, placing it behind the left shoulder, where it seamlessly integrated with the Praetor's suit. The Emperor looked at Blazkowicz, his eyes full of unspoken words, his calm voice a little hesitant, finally uttering 2 words. Use with caution. Knowing the weapon's malevolent nature, Blazkowicz nodded gravely, remembering the Emperor's instructions. The weapon of the embodiment of death, even if its form had changed, it remained terrifying, a nightmarish existence. The Emperor pointed at the fully prepared armor and asked Blazkowicz, "Do you want to put it on?" Everyone's eyes lit up, all filled with anticipation. The Warrior King finally had a set of power armor worthy of him, and naturally they wanted to witness its extraordinary might at the first opportunity. Blazkowicz nodded, not disappointing everyone's expectations. He stood before the Praetor's suit, spread his arms, and roared, "Armor up!" The Emperor and the commander of the Imperial Guard stood on either side of him, and the Old One behind him. The 3 of them, with solemn expressions, performed the armoring ceremony for Blazkowicz within the cubic space. 3 extraordinary beings, working together, helped Blazkowicz put on the Praetor's suit. With each component added, a blessing was uttered. When fully armored, a towering giant stood before them, and everyone's breath caught in their throats. He held a shield saw in his left hand, the crucible sword in his right, and weapons like a super shotgun hung at his waist. Behind the bat-shaped visor of his helmet were a pair of resolute and extraordinary eyes. Blazkowicz moved his arms, a satisfied expression on his face. The exposed design of the medium shoulder armor and arms did not affect his flexibility at all. And the segmented armor, combined with a flexible inner lining, allowed his body to turn without any stiffness, nor did it hinder large movements. Additionally, the Praetor's suit did not amplify strength. Its main function was to provide defense and adapt to the user's rapid movements. All the designs were custom-made, so Blazkowicz was naturally very satisfied. Allowing him to fully exert himself was the best design. After a brief experience, he lightly patted his left arm and placed the Praetor's suit into dimensional space. This was not the place for in-depth study of its specific functions. With a satisfied expression, he thanked the Emperor and the Old One. "Thank you, it's perfect for me." The Old One proudly raised her head. Soul forging was a secret forging art, naturally extraordinary and perfectly suited to all the Master's needs. "It's time to go," the Emperor said, having perfectly achieved his goal as he put on his True One armor again. "I've been away from the Imperium of Man for too long. It is time to go." Blazkowicz quickly helped the Old One pack her tools, preparing to leave the labyrinth of eternal night and return to the Imperium of Man. The Void Dragon was very sensible. He didn't need a reminder. He floated away gracefully, dragging his incomplete body back to his throne. The Emperor cast a psychic seal, imprisoning him once more. Everyone walked out of the cube prison and the door closed again. The Void Dragon slumbered within, though the green light seeping through the crack in the door was no longer as blinding as when they arrived. Blazkowicz was the first to step into the void. With his memory, remembering an invisible path was not difficult. With the Old One sitting on his shoulder, he took the lead, embarking on the return journey. The Emperor and Valdor, master and servant, followed closely. Their steps were hurried. With matters concluded, returning to the Imperium of Man had become the top priority. Compared to the uneventful journey there, the return trip was much faster, as Blazkowicz had once again carved a fast passage through the outer reaches of the labyrinth of eternal night. Chapter 103 Impaler. The Emperor's Imperial Guard shuttle went directly to the inner court of the Imperial Palace, and the group, returning from Mars, seemed a bit travel-worn. Leaving the shuttle, the few individuals parted ways, each attending to their urgent matters. The Emperor and Valdor had been away for 3 years, and many things awaited their attention, so they naturally departed in a hurry. Sintara also left with them. It went to fulfill its promise of creating some webway tools to provide the Emperor with some references. Blazkowicz headed to the Slayer Legion's Terra base, where over 30 new recruits had joined the Legion during the past 3 years. Fortunately, the Slayer Legion's base was located within the Imperial Palace's inner and outer courts, so his appearance didn't cause too much commotion. From a distance, the Doom Slayer was already standing at the base's gate, awaiting the arrival of his Gene Father. The leader was the Legion apothecary, Hippocrates, who had a medical backpack, making him highly recognizable. "Why are you here?" Blazkowicz was surprised. Why had the Legion apothecary left the fleet and appeared at the Terra base? "To escort the Gene Seed," Hippocrates saluted and explained why he was there, "and to deliver a message by the way." Though, only then did Blazkowicz remember that several years had passed, and another batch of Gene Seed had matured and accumulated to a certain quantity, needing to be sent back to Terra for the Emperor's Imperial Guard. The one responsible for this crucial mission was none other than the Legion apothecary, Hippocrates. "What other message did you bring?" Blazkowicz waved his hand, signaling his sons to disperse their formation, indicating to talk while walking, and asked with a slight frown, "Is it news about the Rangdan?" No matter when, he always cared about the Rangdan and paid attention to news of the Xenos species. "It's not Xenos." Hippocrates raised his left hand, and a section of his shining golden armor opened, projecting a holographic image. "A scout ship discovered an artificial death world named Baal in the Ultima Segmentum." Blazkowicz listened as he walked, nodding for him to continue. "Baal has 2 moons, and on the second moon we discovered some humans. And we also discovered this entity." Hippocrates stopped, raising his arm to project a long-range holographic image. Blazkowicz looked down at it. A humanoid creature with pure white wings on its back and golden hair, closely resembling the angels of human legends. In the frozen image, the angel held a long sword, leading humans in protective suits to attack a crowd of mutants. Hippocrates' voice was calm and comforting. "We didn't disturb it, as it looked very much like a Primarch." "That was the right thing to do," Blazkowicz nodded. His son's caution was not unwarranted. "Don't rush to inform the Emperor yet." He pondered for a moment, then said, "Report this news in a week." "As you command." Hippocrates accepted the order. Although he didn't know the deeper meaning, he had no doubts. Blazkowicz naturally had his own ideas. He quickly calculated the time. It would take about a week for the ancient sage to craft the tools, so he had to wait for it to complete its work. Once Sintara finished her work, she would take it from Terra to the Ultima Segmentum, first meeting the Emperor at Baal Secundus to investigate the angel-like creature. If it was a Primarch, they could reunite and communicate. If not a Primarch, it would depend on the Emperor's attitude, whether to eliminate it or coexist, entirely at his discretion. Finally, Blazkowicz planned to rendezvous with the First Fleet and return to the Nur Stars together. The fleet would return for rest and resupply, allowing Sintara to reunite with Prima, fulfilling his promise. After dismissing his sons, Blazkowicz cleaned up at the base, then donned a long robe and left the base alone. He left the Imperial Palace and entered the complex Hive City. His robe had a shielding field, and Blazkowicz walked in the shadows. So many mortals didn't notice the Primarch. It was night, and the lights in the Hive City were dim. There weren't many people on the streets. Blazkowicz moved silently like a night owl, swiftly traversing the shadows. Finally, after wandering through the Hive City for a long time, he found his target. A hidden Hydra mark, concealed beneath grimy gang graffiti, difficult for ordinary people to discern. Following the Hydra mark's guidance, he arrived at a door, took out a Hydra insignia, and gently knocked on the door. Thump, thump, thump. The knocking sound echoed, and the heavy iron door clanged. The Legion warriors who had been whispering in the room suddenly tensed, exchanging quick glances. The visitor was definitely not a Legion brother. 4 Alpha Legion warriors tacitly raised their bolters, aiming them at the stronghold's iron door. With everything ready, a warrior in a long robe walked to the door, a dagger hidden in his sleeve, and opened the observation port. Then his pupils constricted sharply, and he quickly made a cryptic gesture backward with his hand, indicating no threat. The Legion warrior saw a Hydra insignia, immediately knowing the visitor's identity. He did not kneel in reverence, but turned to his Legion brothers and said, D2M30M31 intelligence file. His Legion brothers quickly retrieved the intelligence file and handed it to him, and he respectfully passed it through the doorway. A large hand took the file bag, and with a flash of shadow before the Space Marine could react, it vanished into the darkness. After a long while, the Legion warriors in the room trembled, suppressing their excitement as they whispered, "Was it him?" It was him. The person at the door gently closed the iron door, his leg muscles still twitching and trembling, the warrior king. Only when facing a Primarch did one realize the terror of a son of the Emperor. The moment the observation port opened, everyone in the room was locked onto. With the slightest movement, let alone firing a shot, before the trigger could be pulled, there would be no survivors in the room, and no gunshots would escape. The alley returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Blazkowicz, holding the parchment file bag, returned to the inner court of the Imperial Palace, his figure reappearing in the eyes of the Emperor's Imperial Guard. When they saw him, the Emperor's Imperial Guard asked in their comms channel when the Primarch had returned, only to receive a three-word reply, "I don't know." He had left brazenly, without deliberately avoiding the Emperor's Imperial Guard's gaze, but returned by simply appearing in the Imperial Palace's inner court. How long had the Primarch been gone? What could he have done? How did he return? The Emperor's Imperial Guard knew nothing. They were helpless. Primarchs could not be judged by common sense, and the Emperor's Imperial Guard's defensive network was full of holes for the transcendent Primarchs. Blazkowicz returned to the Slayer Legion's base, opened the parchment archive bag, and spilled its top-secret contents onto the table. His fingers brushed over the parchment, his expression solemn as he read the intelligence about the Second Legion, collected by Alfarius himself. As he read further, Blazkowicz's brows furrowed. Ever since the Department of the Interior sent review teams to various legions to investigate the leak, the Second Legion began a major internal review. There were no abnormalities within the Legion, but the review team had no way to deal with the Primarch. For whatever reason, the review team had no authority to investigate a son of the Emperor. On the surface, it was a stalemate, and secretly, Alfarius hadn't gained much either. Solas remained as usual, fighting inconsequential battles, reclaiming some fringe worlds, completely unconcerned with external evaluations. He also did not resist the review team, even proactively appeasing his son's emotions and fully cooperating with the Imperium's Department of the Interior's investigation. All signs indicated that he was indeed very innocent. But Solas also sensed that there were spies in the Legion, and he intensified the Legion's internal checks, trying to find Alfarius. The person in charge of the disciplinary action was the Primarch's guard, impersonated by Alfarius. Blazkowicz glanced at the footnote. This was intelligence from a year ago. Flames ignited on his arm guard, burning the secret intelligence to ashes. Solas had no problems. He absolutely didn't believe it. That gaunt, lanky, gloomy brother seemingly approachable. Only he himself knew the suppressed rage within. Tap tilde tap tilde tilde. Blazkowicz's fingers lightly tapped the table, his mind calculating the time. Nearly a decade had passed since the First Rangdan War. Now they were hunkering down, showing no weaknesses, observing the Imperium of Man from the shadows, collecting data and intelligence, preparing to launch a thunderous strike. In 10 years, the Imperium had largely recovered and was actively preparing for war. The Rangdan should also be doing the same. Within the next 5 years, no matter what, a major war would definitely break out between the two sides. At that time, it would be a fight to the death. Would the Rangdan be annihilated, or would humanity be enslaved by them? Blazkovich's fingers stopped, and he rose from his chair, walking out of the quiet secret room, feeling that he needed to take the initiative. How could he make Solas reveal himself and clarify his role in the leak? Time waits for no one. The next 5 years are a critical juncture, eliminating pre-war hidden dangers to avoid greater losses for the Imperium of Man. I need to draw the snake out of its hole. Blazkovich sighed and walked towards his room at the base, planning to rest for the night. A week later, when the Emperor had finished dealing with the accumulated matters, Hippocrates seized the opportune moment and presented the intelligence about the suspected Primarch. As expected, the Emperor asked Blazkovich to accompany him to the Ultima Segmentum to investigate that angel. The Emperor's dream passed through the Gate of Elysium, avoiding the busy ship traffic of the Gate of Hades, and entered the warp for its journey to the northern part of the Ultima Segmentum. Argent Nur's fleet followed closely behind. To ensure the safe escort of the Gene Seed, Argent Nur dispatched a high-speed fleet, making sure they could safely retreat even if they encountered a powerful enemy. Blazkovich was stationed on the fleet's flagship, with Sophia's image hovering above the table, constantly transmitting completed intelligence to him, helping him catch up on the years he had missed. The lost journey through the warp, entering the labyrinth of eternal night to search for the Void Dragon, he had missed so much. After his return from the warp, 2 Primarchs rejoined the Imperium. Rogel Dorn, master of the 7th Legion, and Magnus, master of the 15th Legion, who was entirely crimson. Since the Primarch's return, the 2 legions had also changed their names to better reflect their legion's style and the Primarch's will. The 7th Legion became the Imperial Fists. Rogel Dorn hoped his successor legion would be like the Imperium's clenched iron fist, striking down the enemies of humanity. The sparsely populated 15th Legion, whose name carried a hint of sorrow, suffered from psychic mutation. Thousand Suns became their legion's designation. When Blazkovich returned from the warp, Dorn was still preparing on Terra and went to Mars without a chance to greet him. Currently, the Imperial Fists are campaigning in the southern part of the galaxy, within the ceaseless Segmentum Tempestus. The name of the Segmentum speaks for itself. That sector is perpetually active, with frequent astronomical disasters. Cosmic storms crush planets, forming numerous asteroid belts spanning tens of light years, inhabited by a multitude of Xenos species and unprobed horrors. Rogel Dorn's choice of the Segmentum Tempestus as the Legion's main offensive direction sufficiently demonstrated his ambition. Blazkovich nodded, dismissing his brother's holographic projection. From the intelligence gathered, the Imperial Fists expedition should be quite fruitful. As a relatively normal legion, the Imperial Fists' tactical style was mature, and Dorn did not dismantle the Legion's system to start over. Instead, he reinforced their combat style. The Legion's tactical style aligned with the Primarch's philosophy, and the two complemented each other, unleashing a combat power sufficient to deter the petty threats of Segmentum Tempestus. Blazkovich then turned his gaze to Magnus' holographic image. This brother was entirely crimson, with an exceptionally tall physique, much like the Usura Yaksha of legend. Contrary to his fierce appearance, Magnus returned to Terra, encountered his long-suffering sons, and shed tears of pain. He sought an audience with the Emperor, and what they discussed is unknown to outsiders. After leaving the Imperial Palace, Magnus took his legion from Terra, heading to his homeworld of Prospero. Afterward, there was no further news of the Thousand Sons Legion. They had temporarily left the Great Crusade. Alas, Tilda. Upon learning this intelligence, Blazkovich couldn't help but sigh, a hint of pity rising in his heart. He recalled the elegant warrior Ajek Ahriman, clad in red armor, wielding a psychic staff, and with a grimoire hanging from his waist. The reason Magnus sought an audience with the Emperor was not hard to guess. The Primarch's return meant facing the 15th Legion, severely afflicted by flesh mutations and alienated by their brothers. The Emperor had the most authority on how to resolve the flesh mutation. The final departure, the result was also evident. Magnus had not received a satisfactory answer and could only seek answers himself. Palm pressed down, Blazkowicz closed the holographic projection, leaning back in his chair with a slight weariness, gently rubbing his temples. Just as he had expected, as his brothers gradually returned, the problems of each legion were exposed one after another. Many legions had problems. How should the Emperor handle them? The 9th Legion, the ghouls of the battlefield, possessed extremely developed gene detection nerves, leading them to crave blood and devour corpses indiscriminately, regardless of friend or foe. The 11th Legion, the legion beneath the armor. The legion never removed their helmets in front of outsiders and refused the help of the mortal auxiliary army. There was also the 13th Company of the Space Wolves, the Space Marines who had turned into werewolves, which had already crossed the Emperor's bottom line. During the Great Crusade, in pursuit of conquest progress, the Emperor could turn a blind eye. Once his Webway project was implemented, or even succeeded, what would become of these legions, full of honor and scars? Thinking of all the future worries, Blazkowicz's mind was a blur. His extraordinary brain struggled to calculate the Emperor's plans for the future. Ding tilde. As the door opened, an automated machine delivered drinks, placing them quietly on the table. Blazkowicz smiled faintly, no longer dwelling on the future, and opened a bottle of wine, pouring himself a full glass. Raising his glass, he said to Sophia, "Cheers, Sophia. Thank you for looking after my mood even when you're so busy." The central lexicon slowly bowed, performing a courtly gesture. Her voice was rational and gentle. "Serving you is the meaning of my existence. Don't forget to let Centaura taste it." In a rare moment of relaxation, Blazkowicz didn't forget Centaura. "Delivered simultaneously with yours." Blazkowicz's satisfaction with Sophia was ineffable. He nodded, silently thanking her for her efforts. Having indulged his appetite, he set aside all worries, rested his head on his arms, and waited for the fleet to reach its destination. Planet Baal, located northwest of the Ultima Segmentum, northwest of the Ultramar sector. After 3 months of warp travel, the fleet returned to the real universe from the edge of the Baal system, without causing any observable astronomical phenomena. Blazkowicz had the fleet wait in the void outside the system, while he boarded a Slayer, following the Emperor's dream. After a short distance jump within the system, they finally reached the dark side of Baal. Baal is a giant planet, with 2 moons opposing each other, forming a 3-star orbiting system. On the surface of the giant main planet and its 2 moons, there are numerous ruins of artificial structures, speaking of past prosperity. The 3 worlds are desolate, with traces of war everywhere. In the Lost Era, civil war destroyed prosperity, turning the planets into dead worlds. Currently, only on the surface of Baal Secundus are there human life signals. Baal Secundus appears orange-red, slightly lighter than Mars. Although humans live on its surface, the planet is filled with deadly radiation. Blazkowicz boarded a shuttle, descending from the void to the surface, meeting the Emperor in the planet's wilderness. The 2, wearing cloaks, stood unprotected under the vicious sun, their feet on the scorching red sand. Extending his hand with fingers spread, Blazkowicz felt the fluctuating wind slip through his fingers, then looked into the distance, where atmospheric vortices appeared and disappeared on the wilderness. His nostrils twitched. The planet's atmosphere was extremely hot, radioactive substances drifted with the wind, and the air was mixed with a strong smell of rust. His eyes narrowed as he gazed into the distance. The scorching sunlight penetrated the thin atmosphere, shining on the distant undulating hills, reflecting a distant, diamond-like brilliance. "A sandstorm is approaching." His magnetic voice collided with the wind and sand. He pointed to the horizon, where a dull yellow wall was slowly drawing near. "This way." The Emperor pointed in the opposite direction of the sandstorm, pulled up his hood, and slid down a dune along its slope. The two walked through the desert, their tall figures exuding great deterrence. Predators lurking beneath the sand dared not approach, hiding in the sand to observe secretly. The wind stirred up sand, and it also stirred up sorrow. While traveling through the desert, the emperor's face beneath his hood was grim, his brows furrowed as he recalled the details of the laboratory from back then. He had indeed sensed the fluctuation of a bloodline. That angel was his son, which was the fundamental reason for his sorrow. Because in the original design, no Primarch was meant to have wings that could soar through the sky. In traditional perception, humans with wings are generally called angels, symbolizing divine apostles, purity, and nobility. But the Imperium is the Imperium of man. It needs no gods and it needs no angels. The Emperor shaped the Primarchs into human form, to conquer the galaxy in human guise, precisely to avoid excessive worship. Faith is insidious. If the Primarchs had fundamental differences in appearance from humans, they could easily become religious symbols. Now, one of his sons had deviated from the original design, growing pure white wings, identical to the angels of legend. The Emperor was deeply troubled by this. He himself was worshipped as a god by many citizens, and deep down, imperial officials also believed him to be a savior god. If an angel returned, with an appearance indistinguishable from a divine messenger, it would inevitably spark a debate about gods and men within the Imperium. As the Emperor was troubled and immersed in worry, an arm blocked his path, stopping him from moving forward. Blazkowicz pointed ahead. In a low-lying shadow of the Crimson Desert, there was a pool of clear water, emitting alluring vapor. Some kind of liquid organism. The Emperor brushed the arm aside, not avoiding but approaching, squatting by the pond and scooping up the water-like liquid with one hand to observe. Perhaps some kind of weapon. Don't drink that water, it's very dangerous. A hoarse warning came. The dune slope bulged, and a person emerged from beneath the sand. When the 9th amniotic pod ripped through the warp and crashed onto the wasteland of Baal Secundus, a human tribe calling themselves the Blood, or the folks of pure blood, discovered the Primarch within the pod. The Blood people were divided on how to deal with this infant. Although the infant was exceptionally beautiful, he had a pair of pristine white wings on his back. Such an obvious mutated characteristic clearly indicated he was not a pure human. After a long civil war on Baal Secundus, the survivors formed tribes, plundering each other for resources to ensure their survival in the harsh environment. During the long period of mutual hostility, smaller tribes were gradually absorbed, eventually splitting into two major factions, the Blood and the Mutants, based on their culture and beliefs. The mutants, suffering from radiation, had mutated limbs due to genetic changes, and their mental state was extremely unstable, making them bloodthirsty, cruel, primitive, and savage. The Blood, on the other hand, were pure humans who used residual technology to survive on Baal Secundus, resisting the invasion and plunder of the mutants. An infant with wings naturally drew the hostility of the Blood. Ultimately, perhaps out of pity for the beautiful infant, the Blood hunting party brought the Primarch back to their tribe. Sanguinius. No one knew where this name came from, but the Blood people called the infant this, symbolizing pure blood, passionate exuberance, and pure wrath. Sanguinius grew extremely fast, learned to soar with his wings, and also learned from the amniotic pod that he had at least 8 brothers like himself. He also took up a longsword and joined the war against the mutants to protect his tribe. Soon, a legend spread like wildfire across Baal Secundus. A warrior with pristine white wings descended from the heavens like a god, fearless of radiation and valiant in battle. The god was pure and beautiful, extraordinarily powerful, and led the Blood to victory. Such legends, just hearing them, filled people with longing. Many immediately took action, gathering at the Blood tribe to behold the radiance of the angel. Those who saw the angel marveled at the radiance and beauty he exuded, fell to their knees, and devoutly offered blessings and faith. Sanguinius accepted everyone who sought refuge, leading his followers and believers to constantly campaign against the mutant tribes, vowing to eliminate the threat. The Blood and mutants, who had been evenly matched with victories and losses on both sides, saw the balance of war completely shift with Sanguinius' arrival. With a single diving attack, the Angel decapitated dozens, even hundreds of mutants. His skill and strength were perfectly integrated, and his soaring posture boosted morale. In just a few years, Sanguinius led the Blood tribe to completely clear out the mutants and unify Baal Secundus. People loved and revered the Angel, gathering around him to celebrate the great victory. Faith rode the winds of victory, and the Angel's grandeur and power spread throughout the world, with more and more people believing in him. Regarding faith, Sanguinius was very worried. He was born with a unique ability, precognition. This talent allowed him to foresee opportunities, leading him to victory after victory, bringing all of Baal Secundus under his command. But only he knew that after completely unifying Baal Secundus, the Emperor would arrive in a battleship of steel to take him back to the Imperium of Man. In the Imperium of Man established by his father, faith and mutation were the two greatest taboos, and he possessed both. The deep faith of the populace and his mutated, pristine white wings would become direct evidence, inviting the judgment of the Imperium of Man. In the Blood tribe's palace, Sanguinius sat on a high platform. Amidst the praises, he opened his azure eyes, his gaze passing through the palace gates and falling upon the endless wasteland. He slowly rose from his high seat, bade farewell to his believers and followers, and flew out of the palace, flapping his wings. The prophecy told Sanguinius that the human emperor had arrived, and the day of judgment was at hand. In the desert wasteland, Blazkovich and the emperor stood by the water, watching a man rise from the sand. He was wearing a deep green radiation suit, a breathing mask, and held an automatic rifle tightly in his hands, his body trembling slightly. Clearly, the man was intimidated by their tall stature. Despite his trembling body, his shaky finger still pointed to the clear water in the depression and said, "That's thirst water. It doesn't quench thirst, but instead drains the body's moisture." It was evident that the man was kind-hearted by nature. His body instinctively feared, yet his good heart made him bravely step forward to warn them. "There is no need to fear." The emperor slowly stood up, his movements as gentle and harmless as possible to avoid scaring the good-natured man. Blazkovich also took a step back, indicating he posed no threat. They had both noticed the man hiding in the sand earlier and hadn't intended to bother him, but he unexpectedly revealed himself to warn them. This was a genuine act of kindness, an incredibly precious gift in a galaxy full of suspicion and betrayal. Indeed, seeing the strangers displayed kindness and their polite demeanor, the man breathed a sigh of relief. He slid down the sand dune to stand before the giants, his face hidden beneath his hood, and asked cautiously in a hoarse voice, "You don't seem to be locals." "We are indeed not locals." The emperor's voice was calm, soothing the man's rapidly beating heart, and he explained their reason for coming. "We are here to find the Angel." "The Angel." Upon hearing this name, the man took a step back, his relaxed emotions tensing up again. He gripped his hands, adjusting the muzzle of his automatic rifle for easy firing. The man's attitude displeased the emperor. His brownish-black face in the shadow of his hood grew even darker. He was not angry out of rudeness, but because he saw the fervent fire of faith in the mortal's clouded eyes. "Strangers." The man lowered his body, slowly retreating into a combat stance. "Are you looking for the Angel for something?" Clearly, the two men's immense size greatly intimidated the man, making him believe they posed a threat to the Angel. "I've come to find my son." As the emperor spoke, he slowly raised his head, his chin emerging from his hood. He raised a hand and pointed into the distance, telling the man, "He has already arrived." The man suspected this was a feint, retreated several steps, and looked back hastily. He saw only a dark silhouette at the edge of the dust, breaking through the air. He fell to the ground in shock. The strangers said they came to find his son, but pointed to the approaching angel. Blazkowicz stepped forward. His extraordinary vision had already spotted the angel, and he also saw the longsword clutched in the angel's hand. Seeing his son's aggressive demeanor, the emperor raised his hand and shot out a golden light, which formed a bubble that enveloped the mortal, slowly moving him above the thirst water. He needed a simple test. Sanguinius' golden brows furrowed tightly. The scene before him completely contradicted the prophecy. The future foreseen by his psychic precognition should have only the emperor here. Now, the situation was slightly off, with two extra people. One was a blood mortal, and the other stood behind the emperor. His gaze fixed on the unfamiliar, tall figure, and a violet flash appeared in his blue eyes as Sanguinius once again activated his precognitive ability, targeting that individual. Then the result of the prophecy made his heart tremble, and his expression gradually became solemn. An endless darkness with no past and no future, like a black hole devouring everything, silent and hollow, standing there quietly. Sanguinius was very dissatisfied with this result. He immediately shifted his target and activated his precognition on the emperor. Only this time, the prophecy he received was no longer certain. The future was swallowed by the black hole, becoming ethereal and uncertain. Sanguinius was somewhat flustered. Since awakening his precognitive talent, such a situation had never occurred. Before he could even think, the emperor enveloped the mortal with his psychic power and threw him into the thirst water. No! With almost no time to think, Sanguinius roared, his wings beating, breaking the sound barrier. The sonic boom dispersed the dust, and he plunged down like a sharp arrow tearing through the air. He disregarded his own safety, diving into the thirst water and pulling out the severely dehydrated mortal. "Why?" Sanguinius demanded angrily, his voice like the clear cry of a crane, his beautiful face filled with disbelief and pain. "Father." He fell to his bare knees on the scorching sand, cradling the mortal in his arms, looking up at his father, pleading with the emperor to quell his wrath. "If I am guilty, I will accept your judgment. I beg you, do not take your anger out on mortals." The emperor removed his hood, no longer concealing his form, and a golden sun slowly rose. He was taller than ever before, looking down at his son kneeling on the ground. The strong wind ceased, and the dust settled. Nature submitted before the emperor. Sanguinius looked up at his father. In that holy radiance was a man with brownish-black skin and black hair, sweat dripping from his cheeks, emitting a metallic scent. Perhaps this description was inaccurate. Though his shell was that of a man, in his golden eyes were the souls of women and children, youths and elders. The emperor was like an amalgamation, representing all people. And beside the emperor stood a silent man. Golden light slipped past him. He was the only one unaffected by the psychic power. The humanity within you saved this mortal. The emperor was expressionless, and he pointed a golden light into the mortal's body. Chapter 104 Sanguine. Your unhesitating human impulse saved this mortal. The emperor's face was expressionless. He pointed a golden light into the mortal's body, then looked down at his son with a scrutinizing gaze. It also made me re-examine your existence. Sanguinius. The thirsting water flowed from the mortal's body, and life filled his shriveled form. The emperor dispelled death, granting him a new lease on life. Sanguinius remained kneeling, understanding that his father was testing his character with the life of a mortal. If he had shown even a hint of hesitation, the emperor would not have wavered in unleashing a thunderous judgment upon the faith of this planet. What if I hadn't saved him? The angel looked up, his beautiful face gazing at his father, hoping for an answer to an alternative possibility. He is a kind and good person. The emperor lowered his finger, pointing at the mortal in his son's arms. His voice was like a majestic heavenly power, infinitely authoritative yet cold and merciless. If he had died, a void of faith would have been buried with a truly good heart. You saved him, proving that beneath your seemingly wholly mutated exterior, a flicker of humanity still exists, earning you a chance to justify yourself. The Emperor made no attempt to hide his feelings, nor did he consider sanguineous emotions. His cold words were filled with disgust. When Sanguinius had made his prophecy, the Emperor had already used his psychic abilities to learn everything about his son. He could not tolerate that his son, whom he had held such high hopes for, had grown unholy organs on his body. Those pure white wings were too dazzling, a blasphemy against the imperial truth, and a direct manifestation of the warp's essence. What troubled the Emperor even more was that he saw through his son's twisted exterior to a sincere heart, whose act of saving someone shone with human brilliance. Had Sanguinius hesitated, failing to save the mortal's life, the Emperor would have acted without hesitation, erasing his son's twisted form and reshaping him at an opportune moment. But the truth was, Sanguinius did not hesitate. He risked danger to save the mortal, proving his noble soul. In the Emperor's eyes, the mutated form and the shining inner self contradicted each other, appearing on his son. Such a contradiction, entwined with the Emperor's own conflicting emotions, brought a bitter taste to his mouth. The Emperor didn't know how to. His appearance is not something he can decide. The atmosphere was terrifyingly stiff. As the scorching desert grew cold due to the father and son standoff, a low voice broke the silence from the side. Blazkowicz stood from a third-person perspective, an outsider offering a relatively impartial opinion. "Get up first." He walked to the kneeling angel, extending a hand from beneath his cloak. His black eyes under the hood looked at the beautiful face and said, "You are not wrong. Many things are not for you to decide, and this is not the place to talk." Sanguinius glanced at the large hand before him, his cerulean eyes trembling as he looked up at the expressionless, rugged face beneath the hood. He knew deeply that a relatively fair statement, heard by the Emperor at this very moment, would undoubtedly be a serious bias. Clap tilde. Two hands clasped together. Sanguinius felt the warmth of the friendly hand pulling himself up from the scorching sand. The Emperor glanced at the pure white wings, shook his robes in displeasure, and turned to walk in the direction Sanguinius had come from. Blazkowicz nodded at Sanguinius, signaling him to leave first, as he had other matters to attend to. Due to the Emperor's displeasure, Sanguinius dared not fly. He held the unconscious mortal and followed behind him, one after the other, walking towards the Blood Tribe's settlement. Seeing the two depart, Blazkowicz crouched beside the thirsting water and sent landing coordinates to his void ship. Such conscious technological constructs possessed extremely high research value. Collecting samples and deciphering their functional structure might prove useful one day. As the shuttle descended, Blazkowicz stood up and left, unhurriedly catching up with the two who had left ahead of him. The Blood Tribe's settlement, disordered buildings constructed from ancient ruins, were encircled by walls and situated on a massive rock. The buildings had a scorched yellow hue, bearing witness to the marks left by the scorching sun and sandstorms over the years. Looking along the heat-distorted horizon, many people stood at the settlement's gate, clad in radiation suits, their subtle movements filled with anxiety. They were waiting for Sanguinius to return. In the past, such a situation had never occurred. The angel had left without a word, weapon in hand, as if going to an appointment from which there was no return. The Blood Tribe waited for a long time until the star set. The angel's departure was like the night, shrouding the hearts of his followers. But it was strange. Today's star seemed to set very slowly. It lingered on the edge of the undulating barren dunes, reluctant to descend further. Was it an illusion, as if the star had turned golden and was approaching the settlement? The mortals polished their protective goggles, widened their eyes in disbelief, and then knelt before the golden sun. A colossal figure slowly approached, radiating golden light. From the face of that magnificent being, people saw perfection and hope, and hot tears streamed down their faces. The angel they had hoped for, with folded wings, walked alongside him. His white wings were tinged with gold, and he carried a sleeping mortal in his arms. Witnessing this sacred scene, the crowd could no longer suppress their feelings of salvation. They prostrated themselves, their choked sobs tearing at their throats, and they wept loudly. They worshipped, they repented, they yearned for salvation. Faith is so fragile. The emperor's gaze was cold, his expression indifferent. His words were indistinguishable between a reprimand and a whisper. They worship you, but upon encountering another image that better fits their expectations, they immediately change their object of worship. Sanguinius remained silent, his beautiful face showing neither sorrow nor joy. He did not refute the emperor's words. People's worship had always been like this, like an abyss of desire, never-ending and without bottom, constantly pushing boundaries, seeking something more sacred and beautiful. Nor did he blame the blood tribe for shifting their worship. In the galaxy, no one could resist the emperor's radiance. I accept faith not for religious rule. Amidst the people's weeping worship, Sanguinius spoke for the first time about the faith on Baal Secundus, explaining why faith existed. His voice was clear like a trickling spring. To defeat the enemy, I must unite the people. A truly existing idol is more real and practical than any dogma. I set an example, using myself to establish a noble goal for mortals. As Sanguinius spoke, a hint of struggle appeared on his beautiful, desirable face. Then he sighed and asked, "Father, are you not the same?" At these words, the emperor stopped. Everyone's heart suddenly paused, an invisible force grasping their throats and hearts. He slowly turned his head, golden light casting from his eyes. On this issue, Sanguinius did not back down, looking up to meet his father's gaze without the slightest retreat. The air instantly solidified. A single question pulled back the emperor's veil of pretense. He strictly forbade faith and rejected religion, resisting personal worship and idolization, yet he himself used the same methods to constantly gather people's hearts. This question had always existed. The emperor who opposed faith was the object of worship for the entire imperium of man. The sound of shoes crunching on gravel broke the standoff abruptly. Glancing at the two wide-eyed individuals, Blazkowicz pointed to the blood tribe's settlement and said, "Aren't you going to go in and sit down?" The emperor ignored him, lowering his head to look at Sanguinius, stating unequivocally, "I will destroy your faith." There was no room for discussion in his tone. The emperor, in order to eliminate faith, mercilessly delivered his judgment. Sanguinius did not condemn his father's cruelty, nor did he defend himself. He merely gently set down the mortal in his arms. Walking before the emperor, he drew the longsword from his waist. He spread his wings, shielding the blood tribe's settlement behind him, and said with even greater determination, "I cannot stop you, nor can I defeat you, but I will continue to protect them." "Don't you understand?" Facing such stubbornness, the emperor's voice involuntarily rose. "Faith is a slow poison. After you use it, the backlash will be even fiercer. Without external enemies, faith will slowly decay, then be reshaped and distorted, ultimately destroying everything built upon it." "Of course I understand." Sanguinius' expression was firm and unyielding, his longsword held before him. "That's why I will never abandon them. Though mortals are very fragile, becoming base to survive, when they kneel before me, an undeniable responsibility falls upon my shoulders. In this world riddled with radiation, the faith you despise is everything mortals possess besides their lives. Apart from faith, they have nothing. They have not forsaken me, and I will never fail them. If you wish to remove faith, I can teach them to face themselves, but I will never allow you to destroy them unless you step over my corpse." His clear words fell, resounding powerfully, his blue eyes unwavering under the gaze of the emperor. Good. Such responsibility and resolve, the emperor couldn't help but cheer in his heart. Yet this most brilliant human responsibility and noble virtue appeared in a mutated body. He could easily imagine how the mortals of the Imperium of Man would worship, and how their faith would reach a climax if this radiant and beautiful image were revealed to them. Good. Compared to the emperor's conflicted heart, Blazkowicz Novik cheered loudly, praising without reservation. Not being misled by the superficiality of faith, but instead being able to view it correctly and shoulder the expectations as a responsibility. This sense of responsibility is truly extraordinary. He turned to the emperor and asked, "Or are you saying you want your son to be a traitor who abandons mortals and forsakes his place of upbringing?" Traitor, heretic. Two incredibly malicious words, far more severe than faith, struck the emperor's mind like a heavy punch, making him somewhat dizzy. His nostrils flared as he took a deep breath, raising his gaze to stare at the pair of dazzling white wings. As Blazkowicz said, sanguineous external physiological characteristics were not something he could control. It was Erda, the Primarch's mother. She was seduced by chaos, betrayed him and the Imperium of Man, and opened the psychic barrier. When the Chaos gods snatched away his sons, they must have tampered with them, leading to the appearance of physical mutations. Yet even with just a brief interaction, Sanguinius' conduct was excellent, his sincere heart radiating human brilliance, far surpassing that of other Primarchs. The Emperor was caught between love and aversion for Sanguinius. He loved the innocent heart, but detested the mutated form. He glanced at Blazkowicz, then his gaze returned to Sanguinius, who stood in front, and finally settled on the mortals behind his son. Alas, after weighing the pros and cons, the Emperor shook his head helplessly, knowing he couldn't change his son's determination. A hint of joy finally appeared in Sanguinius' firm eyes. His father's sigh meant that the people of Baal Secundus could live. He relaxed his stance, preparing to thank the Emperor for his benevolence, but then saw the Emperor raise his hand and shoot a beam of psychic light at him. Everything happened too fast. The mortals hadn't even had time to react when a brilliant light erupted around the Emperor, and he vanished with Sanguinius. Blazkowicz looked up at space. A golden light streaked across the night as the Emperor used psychic teleportation to take his son away. He retracted his gaze, looked at the bewildered mortals, and shook his head helplessly. The Emperor departed gracefully with the light, leaving him to handle the aftermath. "You don't have to worry, Sanguinius will return." After reassuring the startled mortals, Blazkowicz summoned a shuttle to pick him up and head to the Emperor's dream. He was a little worried that a conflicted father and son, entangled in love and hate, might have other clashes, leading to further conflict. When Blazkowicz stepped into the glittering palace, the Emperor sat on the throne, Sanguinius knelt below, and an imperial official was reading out an agreement. Blazkowicz stood at the doorway, listened for a moment, and a smile played on his lips. The agreement was very brief, perhaps moved by Sanguinius' kindness in protecting his people, or perhaps by the Emperor's conflicted love. The Emperor granted the Baal system autonomy. From then on, the Baal system would be under the jurisdiction of the angel, and imperial ships would not be allowed to enter the Baal system without the angel's permission. The people of Baal could worship the angel. The imperial truth would not be forcibly imposed. It was clear that the Emperor also wanted to see how far the angel could go, and whether he could prove everything he said through his actions. As the price for high autonomy, Sanguinius needed to restrain his people, ensuring that the primitive angel worship remained on Baal and did not spread into the Imperium. Blazkowicz could tell that the Emperor had put some thought into this brief agreement. The autonomy, seemingly permissive, was in fact a constraint, constantly reminding the angel not to forget his promises to the people in front of the Emperor. Should Sanguinius ever falter, the Imperium's punitive fleet would arrive. To restrict faith, imperial warships were not allowed to come, and without much contact, faith would naturally not spread. An autonomy agreement was, in fact, a cage for faith, a sharp knife pressed against Sanguinius' back, keeping him constantly vigilant. At the end of the agreement, the high-hatted diplomat looked up and chanted in a sharp voice. "This agreement is signed by the Emperor, and his son Sanguinius, May the binding force of this autonomy agreement endure forever. He then turned, holding the agreement scroll, and bowed slightly to Blazkowicz, continuing to chant. Witnessed by the Lord of the Stars, Blazkowicz Novik, may the justice of this agreement never waver. Blazkowicz frowned slightly, not expecting this matter to involve him. After the Emperor and Sanguinius finished signing, the diplomat carefully presented the parchment scroll to him, holding it high, and offered him a quill pen. He did not hesitate, picked up the pen, and wrote his name, thereby endorsing the agreement. The diplomat carefully rolled up the parchment scroll, perfumed it with an incense burner, placed it in a sleeve, and respectfully returned it to the Emperor. Thus, the matter here is concluded. The Emperor nodded with satisfaction, placing the scroll in a leather box beside the throne, then said to the angel, who was kneeling on one knee, "Rise, Sanguinius. I need you to return with me to Terra, take command of the 9th Legion, and unleash your talents in the Great Crusade." Sanguinius rose from the obsidian floor and nodded, obeying his father's command without any defiance, not even asking to bid farewell to his people. It was evident that the Emperor did not wish to stay in the Baal system for another moment. "Brother," Blazkowicz stepped forward, took the angel's arm, and gazed at this extraordinarily beautiful brother. His golden hair was as smooth as silk, flowing down his back with sideburns hanging over his chest. His eyes were as clear as sapphires, set in deep sockets, radiating a reassuring light. His nose bridge was as prominent as a peak, his thin lips rosy, and his face was of perfect proportion, as if sculpted by a master artist, complemented by a gentle gaze and a resolute demeanor. No one could fail to marvel at his beauty. Compared to Fulgrim's aggressive, flamboyant beauty, the angel's beauty was genderless, a pure, admirable beauty. Blazkowicz felt a touch of melancholy. If Sanguinius had no wings in the Emperor's eyes, he would be the perfect son. Both in character and appearance, he would be deeply loved by the Emperor. "Brother," Sanguinius responded warmly, opening his arms for an embrace that surprised Blazkowicz. He knew that this robust, extraordinarily heroic-looking brother had spoken up to help him during his meeting with his father. Blazkowicz embraced Sanguinius in return, saying in a very low voice, "The 9th Legion will surprise you. Their spirits are severely tormented. I cannot overly shape other legions. Everything is up to you. As you said on the surface, teach them to face themselves, to break free from past pain and torment." "Thank you for the information." Sanguinius' eyes narrowed slightly. His brother's special warning naturally registered with him. Blazkowicz patted his brother's broad back. "They have suffered many injustices. If you need to clear their name, you can contact me. I will not hesitate." Sanguinius said nothing, just nodded and released the embrace, his eyes filled with gratitude. Currently, he didn't know how his legions were doing, but from his brother's words, he felt that the legion had significant problems and was unwelcome by other legions. "We part ways here. Today's parting is for future reunion." Sanguinius showed no reluctance, only a hearty laugh. After bidding farewell to his brother, Blazkowicz turned to the Emperor and said, "I need to return to the Halo Stars to prepare my legion and enhance its combat strength." "They are coming back." The Emperor naturally knew who they were. He nodded with an equally solemn expression. "The War Council has already begun preparing for war." Sanguinius listened from the side, not asking any questions, but noting the information in his heart. Enemies that made the Emperor look serious were the great enemies of the entire Imperium of man. He couldn't participate in that now. Preparing his legion was the first priority. If one day he could join the fight, then he would truly be helping his father and brother. "If you need help, you can come to the Nurse Stars." Blazkowicz waved goodbye to Sanguinius, making another promise. "If needed, I will seek you out." Sanguinius returned the solemnity, his beautiful face very grave, accepting this kindness. Blazkowicz smiled, turned, and left. Having reunited with his brother, it was time for him to return to the Nurse Stars. Just as Sanguinius watched his brother leave the bridge, A strange light flared in the void outside the Emperor's dream's viewport. His psychic talent was extraordinary, and he naturally felt the dense spatial fluctuations in the sector. The star-studded void was twisted, and an extremely vast fleet emerged from the warp, returning to the real universe. Various warships of all sizes continuously arrived. Based on the warp fluctuations, the fleet likely consisted of thousands of warships. "Sorry I came to bail without your permission." Blazkowicz, who had been leaving, turned back, a smiling apology on his face. The Emperor straightened his face, feigning anger as he replied, "Haha, don't let it happen again, son." Chapter 105 Scare. A small joke, dispelling the slight sadness of parting. When Sanguinius saw the entire fleet through the porthole, his heart was incomparably shaken. The silver battleships emitted stellar light, and within the Baal system, it was as if 1,000 bright lamps had been lit. The plasma engine's glow outshone the brilliance of billions of stars. He then suddenly understood that the help his brother spoke of was by no means empty words of comfort, but a solemn promise based on strength. The Emperor's dream sailed into the warp, parting ways with the Argent Nur fleet from the Baal system. Blazkowicz boarded the Royal Majesty, taking command of the fleet's flagship, and ordered the first fleet to return to Argent Nur. After the godlike fleet departed, the Baal II bloodline tribes helped each other up, praying devoutly to the angel, hoping for his swift return. 3 months later, when the first fleet emerged from the gate system Stargate, it immediately caused a sensation. Before the first fleet's return, the second, third, and fourth fleets had all come back. Within the Halo stars, all of the Argent Nur stars' main fleets that had been fighting abroad, except for the patrol fleets maintaining order, had returned from the void. Many well-informed individuals had already noticed that Argent Nur's large-scale military deployment and the Imperium of Man's massive consumption of war materials all portended a major war. Rogue traders facing war showed no fear or evasion. Their eyes lit up, hoping to make a fortune from it. Every war is a mutual consumption of matter. In a star system where large fleet battles occur, trillions of shells are fired into the void in a single tera-day. After the war, whether it be the Imperium or Xeno's forces, various battleship wrecks would certainly be left behind, many of which contained treasures of considerable value. Whether before or after the war, keen-scented merchants could always find ways to get rich. Under billions of gazes of different meanings, the Void Fleet entered the Stargate, heading towards the core region of the Argent Nur stars. The first fleet entered the Stargate and departed in different directions, with battleships returning to their respective homeports for necessary maintenance. Before the Royal Majesty's workstation, holographic data streams scrolled rapidly, with all matters concerning the fleet's return rushing upwards like an inverted waterfall. As the Royal Majesty connected to the quantum network, Sophia presented the plan. In Blazkowicz's dark eyes, a torrent of data was reflected as he read through Sophia's various rotation plans. Sentinel's shift changes, Mortal Legion holidays, automated machine soldiers' rotations, and staggered changes for naval personnel. Before Blazkowicz's return, Sophia had rationally arranged everything, and a plan involving over 100 million personnel changes was quickly presented to him. Returning from the Stargate to Argent Nur's main planet, Blazkowicz sat at his desk, quickly reviewing all the planned arrangements. Sophia's proposed plan had no major problems, but some of the detailed arrangements did not take into account the actual battlefield situation and were overly data-driven. Executed as is. After a few days of modifications, Blazkowicz finished his work and stood up, stretching lazily. He wasn't feeling tired. He simply felt that it would be very comfortable to stand up and stretch after completing his work. Sophia's phantom figure took small steps, bowed and retreated, holding a data panel, her fingers plucking at her skirt as she slowly disappeared. The data would be transmitted to the Nur ring, refined by the data core, and then distributed to ensure that every step proceeded in an orderly manner. When the battleship docked at the Nur Ring, Blazkowicz let out a long sigh of relief, his expression very relaxed, a look of pleasure on his face. Every time he returned to his homeland, a sense of ease would always well up from the depths of his heart. Blazkowicz looked down at Argent Nur with a smile, making his final deployment before descending to the surface. Notify all Doom Slayers and Custodians to gather at the Ring Arena in 2 weeks. Except for the garrison warriors, all sentinels in the expeditionary force will be present. I will issue new war formations. After speaking, he strode out of the room, and the teleportation light illuminated beneath his feet, already in the battleship's VIP area. From afar, Blazkowicz saw the elder standing outside the guest room, impatiently rubbing his small hands, his expression both expectant and nervous. "You're finally here." Seeing the arrival, Sintara's crimson toad-like face beamed with joy, and she hopped closer. "Elder, are you a little nervous?" Blazkowicz asked with a gentle smile, squatting in front of her, watching a pair of conflicted hands constantly tying knots. "A little," Sintara nodded, her eyes filled with nostalgic timidity, and her muffled voice sighed with emotion. "There's no concept of time in the warp. I've been busy and haven't felt the passage of time. I didn't expect that in the real universe. 6 million years have passed in a flash. I lament that time has flowed like yesterday, and then I was pleasantly surprised to learn that my people are still alive." Blazkowicz's mood was infected by the Old One's sorrow, his joy gradually fading, and his thoughts couldn't help but drift to the past. Since he could remember, less than 100 years have passed, yet he has experienced all kinds of joy and laughter, as well as unspeakable sadness. Looking back now, although there were some dissatisfactions in the past, it was also incredibly exciting, solid footsteps he had taken on his journey. As for the Old One, Blazkowicz didn't know how long they had lived. 6 million years is too long. Life has gone by countless times, and countless races in the universe have risen and fallen. But these known 6 million years in the Old One's long lifespan are just a sad past. Perhaps the fall of their race feels to them as if it happened yesterday. It's analogous to a mortal who, yesterday, confirmed the death of all their loved ones, heartbroken and grief-stricken. But today, they suddenly learn that there are still loved ones alive, and they can see them immediately. Upon hearing such news, the first reaction is not joy or excitement. Amidst such great ups and downs, it is instead an unreal sense of emptiness and illusion. Sintara is currently in this state, as if in a dream, not daring to go all the way, afraid that behind the expectation is an empty bubble. Blazkowicz took his slightly cool hand, lowering his voice to comfort him. "Don't be afraid. I once promised you that I would reunite the Old Ones." This promise was the strength that sustained Sintara to this point. She knew she was being overly emotional and no longer hesitated. Her eyes darted around and she grinned. She took out a black robe from her dimensional pocket, hastily wrapped it around herself, completely concealing what species was beneath the robe. A buzzing sound came from under the robe. "I must give him a surprise." Blazkowicz shook his head and smiled helplessly, lamenting the Old One's playfulness, still wanting to create surprises at such a moment. Perhaps for Prima, whether it was a surprise was hard to say, but a fright was definitely guaranteed. After some preparation, the teleportation light illuminated again, and 2 figures, one tall and one short, disappeared from the Gloriana-class battleship's deck. Teleported to the ground, Sintara surveyed the surroundings, her eyes met with crystal-clear mountains. She said indignantly, "No wonder he dared to hide in the real universe. It turns out he stole dimension crystal seeds and planted them in this world." "That's not surprising then," the Old One exclaimed with sudden realization. "I was still wondering how, with your technological level, you could create dimension crystals and build dimension weapons. It turns out Prima came to this world, planted the crystal seeds, and allowed them to once again emit infinite radiance." Blazkowicz walked ahead, leading the way without asking about crystal technology. Those things were too profound, and humans simply couldn't comprehend their mysteries. Along the way, Sintara chattered incessantly, often cursing Prima, accusing him of stealing treasures while also not taking her along when he fled. Caw tilde tilde tilde. A long cry came, and a crystal skyhawk descended from above, landing on Blazkowicz's shoulder and pecking his cheek. Sintara immediately fell silent. As an old one, she naturally knew the symbiotic creatures of dimension crystals. Someone was using magic to share their vision and observe the outside world. Thinking of this, Sintara's body trembled slightly, utterly certain that Prima was alive and excited, and also with a mischievous thrill. The crystal cave emerged from infinite dimensions, connecting to the real universe, welcoming Blazkowicz's return visit. Sintara followed closely behind Blazkowicz, passed through the dimensional passage, and saw Prima in a warm cabin, covered with a blanket, lying sleepily on a low bed. She was instantly filled with rage. She had been living anxiously in the warp, while this fellow was quite leisurely, enjoying life. Prima licked his eyes with his tongue, then saw Blazkowicz and the black-robed dwarf beside him, blinking in confusion. It was known that to protect him, the Noack royal family had never brought anyone else. Before he could ask, he heard the black-robed dwarf let out a terrifying laugh and extend a thin whip from his sleeve. In an instant, a chill rushed to his heart, scaring Prima out of his wits, and he sprang from the bed. His back pressed against the wall, his eyes wide with terror, he asked with a trembling voice, "Who are you?" "Don't you recognize it?" the black-robed figure asked, holding up the thin whip. His voice deep and terrifying, "I am the defender of law, the ruthless, the punisher, the judge." Chapter 106 Family. Seeing the long whip and hearing its name, Prima's scales instantly lost their color, turning from deep purple like an illusory star to pale as porcelain. He slumped onto the low bed, the light in his eyes completely extinguished. It was evident that Prima was terrified to the extreme, not even considering that, regardless of their identity, the person before him was his surviving kin. The old one's drastic physical change scared Blazkowicz, making him want to check on him, but Sintara lightly nudged his boot, signaling that it was nothing serious. "I am guilty." Prima's eyes were vacant, tears flowed from his large eye on top of his head, and he voluntarily confessed his crimes. "I violated the code of life, interfered with the destiny of other races, and should not have stolen treasures and fled." He confessed dozens of crimes, ranging from grave offenses of interfering with destiny to trivial matters. Blazkowicz truly had not expected that the learned old one would commit so many racial crimes. It was quite an eye-opener for him. He was, however, very curious as to why the old one showed such fear towards that thin whip. Under the whip's threat, Prima, like spilling beans, confessed all his crimes from birth to the present. HMPH tilde. Just as he reached out his arms to surrender, a soft snort came from beneath the black robe, as if enduring immense pain. Prima's large eye widened, realizing he had been tricked. His body immediately regained its color, and he took a flintlock pistol from the wall behind him, his expression turning fierce, and he shrieked at the black-robed figure. "You are not a law enforcer. Who exactly are you?" "And you," he pulled out another gun, pointing it at Blazkowicz. "Stand still, I need to verify your identity." "It's me," a choked sigh sounded. Hearing this familiar yet strange sob, Prima trembled all over, his hands gripping the two guns, shaking uncontrollably. Sintara took off her hood, revealing her fiery red scales and those bloodshot, tear-filled golden eyes. Snap tilde. The two golden flintlock pistols fell onto the bed. The scene before him felt unreal. Prima practically rolled off the low bed and came before his crimson kin. Seeing the lifelike figure, he reached out to touch it, then trembled and withdrew his hand, afraid it was an illusory projection, a prank Blazkowicz played to amuse himself. Blazkowicz, however, grabbed his hand and dragged him closer to Sintara. Don't. Prima pleaded, his body resisting and leaning backward, even closing his eyes in despair. Only when he felt a cold touch in his palm did he stop struggling and slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. Sinatara, it really is you. At this moment, Prima could no longer hold back and embraced Sintara. The two old ones knelt on the ground, hugging each other's bodies, feeling the unique cold body temperature of their race, and wept loudly. 60 million years. The lonely ice formed by the erosion of time melted in their embrace. In the small room, emotions shattered into fragments, flying with tears, as the old ones sobbed uncontrollably. Blazkovich was deeply moved and knew it was time for him to leave. "Kid, wait." As he turned to leave, Sintara called out to him, and the old one, overjoyed and tearful, quickly came over. "I don't know how to express my gratitude." Sintara, already timid and not good at expressing herself, had eyes red from crying, filled with gratitude. "You don't have to thank me." Blazkovich knelt before him, his deep voice also filled with gratitude. "The old one once saved me, and you also helped me forge my armor. Reuniting you all is my undeniable duty." Prima rubbed his eyes, a look of satisfaction on his face, and proudly raised his chin. His apprentice clearly distinguished between right and wrong. "Use the stick for hatred, the carrot for kindness." No. Sintara shook her head, pulled a model from her dimensional pocket, and stifling her sobs, said, "Everything you do is for the great cause of the universe's living beings. We are merely adding bricks and tiles, and we also hope for your success. As for our reward, it is entirely your personal act, and I must express my gratitude to you." "Take it." She held up the gift and presented it to Blazkovich. "Humans are undertaking a great crusade. It will help you." Blazkovich carefully examined the model. It was a miraculous creation. It was entirely made of black stone, composed of two interlocking four-pointed stars, rotating in opposite directions, forming an inverted eight-pointed star amulet. "What is this?" he asked softly, but did not take the runic accessory, reaching out to gently touch it, feeling its mysteries. "I know this." Prima also jumped over and began to explain the amulet's origin. "It is the key to activating a fortress. During the war in heaven, designed entirely by Sintara, our race built countless eight-pointed star fortresses to channel the power of the warp and fight against the Cetan and Necrons." Yes, mentioning her work, Sintara puffed out her chest, her pride not at all concealed in her words. "The eight-pointed star fortress. In the later stages of the war in heaven, the Void Dragon created Blackstone, blocking the power of the warp, making our race's war effort extremely difficult. But I discovered something different." Sintara spoke in sparks, forming a narrative of the past, explaining its origins. "As the saying goes, extremes meet. Blackstone's suppressive power over the warp also showed another polarity. After special guidance, its polarity would rapidly reverse, amplifying the mental energy from the Sea of Souls. This gave me inspiration. I mimicked the Cetan's Blackstone to build the eight-pointed star fortress, using this extraordinary creation to fight against the Cetan." After he finished speaking, the sparks formed a giant eight-pointed star fortress, floating before Blazkovich, identical to the miniature key in his hand. "Time has passed." Prima shook his head regretfully, continuing to narrate the fate of the eight-pointed star fortresses. "Those powerful weapons were either destroyed or left uncontrolled, drawn by gravity to fall into stars. Most of the surviving fortresses were taken in by the Eldar. The Eldar's god of artisans reactivated them, making slight modifications, and called them craft worlds." "What did you say?" Sintara immediately jumped up, her golden eyes wide with anger, sparks spewing from his nostrils. "Those latecomers dared to desecrate my creations and shamelessly claimed my achievements. It infuriates me as well." He trembled, pacing in a circle in frustration, spewing angry sparks from his mouth and nose. As a legendary artisan, upon learning that his creations had been desecrated and his authorship stolen, the old one's anger naturally surged. Sintara cupped the amulet in her hands, whispering ancient old one-words. The key in his hand glowed faintly, and as the incantation ended, it returned to calmness. "Kid, take it." After learning the truth, Sintara, burning with rage, forcefully fastened the key to Blazkovich's waist, refusing any objections. "Those disrespectful children stole my creations, occupying what belongs to me. If you encounter them in the future, if you can use them, bring them back. If not, destroy them." With the key hanging at his waist, 2 black stone chains spontaneously grew from it, fastening around his waist, leaving Blazkovich unsure of what to do. Undoubtedly, if he could obtain the fortresses and deploy these ancient creations in war, it would be a devastating weapon for humanity. However, the power of the fortresses came from the warp, and there were still concerns about its potential impact. After thinking, he turned his gaze to Prima for guidance, hoping for direction. "Why are you looking at him?" Sintara's tone was sharp. "I am not a member of the Temple of Life. I don't need to adhere to the non-interference principle." "He's not worried about that?" Prima took out his pipe, but Sintara snatched it away just as he was about to explain. "It's in my dreams." Sintara's face was ecstatic as she put the pipe to his mouth, sitting cross-legged and happily enjoying the fragrance of the tobacco. Prima, however, knew Blazkovich's concerns. With a wave of his hand, he gathered the smoke into his palm, and after kneading it, the smoke formed a new pattern. "You don't need to worry about warp contamination. The 8-pointed star fortress has Blackstone's polarity. It not only channels the power of the warp, but can also isolate warp contamination. Feel free to use it." "I understand." Blazkovich's hand brushed over the key, accepting this heavy gift. Prima let out a strange cry, and the smoke twisted and transformed into a star map of the vast Milky Way. "I, incidentally, know a few places where several dormant fortresses are located." He extended his slick tongue and lightly tapped the star map, marking the locations of the fortresses. "Child, you must remember." Sintara slowly raised her head, her eyes reflecting the Milky Way, voice filled with reluctance and resolve. "There are many fortresses. If you don't need them or can't control them, destroy them completely. Do not feel any regret. Even if my creations are destroyed, I will not allow them to be controlled by evil and poison the denizens of the galaxy." Understanding the Old One's resolve, Blazkovich's expression was solemn as he bowed respectfully to them and made a promise. "I understand. Thank you again." Blazkovich sipped some tea, then rose to take his leave. He truly couldn't stand the 2 old chainsmokers' clouds of smoke. The tobacco smell filling the cramped room was suffocating. Compared to Prima, who preferred not to move, Sintara personally saw him off, waving goodbye at the entrance of the crystal cave. "Please go back inside." Blazkovich looked back with every step, watching the Old One enter the cave until the dimensional cave disappeared again. Only then did he depart. He didn't linger for long. The 2 ancient Old Ones had been separated for too long and had too much pain and sorrow to share. Sintara had been detached from the real universe for too long, and urgently needed to learn from her kin about the changes in the universe compared to 60 million years ago. Leaving the Crystal Mountains, Blazkovich raised his left arm, summoned a star map from his arm guard, and marked several key locations in the southern region of the Ultima Segmentum. After marking, he took a key from his waist. "Sophia, dispatch a fast fleet to this star sector to search for giant fortresses similar to the model. If the target is found, the fleet need not return to Argent Nur. Establish an outpost on site and clearly declare the fortress as property of the Nur stars." Sophia's phantom flickered into existence, her eyes scanning the key with rays, then dissipated into the air. "As you command." The order was quickly given, and several standing fleets departed from the Nur stars, heading to the Ultima Orientis Segmentum for reconnaissance. Blazkovich dared not be negligent with those ancient weapons. He immediately dispatched fleets to search for them and assess their condition. Having made all preparations, he saw that it was still early and was not in a hurry to teleport away. He walked leisurely across the wilderness, heading back to the Argentum. The Royal Majesty's ecosystem was very good, but compared to Argent Nur, which was listed as a paradise world, it was still a bit narrow and cramped. Along the way, Blazkowicz encountered many modified races: centaurs, unicorns, and fairies with transparent wings. The arrogant creations left from the Golden Age all knelt in homage, praising the greatness of King Noak and offering sincere blessings. By the time he returned to the old palace, carried by the wind and twilight, he entered the inner courtyard and saw a young man and woman, both eagerly awaiting him. Seeing Blazkowicz appear, the girl's emerald eyes lit up. She ran forward, holding her court gown, stopping only when she was close. With her hands gently resting on the sides of her skirt, her fingertips picking up the hem, she curtsied, her voice clear like a warbling oriole. "Uncle." The armored warrior also caught up, slowly removing his helmet to reveal brown hair and emerald eyes. He performed a warrior's salute, his voice, hoarse from male puberty, filled with respect. "Uncle." The young man's face strongly resembled Flano's. His youthful cheeks, still developing, were slightly thin, and even his ceremonial light armor seemed ill-fitting. "Marie," Blazkowicz's sharp gaze softened, his eyes showing tenderness as he stroked the girl's soft hair, his deep, magnetic voice tinged with guilt. "You've grown up. I almost didn't recognize you." The girl proudly raised her head, her demeanor elegant and noble, her face fair, her skin delicate as porcelain. Her height of 2 meters was considered tall among Argent Nur women, and in her court gown, she exuded the majesty of a princess. She was in the prime of her youth, at an age where she was just blossoming, possessing a vibrant and lively beauty. "Alexander." His gaze shifted, and Blazkowicz's palm rested on the young man's shoulder, feeling his strong bones and marveling at the passage of time. "You're a fine young man now, too." The Novik family's prince, with a tall stature and resolute gaze, studied at the War College, learning the laws of war, and also campaigned with the Sentinels, experiencing the vastness of the starry sky. Looking at the siblings before him, Blazkowicz felt a surge of emotions. He led armies to battle in the void, yet missed the growth of the new sprouts at home. Each meeting felt like an age had passed, and the familiar faces and smiles he remembered had changed again. Perhaps the next time they met, they would have grown into adults, chosen suitable partners, and continued their lineage. "Forgive me," Blazkowicz knelt on one knee and said to them, "I cannot be by your side to witness your growth. Enemies surround us in the void. I need to leave you to destroy the xenos and foes, to carve out living space for our kind. The cause you pursue is incredibly great. It is for our entire race." Marie gently stroked her uncle's cheek, brushing away his guilt with her hand. Her bright eyes began to redden, misting over slightly. "The older I get, the more I understand how cruel the terrifying enemies you face are. The burden of the future rests on your shoulders, yet we cannot share any of it with you. Being able to welcome your return, allowing you to temporarily escape the horror and bloodshed, is the only thing we can do now." Alex turned his face away. Boys were always very emotional. His sister's words had brought tears to his eyes, but he didn't want to expose his vulnerability. "You are always so understanding." Blazkowicz sighed deeply, wiping away a tear that fell down the girl's cheek with his thumb, and offered an encouraging smile. "In the near future, you two will bear great responsibilities. Argent Nur's constantly expanding territory. The future belongs to you, and it will be a heavy duty." Blazkowicz had long foreseen that humanity's future belonged to mortals, and the future of the Novik siblings was destined to be brilliant and dazzling. Marie shook her head, her beautiful face very solemn. "You are the eternal king of Novik." "I am not," Blazkowicz denied his niece's words. "Nothing is eternal, even the universe will end, and even gods have an end. Study diligently, so you can better rule your people in the future." "Let's go," Blazkowicz interrupted Marie, pinching her open mouth, ending the heavy topic. He stood up, putting his arms around the siblings' shoulders, and headed towards the palace's back garden. "Don't keep your family waiting too long." Flan was already waiting at the dining table. He nodded to Blazkovich, and the family sat on either side of the stone table for a family dinner. Out of royal etiquette, no one spoke at the table, and the entire meal passed in silence. Since it was a family dinner, the women of the family needed to clear the table, while the men sat on the nearby lawn discussing other matters. Blazkovich's previously amiable expression changed. His face was grim. He tried to rein in his emotions, his eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Alex. On his left, armguard was a progress report. In his past studies, the War College's report indicated that Prince Alex's grades were quite ordinary. It wasn't due to limited talent, but simply that he hadn't fully dedicated himself to political and strategic studies, preferring to wield guns and swords, and was more passionate about the path of a warrior. As a future king, knowledge of governance is very important. An unprecedented irritation surged within Blazkovich. He spoke earnestly. The path of a warrior is good. It refines one's skills and cultivates resilience and courage. He didn't deny Alex's efforts, but explained the stakes from a different angle. You are of the royal family. Your future is destined to be that of a commander. Frequently accompanying warriors into the void, you should know, as a commanding officer, how many warriors will perish in the void due to a single impulsive or ill-considered decision. Alex's face turned pale. Although his uncle was very careful, the unintentional pressure emanating from him made Alex clench his teeth in resistance. Flano, sitting nearby, had a smirk on his face, watching his son being reprimanded with amusement. He had discussed similar topics countless times. His stubborn, naive son believed that by diligently honing his skills, he could catch up to Blazkovich's strength and become the next warrior king. When Alex was young and ignorant, Blazkovich had already left Argent Nur. The young boy didn't know the specific concept of his uncle's strength. His brother and Lemon Russ returned together, and his son went to the stars to learn warrior skills. When he returned, Blazkovich had already left Argent Nur again. This time, facing Blazkovich, Alex finally had a concrete understanding of his uncle's power. This reunion after many years might change his excessive pursuit of the warrior's path. Alex naturally understood. He clenched his teeth, and under his uncle's gaze, every cell in his body trembled. He had once aspired to be a warrior king, honing the path of a warrior, hoping to become a powerful and respected warrior. The ideal was beautiful and bright. Reality was as cruel as a knife. With just one disapproving look from his uncle, his prideful resilience and courage were shattered, and not a shred of courage to refute remained. I understand. Alex lowered his head, biting his lip unwillingly, his voice choked with tears. He finally understood what the Sentinel's veterans discussed, that any proud warrior, when facing the warrior king, would instinctively tremble and be unable to suppress it. Smelling blood, Blazkovich knew Alex had bitten his lip, and his voice softened a little. You need to understand your position. Human strength has its limits, but wisdom has no end. A wise commander is far more difficult to achieve than a powerful warrior. Commanding the overall situation is an inherent mission of the royal family. Flano suppressed his laughter, listening to his brother lecture his son. When Blazkovich expounded on wisdom far surpassing brute force, he glanced at the other's bulging muscles and almost blurted out, "You're absolutely right." Amig. Blazkovich, however, grabbed his hand and dragged him closer to Centaura. Don't. Now kith your ex-lover Sintara, bellowed the Slayer. Chapter 107, Rise. Seeing Alex's wounded expression, Blazkovich relented and changed the subject. Princess Sora and Marie entered the room, mother and daughter carrying fruit platters. They sat quietly, listening as the men spoke of distant wars and matters of state. Blazkovich told tales of the Great Crusade, the invisible parasitic worms, his brother Ferris and his iron hands, the divine majesty of the Citan Void Dragon, and the sacred beauty of Sanguinius. He spoke vividly, painting each legend so clearly that his listeners seemed to stand among the stars themselves. When he described the Ultramarines Legion's first meeting with their Gene father, how father and son had mistaken each other for enemies and clashed on the battlefield, the family exchanged uncertain smiles, torn between amusement and reverence for the king of Ultramar. Alex listened with shining eyes, fists clenched with barely contained excitement. Marie's own curiosity bloomed. She marveled at the wonders and flaws of the Imperium of Man and asked about the angelic face of Sanguinius. Blazkowicz, unable to capture such beauty with words, called for a servant to bring a drawing board. He sketched a likeness of Sanguinius on the spot. Marie covered her mouth, astonished. "He's beautiful." The two women admired the portrait in hushed voices until Flano, feeling a sting of jealousy, snatched it away. He glanced at it and sighed. His wife and daughter had been restrained in their praise. The family's laughter filled the room. The young ones, inspired by tales of glory, urged Blazkowicz to tell more about the heroes of the Great Crusade. He obliged, recounting one legend after another. But as his words flowed, his gaze dimmed. He spoke of comrades who once shared his youth, some now surrounded by family warmth, others long since consumed by war. Before their transformation, even the mighty Space Marines had been boys, children who should have grown up under their parents' care. Instead, the Emperor had gathered them from countless worlds, reforged them into warriors, and hurled them into battle. Their bodies became weapons, but their hearts remained forever young, angry, impulsive, and desperate for the approval of their Gene fathers. The Slayer Legion was somewhat different. It valued will and soul over mere youth, recruiting men whose minds had already matured, even the middle-aged. For that reason, its warriors were steadier than most. As Blazkowicz's memories darkened, his words slowed, the emotion fading from his voice. Flano noticed his brother's distant eyes and quietly signaled his wife and children to leave. The family dinner had ended. What remained was a matter of blood and duty. Flano's tone was low and serious. "Brother, why did you order Phoenix to gather the retired veterans?" He had received the notice the moment Phoenix arrived in person. He already suspected his brother's intent, and it unsettled him deeply. Those old soldiers had given their lives to the dynasty. Their bodies were failing, they had earned their peace. To summon them again, perhaps to battle, felt cruel. Blazkowicz swallowed hard before replying, voice heavy with steel. "To remake them." Flano's gaze sharpened. Blazkowicz looked away. "The cost is too great," Flano said quietly. "You may be stronger than me, but I see things clearly. Your Gene sons are powerful, but such power demands a terrible price. This isn't as simple as implanting Gene seeds. You're turning sentinels into doom slayers." He fixed his brother with a piercing stare. "At least tell me, what is the cost?" Blazkowicz's broad shoulders sagged. After a long silence, he whispered, "I don't know." Flano froze, eyes narrowing in disbelief. "You don't know." Blazkowicz looked skyward, his voice trembling. In the heart of the Imperium, Terra, ships once arrived endlessly, filled with the finest of humanity, chosen to become doom slayers. I asked the Emperor himself, is it worth it, to sacrifice millions, tens, even hundreds of millions for the sake of a few warriors? His voice dropped to a near whisper. He answered me, it is a necessary sacrifice. Flano felt the chill of those words deep in his chest. Necessary sacrifice? In them, he heard the Emperor's unbreakable will. Blazkowicz continued, eyes hollow with memory. To fight chaos, someone must pay the price. We are the blade, but the forge that made us burned countless lives to ash. For every doom slayer, millions were lost. Test subjects, conscripts, innocents, all gone. He paused, voice thick with grief. Obelisk once said he feels the eyes of the dead upon him, the ones who perished so that he might live. Their souls are our armor, their blood our burden. We march carrying their silent prayers. He turned back to Flano. You ask the cost, brother. I truly don't know, but I do know this. His voice hardened, eyes blazing with conviction. It is a necessary sacrifice. There's no perfect solution, he added softly. Only a question of how much one is willing to pay. Flano sighed, meeting his brother's unwavering gaze. The fire in Blazkovich's eyes was both terrifying and noble. At least, Flano said finally, you must not command it as king. Let every veteran choose for himself. Blazkovich did not argue. He simply nodded, accepting his brother's plea. The old warriors had earned their peace. None would be forced to fight again. Flano stood, brushed the grass from his robes, and turned away. Rest, brother. All right. Blazkovich lay back on the lawn, eyes fixed on the distant Nur ring, where his fleet hung like stars in orbit. He knew Flano's fear wasn't cowardice. It was pity for those who would bear the curse of immortality through endless war. The gods do not die, and neither do their chosen. When dawn's chill dew brushed his skin, Blazkovich rose and walked toward the Royal Palace Boulevard. Before the statue of King Noak, he paused. The stone face was cold and silent. No answers came. He turned away and continued toward the arena. The Sentinel's veterans were already assembled. "My king," they cried, kneeling as one when his tall figure appeared. Blazkovich stepped onto the dais, his shadow stretching over them. "Please rise," he said. They stood gray-haired, scarred, their eyes still bright with the pride of old heroes. Among them were masters, commanders, and sword champions, legends of 100 battles. Blazkovich looked upon them, voice ringing like thunder. Glorious warriors, once again the clouds of war gather over mankind. Legendary warriors, Blazkovich roared majestically, his gaze like a torch sweeping over the warriors' weather-beaten faces as he called out to them. The clouds of war once again loom over the human race. One might even say they have never dispersed. The starry sky upon which humanity relies for its existence is always shadowed by the gloom of war. Chaos lurks and watches. Aliens breed from humanity's borders. New and old enemies, like endlessly sprouting weeds, threaten us at all times. "Please wait," an old veteran stepped forward. He was no longer young and valiant. His neck was like a withered tree trunk wrapped in wrinkled bark, and his voice, like a leaky bellows, hoarsely interrupted the king's speech. "We are old bones now, our hot blood is gone, and we can't listen to any grand narratives." Blazkovich raised his hand, signaling the sentinels to relax, not to criticize the meritorious senior for interrupting his address. The veteran's words resonated. They were living legends who had heard countless war declarations from King Noak, their hearts long since calm as still water. "Young King Noak, you don't need to be so reserved." The veteran's expression was relaxed, and an aged smile creased his wrinkled face. "Just state your intentions directly, and we will listen attentively. If the Novik family still has needs and wants to take something from us, please state it directly. What else can these old bones of ours do?" The old warriors nodded in agreement. What the veteran said was spot on. When they were young and strong, they had also sworn an oath to guard, pledging allegiance to Argent Nur and the Noak royal family. Limited by their physiological functions, the increasingly frail warriors gradually left the battlefield, enjoying peace in their remaining years. But just as their comrade said, if the Novik family had a need and wanted to take something from them, they could take it freely. "It's not the Novik family," Blazkovich whispered, shaking his head, explaining to the veteran. "It's entirely my personal request." His words caused an uproar among the veterans, and hesitation appeared in their firm eyes. For thousands of years, the Sentinels had served the Novik family, considering loyalty to the royal family as the highest honor, all actions stemming from royal family directives. The current King Noak, his words, left some veterans puzzled. Some understood, their expressions subtly changing as they quietly took a step back. They vaguely understood that the young Blazkovich Novik intended to raise a unit in his personal name. To have young people leave the Sentinel system and abandon their guardian oath was almost impossible. It would require the seniors to work on the younger generation and establish a new army. "This is impossible," The veteran's face hardened as he looked directly at the imposing figure on the high platform, sternly rejecting Blazkowicz. "We are the Sentinels. Unity is the source of our strength. King Noak, the people of Argent Nur will never be divided." The old warrior's voice trembled. "You can designate some warriors to carry out special missions, but you must never give them a new name. The laws of the Argentum explicitly define our rights. We have the right to refuse your division of the Sentinels." "Yes, we will not support you. The Sentinels will never be divided. Tradition is our strength." The arena was packed with people, and the legendary warriors spoke out one after another, rejecting King Noak's plan. "No," Blazkowicz lowered his thunderous voice quieting the clamor, and explained to the veterans. "You have misunderstood. I have no intention of separating the Sentinels." Unity was the foundation of the Sentinels. How could he disband his own army? The young men were active Sentinels members, but the veterans had already left the Guardian roster and were completely out of service. Hearing that King Noak had no intention of splitting them, the old warriors breathed a sigh of relief. If Blazkowicz had been determined, no one could have stopped him. With their biggest concern gone, their expressions eased considerably, and they adopted an attentive posture. Blazkowicz issued an instruction via mental link, and Hippocrates walked onto the high platform carrying a cryogenic container, with Phoenix appearing alongside him. Amidst the old men's confusion below the stage, Phoenix removed his black gleaming gold helmet, revealing his handsome face with golden eyes. "Phoenix!" An uncertain exclamation rang out. Someone recognized the junior, yet found it incredible. The old warriors were unprepared. The tall warrior in black armor had once been a member of the Sentinels. It was unclear why, but Phoenix's massive change clearly exceeded their understanding. They didn't know what the junior had experienced to cause such a drastic transformation. On the void battlefield, a melt-a-bomb almost destroyed him. A holographic projection on the side of the arena popped up at the opportune moment, showing Phoenix in the image, with most of his torso gone, making survival seem almost impossible. Blazkowicz explained Phoenix's transformation, walked to the cryogenic box and took out a gene seed, saying, "But he gained a new life. Men of Argent Nur, this is a gene seed." He held up the gene seed, which glowed amber in the morning light, like the arrival of hope. "It can reshape body and soul, allowing you to return to your peak and even gain power far exceeding your past. Due to my special genes, even you aged warriors can use it." The old warriors in the arena, under the immense impact, lost their composure in front of the royal family. Regain a young body, possess peak combat power. The silent chests of the past legends, their weakened hearts, began to beat faster, and a self-question arose in their minds. "We can still fight." Their aged faces flushed crimson, their hunched bodies straightened, and their eyes, fixed on the gene seed, were filled with a burning light. However, very quickly, facing the temptation of regaining youth, the warriors calmed down. As legendary warriors, the veterans had endured the hardships and trials of countless battlefields. Age had weakened them, but it had also accumulated experience and wisdom. There was no free lunch in the world. Everything exchanged came with a price. Cough, cough. A short cough broke the silence, and a white-haired, gaunt-faced warrior emerged from the crowd. Due to severely diminished eyesight, the old warrior could only squint up at the king, a respirator hanging on his chest, as he asked with hurried gasps, "Then, my king, what is the price?" He asked the crucial question. "Sir Asterland?" Blazkowicz nodded respectfully. This old man was once a champion swordsman, even older than Harlan. With words full of reverence, Blazkowicz truthfully said, "On Terra, 10 billion people were tested, and only 1,030 warriors survived. Failure meant the complete annihilation of form and spirit. The success rate is one aspect. When the test is successful and life retransforms, accompanying the power is a curse of eternal enmity with the gods. Therefore, with such high risk, I cannot force you." Blazkowicz's voice was utterly sincere. Whether to accept the gene seed and return to the endless war is entirely up to your will. After Blazkowicz finished speaking, the veterans understood. King Nowick offered an opportunity, a chance to reshape their bodies and return to the battlefield, and the choice was entirely their own. The old men had left the Sentinel's roster and were not subject to its laws, which aligned with the principle of non-division. Although regaining youth was tempting, many warriors' eyes showed hesitation and contemplation. Seeing their hesitation and thought, Blazkowicz was neither surprised nor blamed them. He could not ask the veterans to accept this fate. They were legends of the past, and in some thriving families, they were even highly respected clan old ones, representing the family's long heritage. After all, 1,000 out of 10 billion, this chilling success rate was like an insurmountable chasm, standing before them, devouring all wishful thinking. There are many benefits, but are there any drawbacks? As everyone was hesitating and considering, a question, like a heavy hammer, struck their hearts, making them involuntarily look sideways. "Death for me is eternal peace." Asterlin tapped his chest respirator, coughed a few times, his withered voice trembling urgently. "I have lived too humiliatingly. I once galloped across battlefields unmatched, and now I live by a machine. Every night when I close my eyes, I always hope I never wake up. Now I will seize this slim chance, preferring to be eternally cursed than to return to the battlefield filled with glory." "My king!" Under the gaze of his comrades, he straightened his hunched back and once again performed the warrior's salute. "Please allow me to leave temporarily to bid farewell to my wife's tomb and my family." Blazkowicz naturally agreed. This departure could be a permanent farewell. He said to the old warriors, "In 1 week you will gather at the medical sanctuary. Phoenix will be responsible for what comes next." Asterlin turned and left, his uninhibited action inspiring many. His figure slowly faded into the distance, and words drifted back in the cool morning breeze. "Opportunity knocks but once." Others who were interested could no longer hold back. After performing the warrior's salute, they hurriedly left to bid farewell to their families for a journey with a very small chance of return. There were also those whose expressions were conflicted, wanting to live and die with their brothers, yet unable to completely let go of their current lives. They bowed apologetically to the high platform, stating that they still had responsibilities and could not participate, offering blessings to their old friends. "May the kings of Nowick bless you." Most of the old warriors agreed to the trial, and Blazkowicz secretly breathed a sigh of relief, also expressing understanding for those old warriors who still had lingering attachments in their hearts. He could not force meritorious warriors, with a single order, to be pressed onto the operating table. Everything was voluntary, responding to the call of racial war, with great and noble sentiments, entering the battlefield with a reconstructed body. Blazkowicz's small stage goal was achieved. The legendary warriors were highly respected, not only allowing them to shine again on the battlefield, but also further promoting the integration of the Legion and Argent Nur. The old warriors gradually left to deal with family matters and prepare to receive the gene seed. Blazkowicz also turned to leave, heading to various important departments to check on the development over the years he had been away. Sophia's data reports provided information, but he needed to see it for himself. Fleet leaders such as Blazkowicz, Harlan, and Senna had long since returned, but Blazkowicz had not summoned them. They were too busy. The moment the Void Wanderer connected to the quantum network, Sophia obtained the military reform plan and immediately distributed it to relevant units. 2 weeks later, an internal selection for Doom Slayers began, with the Sentinels also participating. The Legion's first assessment was approaching, and the Doom Slayers dared not slack off, wanting to come out on top in the competition. The Transcendent Warriors aside, the reform and assessment of the Mortal Legion were already in full swing. Blazkowicz's towering figure descended in a beam of light, arriving alone at the military academy arena. He raised his hand to stop the mortals from saluting, and turned his gaze to the arena. Inside the military arena, there was no clang of swords clashing, nor the deep roar of warriors. Thousands of virtual reality pods were neatly arranged, with mortal commanders lying inside, their consciousness and thoughts immersed in a virtual world. In that world, there were matched opponents, and both sides had to defeat their opponents under various battlefield conditions with limited resources. In addition to human versus human combat, there were also massive battlefield environment simulations and battles against a wide variety of xenomorphs. Rangdans, orcs, worms. Besides the First Fleet, enemies encountered by other fleets were also included. Every time a fleet returned, the war records and experience brought back were all archived by Sophia and compiled into new war teaching materials. Mortal commanders, under different simulated battle conditions, used all their knowledge and means, racking their brains to defeat their opponents. Naval and army generals were commanders with heavy responsibilities. They had to be chosen from the best, with the capable advancing and the mediocre retreating. In the contest of mind and strategy, the command level of mortal officers rapidly iterated, and the cruel competition of survival of the fittest selected the most resilient and astute commanders. Blazkowicz smiled, looking very satisfied. With the help of technology, Argent Nur's talent reserves were rapidly growing, accumulating a foundation for war. He had inspected discreetly and arrived at the last two examination rooms, where he saw the humans of the Alliance. Argent Nur annihilated the Horanian, helping them rebuild their homes. After more than a decade of healing, they fulfilled their promise and sent its best warriors. The Alliance abandoned its former name. Sophia appeared in the starlight, elegantly leaning on the railing, introducing to Blazkowicz. They call themselves Horanian, to remember the name of their enemy and to thank Argent Nur for salvation. A clear voice entered his ears, and Blazkowicz slowly nodded. The current galaxy was different from the past. Locations named during the Golden Age were lost in the long old night. The Empire generally renamed the stars based on major events, or the names of environments and legendary figures. The name Horanian was good, meaning children of the abyss. The star clusters on the edge of the stellar graveyard were well suited to this name. Sophia's slender palm opened, and a holographic projection formed, displaying relevant information. The former military alliance, now Horanian. A dozen star systems on the edge of the stellar graveyard. Their home planets had extremely large masses, and their gravity was much higher than standard gravity. This resulted in the Horanian people being sturdy, with extremely high bone and muscle density, making them stronger than people from other worlds. Long-term combat with xenomorphs forced them to abandon cities, instead developing a combat style primarily based on rapid assault, supplemented by guerrilla tactics. The enemy advances, we retreat. The enemy retreats, we pursue. With clear strategic thinking and tenacious will, they did not let the xenomorphs take their homeland, but rather wore down the xenomorphs' effective strength. Very good, Blazkowicz said to Sophia. Do not change their combat style, equip them with appropriate gear. The mortal auxiliary army needs an iron fist. The Nur Legion was very comprehensive, especially skilled in frontal combat, advancing like a city wall, crushing enemies in its path. The arrival of the Horanian people was undoubtedly a huge reinforcement. The city wall now had a flexible fist, delivering a fierce hook to the enemy. They were sturdy, naturally suited for ground assaults, and their great strength also gave them an advantage in CQC. Following your command. The projection in Sophia's hand changed, leaving a blank space above the Horanian people's projection. She turned and respectfully said, "Please name the Legion to facilitate future address and to enhance their sense of belonging and Legion honor." Horanian Purgers. With hardly any thought, Blazkowicz blurted out, bestowing a straightforward Legion name. Sophia entered the name, and the projection in her hand rapidly changed, a series of arrangements and plans emerging. After the assessment and selection of the Legion commander, the Legion name and specialized equipment will be delivered together. Nodding with satisfaction, Blazkovich's figure disappeared again, teleporting to other places. His footsteps covered the entire ring, inspecting various departments and sometimes modifying small details according to needs. Time passed quickly. Blazkovich hadn't finished his inspection, and a week had already gone by. The old warriors gathered at the medical sanctuary. A total of over 2,900 people arrived, willing to accept the gene seed, regain their youth, and return to the battlefield. The families who came to bid farewell to the elders had tears in their eyes, saying goodbye to their family seniors, holding a box in their arms. The warriors' families respected their elders and were also prepared to accept failure. Blazkovich stood at the entrance of the sanctuary, his face solemn and silent, shaking hands with each old warrior, offering words of blessing. The gene seed trial involved a test of will. He could not offer any help. The success or failure of the trial depended entirely on the individual. The average probability of one success out of millions was simply too low. Nearly 3,000 test subjects could very likely be wiped out, all dying on the operating table. Listening to the sounds of farewell sobs, Blazkovich for a moment regretted, wondering in his heart was this decision of his wrong. But very quickly, he convinced himself with a reason. For the future of Argent Nur and humanity, this was a necessary undertaking. For a full week, Blazkovich did not leave the medical sanctuary, standing solemnly like a statue, waiting for the trial results alongside the warriors' families. The waiting process was incredibly agonizing. Anxiety gnawed at people's hearts. The wide plaza of the medical sanctuary had a slightly restless crowd. If Blazkovich hadn't been present to suppress them, a breakdown might have occurred. Life or death. The people of Argent Nur were very open-minded, but the composure of accepting death, mixed with that tiny bit of expectation, repeatedly tormented their hearts. It was truly difficult for ordinary people to adjust. As the star fell and dusk arrived, Blazkovich's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, a flash of light in them. He sensed stars lighting up in his mental connection. Seeing King Noak's change in expression, the restless crowd quickly quieted, tightly clutching their wooden boxes, looking expectantly towards the sanctuary exit. A figure nearly 3 meters tall walked out. Recognizing the person, the families in the crowd erupted in cheers. "I have emerged from purgatory and returned." His low roar was heavy as a mountain. He smashed the respirator in his hand to the ground, shattering the witness to his humiliation. His bones cracked when he clenched his fist. "Asterland!" The people erupted in a tsunami-like cheer, shouting the legendary name. Among the sentinels, many warriors lived to old age, but champion swordsmen were different. Most of them died on the battlefield. Including the young and strong Harlan, Argent Nur only had 3 champion swordsmen still alive. Asterland was one of them. When he was galloping on the battlefield, Argent Nur was in the late stages of chaos. Knowing that fighting individually would lead to being defeated one by one, other opposing forces united and launched a desperate battle against the Argentum. Beneath the white wall, Asterland cut through the front lines, struck down all those who stood in his way, killing one enemy champion after another. Seeing him reborn, his family members were ecstatic. "Blazkovich Novik." Asterland looked up at the even taller Blazkovich, his rough voice lowered, asking softly, "Should I call you King Noak or Father?" After passing the trial, Asterland knew that the gene seed came from Blazkovich. The young man had become his gene father. Blazkovich gave an awkward smile. He had indeed concealed this information. Blazkovich concealed the relationship. Compared to the Astartes forged in youth, legendary warriors who had lived for hundreds of years might refuse gene seed implantation due to their inner beliefs. To ask octogenarian warriors to face death calmly, they would never hesitate. But to recognize someone hundreds of years younger than themselves as a father, that moral shame was difficult to overcome. Amidst Blazkovich's awkward, apologetic expression, 31 psychic connections appeared consecutively, in addition to a stellan. A total of 32 warriors were reborn. From the results alone, it far exceeded his expected bottom line. The legendary warriors, having faced death countless times, completed their self-transformation with unwavering self-will and an ardent heart unwilling to remain silent. Blazkovich's hanging heart finally settled. As the reborn warriors emerged one by one, there was a mix of joy and sorrow in the medical sanctuary square. Not seeing familiar figures, the grieving crowds who had lost loved ones trembled as they entered the hall to collect the remaining ashes from the operating tables. Blazkovich bowed his head, his eyes closed tightly, and his lips moved slightly as he chanted softly. As he led the chant, the reborn warriors and the crowd joined in, and the soft murmurs converged into an ethereal elegy, sending blessings to the deceased. Nearly 3,000 old warriors bravely faced death. Although their skills had been passed down, much valuable experience and wisdom were lost forever with their passing. For Argent Nur and the Sentinels, it was an extremely heavy loss. After the mourning, Blazkovich had Hippocrates lead the legendary warriors away for physical examinations, body data archiving, and the customization of exclusive auric power armor. Having arranged everything, his figure vanished with a teleporter, leaving the Denurian surface to head for the ring-belt Grand Arena. After 2 weeks, the Grand Arena was ready. When Blazkovich reappeared, he descended amidst widespread anticipation, standing on the high platform of the amphitheater, overlooking the neatly arrayed warrior formations. Father, King Noik, the Doomslayers and Sentinels saluted the majestic figure on the high platform with the most solemn etiquette, shouting his name. The mortals knelt in a tidal wave, and the deafening sound of their prostrations resonated, causing the arena floor to tremble slightly. Under the gaze of all, Blazkovich's heroic and extraordinary face seemed to glow. Everyone present applauded and submitted to him. The emperor bestowed primarchs with extraordinary charisma, allowing them to conquer the human race in body and mind as leaders. Undoubtedly, Blazkovich's external image was incomparably radiant, conforming to the human impression of a heroic king. He was the embodiment of a great leader, deserving of everyone's submission. Rise! A majestic voice rang out from the high platform, full of gravitas, like the lofty authority of a king, yet also intimately pleasing to the ear, like spring rain nourishing the heart. The crowd in the grand arena's stands surged back again. Merely kneeling and standing, the sea of over 100 million people rolled, a tide like a raging ocean. Above the amphitheater, an inverted pyramid anti-gravity platform floated silently. The upper level held alert guards, ready for aerial strikes at any time, while the 4 sides below projected holographic images, allowing the Denurian citizens to admire the king's demeanor. Blazkovich stood tall, slightly lifting his chin to reveal his strong profile. The sound array system transmitted his voice to every corner of the arena. Today is a great day. The arena was silent, billions of spectators holding their breath, listening to King Noik's proclamation. Scribes from other worlds of the Nur stars excitedly wielded their brushes, secretly vowing to bring everything they witnessed to all subordinate worlds. At this moment, the light of the stars dimmed for it. On the high platform stood the great king. Erica, the dean of the War College, stood to his left, impeccable with a ceremonial longsword at her hip, her eyes like an eagle scanning the entire venue. To his right was the projection of Sophia, the central law. Though the beautiful lady was a phantom, she was equally worthy of respect, her gaze omnipresent, monitoring all areas reachable by electronic devices. Blazkovich Novik gazed down upon his brave and fearless warriors. Junior Ra, Elton Senna, champion swordsman Harlan Ogilvy, and other masters were arrayed neatly. These rarely seen legends were gathered here, proudly puffing out their chests, accepting the review of the great King Noik. In the past years, Argent Nur, through the efforts of everyone, dispelled the old night of ignorance and chaos, marking the end of the era of decline and ushering in a new era of progress. Blazkovich's expression was solemn, his magnetic voice clear to every ear. The thoughts of the Denurian citizens sank into the gloomy past as he spoke, their expressions gradually becoming serious. That dark and terrifying era had once overshadowed the stars. The next moment, eagerness flickered in people's eyes, and tears streamed down their faces. It was precisely because of the rise of King Noak that the Nur stars shone once again. King Noak's eyes lowered, his gaze sweeping over, and his deep voice gradually rose. In the long years of conquest, we have regained our past glory. While the army has grown stronger, many problems have also been exposed. The army looked up, meeting the gaze of the king on the high platform. They knew that after a simple opening, the main theme was about to be revealed. Army reform. Although the primary military reform units had received notification from the central law 2 weeks prior, they were still incredibly excited at this moment. The initial military integration had been very crude. The army operated under a simple framework, constantly exploring forward. Units discovered problems in combat, then recorded them and sent them back to the War College and Military Academy for optimization. Now the time had come. The Denurian army would be reorganized to further enhance its combat effectiveness. "But we will not be idle," Blazkovich shouted, raising his head to scan the entire amphitheater, his resonant tone full of power. "The army will undergo its first major reform." Roars. As his shout fell, the audience erupted in powerful cheers. In the current Nur stars, warrior culture was the undisputed mainstream. The entire populace was martial and rejoiced at the prospect of battle. Army reform meant reorganization. Generals and warriors, strategy and force, would compete in the grand arena to determine supremacy. The final results would determine their positions in the military. Seizing the moment of the audience's high spirits, Blazkovich nodded, and the holographic projection from the anti-gravity broadcast island displayed the basic structure of the army's reorganization. People watched closely, then were greatly astonished. They found that after the reorganization, the Denurian army would be clearly divided, with distinct and specific functions for each role. The Void Fleet was separated, forming the Argent Nur Navy, under the jurisdiction of the Naval Command, specializing in void combat. The Ground Army separated from the Navy, forming the Argent Nur Army, under the unified jurisdiction of the Army Command. Unlike the Imperial Army, the Denurian Army had its exclusive escort fleets and troop transport fleets, which made it more specialized while avoiding further confusion with the Navy. The most crucial point was that whether Navy or Army, all commanders would be mortals. The Doom Slayers would not participate, and the command system would be completely separate. This was the result of Blazkovich's careful deliberation. The future belonged to mortals. Rather than letting them become fond of superhuman warriors and then undergoing a painful separation, it was better to keep mortals strong from the start. Excessive interference from superhuman warriors in command not only distracted the warriors, but also made mortals dependent, hindering their ability to utilize their own talents. Blazkovich entrusted the fleet to mortals for another important reason. Many Denurian citizens had joined the fleet. As descendants of the Golden Men, those who had not passed the Sentinel's warrior selection had physical functions far exceeding mortals, making them excellent candidates for fleet command. From another perspective, Denurian citizens, or Sentinels, were different from the Astartes legions. The former were indigenous inhabitants, human creations elevated by their own genes. The latter were a technology the Emperor obtained from warp entities. One day in the future, the Astartes might retire for various reasons, but the Sentinels would not need to worry. The first part of the military reform symbolized the independence of the command system, with mortals and superhumans relatively separated. The second part was the precise division of superhuman forces. The Doom Legion currently had over 1,000 warriors, a small number compared to other legions, but Blazkowicz's progeny were also beginning to form a significant force. He divided the legion into 10 companies, selecting command talent to serve as company captains, and also holding martial competitions to choose a 30-man guard. The reorganized Doomslayers would unleash their full combat power, becoming a specialized rapid strike force, directly attacking the enemy's command center. Integrating with the Mortal Auxiliary Army could indeed improve the efficiency of mortal troops through command, but mortals also dragged down the Legion warriors. The same applied to the Sentinels. They would no longer be integrated with the Mortal Auxiliary Army, but would be completely independent, optimizing army functions. Superhumans and mortals from previously mixed units would be optimized into specialized units. Although they would no longer fight side by side, from the perspective of the entire battlefield, they could better utilize their respective strengths and fulfill their battlefield duties. What the audience most anticipated were the duels of the Doom Slayers and the strategic contests of the mortal generals. This was an extremely lengthy selection process, with multiple rounds of combat to select outstanding personnel. For the audience, it was a visual and auditory feast. People from across the Nur Stars gathered here to watch warriors contend for honor. Begin! Accompanied by King Noak's thunderous roar, the contest of wisdom against wisdom and strength against strength began. The ranks gradually dispersed, and virtual pods rose from below the arena. Naval officers lay inside, preparing to begin the first day of strategic competition. The competition format was extremely complex, with various contests to select the most outstanding commanders. Due to the critical nature of the Navy, the trials would begin with them. Chapter 108 ZKE. Blazkowicz anticipated Rangdon's approximate invasion date and was preparing his army in the Nur Stars. The Imperium of Man was doing the same. Outwardly, there was no grand fanfare, but secretly, preparations were tense. The Adeptus Mechanicus had received a death order, with Forging World production lines running at full capacity, and under the binary prayers of the tech priests, their main productivity soared to its peak. Void ships, Titans, Knights, armored vehicles, all equipment related to war, emerged from molten metal and praise, leaving the production lines surrounded by words of blessing. The Emperor brought Sanguinius back, and with a brief return parade, he announced the return of his son of the Emperor to the people of the Imperium. The Emperor considered for a long time. Although he disliked those pure white wings, the accomplished fact was undeniable. Rather than hiding him, it was better to openly display Sanguinius. The result was as he expected. When the angel spread his wings and soared in the holy light, mortals were completely captivated. They knelt, praising the Emperor's greatness and the angel's holiness. The mortals' faith became even stronger. The Emperor was a true god. If the Emperor was not a god, how could his son be so holy and perfect? Those pure white wings were definitely not a symbol of mutation. He was so dazzling without a trace of defilement or mutation, every feather shimmering with pure, flawless light. The Emperor saw the fervent faith converging on the angel. Beneath the golden light, his face was cold as frost, and he vanished in a golden flash from the return ceremony. As the angel flew in the sky, a series of messages, commands for the next step of action, came to his mind. When Sanguinius looked back, the Emperor was gone. His magnificent face dimmed slightly, and his blue eyes grew dark. He knew he was not favored in his father's heart. The angel folded his wings and slowly descended from the sky into the crowd. Mortals, tears in their eyes, reached out, wanting to touch Sanguinius' radiance. Sanguinius did not disdain their dirtiness. A warm smile was on his face, and he likewise reached out to brush the mortals' palms, offering the warmth unique to a Primarch. The spectators were so excited they couldn't control themselves. The crowd surged forward, impacting the golden wall formed by the custodes. Seeing the fanaticism spreading, the custodes looked back at Sanguinius, their helmets conveying a gaze urging him to leave. Knowing he had caused trouble, the angel offered an apologetic smile to the custodes, spread his wings, and departed amidst the cries of the crowd. The pure white angel went directly to Lion's Gate, took a spaceship to the spaceport, and accepted the gift from his father. A Gloriana-class battleship hung silently in the Lion's Gate spaceport, awaiting the arrival of the master it served. Sanguinius, radiating a hazy glow, his tall, Primarch-unique figure moved through the battleship's steel forest-like corridors. He was like a beacon. Darkness receded wherever he went, and the ship's thralls felt immense warmth, spontaneously developing reverence in their hearts. As the battleship's master, the angel traversed the entire battleship. Any accessible area he made sure to inspect and visit. He had once glimpsed the Imperium's grandeur through prophecy, and now he was personally present, exploring the minuscule beneath the magnificent. Thralls crawled through cramped pipes, using their bodies to power the massive battleship. The Emperor's light could not penetrate the steel jungle. Within the glory of the Great Crusade, there were also intricate, shadowy corners. Sanguinius pitied these thralls, secretly vowing in his heart to change all of this. The most urgent task was to leave Terra. By his father's command, he would journey into the vast warp to rendezvous with his brother, Horus Lupercal, to learn the art of war. The Emperor's attitude towards Sanguinius was a conflicted mix of love and hate. He detested the distorted, angel-like appearance but loved his fervent heart, so he ordered him to follow Horus and learn. Horus Lupercal, the first son, whom the Emperor called his Sagittarian,